Chapter 1. The Dragon Clan System. Where am I? As Chu Han opened his eyes, he was met with a bright scene. The azure sky stretched above him, adorned with serene white clouds, and the occasional call of seagulls filled the air, leaving him perplexed. "Ah, little one, you're awake." On the deck, a middle-aged man paused in surprise upon seeing the child regain consciousness, his voice warm and gentle. Startled by the voice, Chu Han instinctively sat up and turned to gaze at the man. The man had a robust build, donned a pair of spectacles, and sported a stubbly beard. He wore a white coat over an orange t-shirt, accompanied by cropped trousers and straw sandals, exuding a somewhat disheveled charm. Yet, he radiated an undeniable aura of formidable presence that commanded respect. The sense of familiarity washed over Chu Han as he scrutinized the man. Could it be? He resembles Rayleigh, the Dark King from the world of One Piece. How'd he end up here? No, the real question is, why have I arrived in the world of One Piece? He recalled that he had been embroiled in a conflict over a treasure in Nibelungen, followed by a sudden explosion that had transported him to this place. Is there a connection between the world of One Piece and Nibelungen? He pondered. Suddenly, he sensed something peculiar about his own body. Shifting his gaze away from the man, he observed his diminutive form. But why have I shrunk to the size of a child, resembling one around 7 or 8 years old? The middle-aged man chuckled at the contemplative child, remarking, "This little one certainly has a dense mind." "What is your name, little one?" The man inquired. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for mine?" Chu Han narrowed his eyes, his vigilance palpable. Amused by the child's scrutiny, the middle-aged man chuckled again, appreciating the boy's cautious demeanor. My name is Rayleigh, the first mate of a pirate crew. By the way, you are currently aboard our ship." He introduced himself with a casual air. "Pirate? Rayleigh?" Chu Han feigned confusion. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh squinted his eyes and smiled proudly. "Oh? You've heard of my illustrious name? Never heard of you." Chu Han slowly shook his head, his tone icy, causing Rayleigh's laughter to abruptly cease, leaving him with a bemused expression. "Truly an amusing child. Now, it's your turn to reveal your name," Rayleigh encouraged. Chu Han stood upright, his expression serious as he offered a slight bow. "Thank you for saving me, sir." "Sir? Do I really seem that old?" Rayleigh stroked his stubbly beard with a wry smile. Just as he was about to speak, the ship's door at the far end of the deck swung open abruptly, revealing a group of individuals hurrying out. Chu Han turned to see a tall man at the forefront, clad in an imposing captain's outfit and adorned with a captain's hat. His handsome features were accentuated by a long, curled mustache. Following him were a red-haired youth wearing a straw hat and a small figure dressed in a clown's suit. Joe L.D. Roger and red-haired Shanks? The figure behind them must be the Joker, Buggy, right? How intriguing! How intriguing! Upon witnessing this, Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of recognition sparked by the memories of his previous life, and a faint smile of irony graced his lips. It appears I have traversed time a bit too early. If GOLD.Roger is still alive, it indicates that there are at least 20 years before the original storyline officially commences. By the time the Straw Hat Kids set sail, I fear I shall have transformed into quite the elder. Yet this only adds to the excitement, does it not? A glint of brilliance ignited in Chu Han's eyes, his blood subtly surging within him, and a wicked grin emerged at the corners of his mouth. The 2 decades following GOLD. Roger's ascension to the title of Pirate King can be characterized as a tumultuous Iran epic of chaos marked by the transition between old and new, the dawn of the great age of pirates, the fierce rivalry among the 4 emperors, the establishment of the 7 warlords, the rise of the Revolutionary Army, the emergence of the 3 Marine admirals, and countless pirates vying for dominance in the new world. It was, indeed, a time of disorder. In such a chaotic era, heroes would rise and contend for supremacy. This was an age that birthed formidable warriors, one that Chu Han yearned for. In his previous life, as the foremost champion, he was certainly not one to passively spend his days in mediocrity. Power and authority were his ultimate aspirations. Ding! The Dragon Clan system has been officially activated. Scanning initiated. Host, Chu Han. Bloodline, human. Age, 8 years. Constitution, 7. Strength, 6. Speed, 7. Combat, power, 5. At that moment, as the fervor surged within him, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, causing him to momentarily pause. The Dragon Clan system? Could this be the fabled Golden Finger? No, this must be related to that artifact from my previous life. Nibelung. A spark of insight flashed in Chu Han's eyes as he recalled the circumstances of his unexplained traversal, leading him to form a hypothesis. As he prepared to engage in dialogue with the system to confirm his suspicions, the frigid metallic voice interrupted once more. Host training mission initiated. Main quest. Eliminate all celestial dragons. Overthrow the world government. Ascend to the throne of the world and reign supreme. Quest reward. Bloodline of the king of bronze and fire. Failure penalty. Immediate erasure. Side quest 1 ding. Join Roger's pirates within 3 days. Quest reward. Grey Dragon Clan bloodline and a random activation of a word spirit. Failure penalty. None. Side quest 2. Not yet activated, requires host to trigger. Upon hearing this, Chu Han was taken aback for a moment, yet his expression remained unchanged, though a tempest brewed within his heart. Word spirit? Dragon Clan? Could it be that these elements are derived from the novel about the Dragon Clan that I read in my previous life? It seems my conjecture was indeed correct. Everything is a result of that Nibelung artifact's meddling. At the same time, while Chu Han was lost in thought, GOLD, Roger and Shanks slowly approached him from the distance. Chapter 2. Roger's Pirates. Hello. Lost in thought, the distant figures of GOLD, Roger and Shanks gradually approached Chu Han. The youthful Shanks, observing the pensive Chu Han, spoke first. I am Shanks. What is your name? Ah. Chu Han, slightly startled, was instantly roused from his reverie. Looking at the smiling red-haired youth before him, he narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, Chu Han. Chu Han? What an unusual name, Shanks murmured. Shanks, it is quite impolite to comment on others' names. GOLD. Roger interjected, ruffling Shanks' red hair with a hearty laugh. He then turned to the composed Chu Han, smiling warmly. Do not take offense, Shanks, means no harm. His voice was deep and powerful, and within his smiling eyes lay a profound depth. As if a lion resided within, he exuded an astonishing aura, a blend of friendliness and formidable dominance. In response, Chu Han offered a faint smile, shook his head, and then raised his gaze to meet the smiling eyes of GOLD. Roger, a glimmer of insight flashing in his own. Uncle, who are you? Ah, right, I haven't introduced myself, Roger said, momentarily taken aback, then continued with a grin. I am GOLD. Roger, the captain of this pirate ship. If you don't mind, you may call me Uncle Roger. You're Chu Han, right? How is it that someone so young finds themselves in a place like this? Roger inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Indeed, when we found you, you were adrift on the sea. Fortunately, I discovered you in time, or else you would have been devoured by Sea King, exclaimed Buggy excitedly, his face brimming with pride as if waiting for gratitude. Ignoring Buggy, Chu Han shook his head, feigning disappointment as he shrugged. I'm unsure how I ended up here. I only remember my name, and the rest eludes me. Could it be that you have amnesia? Shanks gasped. Perhaps. Chu Han nodded, responding nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, expressions of sympathy surfaced on the faces of those around him. They surmised that Chu Han must have encountered a maritime disaster, losing his family or suffering some mishap that led to his amnesia. This would explain why he was alone adrift upon the ocean. In such treacherous waters, where the weather shifts and pirates roam, such occurrences were not uncommon. The depths of the calm sea concealed countless sunken vessels, a mystery lost to history. Enough. What are you two still doing here? Go and get to work, it's time to set sail. After a moment, Rayleigh, the Dark King, chided Shanks and Buggy, who quickly scampered away. He then turned to the tranquil-faced Chu Han and smiled. Where'd you like to go next? If you don't mind, we can take you along. After speaking, the enigmatic Rayleigh and Roger exchanged glances, both arriving at a silent consensus to transport the unfortunate young lad to the nearest town, providing him with a stable life free from the perils of the sea. I have nowhere to go. Chu Han shook his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Roger and Rayleigh, declaring, I wish to accompany you. You want to become a pirate? The two men were momentarily taken aback. Yes. Chu Han nodded, speaking calmly. At this, the two shared a knowing smile, gazing at the remarkably youthful Chu Han, and chuckled. Do you understand what being a pirate entails? I do not, but I only need to know that you are not bad people, Chu Han replied coolly. Fascinating. Roger's pupils narrowed slightly, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the seemingly innocent yet surprisingly mature Chu Han, and he asked with a smile, being a pirate means constantly facing calamities at sea. Are you not afraid? Not afraid. Being a pirate means being pursued by many navies, confronting countless dangers and the constant possibility of death. Are you not fearful of this? The Navy? I shall cleave through them. As for death, did I not just experience that feeling? Chu Han replied with a faint smile. What is your dream then? My dream? Chu Han paused momentarily. Then a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he looked at the smiling Roger and stated firmly, my dream is to surpass all and become the strongest. Surpass all? What an intriguing young fellow, Roger replied with a slight smile, then turned to Rayleigh, noticing an expression of admiration on his face. He recalled that the last time his old companion exhibited such admiration was when encountering that young Shanks. Could it be that he sees the same potential in this young lad as he did in Shanks? May I join you? Chu Han asked, observing the two men who were lost in thought, remaining silent. Apologies, but we cannot grant your request, Rayleigh replied, shaking his head with a sigh. Why? Chu Han did not express anger instead. He calmly countered, revealing a level of composure that elevated his standing in Roger and Rayleigh's eyes. Because of your age, you are still too young and lack the ability to protect yourself, Rayleigh remarked, his gaze lingering on the youthful and diminutive Chu Han, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features that he wished to accept Chu Han's request and bring this promising prospect into their pirate crew. However, the timing was not right. Ever since Roger had become the Pirate King, their situation had grown increasingly perilous. In the past month alone, they had faced naval pursuits 10 times, a clear indication of the Navy government stance. They would never allow a living Pirate King to escape their grasp. As for Rayleigh's insistence on Chu Han's age, it was merely an excuse, even though the boy was too young to protect himself now. They could certainly invest time in educating him. When he matured, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force, much like Shanks. However, they are truly out of time now, and when the Navy exerts its full effort to hunt them down, Rayleigh lacks the confidence that Chu Han will survive the impending battle. Rather than allowing this young lad to meet his demise in the future, it is preferable to refuse him now and let him live a stable and peaceful life. Age. Chu Han looked down at his youthful frame and then pointed towards Shanks and Buggy, who were busy in the distance, and coldly remarked, They are not much older than I am, why can't they? But I cannot? Rayleigh was taken aback, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. It would not be appropriate to say that they appeared a few years older, yet could easily defeat him. How about this? If I win against Shanks in the upcoming journey, you will formally allow me to join. What do you say? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Han spoke with a resolute expression. Rayleigh hesitated, ready to refuse, but was abruptly interrupted by a large hand. All right, I agree. Roger stepped forward, gazing at the determined Chu Han with a smile. Roger, seeing this, Rayleigh grew anxious, eager to speak, but was again interrupted by Roger's words. What reason could possibly hinder a man from setting sail? Wouldn't you agree, mate? Roger looked at Rayleigh, laughing heartily. Well, you're the captain, so your word is final. Rayleigh sighed, offering a bittersweet smile before turning to Chu Han and saying, Come, little one, I will show you to your room. So you agree to my joining then? Chu Han remained still, smiling faintly. Rayleigh was slightly taken aback, then replied, Yes, but you're only a provisional crew member. Your formal status will depend on when you defeat that little rascal Shanks. Understood. Upon hearing this, Chu Han affirmed and closely followed, though Roger and Rayleigh did not notice the sly smile that crept onto Chu Han's lips as he turned away. Simultaneously, the cold, mechanical voice resonated in Chu Han's mind once more. Ding! Side quest completed. Rewards are being issued. Level Dragon Bloodline modification commencing. The word spirit is being activated. Chapter 3. Nibelungen. Ding! Side quest completed. Rewards are prepared for issuance. Level Dragon Bloodline injection commencing. The word spirit is being activated. At that moment, the cold mechanical voice echoed in Chu Han's mind again, followed by a surge of excruciating pain radiating from within, causing Chu Han to furrow his brow. Stop! With a silent grunt of defiance, the pain within began to dissipate, and the cold mechanical voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Ding! At the request of the host, reward issuance halted. Please claim your task rewards promptly. Hearing this familiar voice, Chu Han's expression remained unchanged, yet he felt a sense of relief within. Although he was uncertain of the changes the injection of the Dragon Bloodline might bring, it was clear that this was not the right moment. This moment. He found himself in the company of the formidable figures, King of the Underworld Rayleigh and the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Although these two may not be deemed the absolute strongest in the world, they certainly rank among the pinnacle of power, possessing extraordinary temperament and perception that surpass ordinary individuals. Should Chu Han exhibit any anomaly while embracing his dragon lineage, it would undoubtedly be detected by these two at the earliest opportunity, potentially leading to unnecessary complications. After all, when Rayleigh first discovered Chu Han, he was merely floating on the surface of the sea. The excuse of having consumed a devil fruit would not suffice, which is why Chu Han promptly halted the system's actions. Fortunately, at the last moment, he succeeded, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Han, what troubles you? Your complexion seems rather pale, Rayleigh inquired, noticing Chu Han's somewhat ashen face. Upon hearing this, Chu Han slightly shook his head and replied with a bitter smile, It's nothing, just a feeling that my stomach seems a bit hungry. Rayleigh paused for a moment, not doubting Chu Han's words, and laughed heartily. Indeed, I have neglected this. I do not know how long you have been adrift. It's quite normal to feel hungry. How about this? I will take you to have a meal first, and then I shall show you to your room. Sound good? Chu Han nodded faintly. Subsequently, Rayleigh led Chu Han to the ship's dining area, while Roger returned to his captain's post, not accompanying them. In the dining hall, with Rayleigh's introduction, Chu Han met other members of the Roger Pirates. Although they were quite surprised by Chu Han's joining, their demeanor was exceedingly friendly, and they quickly became familiar with one another after exchanging a few words. After a hearty meal, Chu Han followed Rayleigh to his new quarters. The room was modest yet immaculate, situated at the far end of the ship, giving it a secluded and tranquil atmosphere, which greatly pleased Chu Han. After all, he harbored numerous secrets, and a more isolated living arrangement would help prevent undue scrutiny. Make yourself comfortable here. If you need anything, just let me know, Rayleigh said with a smile as he ushered Chu Han into the room. Thank you, Uncle Rayleigh. Chu Han replied with a gentle smile and a slight bow to express his gratitude. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively, laughing. No need for such formality. After all, I am now your first mate, so it is my duty to look after you. Also, everyone aboard the ship has responsibilities, including Roger. Therefore, you will be assisting Shanks with the duties of a sailor from now on, understood? Rayleigh winked playfully. However, considering you have just joined, I shall grant you a day off. You can start working tomorrow. Understood, Uncle Rayleigh. Chu Han smiled in response. Seeing this, Rayleigh nodded approvingly, gave Chu Han a few more instructions, and then departed, leaving Chu Han alone. Finally, he has left? Once Rayleigh was gone, the smile on Chu Han's face gradually faded, replaced by an icy demeanor that seemed to reflect his true self. Indeed, this was the reality. The earlier conversation on the deck had been a facade. As a former powerful being, patience, disguise, and determination were indispensable. To smoothly integrate into the Roger Pirates, Chu Han had to temper his disposition, projecting an image of a precocious youth brimming with passionate dreams to showcase his potential. The reason for all this was that, while Chu Han recognized that Roger and Rayleigh were indeed good men, it would be utterly fanciful to expect them to casually accept a stranger into their pirate crew. Especially considering Roger's elite pirate approach, where not a single member aboard was ordinary. Thus, in order for Chu Han to join the Roger Pirates, he must demonstrate his potential, captivating the hearts of Roger and his crew to successfully accomplish the task at hand. In truth, Chu Han has succeeded. In fact, in the eyes of Roger and Rayleigh, he is already being compared to Shanks. However, Chu Han remains oblivious to this, as his thoughts are entirely consumed by the system residing within his mind. He harbors a premonition that perhaps this system is the very capital he needs to rise in this pirate world. Simultaneously, after ensuring that no one is around, Chu Han reclines on his bed, narrowing his eyes as he calls out within his heart. Ding! Host, do you confirm the receipt of the task reward? The cold, mechanical voice reverberates in Chu Han's mind, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Indeed, this system possesses sentience. Let us not rush this. I ask you, what exactly are you? And what is your connection to the crystal within the Nibulong root? Chu Han's eyes narrow as he speaks coldly. Chapter 4. Word Spirit, Monarch Flame in his previous life. With the awakening of the Nibulong root, powerful beings from all corners flocked there, and Chu Han, as the foremost assassin, was no exception. Ultimately, a crystal suspected to be a dragon crystal was discovered within the Nibulong root. Upon the news breaking, those who entered the Nibulong root were immediately stirred into a frenzy, vying for possession. In the end, Chu Han, with superior skills, obtained the crystal but was besieged by the crowd and tragically perished. When he finally awakened, he found himself transported into the world of One Piece, leading him to question whether the current Dragon Clan system is connected to that dragon crystal. Ding. Host permissions insufficient. Unable to answer at this time. Permissions? Chu Han furrows his brow, speaking coldly. What permissions are required to know? Ding. Dragon King permissions. Upon hearing this, Chu Han falls silent for a moment. He understands that the Dragon King lineage transcends the S grade, while his current task completion merely grants him a B grade lineage, leaving him far from that of the Dragon King. Very well, I wish to claim my task reward now. After a prolonged pause, Chu Han sets aside his doubts and speaks coldly. After all, no secret is more crucial than strength. Now, as a child in the world of One Piece, Chu Han finds himself entirely powerless, as weak as can be. Thus, to survive in this pirate realm, he must first rely on the dragon clan lineage spoken of by the system to enhance his power. Only with absolute strength can he uncover more secrets. Ding. Task reward dispensed. B-grade dragon clan lineage commencing infusion. Words spirit activating. Boom. Upon concluding his words, Chu-Han abruptly felt a surge of blood infusing his body, akin to a roaring flame, searing through him. Countless agonies erupted from within as the blood coursed through him like a fiery dragon, relentlessly ravaging his insides and incinerating his shattered bones, leaving much of the blood vaporized. This torment was utterly unbearable for any mortal, even with Chu-Han's ironclad will. He could not suppress a low, anguished howl, his nails digging deeply into his palms. His body trembled, his organs ignited, and his meridians twisted in agony. If there had been an observer, they would have surely detected the scent of roasting flesh emanating from Chu-Han. As the blood was consumed, a flicker of flame burst forth from within, incinerating his clothing, hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes in an instant. In that moment, Chu-Han was transformed into a mere skeleton, his flesh having utterly vanished, a sight both horrifying and surreal. Ding. The B-class dragon bloodline injection is complete, commencing host body restoration. Following the cold, mechanical voice, a heart coalesced within Chu-Han, and the surrounding blood vessels surged wildly throughout his being. His bones, now tinged with a pale golden hue, grew even sturdier than before. The hematopoietic cells infused with dragon blood surged with extraordinary vitality. Bam! 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 The heart began to beat, pumping blood through the vessels, revitalizing the thoracic cavity and internal organs instantaneously. With each powerful heartbeat, flesh began to sprout anew, intertwining with blood, as legs, arms, and muscles were formed. This process left Chu-Han in a state of unbearable itchiness, akin to 1,000 ants crawling over his skin, yet he could not scratch. Such a sensation might drive a soul to despair. Soon, Chu-Han re-emerged, his flesh fully restored, initially resembling the rosy, supple skin of an infant. But it quickly transformed back to its prior pallid and resilient state. His hair, eyelashes, and eyebrows sprouted anew, and his physique elongated considerably. At this moment, Chu-Han appeared even more striking than before. Ding. B-class dragon bloodline activated. Language spirit activation successful. Congratulations, host has acquired the language spirit, Jun Yin. As Chu-Han opened his eyes, a voice echoed in his mind, and suddenly, a torrent of flames erupted from his body, unleashing a formidable aura, as though a slumbering king was awakening within him. The golden crow descended in the west, while the moon hair rose in the east. Soon, a day passed, and as night fell over the vast sea, the once sealed door of Chu-Han's room swung open, and a figure stepped forth. Chu-Han tilted his head upwards, as torrents of rain cascaded from the overcast sky, cascading into his golden eyes. It was an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. As he gazed at the rain-soaked heavens, he contemplated the reflection of the entire sky mirrored in his pupils. Every droplet of rain that fell from the heart of the firmament seemed destined to land in his eyes. It evoked a feeling akin to that of a deity surveying the world, or perhaps, perceiving existence through the eyes of the divine. Chu-Han clenched his fist, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The sensation of novelty always brings delight, a transformation of the soul. As blood coursed through his veins like a great river thawing from winter's grip, each cell within him unfurled like spring buds, breathing with fervor and vitality. An endless reservoir of strength flowed silently along his muscles and tendons. This was Chu-Han's inaugural experience of such a feeling, and for the first time, he savored the intoxicating thrill of the forbidden elixir. Chapter 5. The Demon Blade. Village Rain Spirit Word. Lord Flame Sequence. 89. The sovereign flame of the lineage of bronze and fire can ignite flammable materials within its domain and generate intense heat. It can briefly compress this heat before releasing it suddenly, creating an explosive effect. As far as Chu-Han knew, there were 118 types of spirit words, arranged in the form of the periodic table. Those numbered 89 and above are considered high-risk spirit words, with the 89th being the spirit word, Lord Flame. Spirit words can be likened to the unique abilities possessed by dragonkind and hybrids, serving as a crucial means of combat that can even alter the course of an entire battle depending on their effects. The activation of his dragon lineage not only significantly enhanced Chu-Han's physique, rendering him stronger and more agile, but more importantly, the activation of the spirit word, Lord Flame, filled him with exuberance. While the true power of dragon spirit words may be lost on the inhabitants of this world, Chu-Han, having witnessed dragons, was all too aware of their terrifying nature. The potency of spirit words is arguably on par with the demon fruits of this realm, perhaps even surpassing them. Those of higher sequences can indeed bring about cataclysmic devastation. Crucially, unlike the demon fruits, which have glaring and fatal weaknesses, fearing seawater, sea prism stone, and being countered by hockey, spirit words lack such vulnerabilities. This aspect pleased Chu-Han immensely. Although the activation of his spirit word temporarily augmented his strength, he was far from becoming complacent. After all, one could easily perish without realizing it. On the deck, clad in black, Chu-Han's expression turned cool as he gazed upward at the chilling raindrops cascading from the sky, contemplating the depths of this world. It was profoundly deep, far beyond the reach of his current capabilities. Whether facing an admiral, the Five Elders, or renowned pirates of the New World, any one of them could effortlessly dispatch Chu-Han, even with his spirit word. Thus, he would not naively believe that having awakened his spirit word made him the chosen one, capable of strutting about with impunity. To act thus would only hasten his demise. There was no denying that Chu-Han was indeed a prodigy. His body, transformed by draconic blood, surpassed the majority of beings in this world. Learning swordsmanship and hockey came more easily to him than to others. But what did that truly matter? A genius who meets an untimely end can never be deemed a true genius. Hence, the wisest course of action for Chu-Han was to bide his time in obscurity, diligently safeguarding himself until he had grown stronger. This, he believed, was the most prudent path forward. It is not yet the time to be complacent. Focusing on the strength at hand is of utmost importance. Chu-Han clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he mused inwardly, "When I grow stronger, the world shall tremble at my presence." With this thought, a faint smile graced Chu-Han's lips as he gazed at the gradually illuminating full moon above. He extended his right hand, fingers curling like claws, and grasped firmly. Indeed, one day, Chu-Han would seize power and authority, as if holding the entire world in his palm, surveying the mountains and breathing in the essence of the earth, vanquishing all who oppose him. The following day, as the torrential rain finally ceased, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was splendid. On the deck, 3 slender figures busied themselves. The apprentice crew members Shanks, the clown Buggy, and Chu-Han were diligently performing the duties of sailors, scrubbing away the remnants left by last night's storm with rags and mops. Meanwhile, the leisurely Rayleigh sat at the edge of the ship, happily fishing, occasionally glancing over at Chu-Han and playfully scolding him, which caused the lazy Shanks and Buggy to fluster. Uncle Rayleigh is wonderful in every regard. Except for his strictness, he even supervises us during such trivial tasks as cleaning the deck, making it impossible for us to sneak a moment of rest. Buggy lamented with a dramatic expression as he wiped the railing. Exactly. Do we seem like the kind of people who would shirk our duties? I cannot believe he doubts our character, Shanks replied, unusually refraining from retorting Buggy's complaints, and with a sigh, he turned to Chu-Han, asking, "What do you think?" Chu-Han? With a stoic expression, Chu-Han meticulously dragged the deck, as if polishing a splendid piece of art. At that moment, he heard Shanks' words, lifted his gaze, and regarded the two with a thoughtful look before quietly inquiring, "By the way, do either of you possess any character?" Chu-Han, your tongue is too sharp. Shanks lacks character. Does that mean I do as well? The clown Buggy retorted, visibly agitated. Indeed. Wait a moment. Shanks suddenly grasped the implication and, in a furious tone, directed his ire at Buggy. "Buggy, you are the one devoid of character. You are the one without it. Your entire family lacks character." Buggy countered defiantly. "You have no character at all. I challenge you to a duel." Buggy declared angrily. "Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." Shanks replied, unwavering. Observing the two glaring at each other, on the verge of a confrontation, Chu-Han could only shake his head in mild exasperation. After stating, "I've completed my work. Feel free to entertain yourselves," he gradually departed, making his way towards Rayleigh. Spending too long with fools can indeed dull one's intellect. "Oh, it's Chu-Han. Are you here to join this old man in fishing?" Rayleigh remarked with a smile as he watched Chu-Han stroll by, raising his fishing rod just in time to catch a large fish that leaped from the water, landing squarely at Chu-Han's feet. Chu-Han picked up the lively fish wriggling at his feet and, with a serious expression, looked at Rayleigh, stating coldly, "Uncle Rayleigh, I have a favor to ask of you." Rayleigh, without turning around, tossed the bait back into the sea and chuckled. "Go ahead. What is it that you wish to escape from this old fellow?" "I wish to learn swordsmanship from you." Chu-Han narrowed his eyes and spoke firmly. "Very well." Rayleigh unhesitatingly agreed. Surprised, Chu Han's pupils slightly contracted. Perhaps noticing his bewilderment, Rayleigh shook his head with a smile. Are you curious why I so readily consented? A bit. Chu Han regained his composure and nodded. Perhaps you are unaware that the swordsmanship of Shanks and Buggy aboard this ship was also taught by me. Thus, guiding newcomers has always been my duty. That rascal Roger hardly cares about such matters. If you hadn't brought it up, I would have asked you in a few days. I just didn't expect you to bring it up so early, which indeed surprises me, Rayleigh chuckled. There's no helping it. After all, I am currently the weakest. Chu Han said with a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders. Without some strength, how could I dare to claim to be a crewmate of the Pirate King? Right, Uncle Rayleigh? Ha ha ha, well said. Rayleigh laughed heartily, then narrowed his eyes, fixing a deep gaze on Chu Han and stated solemnly, since you have made up your mind. We shall commence training shortly. I must warn you, I am quite strict. If you cannot endure, do not shed tears. Uncle, a man bleeds but does not cry, Chu Han declared, standing resolutely with a serious demeanor. If you don't believe me, let us begin now. Not so fast. Rayleigh waved his hand, smiling. How could one practice swordsmanship without a sword? I have prepared a fine sword as a gift for you. Huh, a fine sword? Chu Han was momentarily taken aback. It is undoubtedly one of the finest swords in this world, Rayleigh winked, feigning mystery. That sword is one of the 12 supreme grade blades. What is its name? Chu Han suppressed his astonishment and asked calmly. It is known as the Demon Blade, Muramasa. Chapter 6. The Unyielding Blade. Aboard the Black Pearl, within the cabin. The dimly lit passage was eerily silent, the flickering lights resembling ghostly eyes, swaying with the wind, casting ominous shadows. Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps shattered the tranquility. And in the dim light, two figures, one tall and one short, slowly emerged into the cabin. These two were none other than Rayleigh and Chu Han, who had just left the deck. The Demon Blade, Muramasa? How intriguing. I never expected such a blade to truly exist. Chu Han gazed at Rayleigh's broad back, his eyes narrowing, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. The Demon Blade, also known as the Divine Blade, is said to exude a murderous aura, glistening with dew when drawn to slay. After slaying a foe, water would flow from the blade, cleansing the bloodstains, a scene reminiscent of the village rain washing the leaves, thus earning its name, Murakumo. In the chronicles of Chu Han's past life, the cursed blade Murakumo was regarded as an evolved version of the demonic sword Muramasa, possessing a more sinister nature. However, in this realm, the narrative diverges. According to Rayleigh, the cursed blade Murakumo is one of the supreme great blades, immensely precious, and holds a status comparable to the legendary sword Muramasa. Perhaps the value of all supreme great blades is relatively equal, with their might largely reliant on the wielder's prowess. This cursed blade, as Rayleigh revealed, was a trophy obtained on the final island, Laughtail, at the end of the Grand Line, where Roger and his crew had ventured. Yet, due to its malevolence, neither Roger nor Rayleigh wished to engage with it extensively, and since the others rarely wielded swords, it inadvertently fell into Chu Han's hands. At that moment, Rayleigh's light-hearted laughter broke the silence, jolting the distracted Chu Han back to awareness. He lifted his gaze to discover that he and Rayleigh had unknowingly arrived at a door. With a soft creak, Rayleigh and Chu Han pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. Upon entering, Chu Han was met with a dazzling sight. Golden treasures glimmered throughout the entire room, the worth of which must have been in the hundreds of billions of berries. However, he felt no astonishment, for he was aware that Roger and his crew had previously visited Sky Island, a place abundant in gold. Moreover, he suspected that these riches were not Roger's true treasure, at least not the grand prize he spoke of before his demise. If that so-called great treasure were merely these golden coins, it would hardly possess the power to usher in a new era. The true treasure must have been concealed by Roger on Laughtail. Of course, this was merely Chu Han's conjecture. The truth would only be revealed when he set foot on Laughtail himself. Chu Han, here. At that moment, Rayleigh rummaged through the disheveled pile of treasures and produced a Japanese longsword, tossing it to Chu Han. What is this? Upon catching it, Chu Han was taken aback by its weight, nearly failing to hold it. After a brief assessment, he discovered the black longsword with its ancient scabbard weighed an astonishing 50 kilograms, truly remarkable. This blade is the cursed sword Murakumo I just mentioned, Rayleigh said, finding a spot to sit, pouring himself a drink, and chuckling. The cursed sword Murakumo? Upon hearing this, a flicker of fervor ignited in Chu Han's eyes as he gazed at the seemingly ordinary longsword resting in his hands, eager to draw it. Crack! With a sharp sound, the tightly sealed scabbard did not budge, and Chu Han's hand nearly dislocated from the strain he exerted. Ha. Observing this, Rayleigh burst into laughter, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he regarded Chu Han's discomfort. What is going on? Why can't this sword be drawn? Observing the slightly irate Chu Han, Rayleigh shook his head with a smile and sighed. This blade is known as the Demon Blade Murakumo. When I acquired it, both Roger and everyone aboard attempted to draw it, yet none succeeded. Perhaps this is its enigmatic nature, or perhaps it has yet to find its destined master. Furthermore, if the blade could be easily unsheathed, do you believe it would fall to you? Do not forget, even if I have no use for it, Shanks is also a swordsman. Surely you understand the significance and allure of a fine sword to a swordsman, do you not? Chu Han narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired. So, Uncle Rayleigh, what you just said about gifting it to me was a falsehood. Rayleigh shook his head and replied with a grin. Of course, it is true. I am a man of my word. Consider this sword a gift to commemorate your boarding. But if I cannot draw this sword, what use is it? It is akin to wielding a mere stick. Chu Han retorted, irritation flickering across his expression. This demon blade Murakumo was indeed meant for you to practice your swordsmanship. Rayleigh teased, winking. Moreover, although it cannot be drawn, it is exceedingly sturdy. Whether for training or combat, it will suffice. You should explore its potential. With that, Rayleigh burst into hearty laughter, patted Chu Han on the shoulder, and exited the room, leaving Chu Han speechless, gazing at Rayleigh's receding figure. Chu Han's eyes narrowed again as he looked down at the entirely black demon blade Murakumo in his hand, a glint of intrigue flashing in his gaze. Cannot be drawn? He murmured with a smile, and suddenly a golden light flickered in his eyes. The dragon blood within him surged, an overwhelming aura of dominance subtly radiating from his being. With a slight exertion, clang, a cold light suddenly flashed within the room, and the previously immovable demon blade Murakumo was ever so slightly unsheathed by Chu Han. The chilling brilliance revealed the blade's emergence. Chapter 7. Shanks, let us engage in battle. As the sun rose, the sky was devoid of clouds. 1001. 1002. 1003. Upon the deck of the Black Pearl, a diminutive figure wielded an ancient, unsheathed longsword, relentlessly swinging and slashing. Clad in cumbersome armor that must have weighed over 100 pounds, the figure appeared drenched in sweat, as if pulled from the depths of a river. Yet, this silhouette seemed oblivious to its condition, mechanically repeating the motions, its youthful face betraying a resolute expression that belied its age. 3000. With a heavy sigh, an hour later, Chu Han lay exhausted on the deck, having discarded the weighty demon sword Murakumo. His body felt utterly drained, and he gazed at the clouds above with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. This frail physique, despite having been fortified by dragon blood, could hardly endure such arduous training. After 3 months of relentless and hellish instruction from Rayleigh, Chu Han had progressed from simpler tasks to increasingly challenging ones. Fortunately, his hybrid constitution and indomitable spirit allowed him to withstand the grueling regimen. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have been utterly broken by Rayleigh's training. The demon sword Murakumo weighed 50 kilograms, and the heavy armor an additional 100 kilograms, rendering Chu Han's total burden a staggering 300 pounds. Coupled with 10 hours of rigorous training each day, this was far beyond what an average 8-year-old could bear. Perhaps only a prodigy like Chu Han could endure such trials. Nonetheless, the past 3 months were not devoid of rewards. His body had gradually strengthened, shedding its initial frailty. Slowly rising to his feet, he exhaled gently and clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Most importantly, the knowledge he had acquired from other members of the Roger Pirates during these 3 months was invaluable. From the outset, Chu Han had not harbored any illusions of reaching the pinnacle of this world solely through his dragon lineage and the power of words. This realization prompted his quest for Rayleigh's swordsmanship. Devil fruits, hockey, and swordsmanship. These 3 elements were the cornerstones of the Pirate King's world. Their existence signified their importance, and they were not necessarily inferior to the power of words. However, the fatal shortcomings of devil fruits were all too apparent, and their rarity made them less of a focus for Chu Han. That said, he would not refuse an opportunity to gain another ability should a superior devil fruit cross his path. As for hockey, according to Rayleigh, Chu Han was still too young to develop it, as doing so could inflict irreparable internal harm and profoundly impact his future growth. Thus, he concentrated his aspirations on mastering swordsmanship. A formidable swordsman, once matured, could wield power comparable to that of a top-tier devil fruit user. A prime example was the renowned swordsman Mihawk, who could contend with Shanks purely through his swordsmanship and physical prowess, thus underscoring the terrifying potential of this art. In addition to honing his sword skills, Chu-Han eagerly learned from the diverse talents of the Roger pirates, acquiring skills such as navigation, medicine, and culinary arts. He patiently absorbed any knowledge that would aid his survival at sea. At this moment, Chu-Han resembled a parched sponge, relentlessly soaking up the invaluable essence of the Roger pirates, thereby enriching himself. This knowledge would undoubtedly serve as his capital for survival in this world. Chu-Han, perhaps you should take a break. You have been training all morning, and if you continue, your body may not withstand it. Remember, you are merely 8 years old. Just as Chu-Han was about to pick up the sword Murakumo from the ground to resume his training, a burst of laughter reached his ears. Turning around, he discovered Rayleigh and Shanks slowly approaching, arms laden with an assortment of food. Uncle Rayleigh, Shanks. Chu-Han effortlessly retrieved Murakumo, casting a light smile as he greeted them. How diligent you are, Shanks exclaimed, circling around Chu-Han with an air of childlike wonder, remarking, I never would have guessed that beneath the appearance of a noble, you are actually a training fanatic. It's truly unbelievable. In response, Chu-Han rolled his eyes in exasperation, choosing to ignore the whimsical remarks of this fool. Chu-Han, it's been 3 months since you started training, hasn't it? Rayleigh tossed a bottle of beer to Chu-Han, observing him with a slight grin. Indeed. 3 months and 3 days. Chu-Han replied, taking a sip from the bottle nonchalantly. You have changed quite a bit since 3 months ago. Your muscles have developed well? Rayleigh noted with a chuckle, though his expression soon shifted to one of seriousness. But you must understand, mere training alone does not forge a true warrior. Every strong individual is tempered through the fires of battle. What you need now is not practice, but real combat. It is time to apply everything you have learned over these past 3 months. I understand that, but who should I spar with? Are you suggesting me to challenge you? Uncle? Chu-Han inquired, looking at Rayleigh with curiosity. Rayleigh shook his head with a faint smile. Of course not me. Besides, did you not mention 3 months ago that you wished to challenge Shanks? You are now qualified to do so. At those words, Chu-Han's eyes narrowed, a glint of determination igniting within them. He turned toward the bewildered Shanks, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come on, Shanks. Let us have a duel. Chapter 8. Chu-Han versus Shanks. Come on, Shanks. Let us have a duel. Shanks jumped in surprise at the declaration, looking perplexedly between the suddenly assertive Chu-Han and Rayleigh. Uncle Rayleigh, Chu-Han, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Chu-Han spoke little, merely uttering 2 crisp words, coldly brandishing the unsheathed demon blade Murakumo, slowly directing it towards Shanks. To request a duel in Chu-Han's past life held the connotation of straightforward counsel, yet in this world of swordsmen, it signified an invitation to battle. Regardless of whether the challenge was accepted, an attack was inevitable. Must we truly engage in combat, Chu-Han? Shanks gestured helplessly, his face a mask of despair. Did we not agree to enjoy a drink together? What nonsense is this sudden challenge? Has our friendship's vessel capsized? At that moment, Shanks felt utterly speechless. Draw your sword. Chu-Han replied coldly, a chilling aura beginning to emanate from him, a palpable intent to fight. Agreeing with Rayleigh's assertions, Chu-Han recognized that mere practice would never lead to true strength. Every formidable warrior is forged in the crucible of blood and fire. What he lacked was not practice, but real combat experience. Shanks, as a future Yonko, was an excellent opponent. Even in his youth, he would not be weak, providing a fitting challenge for Chu-Han. Defeating Shanks would also bolster the standing of Roger and Rayleigh in their eyes, benefiting future plans. Shanks was, indeed, the perfect whetstone for honing one's skills. Very well. Shanks sighed, sensing Chu-Han's determination. He then replied with a serious demeanor. At that moment, Rayleigh tossed Shanks a wooden sword, chuckling, Shanks, just entertain Chu-Han for a bit, but remember to temper your strength. Rayleigh believed that although Chu-Han possessed commendable talent, his age and training period were insufficient compared to Shanks. Thus, he did not expect Chu-Han to triumph. Rest assured, Uncle Rayleigh, Shanks replied as he took hold of the wooden sword, his playful demeanor vanishing, replaced by utmost seriousness. He squinted at Chu-Han and declared, though Uncle Rayleigh suggests otherwise, I shall not hold back. I will fight with all my might to honor you. So, Chu-Han, do you still wish to engage with me? Let the battle commence. Chu-Han's expression remained calm in the face of Rayleigh and Shanks's derision. His eyes narrowed as he raised his long blade, coldly uttering a single word. Excellent. Shanks exclaimed with enthusiasm, immediately tensing his body, his fighting spirit ignited. With a swift motion, Chu-Han's eyes narrowed as he lunged forward, his long blade piercing towards Shanks with astonishing speed. far beyond that expected of an 8-year-old child. At the point where the wooden sword struck, a chilling glimmer flickered, as if it might transform into a blade of sword energy at any moment. The strike came with such swiftness that Shanks swiftly evaded, deftly parrying the might of Chu Han's sword with his wooden weapon. With a brief clash, the two retreated rapidly. Chu Han squinted, taken aback by Shanks' remarkable reflexes and formidable strength. Truly, he was worthy of being hailed as one of the future 4 emperors. Once more, Shanks exclaimed with a hearty laugh, as if Chu Han had stirred his warrior's blood, igniting an infectious excitement within him. Without hesitation, Shanks charged forward, while Chu Han narrowed his eyes, unperturbed, raising his sword, Mirakumo, to deliver a swift strike toward the advancing Shanks. Strike where the blade cuts, pierce where the sword finds weakness. Though Chu Han had only practiced swordsmanship for a short time, he grasped this principle. In the 3 months of relentless training, the technique had become instinctive. In a flash, Mirakumo sliced toward the most vulnerable point of Shanks' wooden sword. Had it been in the past, this maneuver would have surely yielded remarkable results. However, Shanks seemed to anticipate Chu Han's intention. With a glimmer of exhilaration, he deftly maneuvered his wooden sword, evading Chu Han's strike and launching a side attack of his own. With a resounding clang, their weapons met again, and Chu Han found himself at a standstill. Undeterred, he surged forward once more. Despite his reincarnation as a youth, the ferocity instilled in him from his previous life manifested vividly in that moment. Fight, fight, fight. He held nothing back, unleashing his full might with each strike, delivering blow after blow, each one faster, more precise, and more ferocious than the last. Each cut was deliberate, aimed to incapacitate Shanks. As Chu Han executed every strike with astonishing accuracy, Shanks, equally impressive, navigated Chu Han's relentless and fierce onslaught with effortless grace, his eyes shining with excitement, as if he had finally found the opponent he had longed for. Despite the rapid offensive yielding no immediate success, Chu Han remained composed, engaging in a steady battle that seemed to hone his swordsmanship against Shanks. Gradually, Chu Han began to relish the clash. It was only through such exhilarating combat that the sword techniques imparted by Rayleigh could be swiftly assimilated, transforming into his own. Kill, kill, kill. There was no need for restraint, no concern for inflicting harm upon his opponent. Only through exerting his utmost effort and tapping into his full potential could he continuously unlock his latent abilities, breaking through existing constraints and striving for improvement. Chapter 9. The Navy's assault. At the very moment Chu Han and Shanks were embroiled in fierce combat, a towering and commanding figure silently approached Rayleigh's side, furrowing his brow as he observed the fierce clash between the two. Roger, what brings you here? Rayleigh turned to the newcomer, taken aback by his presence. Roger clapped Rayleigh heartily on the shoulder, chuckling, "If I hadn't come, how could I have the chance to witness such a thrilling battle? Rayleigh, you ought to be more considerate. With such a spectacle, how could you not invite me? Moreover, how did the two rascals, Chu Han and Shanks, suddenly engage in combat? Their relationship has always been quite amicable. It was Chu Han who proposed the sparring match." Rayleigh smirked slightly and remarked, "Of course, my encouragement played a part in this. Ha ha ha. I knew this matter could not be detached from me. Both Shanks and Chu Han are rather unfortunate to have you as their master." Roger chuckled. "Does this not count as a brotherly conflict?" "Certainly not," Rayleigh replied with a roll of his eyes, exasperated. "It is merely a spar, and it benefits both Chu Han and Shanks. One can only enhance their strength through battle. You are not unaware of this principle." "That is a valid point," Roger mused, narrowing his eyes as he observed the fierce struggle between Chu Han and Shanks, his brow furrowing. "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" "Perhaps Shanks," Rayleigh analyzed. "After all, Chu Han is still quite young in both cultivation and age. Although he seems evenly matched for the moment, his stamina is a disadvantage. Once he tires, he will undoubtedly fall short against Shanks." "Not necessarily," Roger replied, a hint of pride gracing his smile. "I suspect Chu Han might actually win. Observe how, despite his fierce onslaught, his steps and breathing remain composed. He shows no sign of exhaustion." Rayleigh's pupils constricted as he watched Chu Han, whose expression remained unfazed amidst the chaos of battle. Is that rascal truly just an 8-year-old child? Even a normal adult would struggle to endure such intense combat. Yet he appears utterly unfazed. Has he transformed into a beast? Ha ha ha. I never expected to see a day when you, Rayleigh, misjudged someone. Roger laughed heartily, only to be interrupted by a sudden cough. When he released his hand from his mouth, a faint trace of blood was visible at the corner. "Roger." Rayleigh's expression grew grave, his words faltering. Roger waved his hand dismissively, gazing at the battlefield where Chu Han and Shanks clashed. A bittersweet smile crept onto his lips as he said, "Old friend, I suddenly yearn to cure my ailment." Rayleigh paused before asking, "Is it because of Chu Han and Shanks?" Roger nodded, laughing heartily. "I have come to appreciate the value of life. I am curious to witness how far these two will progress. Perhaps they may even surpass me. Yet, I might not be around to see it. Nevertheless, I shall dedicate the remainder of my life to forging an era where these two can gallantly thrive." Roger declared with a spirit akin to a lion nearing its end, still radiating an aura of formidable power and authority despite his age. "Forge an era?" Rayleigh sighed with a wry smile. "Your ambitions remain as grand as ever. Yet I will support you, for you are my captain, my comrade. This was determined the moment you invited me aboard." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the sound of clashing echoed. Bang, bang, bang. This time, it was Shanks who launched a fierce assault. The wooden sword in Shanks' hand moved with unparalleled swiftness after a fervent engagement moments ago. His strikes grew increasingly rapid, to the point where, even with Chu Han's keen eyesight, he felt an inexplicable sense of being unable to grasp the situation. Chu Han furrowed his brow as he felt the tempestuous winds generated by Shanks wielding his wooden sword. Several times, he narrowly avoided disaster. This was without Shanks employing his haki. One could only imagine the extent of his strength if he did. It was no wonder that in the future, he would contend with the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. In a duel of swordsmanship, Shanks' skills with the sword were formidable. "Chu Han, I'm about to get serious. How about you?" Shanks exclaimed, a hearty laugh escaping him as he swung his wooden sword. "Serious? Then I shall also begin to take this seriously," Chu Han replied, dodging with agility, his eyes narrowing slightly. Speaking in a calm tone, boom. The clash of their swords echoed like thunder as they collided once more, with both Chu Han and Shanks leveraging the momentum to retreat gracefully to the ground, locking eyes with fierce determination, akin to dragons and tigers engaged in a fierce battle. "Are you implying that you have yet to exert your full strength?" Shanks asked, astonished. At that moment, Chu Han had already shed his cumbersome armor. Exhaling softly as he regarded Shanks with a frosty gaze, a smile playing on his lips. "Aren't you the same? Very well. Let us engage in a full-scale battle," Shanks declared with a hearty laugh, then charged towards Chu Han with a thunderous step, his demeanor transforming entirely. "Kill!" Chu Han scoffed, his dragon blood surging within him. And with the removal of his burdens, his speed escalated dramatically as he ferociously met Shanks' advance with his sword, Murakumo. Rumbling. In an instant, both their eyes widened, their powers seemingly amplified, as if their swordplay had suddenly accelerated by a considerable margin. Each strike was swifter and heavier than the last. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, both warriors fighting with reckless abandon, evenly matched, their clash intensely fierce. Rumbling. Just then, a resounding roar echoed from the sea. Massive splashes erupting beside the red-haired pirate ship, the Black Pearl, as gigantic warships gradually emerged before it. Chapter 10, Monkey D. Garp rumbling. The colossal waves splashed against the ship's side, causing the Black Pearl to sway perilously, threatening to capsize. "What is happening? An enemy attack?" Shanks shouted in alarm. At this moment, Chu Han also ceased fighting, his brow furrowed as he gazed ahead at the enormous ships rising from the depths, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. The Navy? Or could it be pirates once more? "Captain!" At that moment, Buggy rushed out from the rear of the ship, panic evident in his voice. "It's the Navy." Upon hearing this, Roger stepped onto the ship's bow, observing the colossal vessels enveloped in bubbles, continually surfacing from the sea. His brow furrowed as he turned to Rayleigh. Uncertainty etched on his face. "Rayleigh, when we arrived here, we should have conducted a reconnaissance, right? How could so many bubble-coated ships suddenly appear from the depths?" "Indeed." Rayleigh nodded. "They likely took advantage of our attention being diverted to the battle between Chu Han and Shanks, stealthily approaching with bubbles from the ocean's depths. But which faction possesses so many ships? It must surely be that scoundrel Carp, and it seems the world government is unwilling to let me, the Pirate King, escape their grasp. As long as I draw a breath, those 5 at the top will likely find no peace." Roger laughed heartily, undeterred by the impending crisis. Observing Roger's smug demeanor, Rayleigh offered a slight smile and refrained from countering him, though he harbored concerns about whether the Navy would truly send only Carp to execute such a grand offensive. "The Navy?" Chu Han furrowed his brow as he gazed at the approaching ship, which bore a large sail emblazoned with a design resembling a seagull, the very emblem of the Navy's justice. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated from above. A massive iron ball, tethered to the naval vessel, sliced through the air in a parabolic descent. Upon hearing that sound, the crew of the pirate ship instinctively looked up towards the source. They were momentarily stunned. A middle-aged man clung to the chain connecting the colossal iron ball, his other hand gripping the railing of the warship as he soared towards them. What was most astonishing was that there was not a trace of pain on his face, despite the tremendous force exerted by the pull. Instead, he glared at them with fierce anger. Truly a madman. Rayleigh snapped back to reality, adjusting his gaze as he spoke. Ah, that carp, ever the same. Upon our first encounter, he either hurls balls or cannonballs, Roger lamented, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Boom. Two resounding crashes echoed as the enormous iron ball and the warship plunged into the sea simultaneously, sending colossal waves surging outward in all directions. The waves, ominous and towering like a tsunami, crashed down with a deafening roar, causing the Black Pearl to lurch violently, akin to a fragile leaf adrift in a raging storm. On the verge of being engulfed, everyone held on tight. Do not let go, Rayleigh shouted, as the other members of the Roger pirates, who had rushed out, gripped the railing with alarm, fearing being swept into the abyss. Such formidable waves, if one were to be caught in them, would certainly shred an ordinary person to pieces. After securing his grip, Chu Han instinctively gazed at the descending warship, a glimmer of disbelief flickering in his eyes. Remarkably, they seemed unharmed. Were their vessels constructed of steel? As the warship rested low in the water, its hull encased in iron, the impact merely caused a slight deformation. The vessel descended steadily without sinking. In contrast, the enormous iron ball, due to the significant density differential with seawater, plummeted directly to the ocean floor. Given the proximity to the coast, it sank only 30 to 40 meters before coming to rest, and the length of the iron chain ensured that the warship remained afloat. As the warship stabilized and began to rise, a middle-aged man, nearly thrown into the sea by the force of descent, stirred, grasping the railing with his left hand. He exerted himself and leaped onto the deck. Upon his arrival, he uttered words that incited an impulse to silence him. How can you all be asleep? This is unacceptable. Upon our return to headquarters, I shall rigorously train you. Do not compare us to a creature like you. It was quite uncomfortable. I nearly thought I would perish. The sailors aboard the warship were elite members summoned from the naval headquarters, each possessing remarkable physical prowess, though they had been jolted to the deck by the unsettling force. None were injured. However, the experience left them shaken, as they felt their innards had been displaced by the violent tremors. All right, soldiers, quickly bring me 10,000 shells. The middle-aged man, tugging at the white cloak draped over his shoulder, tilted his head as he cracked his knuckles, emitting a series of cracking sounds, and walked toward the front of the warship. The moment his command resonated, the sailors, who had been reclining on the deck, sprang to their feet, saluting in unison, responding, "Yes." As the man approached the bow of the warship, a row of iron racks holding 200 cannonballs stood ready. Roger, did I not declare that I seek to engage you in a decisive battle? How many times must you flee? The middle-aged man glared furiously at Roger aboard the pirate ship. Kapu, I have likewise stated that I have unfinished business to attend to and cannot engage you in a fight to the death, Roger retorted defiantly, meeting the glare of the enraged man. This descending figure was none other than Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, known for his iron fists. Upon hearing those words, a fleeting silence crossed the face of Karp, who was engulfed in anger. From their first encounter in his youth, Karp had always regarded Roger as his true rival. Naturally, to be considered an opponent by Karp meant that one was a formidable character. Now, as a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, he had repeatedly declined Steelbone's offers for promotion to admiral, all in pursuit of the freedom to roam the seas and effectively pursue Roger. Perhaps ending his life in a mutual refutation with his greatest adversary would not be so bad after all. However, reality seldom aligns with one's desires. The interpretation of history, the resurrection of ancient weapons, the ambitions of the Golden Lion, and Roger's insatiable thirst for recognition, compounded by the turbulent currents of the world, were all intolerable to the world government. Especially after Roger conquered the Grand Line and ascended to the throne of the king, the rampant spirit of piracy surged forth, plunging the authority of the world government to an all-time low, causing a seismic shift in the global landscape overnight. Thus, when Sengoku proclaimed that the eradication of Roger would alleviate this perilous and tumultuous world, potentially bringing an end to this era of pirates, the high ranks of the Navy and the world government unanimously concurred. That very day, the decree was issued. stating that as soon as Roger's crew entered the initial segment of the Grand Line from the New World, the annihilation operation would commence. As a vice admiral, Karp felt a certain kinship with Roger, a pirate who cherished freedom. Yet, as adversaries, one must be prepared for the inevitable. However, this realization struck him too swiftly, leaving Karp somewhat disoriented. He had envisioned a final, climactic battle with Roger. Regardless of who emerged alive, he would have no regrets. Little did he know that this man would reject him time and again. At this point, Karp's anger ignited. Veins bulged on his forehead as his fist clenched tightly. And he shouted, "Do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Karp uttered those words, flames engulfed the ships at the bay, igniting the ammunition stored within, unleashing a series of deafening explosions. It was as if the fury within Karp had reached a boiling point, erupting uncontrollably. Roger, bracing himself against the ship's railing, disregarded the tumultuous vibrations and fierce winds caused by the blasts, his gaze firmly fixed on Karp's face. Though the distance was considerable, to Roger, it mattered little, for he could sense Karp's unwavering determination from afar. He was serious. This was no jest. "Roger, you cannot truly intend to confront Karp." Rayleigh's expression grew grave as he observed Roger's profile. "I apologize, Karp, but my journey cannot pause at this juncture. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you." Roger gazed at Karp with a face full of remorse, choosing not to respond to Rayleigh's words. He said, "Rayleigh, the ship will remain here. I will hold Karp back. You go and ascertain that matter." Upon hearing Roger's words, Rayleigh turned to glance at the naval warship, which was hundreds of meters away from the Black Pearl. Nodding in agreement, he did not bother to shed his clothes, but instead leapt directly into the sea, employing a frog kick. In just 3 strokes, he swam into the distance and disappeared beneath the waves. Karp was momentarily taken aback but made no move to hinder Rayleigh. Simultaneously, he grasped the cannonballs that had just been pushed over by soldiers on a nearby iron frame. As he made contact with the cannonballs, Karp activated his armament hockey, hardening his arms into a darkened form. He then enveloped the cannonballs with the same hockey, augmenting their offensive capability and explosive power. "Listen up, everyone. After holding out for a while, it will be time for us to depart, so prepare yourselves to face Karp's meteor shower of cannon fire." As Rayleigh vanished and Karp seized the cannonballs, Roger understood the nature of the battle ahead and called out to his crew. A collective "oh" resonated among those present, including Chu Han. Yet, while they shouted, Chu Han subtly turned his gaze around, his eyes narrowing as a glimmer of insight flickered within. He mused, "This area is unexpectedly a windless zone. It seems the Navy has long been plotting." However, he remained intrigued by the methods Rayleigh and Roger might employ to escape this windless predicament. Knowing Roger's future, Chu Han felt no trepidation about the current situation. Instead, he regarded the boisterous Roger with a sly grin. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters behind the Black Pearl, beneath the surface of the sea, 5 massive Navy warships gradually surfaced, their hulls gleaming. On the deck of one ship stood a middle-aged man with frog-shaped glasses, who slightly lifted his head to gaze at the Black Pearl, which was locked in confrontation with Karp, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. "Gold, Roger, becoming the Pirate King is no easy feat today. You shall meet your end." This man was none other than Admiral Sengoku, one of the Navy's paramount forces. Chapter 12, The Impending Great Battle Above the Vast Ocean. Within the windless zone, Roger, already well acquainted with Karp's aggressive tactics, adopted a defensive posture before the cannonballs could arrive. He was determined not to let his guard down, lest it lead to a catastrophic fate for the ship and its crew. Thus he retreated while maintaining his defenses. Boom! Amidst the barrage of cannonballs raining down like meteors, the Black Pearl maneuvered gracefully through the chaos, akin to a nimble fish, as countless cannonballs narrowly grazed its hull, crashing into the sea and sending forth towering waves. Blue. Rayleigh, how is it going?" As the cannonball approached, Roger retrieved his transponder snail and inquired. "The matter has been confirmed, albeit the location is rather peculiar. It is positioned directly behind the old geezer Karp's warship, where Rayleigh emerged from the sea, furrowing his brow as he spoke into the transponder snail. "Is that so?" Understanding Rayleigh's demeanor, Roger glanced at the naval warships that had encircled his vessel unbeknownst to him, a decisive expression gracing his countenance. He then hung up the transponder snail and smiled at his comrades sitting defensively behind him. "Lads, Rayleigh just sent word. We can set sail now. The Navy shall not capture us." "I knew the captain would have a plan." Kurokus chuckled, stroking his white beard. "Captain, what shall we do next?" Shanks inquired with curiosity, while Chu Han turned his gaze towards Roger, his eyes narrowing in anticipation of insight. In response, Roger pointed towards the sea behind Karp's warship and said with a hearty laugh, "What we must do next is break through the Navy's encirclement and reach the rear of that warship. Once there, we shall be safe. So, everyone, let us commence our escape." A chorus of cheers erupted from the crew. Meanwhile, on the naval warship, Karp, who was venting his frustrations, was abruptly interrupted by an officer bearing news. "What? Did I not instruct you to let me handle Roger?" Karp's face flushed with rage, his grip on a cannonball causing it to shatter and explode. However, with a swift motion of his hand, the force of the explosion was dissipated by Karp's overwhelming gale. The reporting officer, unfazed and accustomed to Karp's temper, continued, "Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Sengoku insists that the situation in the New World is increasingly tumultuous. If we do not corner Roger and his crew enough—" "I understand." Karp interjected impatiently before the officer could finish. With fury etched on his face, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the Black Pearl, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "Has that rascal Roger finally decided to confront me instead of fleeing?" At that moment, the speed of the Black Pearl surged, darting towards Karp's ship like an arrow, closing the distance in an instant. "Ha, Roger? Come forth and engage me in a duel to the death," Karp bellowed, unperturbed by the rapidly approaching Black Pearl, laughing heartily, radiating confidence. "Since you seek battle, Karp, I shall oblige you." Roger stood at the bow of the ship, unyielding against the raging winds, boldly locking eyes with Karp, his voice booming with authority. Boom. Before his words faded, an immense aura suddenly erupted from Roger. He swiftly drew the long sword from his waist, and just as the Black Pearl was about to collide with the warship, he made his move. A sword energy, slicing through the heavens, was unleashed. But its target was not Karp. Rather, it was the sea surface between the warship he commanded and the adjacent vessel. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the sky, the colossal sword energy vanished, revealing a profound chasm on the sea surface. The boundless waters surged violently to either side, conjuring waves reminiscent of a tsunami, instantly forcing apart the warships that had been trapped in between. In the blink of an eye, a vast marine passage emerged before Roger, as if the ocean itself was willingly yielding to his formidable presence, creating a spectacular scene. "Is this the might of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger? Truly formidable." On board, Chu Han gazed in astonishment at the breathtaking spectacle and the imposing figure of Roger, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, a glint of golden light flickered in his narrowed gaze, and his grip on Muramesa tightened. An aura of resolute strength emanating from him. He murmured to himself, "Power and authority? This is the essence of strength. It is powerful and dignified, instilling a sense of awe. However, one day, I shall surpass this, strong enough to instill fear and command submission from all." As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a look of determination spread across Chu Han's face as he fixed his gaze on Roger's silhouette at the ship's bow, as if to engrave it in his memory. For this figure would become the target he aimed to surpass in the future. Sensing something, Roger glanced back slightly and met Chu Han's gaze, offering him a reassuring smile. Chu Han reciprocated with a smile, though the meaning behind it was known only to him. Roger. At that moment, Karp, having forcibly regained control of his warship, seemed to have discerned Roger's intent. He turned to Roger, bellowing furiously, "Are you attempting to escape again? Not a chance." Boom. With that, Karp stomped down, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, his clenched fists enveloped in a dark, armed hockey, charging towards Roger. Ha, Karp, who said I intended to flee. Since you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige." Roger laughed heartily, leaping into the air, radiating an intimidating aura that made it difficult for anyone to look directly at him, charging forth like a mighty army. "Everyone, I will engage this old rascal Karp. The rest of you, protect the ship and ensure the nearby warships do not approach. Set sail at full speed." "Aye." The crew responded in unison, following Roger's earlier directives. The clown buggy and Kurokas dashed towards the helm, while some crew members stormed Karp's warship, wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, Shanks and Chu Han were tasked with restraining the slightly smaller warship. "Since our previous duel ended without a clear victor, shall we have another go?" Shanks remarked, drawing a saber and turning to Chu Han with a grin as the massive warships slowly converged. "Shall we compete on who can slay more foes?" Chu Han nodded slightly. Then with a sudden leap, he bounded towards the warship. Hey, who are you comparing with in terms of killing? I was talking about defeating the Navy." "You ruthless killer." Shanks gazed at the departing Chu Han in silence, offering a bitter smile before reluctantly following him. However, Chu Han did not hear these words. as he had already arrived on the Navy warship, surrounded by countless Navy soldiers as if they were capturing prey. The game has officially begun. Upon witnessing this, Chuan's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any fear. Instead, a cruel smile crept across his lips as his dark pupils transformed into a golden hue. He slightly raised the sword Murakumo in his hand and coldly declared, in a flash of chilling sword light, the cursed blade Murakumo was slowly drawn from its sheath, revealing its wicked, bloodthirsty fangs for the first time before the Navy. Chapter 13, Navy Headquarters, Marineford. As the epicenter of this world and the headquarters of the global Navy, it was supposed to be a bastion of countless iron-willed soldiers, radiating with the brilliance of absolute justice. Yet, an air of gloom now enveloped the place. Just moments ago, news arrived from the G1 stronghold stationed in the New World. The absolute overlord, the Golden Lion, was leading hundreds of ships towards the territory of another overlord, Whitebeard. For reasons unknown, whether it was a collision or a negotiation remained to be seen. Given the current momentum, the likelihood of a great battle seemed high. After all, if it were merely a discussion, the Golden Lion would not boldly command such a formidable fleet. Perhaps if these two titans ruling the New World engaged in conflict, the Navy would undoubtedly emerge as the benefactor, for letting them clash would weaken both sides, irrespective of the outcome. However, the Navy did not share this perspective. The world was in a tumultuous state, particularly since Gold Roger ascended to the throne of Pirate King, resulting in an ever-shifting landscape in the New World, with countless new pirate factions emerging. At such a critical juncture, the meeting of these two giants could not be devoid of significance. The Navy would be hard-pressed to believe otherwise. Moreover, the two highest-ranking Navy forces, Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Zifa, who were supposed to be stationed at the front lines of the New World to eliminate the notorious Gold Roger, the world's most dangerous man, had been redirected to support Monkey D. Garp, whose strength and reputation rivaled those of the Marine Headquarters admirals. Should Whitebeard and the Golden Lion forge an alliance to undertake actions detrimental to the world government, Admiral Zifa alone would be insufficient to withstand the full might of these two absolute overlords. It could even lead to a repeat of the Great Marine Rebellion from years prior, where all Navy forces and strongholds in the New World were annihilated. At the highest level of the Marine Headquarters, in the office of Steelbone, the resolve was palpable. Yes, I will ensure that Zifa does everything in his power to obstruct them. As long as Sengoku and Garp successfully complete their extermination mission, I will have them rush to the New World office at once, Steelbone declared into the microphone he held. Gold Roger has always been the source of calamity in this world. As long as he remains alive, this threat will persist, regardless of the cost. Even if the New World falls entirely, this man must not be allowed to live. Steelbone, you must comprehend my words. Once Steelbone finished speaking, the specialized transponder snail on his desk emitted an aged voice. Upon hearing this, Steelbone's expression darkened. The speaker was one of the 5 elders from Mary Geos, and the implication of his words was clear. Even if Whitebeard and the Golden Lion were to unite and assault the New World, causing all naval bases to succumb, only by eliminating Roger could Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp provide assistance to the New World. Otherwise, they could only continue their pursuit of Roger. Noticing Steelbone's prolonged silence, the transponder snail spoke again. Should you succeed in exterminating Gold Roger, the main forces involved in this operation, along with you, will all be promoted 1 rank. All right, I understand. Upon hearing this, Steelbone's face betrayed no joy. Instead, he appeared somewhat impatient and abruptly cut off the call. How absurd. If I were to ascend from my position as Fleet Admiral to become the supreme commander of the entire military, I would merely become a puppet for you to manipulate the Navy. He gazed disdainfully at the transponder snail. However, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps when I grow old, this position might not be a bad place to retire. The various officers, who were unaware of such high-level secrets, looked at Fleet Admiral Steelbone with expressions of delight. They rejoiced for their commander, for if the supreme leader of the Navy were to rise another rank, he would become the supreme commander of all military forces in the world. This was a position second only to the 5 elders, the pinnacle of power. Despite their thoughts, none felt a shred of envy, as the position of Admiral was already an unattainable dream for them, let alone that of the Supreme Commander, 2 ranks above Admiral. It seems one must stand firm. Otherwise, the new Fleet Admiral may usher in a significant purge. Regaining their composure, the officers solemnly peruse the documents in their hands. At that moment, an officer suddenly burst through the door. What is it? Before the officer could speak, Steelbone inquired, "Admiral, just recently, we received news that Vice Admiral Garp has successfully intercepted Joel D. Rogers' pirate crew in the Comm Belt. They are currently engaged in battle, and Admiral Sengoku is on his way to provide support," the officer reported loudly. "Intercepted?" A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Steelbone's eyes, and a subtle smile emerged on his gloomy face. It seems that the great fish, Gold Roger, has finally been ensnared. In the Comm Belt, they are utterly trapped, unable to escape. The Pirate King? Huh. Such a phenomenon ought not to exist. However, since it has come into being, I shall personally obliterate it. Steelbone sneered coldly. By the way, Marshal, there is another matter. Just now, Admiral Sengoku conveyed some news, stating that the officer hesitated to speak. Upon hearing this, Steelbone paused momentarily. Then his expression hardened as he furrowed his brows. What news? Speak. It appears that Admiral Sengoku has discovered that Major Sokolanki has joined forces with Vice Admiral Karp in this Pirate King eradication plan. What? That brat actually ventured into such a conflict? Does he wish to meet his demise? Steelbone exclaimed, rising to his feet in shock and fury. Meanwhile, within the Comm Belt aboard the naval warship, a tall and resolute figure stood at the bow, gazing at Chu Han, who descended onto the deck. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and from his massive fists emanated faint wisps of heat, resembling a raging volcano. Finally arrived? Crew of the Pirate King. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Sokolanki's expression was icy, his murderous intent palpable as he declared, Today, I shall eradicate you pirates in the name of absolute justice. Chapter 14. The ever-burning GoldenEye the game has officially begun. Observing the scene, Chu Han maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any fear, his lips curling into a cruel smile. His pitch-black pupils transformed into golden orbs in an instant, and he slightly raised the Muramasa in his hand, coldly stating, amidst a chilling beam of sword light, the never-before-drawn demon blade, Muramasa, was slowly unsheathed by Chu Han, revealing its sinister, bloodthirsty fangs for the first time before the Navy. The demon blade Muramasa, one of the supreme 12 great blades, was extraordinarily sinister, and even Roger and Rayleigh had never dared to unsheath it. In other words, it was a blade that mere mortals could not wield. Perhaps only those deemed worthy could handle it. Yet at this moment, the blade that had never seen the light of day was gradually drawn by Chu Han, its chaotic patterns emanating a mesmerizing, ominous glow, akin to a tranquil autumn lake, captivating the heart and soul. The blade hummed softly, vibrating gently as if it possessed a spirit, rejoicing in Chu Han's grasp like a child awaiting its master after many years. He actually came up. What is there to fear? He is merely a child. How strong could a member of the Pirate King's crew truly be, especially with so many of us here? Indeed, let us all charge together. In the name of absolute justice, we shall not be defeated. On the warship, the numerous sailors surrounding Chu Han, observing his calm countenance and the unsheathed demon blade, revealed traces of fear upon their faces. Encouraging themselves, they shouted loudly, "Silence." At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through the naval ranks, washing over them both inside and out, leaving an eerie silence in the corridor. The mere mention of the term emperor carried an overwhelming aura of authority, akin to the commands issued by a sovereign to their subordinates. The speaker seemed less human and more like a being of a higher realm. A breathtaking golden radiance emanated down the corridor, illuminating the faces of the onlookers, revealing their terror and despair. Have you lot finished your prattling? If so, then prepare to meet your demise. Chu Han's brow furrowed as a flicker of cold light danced in his blazing golden eyes. Since stepping onto the deck, he had felt an unsettling sensation, as if a pair of bloodthirsty eyes were fixated upon him, reminiscent of a hyena lurking in the shadows, which caused a heavy weight to settle in his heart. This individual was certainly formidable. With that, Chu Han narrowed his gaze, his piercing golden eyes sweeping over the naval personnel on the deck. The demonic blade, Murakumo, in his hand radiated a chilling light, and the dragon blood within him surged to a boil, unleashing a wave of murderous intent that enveloped the warship. The sailors aboard suddenly felt a constriction in their chests, their bodies trembling involuntarily, as if their very hearts threatened to leap from their chests. Unbeknownst to them, a torrent of cold sweat began to flow down their backs. Some could no longer withstand the weight of Chu Han's golden gaze, collapsing to the ground, their eyes rolling back as if on the brink of unconsciousness. Those golden pupils seemed to harbor an ancient demonic force, compelling any who dared to resist to kneel in submission. Amidst the chorus of kneeling, Chu Han's golden eyes burned like an eternal flame, incinerating his foes before him and subduing all defiance. This was the might of bloodline suppression. Yet, there remained a few resolute souls among the naval ranks who could withstand the pressure of the dragon lineage, though their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Among these individuals stood a youth clad in a hoodie and naval cap, whose expression remained eerily placid. His cold visage and unmasked killing intent immediately drew Chu Han's attention. With measured steps, Chu Han tightened his grip on the demonic blade Murakumo and approached the youth. While the unfortunate naval personnel who lay in his path met a swift end, their blood staining the deck crimson. Meanwhile, Sakazuki regarded Chu Han, who appeared both conspicuous and diminutive as he advanced. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes upon noticing this child, no older than 7 or 8. He was initially taken aback, but swiftly replaced that surprise with a murderous intent. Yet, when he caught sight of Chu Han's godlike golden eyes, a moment of astonishment seized him. This gaze was imbued with a palpable sense of danger. Regardless of the circumstances, any who stood in the way of justice deserved to perish. Sakazuki let out a cold snort, as a voluminous cloud of black smoke and heat emanated from him, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, exuding an aura of terror. At that moment, Chu Han had already approached not far in front of Sakazuki. Behind him lay dozens of dismembered corpses, with blood continuously dripping from the cold, glistening blades, splattering vibrant crimson flowers upon the deck. The remaining Navy soldiers, who had previously held their ground under the pressure of the golden eyes, were now engulfed by overwhelming fear upon witnessing this scene. Instinctively, they took several steps back, clearing a path, which resulted in a blank space forming between Chu Han and Sakazuki. Their gazes collided in an instant. With a calm expression, Chu Han gazed at the astonishing heat emanating from Sakazuki, locking eyes with him from a distance. The golden hue of his pupils reflected the shimmering blade of Murakumo. Gently raising the Murakumo in his hand, he pointed it towards Sakazuki and, in an uncertain tone, coldly remarked, "Are you a Kainu, or rather, Sakazuki? Do you recognize me?" Sakazuki responded, somewhat taken aback. Chu Han slowly shook his head and remarked indifferently, "Whether you recognize me or not is inconsequential. However, I am rather curious, despite your formidable strength, why did you not save those Navy men?" As he spoke, Chu Han flicked the tip of his blade, gesturing toward the fallen Navy officers behind him. These Navy men, who grovel before pirates, are hardly worthy of the title Navy. So, did you intend to use my hand to eliminate them? Such a radical ideology, indeed. Chu Han interrupted Sakazuki with a cold sneer, to which Sakazuki fell momentarily silent, offering no denial. "Well then, your inquiries have concluded. It is time for you to obediently meet your demise, in the name of absolute justice." Sakazuki huffed with a chilling glint in his eyes, his half-body suddenly transforming into a torrent of magma, exuding a tremendous aura as he charged toward Chu Han. Upon witnessing this, Chu Han's expression hardened and his eyes narrowed. He flipped his demonic blade, Murakumo, and a flash of cold light reflected in his golden pupils. A Logia-type fruit, the magma fruit? Fascinating. Such a terrifying ability. I wonder how it compares to Junyan? As he spoke, Chu Han's golden pupils blazed with intensity, akin to the awakening of a sovereign within him. As an overwhelming pressure erupted from his being, the dragon's blood within him surged and boiled, and an ancient, sacred voice resonated throughout the deck. Chapter 15, The Word Spirit. Junyan versus Magma Fruit. In the early section of the Grand Line, within the doldrums, aboard a naval vessel, faced with the terrifying magma unleashed by Sakazuki, Chu Han stood calmly, proud and unyielding, with only his lips moving. No one could discern what he uttered. It was neither a chant nor even a coherent phrase. Devoid of any rhythm, it seemed to be merely a single syllable, break. In that fleeting moment, a visible glimmer appeared at his brow, rapidly expanding hundreds, even thousands of times. This was the domain, the realm of the Dragon Clan's word spirit. With the utterance of that single word, he unleashed word spirit. Junyan. Instantly, a wave of heat emanated wildly from Chu Han, radiating outward, though it initially manifested as the primal form of Junyan. The temperature soared to nearly several hundred degrees within mere tenths of a second, swiftly dispersing the moisture in the air. Within a vast spherical space centered around Chu Han, with a diameter of 2 meters, the air became entirely transparent, visibly distorted by the searing heat, while the surrounding area remained tranquil, the boundary of the domain distinctly observable. This was Chu Han's domain, a realm belonging to a ruler. Within this 2-meter area enveloped by the word spirit, Junyan, Chu Han could instantaneously elevate the air to an extraordinary temperature, then contract it, drawing in the dust particles and inducing a dust explosion, while simultaneously incinerating all combustible materials around him. Within this domain, Chu Han was the sovereign of flames. What fruit ability is this? Sakazuki gazed intently at the figure of Chu Han, who stood proudly before him, surrounded by a scorching heat, yet curiously devoid of any flickering flames. His eyes narrowed in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Maru no Mi? No, it cannot be the Maru no Mi. The power of the Magu Magu no Mi is theoretically a counter to the Maru no Mi, yet this extreme temperature sends a shiver of dread through Sakazuki. As if he had encountered his nemesis. This sudden realization weighed heavily upon him, heightening his vigilance. How absurd. My fruit is the strongest of the Logia-type powers. How could it possibly be subdued by another devil fruit? Sakazuki bellowed furiously. Regardless of your abilities, they will not save you. Your demise is inevitable. Demise is inevitable? Ha! You fool. Do not presume that possessing a Logia-type ability renders you invincible. If that is your belief, then today I shall demonstrate to the world that even the Logia is not omnipotent. At the end of the day, one remains merely human. And every human can be vanquished. Chu Han's eyes narrowed slightly, the golden hue within them blazing with intensity. Although he was not as tall as Sakazuki, the condescending gaze he bore was enough to command attention. Very well. Since you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige. Sakazuki remained unfazed, raising his right arm and clenching his fists, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that surged forth as if conjured from thin air. Suddenly, black smoke billowed from his wrist, flowing into a colossal fist of molten lava. Humph. Seeing this, Chu Han scoffed. A glimmer of cold light flickered within his golden pupils as the dragon blood within him surged violently, an ancient and regal aura emanating from his being, sweeping across the surroundings. Word spirit. Monarch's flame. As if the voice of a sovereign echoed through the air, Chu Han stomped forward, advancing rather than retreating, launching himself towards Sakazuki's molten fist. Surrounding him was an overwhelming heat that dared not be gazed upon directly. And the demon blade Murakumo in his hand turned a deep crimson, as if soaked in blood, radiating an unbearable warmth. Boom. A flash of bloody light sliced through the molten fist, instantly shredding it apart. The once fiery lava intensified upon contact with Murakumo, seemingly consuming something within, causing the magma to convulse violently, as if an uncontrollable force had erupted, culminating in a resounding explosion. The gigantic molten fist detonated, scattering the crimson lava into glimmering droplets that spread across the area. Hiss. The molten liquid dripped to the ground, corroding the deck and forming small, red pits. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Han propelled himself forward, Murakumo undeterred as it surged towards Sakazuki, who stood upon the deck. Chapter 16. Elementalization. Among all devil fruits, the Logia type was undeniably invincible in its early stages. Both its power and offensive capabilities far surpassed those of the Paramecia and Zoan types, especially with a magma fruit that radiated temperatures in the thousands of degrees. One could say that anyone unfamiliar with Haki encountering Sakazuki would certainly meet their doom. Yet, at this moment, this principle was ruthlessly shattered by Chu Han. Boom. Amidst a tremendous roar, Sakazuki's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the lava scattering like sparks. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that his so-called invincible Logia was so easily dismantled by this seemingly insignificant boy before him. Clang. Just then, the demon blade Murakumo, resembling the scythe of death, swiftly approached Sakazuki, launching a fierce strike. Hiss. In an instant, a blade as red as blood, exuding a terrifying heat, descended upon the unsuspecting Sakazuki, plunging into his molten form, producing a hissing sound akin to boiling water, as thick black smoke billowed forth. Under the relentless heat, the scalding lava began to vaporize. Upon witnessing this, Sakazuki's expression transformed into one of sheer terror. He suppressed the blood in his mouth, letting out a cold snort as he retreated, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. His furious gaze rose to meet the figure of Chu Han hovering above. At that moment, Chu Han descended gracefully from the air, his countenance indifferent as he confronted Sakazuki's glare. His golden eyes shone with a divine radiance, exuding an unparalleled authority that made Sakazuki squint in discomfort. You, Sakazuki growled, ever since you acquired this ability, I presume you have yet to feel any pain? Chu Han, having landed elegantly, stood with pride, his blade in hand, coldly observing Sakazuki. Sakazuki's face darkened. He realized the young man spoke the truth. The previous strike had indeed inflicted intense pain, his blood roiling within. Had he not evaded swiftly, he had no doubt that the blade would have cleaved him in two. Gradually straightening his posture, he touched his abdomen, feeling the faint trickle of blood, his gaze fixed on the frigid Chu Han as he spoke. "How can you remain unafraid of my magma and still attack me? What devilish fruit have you consumed?" "Devil fruit?" Chu Han paused slightly, surveying the surrounding domain of Junyan, then replied with a faint smile, "If you say so, then so be it. As for the reason, do you truly believe I owe you an explanation?" In truth, Chu Han understood well that the magma fruit was indeed one of the pinnacle fruits of the natural type. Had it not been for Junyan's restraining influence, he would likely have been unable to approach Sakazuki at all. This battle might have been lost before it even began. Fortunately, Sakazuki was not yet the Akainu of the future, his mastery of the fruit's capabilities far inferior to the heights reached during the Marineford War 2 decades hence. Coupled with the terrifying heat of Junyan, which could incinerate any combustible material, the magma was merely a byproduct of incomplete combustion. Thus, Junyan could effortlessly evaporate the magma, granting Chu Han the confidence to engage Sakazuki in combat. At this moment, Junyan was undoubtedly Sakazuki's nemesis, even a nightmare. Seeking death. Upon hearing Chu Han's haughty words, fury erupted upon Sakazuki's face, an intense heat radiating from him as his right arm transformed into a magma hound. Lunging violently toward Chu Han. "Since you refuse to speak, then you shall never speak again. Word spirit, Junyan." Seeing this, Chu Han furrowed his brow, letting out a cold snort as the Junyan domain erupted without restraint. The searing temperatures ignited the air, and a multitude of flames surged forth, morphing into fiery serpents that met the oncoming magma hound. With a fierce roar, the magma hound clamped down on a fire serpent. But the numerous fire serpents fought back valiantly, colliding with the hound and canceling each other out. Meanwhile, Sakazuki stepped forward, his left hand morphing into a claw of crimson hues, molten lava coursing through it as he aimed to crush Chu Han's skull with a ferocious swipe. Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly, bending his body as he sheathed the village rein. His blazing golden pupils ignited, and the dragon blood surged within him, releasing a torrent of heat, enveloping the surroundings with an ancient and imposing aura. As the village rein entered its sheath, Chu Han's eyes, which had been slightly squinted, suddenly widened, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, as an overwhelming force erupted forth. With a swift motion, he declared, "Iato / the cold." Icy voice resonated sharply as Chu Han transformed into a shadow, instantly colliding with Sakazuki, their backs now facing each other. A crisp sound echoed as Sakazuki's left wrist appeared to be severed by a sharp blade, plummeting to the ground and morphing into red-hot magma. Subsequently, Sakazuki flicked his left arm, from which magma flowed, and coldly turned around to face the equally resolute Chu Han. "Your earlier move was quite commendable," Sakazuki remarked coldly. "Such needless chatter," Chu Han retorted with a disdainful snort, sheathing the village rein and furrowing his brow as he regarded the unscathed Sakazuki, silently contemplating. Has he already mastered elementalization? Truly worthy of being one of the future 3 admirals, even when countered by the flames of the sovereign. He can swiftly devise a countermeasure. This battle promises to be increasingly intriguing. Chapter 17, The Duel of Kings and Admirals. Elementalization is the innate ability of the nature-type fruit, allowing the user to transmute their physical form into natural elements, liberating them from the confines of corporeality, thus rendering them impervious to physical attacks, except from opposing entities, Haki and Sea Stone. It can be said that elementalization is a glitch for nature-type users, and even Haki cannot entirely suppress them. For instance, during the Marineford War, Sakazuki, while in a state of elementalization, endured a slash from Whitebeard's conqueror's Haki, sustaining only a minor injury rather than death. The primary reason for this is that Sakazuki, sensing Whitebeard's impending assault through observation Haki, preemptively elementalized, causing most of Whitebeard's attack to miss. This explains why Chu Han's lethal strike failed to injure Sakazuki. I did not expect the current young Akainu to have already mastered Haki. This complicates matters. Chu Han furrowed his brow as he observed the now restored Sakazuki, his grip on village rein tightening as he mused. From Sakazuki's ability to elementalize and advance, Chu Han recognized the likelihood that his opponent had mastered Haki, enabling him to foresee and evade that earlier strike. Although Chu Han had yet to master Haki himself, he was well aware of its formidable nature. Observation Haki heightens the senses, allowing one to perceive the life force and emotional fluctuations of nearby beings, also serving to foresee and evade danger. Armament Haki enhances one's defensive capabilities, functioning akin to an invisible armor, It can also manifest as offensive power, enabling one to contend with the abilities of devil fruit users, even allowing contact with the physical forms of natural-type fruit users. This makes it the sole means of counteracting natural-type devil fruit powers in existence. Conqueror's Haki. A manifestation of spiritual strength can incapacitate those with weaker mental fortitude, allowing for widespread release, though it proves ineffective against those of formidable mental resilience. At this juncture, Sakake's previous actions indicate his mastery of observation haki, while his command over armament haki remains uncertain. According to the original narrative, he lacks Conqueror's Haki. Nevertheless, the combination of observation and armament haki is sufficient to elevate Sakake's combat prowess to a formidable realm, rendering Chuan utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. In the presence of haki, the previously balanced confrontation has taken a perilous turn for Chuan. Concurrently, the battle between the Roger pirates and the Navy has reached a fever pitch, with cries of slaughter echoing through the skies as clouds of smoke rise slowly in this windless expanse, enveloping the entire maritime domain. Boom. Kill. Annihilate these pirates. The frenzied shouts of battle resonate from the warships flanking the Black Pearl, striking a chord within the heart. Both the members of the Roger pirates and the Navy are blinded by rage, engaging in a furious melee, the deck stained crimson with blood. Under Captain Karp's command, each naval vessel is equipped with a vice admiral and numerous elite sailors, rivaling the scale of a demon-slaying order. Trusting in Sakake's formidable prowess, Karp refrains from assigning a vice admiral to Chuden's ship, instead dispatching him to other vessels to seal off Roger's escape route. Consequently, during the clash between Chuan and Sakake's, the scorching heat of both the kingly flames and magma drives the surrounding navy into retreat, rendering them unable to intervene. In desperation, they turn their collective assault on Shanks, who boarded alongside Chuan. Though Shanks possesses commendable strength, he finds himself beleaguered by the sheer number of elite Navy forces, sustaining numerous injuries and facing a dire situation. Boom. Thunderous roars erupt from Karp's warship, where the air is thick with smoke, as the pirates of the Roger crew engage in fierce combat with countless vice admirals and rear admirals of the Navy. Compared to the intense skirmish between Chuan and Sakake's, this battle is truly a grand conflagration. In the aftermath, the warship bears little semblance of its former self, littered with dismembered limbs and fallen Navy bodies. Even the deck and surrounding areas are marred with craters and numerous slashes from blades. Ha ha ha, truly deserving of being recognized as my lifelong rival. You are indeed formidable. Come again. At this moment, above the warship, Garp propelled Roger's longsword with a powerful punch, his fist enveloped in an aura of dominance, exuding a billowing heat. Gazing intently at Roger below, he laughed heartily. In response, Roger on the deck coughed a few times, suppressing the blood that surged within him. And with a hint of bitterness, he looked up at Garp, who floated in midair using the moonwalk technique. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his eyes as he chuckled softly. A lifelong rival? Huh. Having you as an adversary in this life may not be such a bad thing, but alas. Perhaps sensing the melancholy in Roger's eyes, Garp paused slightly, and the smile on his face gradually faded. With a complex expression, he regarded Roger and solemnly stated, Roger, you should surrender. You must know that from the moment you became the Pirate King, there was no turning back. The world government will never allow a living Pirate King to exist. So if you surrender, perhaps. Ha ha ha. Do you think I, Roger, am afraid of death? From the moment I set sail as a pirate, I have embraced this fate. Roger responded with a hearty laugh, the melancholy dissipating instantly, replaced by an overwhelming aura of dominance, akin to a lion, though aged, still radiating an intimidating presence that demanded respect. Garp, let me tell you, some things are more important than life itself. I, Roger, shall never perish. For I am the Pirate King. With an authoritative gaze, he boldly met Garp's eyes, laughing towards the heavens. Then I shall beat you into submission. Garp's face contorted with fury as he shouted, his immense aura erupting like a volcano, and his dark, iron-like fist hurtled towards Roger on the deck like a meteor. Come on. In response, Roger's eyes sparked with intensity, and he too unleashed an astonishing aura. The regal might within him brooked no retreat. With a determined stride, he leapt skyward, his fist aimed directly at Garp's. Boom. The clash of fists between Garp and Roger caused the very atmosphere around them to fracture. And from the cataclysmic aftermath emerged immense sparks of lightning, creating an infinite rift in the sky. Chapter 18. The Crisis of Chuhan in the Grand Line. Above the calm belt, the confrontation between Garp and Roger had torn the air asunder, generating a terrifying rift that stretched endlessly across the heavens. On the warship, Both pirates and marines alike halted their battles, gazing in awe at the monstrous fissure above. Their hearts swelled with a mix of terror and reverence for the two formidable beings responsible for this phenomenon. Truly, they were monsters. Was such overwhelming power even attainable by mortals? Meanwhile, this earth-shattering spectacle captured the attention of Chuan and Sakakis aboard the opposing warship. Both men looked up at the terrifying fissure created by the collision, their expressions varying and their emotions profoundly complex. Is this the prowess of the Pirate King? It is truly formidable. This individual must not be allowed to remain, lest he incite turmoil across the world. Sakakis gazed at Roger, who radiated an overwhelming aura, his face filled with dread as he instinctively clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in a silent oath of vengeance. In contrast, Chuan merely furrowed his brow, his countenance largely unchanged, yet a flicker of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Although he had long acknowledged the strength of Roger and Carp, he had never anticipated that their power could be so preposterously immense, capable of altering the very fabric of reality with a single strike. Is this the pinnacle of strength in the world of the Pirate King? Yet, what of it? Despite their formidable might, Chuan was resolute. Given time, he believed he would surely surpass these two, ascending to the zenith of this world and reigning supreme. At that moment aboard the warship, despite their astonishment at the terrifying might of Carp and Roger, the brilliance of their clash had ignited an undeniable fervor within Sakakis and Chuan, stirring their martial spirits. What is this? Are you afraid? Observing Chuan's cold demeanor and his hesitance to strike, Sakakis frowned, a sneer escaping his lips. Afraid? Humph. With your level of strength, you are not worthy of instilling fear in me. In response, Chuan let out a cold snort, disregarding Sakakis. Though Sakakis, who commanded Haki, was undeniably powerful, Chuan's dragon bloodline would never allow him to yield. Moreover, until the final moment, the outcome of life and death remained uncertain. He still had opportunities. Humph. Stubborn fool. Sakakis retorted with a scoff, brimming with pride and self-importance, unable to tolerate the dismissive gaze directed at him. Meteor volcano. Sakakis raised his arms, targeting Chuan, unleashing a colossal punch of crimson magma that rivaled the earlier attack. The enormous magma fist, shrouded in thick black smoke, hurtled forward like a meteor, threatening to annihilate all in its path. Witnessing this, Chuan slightly furrowed his brow, his blazing golden eyes igniting with intensity. As the magma fist approached, he abruptly pivoted his body to evade, commanding with a fierce shout, "Word Spirit! Monarch Flame!" In an instant, a wave of terrifying heat surged forth. Under the dominion of the Monarch Flame, the dust suspended in the air was instantly drawn in, ignited, and exploded. A cacophony of explosions erupted along the trajectory of Sakakis magma assault, akin to dozens of gasoline tanks detonating simultaneously. The monstrous flames surged down the magma path like a fuse, hurtling towards Sakakis with explosive ferocity. Chuan unexpectedly ignited the magma powder of Sakakis with Junyan. The sound of thunderous explosions echoed, resembling the terrifying force of dozens of gasoline canisters detonating, as the entire deck was mercilessly engulfed in flames. Under the oppressive heat, the steel deck showed signs of melting. Simultaneously, Sakakis found himself overwhelmed by the inferno and the deafening explosions. A mere mortal would have surely met a grisly end under such a harrowing assault, but was Sakakis merely an ordinary man? As a gust of wind swept through, the flames dissipated and the smoke cleared. Suddenly, a wall forged from magma materialized before Chuhan's eyes. The wall crumbled, and amidst the sound of heavy footsteps, Sakakis emerged, his countenance unperturbed, untouched by the chaos surrounding him. Indeed, such a force could not vanquish him. Observing this, Chuhan's pupils constricted, a silent lament escaping his lips. His gaze sharpened, he stepped forward, drawing Muramasa from its sheath, charging fiercely at Sakakis. Sakakis merely sneered, remaining indifferent to Chuhan's onslaught, though a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. With a thunderous roar, a shadow suddenly appeared at the edge of the deck. Chuhan halted, and behind him, two resounding blasts erupted, creating gaping craters several meters deep. Subsequently, two columns of magma erupted like volcanoes, sending forth brilliant sparks that scattered in all directions. As Chuhan turned to behold the scene, beads of cold sweat gathered on his forehead. Had it not been for his instinctive pause at the critical moment, he would have surely met his demise at the very spot where the magma had erupted, leaving no trace of his existence. Sakakis, with his mastery of observation haki, had fully anticipated Chuhan's assault. Chapter 19. The arrival of Rayleigh. Though Chuhan's imperial flame possesses the ability to vaporize Sakakis' magma, it remains at a rudimentary stage, far from achieving the instantaneous vaporization of all magma. should he find himself encircled by the molten rock. Even the imperial flame would be of little solace, and Chu Han would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. Moreover, the dragon lineage's innate power of word spirit demands tremendous stamina and energy. Given Chu Han's youth, sustaining it for long would be impossible. If drawn into a war of attrition, it would inevitably spell his defeat, with the ultimate price being his life. With the situation escalating, he realized, I am destined for failure. Simultaneously, Chu Han felt his internal strength waning, a perilous predicament indeed. Should his energy be exhausted, the word spirit and imperial flame would dissipate, leaving him vulnerable to Sakakis, who could eliminate him with the ease of crushing an ant. On the opposite side of the warship, the Navy forces besieging Shanks gazed in horror at the two massive pits belching black smoke and roiling with crimson magma, instinctively retreating to distance themselves from these terrifying entities. The might of this Navy was indeed formidable. It was doubtful Chu Han could endure much longer. Shanks, having repelled the encroaching Navy with a swift strike, looked with concern at the cold-sweating Chu Han in the distance, inwardly lamenting. Though Shanks yearned to assist, the elite forces from the Navy headquarters were no trifling matter. Under their relentless assault, even he sustained considerable injuries, leaving him unable to safeguard himself. Observing Chu Han's precarious situation, he could only silently pray, Chu Han, I am powerless to help, so muster your strength. At that very moment, Chu Han remained oblivious to Shanks' silent supplication, his entire focus fixated upon Sakakis, his gaze intent on the latter's every movement. He was acutely aware that he would soon face the onslaught of magma fists akin to a barrage of machine gun fire. Any lapse in concentration would result in certain death as the molten fists rained down upon him. Your life is indeed precious. How remarkable that a mere child, lacking in hockey comprehension, could evade my previous strike. Sakakis observed, his demeanor cold and taut as a predator poised to pounce. While he currently held the advantage, he dared not underestimate his opponent. Among the adversaries he had encountered thus far, apart from Monkey D, Dragon from the Academy, this young man posed the greatest challenge. A single misstep could lead to his own downfall. However, your fortune has run its course. I shall ensure your demise in the name of absolute justice. A glimmer of lethal intent flickered in Sakakis' eyes as he coldly snorted, raising his arm once more to unleash the earlier meteor volcano against Chu Han. The earth trembled. In an instant, a barrage of crimson magma fists erupted forth like a relentless machine gun, enveloping the air with a suffocating black smoke. Even with the explosive force of Junyan, Chu Han could only narrowly evade the onslaught. Reluctantly, he began to close the distance to Sakakis, unwilling to allow any further separation. Boom. The incessant explosions behind him left Chu Han with neither the time nor the inclination to witness the chaos unfolding in his wake. He was acutely aware that his only chance to eliminate Sakakis lay in close combat, relying on Junyan to suppress him, a solitary path to survival. As he drew closer to Sakakis, evading attacks became increasingly arduous. It seemed Sakakis had deduced Chu Han's peculiar fruit abilities and was intent on preventing him from approaching, thus accelerating the rate of the meteor volcano's projectiles. At this rate, I will inevitably be struck. How infuriating. Using the magma splattered by Junyan, Chu Han finally seized a fleeting opportunity to catch his breath, a deep frown etched upon his brow. What other options remain? If only I possessed Kenbunchika Haki or could summon a second word spirit. A Kemaitashi would suffice. At least I wouldn't be so reactive. He recalled the Dragon Clan's word spirits, which boasted effects akin to Kenbunchiku, even surpassing it. A flicker of fervor ignited in Chu Han's eyes at the thought. Regrettably, the system had yet to issue a second side quest, leaving him in this helpless predicament. Just as Chu Han pondered this, Sakakis immediately detected a slight opening and seized the moment to launch a magma fist. Bang! In the next heartbeat, a wave of scorching red energy surged toward Chu Han, searing his face with its heat. He believed that should he withdraw Junyan, this very heat wave could render him thoroughly cooked. As the heat receded, the crimson magma fist loomed less than a meter from Chu Han's face. Any ordinary person would undoubtedly exhibit a visage of terror in such a situation. However, Chu Han was no ordinary individual. He was, in fact, a veritable monster, remaining composed and exuding an air of icy calm, as if everything lay within his control. What he required now was tranquility, calmness, and more calmness. Regardless of how perilous the situation became, maintaining composure was paramount. Otherwise, even with the ability to neutralize the threat, losing one's cool could cost him his life. Having just taken a breath to alleviate the oppressive tension, he found himself cornered in this dire scenario. He yearned to chastise himself for his carelessness, but time was a luxury he could not afford. In an instant, the red magma fist was nearly upon Chu Han, leaving no room for further contemplation. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the blade at his waist, word spirit. Junyan, harmony slash. A torrent of scalding hot air enveloped the blade of the village rain sword in an instant, colliding violently with the colossal magma fist. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as the magma fist shattered, scattering molten rock in every direction, transforming into a cascade of fiery sparks that rained down onto the deck, creating a small pit over a person's length. In that moment, Chu Han's gaze sharpened, and he attempted to leap aside swiftly. However, the previous attack had delayed his movements, exposing a fatal vulnerability. The ground trembled as Sakazuki, witnessing Chu Han's evasion, unleashed a barrage of magma fists. Disaster loomed. Just as he raised his foot, a magma fist descended upon him like a meteor, catching Chu Han off guard and momentarily disrupting his reaction. Yet, he had anticipated such a scenario and devised a countermeasure. His blazing golden eyes ignited with intensity. An overwhelming, ancient aura emanated from within him, as if a colossal creature was stirring to life inside his being. Simultaneously, he halted his impending leap, disregarding the approaching magma fist. With his eyes slightly closed, he suddenly opened them wide, unleashing two beams of golden light as he softly intoned, 1-degree explosion. Just as he was about to employ the ultimate technique he had practiced over the past 3 months, a familiar aura surged through him, calming the boiling dragon blood within. He furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance at a massive sword light hurtling towards him. What is this? Haha, Chu Han. I didn't expect you to be in such disarray after such a short time. It seems my training regimen was insufficient. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the immense sword light instantly swept away the molten rock above Chu Han's head, transforming it into a flurry of descending sparks. Beneath the gently falling embers, a tall figure emerged from behind Chu Han, laughing heartily. This imposing figure, adorned with glasses, exuded an aura of formidable might from his resolute countenance. It was none other than Rayleigh, who had mysteriously vanished from the Black Pearl not long ago. Uncle Rayleigh, what brings you here? Chu Han turned to look at Rayleigh, who was slowly approaching from behind, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke in surprise. In Chu Han's recollection, Rayleigh seemed to have been dispatched by Roger to investigate a matter of great significance, one that could determine the fate of the entire crew. Although Chu Han was unaware of the specifics, Rayleigh's presence here suggested that the endeavor might have been successful. Haha, if I had delayed any longer, you might have found yourself at the mercy of others. Roger would surely berate me endlessly. Rayleigh chuckled, shaking his head as he teased Chu Han. Hearing this, a few dark lines appeared on Chu Han's forehead, and his expression grew colder, masking the hint of embarrassment. In truth, he recognized the validity of Rayleigh's words. He was not yet a match for Sakaki's. Had it not been for Rayleigh's timely intervention, revealing his trump card would likely have resulted in grave injuries. However, the bluntness of the truth was unsettling. What was this feeling of being underestimated? It was genuinely irksome. The Dark King Rayleigh? I have long heard of your esteemed name. Seeing you today, you are indeed formidable. Just then, a chilling voice resonated across the deck, abruptly interrupting the conversation between Rayleigh and Chu Han. They turned to find Sakaki's, his expression grim and his eyes glinting with malice. Since you have arrived, do not leave. Both of you shall perish today, Sakaki's declared coldly. As magma began to boil around him, an overwhelming aura erupting forth as he spoke through gritted teeth. Oh, are you challenging me, old man? The young Navy Rayleigh regarded Sakaki's with interest and replied with a smile, Did your family never teach you to respect your elders and love the young? Is it truly honorable for a young man to attack an elder and an 8-year-old child? Humph, what respect for elders and love for the young? You pirates are unworthy of such discourse. Anyone who obstructs justice, regardless of age, deserves to die. Sakaki's retorted with a disdainful snort. As molten rock gathered in his right hand, his murderous intent palpable. So, you shall both die here today. With that, he unleashed a torrent of fiery wrath. In an instant, a colossal fist composed entirely of molten lava surged toward Rayleigh, akin to a fallen sun, its power sufficient to obliterate a massive iceberg in an instant. Ah, quite an impressive move, Rayleigh remarked, his gaze sharpening in surprise, yet his demeanor remained calm, showing no inclination to evade the assault. As if the oncoming magma were merely a snowball, Chu Han stood still behind him, his expression unperturbed, observing the unfolding events with a serene detachment. Boom. In an instant, With a thunderous roar, the area where Rayleigh and Chu-Han stood was entirely engulfed in a massive eruption of lava, the molten rock exploding forth with a cataclysmic sound. Humph, truly seeking death. Sakaki sneered, furrowing his brow as he stepped forward, rising into the air, the magma flowing around him as he coldly declared, "Meteor volcano." As soon as the words left his mouth, countless molten fists erupted from Sakaki's body, raining down like a meteor shower of magma, once again engulfing the positions of Chu-Han and Rayleigh, which were already shrouded in flames. Although Sakaki had never encountered Rayleigh, he was well aware of the latter's reputation and strength. Thus, despite his dismissive demeanor, he remained acutely vigilant, ready to strike again. Boom. In an instant. Amidst the fiery meteor shower, the ground where Chu-Han and Rayleigh stood was submerged in molten rock, black smoke billowing into the sky. As the haze dissipated, several large craters, each a meter wide, emerged, churning with lava that intermittently crackled and popped. These craters were the result of Sakaki's relentless assaults on the positions of Chu-Han and Rayleigh. Lava rolled violently. The searing heat of thousands of degrees instantly transformed the surroundings into a blazing inferno, slowly spreading outward. The flames roared, even affecting the distant Navy and Shanks, who retreated in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the terrifying scene before them. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, amid the swirling black smoke, a clear sound of footsteps resonated. Two figures, one large and one small, slowly emerged, unscathed, before the astonished Sakakis. Chapter 21. Escape. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, amidst the billowing smoke, the sound of footsteps rang out again as the two figures, unharmed, appeared before the flabbergasted Sakakis. Ha. Sakakis panted slightly, gazing in disbelief at the suddenly appearing Rayleigh and Chu-Han, his voice cold as he demanded, "How did you evade my attack? Do we pirates owe you? A Navy officer? Any explanation?" Rayleigh retorted sarcastically, momentarily taken aback by Sakakis' question. Meanwhile, a smirk began to form at the corners of Chu-Han's mouth. Sakakis was already out of breath, indicating that he had exhausted considerable energy, even if Rayleigh refrained from intervening. Chu-Han felt confident he could handle the situation on his own. Upon hearing this, Sakakis steadied his breathing, his expression hardening as his eyes blazed with fury. Unable to vent his frustration, he could only glare fiercely at Rayleigh. Then, he tightened his stance, and with a thunderous crack, a massive sense of pressure erupted forth. This aura? It seemed he had not yet revealed his true power. Observing this, Chu-Han's brow furrowed, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes as his expression darkened. He had given his all in the previous battle. You indeed have no obligation to explain, but do not think you can leave here easily, unless I am dead, Sakakis declared, his face resolute as he fixed his gaze on Rayleigh and Chu-Han, his voice icy. Upon hearing Sakakis' unwavering words, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Chu-Han's eyes, and he tightened his grip around Murakumo, ready to draw it. "If you seek death, I shall oblige." As Chu-Han prepared to unsheath his sword, he suddenly felt a large hand resting on his shoulder. Furrowing his brow, he turned to see Rayleigh, who wore a smile and shook his head. "We are pirates, not executioners. Have you forgotten that your mission is to distract this warship?" Rayleigh pointed to the Black Pearl, which had already navigated beyond the encirclement of the Navy ships, along with others that were gradually closing in. He spoke in a solemn tone, "We do not have much time left, if we do not depart soon. It may be too late." Hearing this, Chu-Han frowned, observing Rayleigh's serious demeanor. He nodded, releasing his grip on the sword, and slowly turned away to walk off. Though he harbored a strong desire to kill Sakaki, he recognized the truth in Rayleigh's words. Their mission was to distract the warship, allowing the Black Pearl to escape safely. Roger had been compelled to engage in fierce combat with Garb for this very purpose, and he could not jeopardize their critical moment. Moreover, even if Chu-Han wished to slay Sakaki, it would not be an easy feat despite Rayleigh's assistance. It would take time to subdue Sakaki. Should the Navy ships close in, with their numerous elite forces and vice-admirals, even Rayleigh's formidable strength could lead to perilous circumstances. Thus, at this moment, Chu-Han chose not to act on impulse, instead heeding Rayleigh's counsel and turning his back on Sakaki to head towards Shanks. "You shall not escape," Sakaki bellowed in rage. His face contorted with fury as he unleashed a torrent of magma, preparing to attack. "Enough of your antics, boy. I have no time to play." At this, a glint of cold light flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. His sword was suddenly drawn, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful aura that stirred the winds, causing his deep red cloak to billow and crackle. Sensing the overwhelming presence radiating from Rayleigh, Sakakish's pupils constricted slightly, He realized that Rayleigh had transformed from a calm figure into a formidable force, and he could not afford to underestimate him, bracing himself for defense. Rayleigh, observing Sakakish's wary expression, smiled subtly and raised his sword to strike the air. A colossal wave of sword energy, crackling with white lightning, surged forth towards Sakakish. At that moment, Rayleigh cast a playful smile towards the apprehensive Sakakish, even waving a cheeky farewell, cautious not to provoke the young Navy officer into a desperate retaliation. With a swift motion, he vanished alongside Chu Han, reappearing before Shanks, who stood in stunned silence for a considerable time. Boom, boom. Rayleigh approached and delivered several punches to Shanks, scolding him. "You reckless brat. Didn't I warn both of you long ago? Your mission is to restrain, do you understand? It's about guerrilla tactics and stalling for time. Just look at one of you surrounded by a horde of Marines, and the other nearly meeting his demise. Do you not feel ashamed?" As he spoke, Rayleigh cast a cold glance at Chu Han, who remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the reprimand. Holding his throbbing head, Shanks grimaced in pain. This is because Chu Han insisted on confronting the Marines. I merely helped him keep these soldiers at bay. This isn't my fault. That reckless lad. Observing the beads of sweat on Shanks' forehead, Rayleigh recognized the deception. Now was not the time for idle chatter. They needed to leave swiftly. With a decisive punch, he ignored Shanks' protests, grasped the back of his collar, and pulled Chu Han, who was merely spectating, before they vanished from the scene. Chapter 22. The Conqueror's Hockey aboard the Black Pearl. On the deck, Rayleigh released the nearly suffocated Shanks and Chu Han, surveying their surroundings as he murmured with a smile, "Ah, it's good to be back. Indeed, the atmosphere of my own ship is unparalleled. Do you wish to kill me, Rayleigh-senpai?" As soon as they landed, Shanks gingerly touched his injury, wincing in discomfort. Chu Han furrowed his brow slightly, gingerly touching the two large welts on his body inflicted by Rayleigh. His cold gaze fixed upon Rayleigh, as if demanding an explanation. "All right, you two rascals, were it not for me, you would have long descended into the depths of hell." Rayleigh paid no heed to Shanks and Chu Han, glaring intently at the two of them. "It's Chu Han who is in danger, not me," Shanks muttered. Then, recalling the terrifying and perilous battle Chu Han had just faced, a curious expression spread across Shanks' face as he eagerly inquired, "Rayleigh, that young naval officer you fought earlier, was he truly that formidable? Did you really have to evade him?" Reflecting on the encounter with the young naval officer, Shanks, despite his lack of understanding regarding the intricacies of the situation, firmly believed that the young officer possessed immense strength, formidable enough to almost defeat Chu Han, compelling even Rayleigh to withdraw from battle. Shanks, do not underestimate yourself. Perhaps that individual is indeed powerful. But you must believe that you are certainly not inferior to him," Rayleigh remarked with a slight smile, reminiscing about their initial meeting in the West Sea. He continued, "Shanks, do not disappoint Roger's expectations of you. And Chu Han, I have been watching your battle with that naval officer. Although you fell slightly short in comparison, you are still young, with ample room for growth. Roger has great hope for you. Do not lose heart. A true warrior is one who dares to confront failure." With that, Rayleigh fell silent and walked toward the opposite end of the ship. Shanks, deeply moved by Rayleigh's words, adjusted his straw hat, lost in thought, before rising to follow Rayleigh. Meanwhile, Chu Han fell into a moment of silence, and a glimmer of determination flickered in his partially closed eyes as he gazed at Rayleigh's retreating figure. In a low voice, he declared, "Failure? There is no such thing as failure in my life. Though I was bested by a Kainu this time, the next encounter may yield a different outcome." In the distance, Rayleigh seemed to catch Chu Han's words, momentarily pausing before continuing on his path. Chu Han, too, chose not to speak further and gradually followed suit. On the vast warship within the comm belt, the battle had escalated into a frenzied clash. Pirates and Navy personnel were locked in a chaotic melee. Meanwhile, Roger and Garp, having reached an impasse in their duel, shifted their focus to rescuing and safeguarding their respective crew members. Both men tacitly refrained from engaging each other's subordinates, wary of provoking a destructive conflict. They were both biding their time. Garp aimed to stall Roger, waiting for the encroaching naval ships to surround them. With the support of a few vice admirals, Garp was confident he could apprehend Roger and his crew. Conversely, Roger sought to delay in order to enable the Black Pearl to break free from its encirclement. When the time came to depart, Roger was confident that under the might of his conqueror's hockey, the Navy would be unable to impede their escape. This is a battle against time, where the speed of the forces on the field is paramount. BR. Roger called out, addressing Rayleigh and the two troublesome youngsters, Shanks and Chu Han. Did you receive my message? He casually brushed aside the approaching Navy forces, pulling out a transponder snail from his pocket. These two rascals are perfectly fine. They are merely witnessing an exhilarating battle. Is that so? Roger glanced at the furious Sakazuki on the opposing warship, his expression revealing a hint of understanding. He then abruptly hung up the transponder snail and turned to his comrades engaged in the fray, saying, "Lads, I just heard from Rayleigh that Shanks and Buggy are unscathed. I was certain they would be all right. Not to mention Chuan. Shanks alone is formidable enough to rival a rear admiral. How could the Navy easily capture him?" A crew member, resembling a sniper, chuckled. Haha. The other crew members aboard the warship erupted into laughter, their fervor intensifying. So what now? Everyone, let us commence our escape. To the Black Pearl. Roger ignored the banter of his comrades and laughed heartily. A tremendous wave of Conqueror's hockey suddenly emanated from him, sweeping across the warship like the arrival of a deity. Chapter 23. The Yellow Sparrow appears a quarter of an hour later, aboard the Black Pearl. Shanks Chuan. I never imagined these two rascals could survive such perilous circumstances. They are truly remarkable. The crew of Roger's ship, having just escaped the clutches of Carp thanks to Roger's hockey, began to engage in light-hearted chatter. One audacious young fellow even started to flaunt his supposed prowess. Hey, our escape was all thanks to me. If I hadn't swiftly set sail on the Black Pearl, Buggy boasted, hands on his hips, puffing out his chest like a proud rooster. Unable to endure Buggy's arrogance any longer, Rayleigh approached and delivered a sharp slap, rebuking, "You little brat. Roger, Kuroka's. And I have decided that you shall serve as Kuroka's assistant from now on, assisting him in drug trials." Buggy, initially ready to retaliate after being slapped, deflated upon realizing it was Rayleigh speaking. However, when he heard the next remark, he felt an urge to flee, just as he lifted his leg to escape. Kuroka's swiftly seized him, grinning maliciously. "Buggy, I have just developed a new drug. You shall be the first to assist me in testing it." No. Fully aware of his inability to escape, Buggy recalled the torment he had endured from previous experiments, struggling desperately. Yet, upon remembering Shanks and Chuan, he selfishly protested. "Why don't Chuan and Shanks have to do it? That's not fair. Fear not, none of you will be left out. It's just that you will go first." Observing the treacherous demeanor of Bakiji in his grasp, Kuroka smirked once more. Meanwhile, at the bow of the ship, Shanks and Chuan were narrating their recent encounter to Roger. "The formidable naval officer you mentioned, is he an adept of a logia fruit?" Roger inquired. His brow furrowed as he listened to their report. "Do you know his name?" "Sakazuki," Chuan replied nonchalantly. "Just as I suspected, if my conjecture is accurate. This naval officer must be none other than the recently ascendant supernova of the Marines, the magma fruit user, Sakazuki." Roger's eyes narrowed as he regarded the approaching Rayleigh with a smile. "What is your take on this matter, Rayleigh? That steel-boned fellow has even dispatched a Marine supernova to confront us. It appears we have been underestimated. But tell me, is this supernova truly formidable?" "Indeed. If I were to unleash my full strength, I might possess a tenfold assurance of overcoming him, though it would come at the cost of sustaining some injuries," Rayleigh acknowledged. Understanding the implications of Roger's words, reflecting on the myriad perils he faced when he first set sail, the fierce competition of his era, the formidable adversaries, the ancient giants, and the relentless emergence of new generations, Roger yearned for a second chance. Yet, despite the world's splendor, there is no such opportunity for a do-over. One must seize the present and infuse the remaining days of his life with vibrant seeds into this extraordinary world. Chuan, the future is uncertain for anyone. To alter one's destiny, one must grasp the present. Perhaps the world to come will be transformed because of you," Roger said, gently ruffling Chuhan's hair while smiling. Observing the latter's persistent cold demeanor and silence. At his words, Chuhan slightly lifted his gaze, complex emotions flickering in his eyes before he nodded faintly. Satisfied. Roger turned to offer solace to the despondent Shanks, but was abruptly struck with a sharp pain in his mouth, collapsing onto the deck. Fortunately, Shanks was nearby, quickly supporting him to prevent him from falling flat. "Roger, are you all right?" Rayleigh rushed to assist Roger, concern etched on his face. Before Roger could respond, a thunderous roar erupted from the rear of the pirate ship. "Roger, trouble is brewing. Carp is hot on our heels." Rayleigh, supporting Roger, cast a worried glance towards the approaching naval vessel. "Rayleigh, based on your assessment, can our ship withstand that immense current?" Roger gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, his tone strained. "It should hold up. After all, this vessel was crafted by Tom, capable of weathering considerable storms," Rayleigh affirmed with a nod. Very well. Let us anchor here. Roger, it seems your condition is far from hopeful, Rayleigh exclaimed, his expression turning to one of alarm. Yet before he could finish his thought, Roger suddenly sensed an approaching presence from the depths of the sea. He abruptly raised his gaze towards the seemingly empty horizon and let out a cold laugh. Haha, I knew that Carp wouldn't challenge me without good reason. I didn't expect you to arrive as well, Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 24. I am the Pirate King. As Roger's words echoed, 5 enormous Navy warships emerged in an orderly manner from the sea before the Black Pearl. A series of explosive sounds rang out as the protective membranes on the warship shattered, revealing the imposing, colossal Navy vessels, equipped with the authority of the Demon Slayer Order. In that very moment, as the membranes burst apart, the cannons aboard each warship swiftly adjusted their angles, all targeting the pirate ship ensnared in thetheir midst. The soldiers and officers stood poised, awaiting the command from their superior to launch a full-scale assault on the pirate crew below. At this sight, Chu Han's pupils constricted, his golden eyes igniting with fervor. He unsheathed his sword, Muramasa, and tensed his body, an inexplicable aura of menace emanating from him, akin to a fierce dragon glaring at the Navy. The chilling intent of his golden gaze sparkled with unrestrained lethality. Calm down, Chu Han. At that moment, a broad hand rested on Chu Han's shoulder. Turning to see Roger, who wore a reassuring smile, he found the ordinary face exuding tranquility and a hint of authority, reminiscent of a king seated upon a throne, unperturbed in the face of countless rebels. Trust me, we will be fine. Hearing Roger's comforting words, the killing intent within Chu Han gradually receded. He sheathed Muramasa, standing proudly, though the vigilance in his eyes remained unyielding, even intensifying. Like a leopard ever prepared for the hunt, Chu Han was never one to rely on others for his fate. He believed that every individual is destined for their own path. It has been many years, Roger, Sengoku stated, standing tall on the deck of one of the warships, casting a sidelong glance at Roger on the pirate ship below. Indeed, it has been quite some time. However, upon our reunion, you bring such a formidable presence. I wonder what business Admiral Sengoku has with me, Roger? Observing the composed demeanor of Sengoku above, Roger comprehended that any hint of discomfort on his part would immediately be detected by this cunning old fox. Such a revelation could provoke a terrifying assault, potentially leading to the annihilation of the very pirate crew he had painstakingly established. Thus, Roger dared not let his guard down. Despite the excruciating pain threatening to tear him apart, he resolutely stifled any sign of unease, choosing instead to maintain an air of calmness. Sengoku, cognizant of the obvious nature of the situation, opted not to respond, unless it was to avoid upsetting his old friend Garp. With his characteristic decisiveness, Sengoku would have already commanded the soldiers aboard the fleet to initiate a comprehensive attack. It seemed Roger grasped Sengoku's intentions, falling silent as he slowly turned to observe the approaching naval vessel, devoid of any dramatic flair. The atmosphere became heavy with tension as none dared to make a move, fully aware that even the slightest action could ignite an all-out war, an eventuality no one desired. Yet, they all understood that the bow was drawn taut, and they were merely awaiting the catalyst for conflict. As moments ticked by, Garp's fleet did not keep them waiting long, swiftly navigating to a breach in the encirclement formed by 5 ships. This gap was directly behind the R.O. Jackson. The wait felt apocalyptic to Roger's companions. Yet as the vessel drew nearer, an inexplicable sigh of relief washed over them, as if the situation unfolded precisely as they had anticipated, without significant alteration. With Garp's arrival, the soldiers and officers aboard the naval ship seemed invigorated, their spirits soaring as if they had consumed a potent stimulant. They understood that Garp and Sengoku represented 2 of the highest echelons of naval power. It was well known that Garp alone had previously cornered Roger and his crew into countless dire straits. Today, with the formidable Sengoku joining him, whose reputation rivaled that of Garp, capturing the infamous pirate Joel D., Roger was surely within their grasp. Garp, ignoring the fervor among the soldiers, advanced to the front of the ship and leapt onto the cannon platform. Although his face appeared expressionless at first, in the next moment, he erupted into laughter, bellowing, "Didn't he see this coming, did you, Roger? The headquarters has dispatched a top-tier admiral to deal with you. Even if you meet your end here today, you should take pride in that. Haha, I knew you, old mad dog, would utter such words. However, I, Roger, shall not be brought to an end today. My dreams remain unfulfilled." As Roger beheld Carp's smiling visage, he too erupted into hearty laughter, displaying not a trace of fear regarding the prior circumstances. "Roger," Carp remarked, I merely wish to remind you of your aspirations. The world has attained a considerable degree of peace. A king is no longer necessary. Such a pursuit would only incite further chaos and fortify the world government's resolve to annihilate you. Observing the amiable exchange between the two, Sengoku, who had initially refrained from interjecting, felt his expression darken upon hearing Roger's final words, perceiving them as a provocation against the world government. However, in an effort to avert unnecessary harm, Sengoku felt compelled to caution Roger, if your pirate crew disbands and vows never to set foot in the Grand Line again, we will. Regrettably, before Sengoku could complete his statement, Roger mercilessly interrupted him. Perhaps to you, Sengoku, we are destabilizing this world, but to me, this is the very essence of our existence. Therefore, no matter the pressure you impose today, I, Roger, shall not falter. Pausing briefly, Roger narrowed his eyes. A faint smile gracing his lips as he declared with exuberance, "For I am the Pirate King." At that moment, his commanding and formidable voice resonated throughout the sky, rendering the surroundings silent. Not a single soul uttered a word, whether it be Chuan or the Navy. All beheld the broad and towering figure with a flicker of respect in their eyes, and homage to a true king. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, he remained composed, exuding the demeanor of a genuine monarch. However, Roger's unwavering confidence suggested an unshakable belief in his ability to navigate this predicament without inflicting harm upon anyone. Chuan furrowed his brow, gazing upon Roger's imposing silhouette at the ship's bow, his mind swirling with thoughts. He stroked his chin, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes as he pondered. What could be the source of Roger's remarkable confidence? Could it be that? Meanwhile, on the other side, Sengoku's expression turned icy as he responded, "Then let us battle." Raising a hand, he gestured downward. In an instant, all soldiers comprehended the signal. Almost simultaneously, including those aboard Karp's vessel, various cannon emplacements unleashed a barrage upon the below. Boom, boom. It seems as though the heavens are favoring the now reigning Joel D. Roger, as the sea begins to whirl in a tempestuous dance. Cannonballs veer off course, plunging into the depths of the ocean, while some even soar towards the opposing warships, resulting in explosive detonations. Fortunately, these vessels are forged from steel, which, while not sustaining catastrophic damage, warps and dents under the force of the blasts. What is happening? Just moments ago, the sea was tranquil. How has such a formidable vortex appeared in an instant? Affected by the swirling maelstrom, 6 warships begin to rotate and drift with the current. A vice admiral, tasked with commanding these ships, is struck with alarm, for each vessel represents a significant financial investment. The mere thought of capsizing one is unfathomable. Not only would the ship itself be lost, but the soldiers aboard would be cast into the tumultuous waters. Given the current turmoil, even the most adept swimmers would likely face doom. Wait, why is the sky darkening as well? As time progresses, the vortex expands, and ominous clouds gather, obscuring the sunlight and shrouding the area in a night-like gloom. With the sky turning black and the vortex intensifying, the warships, propelled by the swirling waters, accelerate perilously, teetering on the brink of capsizing. The soldiers aboard grow increasingly agitated, fully aware that should their vessel overturn amidst such a formidable whirlpool, even the most robust safety measures would offer little hope of survival. "Fools, what are you panicking for? Lower the sails at once," roared Sakakis from the deck of one warship. He had faced many a storm before, yet the suddenness of this event caught him off guard. Now regaining his composure, he swiftly devised a strategy to prevent the ship from capsizing, retracting the sails. The rapid flow of the CS vortex had accelerated the ship's movements, and with the vessels positioned atop the waters, even the absence of fierce winds could spell disaster. Observing Sakaki's calm and decisive actions, Sengoku silently nodded in approval, opting not to intervene. Instead, he turned to the vice admiral behind him and declared, "I leave the ensuing matters in your capable hands." As the ship of the Roger pirates found itself at the very heart of the swirling vortex, the rising tide of the whirlpool gradually pulled it downwards. Time passed, and the vessel became nearly invisible. The warship, too, was subject to the whirlpool's force, rendering its cannon fire ineffective. Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku leaped into the abyss of the whirlpool. Simultaneously, aboard another warship, Garp made a similar decision, mirroring Sakazuki's actions by commanding his subordinates to lower the sails. Without delay, he too plunged into the whirlpool. Although Sengoku's prior command to attack had irked Garp, he understood that as a naval officer, he must embrace the responsibility of his uniform. Thus, he resolved to join forces with Sengoku to capture Roger. In the depths of the dark vortex, Roger's complexion was as pale as a blank canvas. Had it not been for the surrounding darkness, one might have noticed that his face appeared even more ashen than that of a drowning victim. Chapter 26. The Battle. Cough, cough. The pain coursing through his body left Roger gasping for breath. He inhaled sharply, but in doing so, he choked and erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Yet, for the sake of the pirate crew he had founded and the lives of his comrades, Roger fought against the urge to cough and turned to Rayleigh, saying, "Rayleigh, Sengoku would not act so recklessly without a scheme. Once Garp arrives, I will take on both of them. You must protect our comrades. But can your body withstand it?" Rayleigh's concern was evident as he sensed the immense pain Roger was enduring. The thought of Roger facing the Navy's two most formidable forces alone made Rayleigh's expression darken with reluctance. "Have faith, Rayleigh. I, Roger, shall not perish so easily. Trust me." Though the darkness concealed Rayleigh's expression, Roger could intuit his feelings. Nevertheless, to prevent unnecessary harm to his comrades, he felt compelled to reassure Rayleigh repeatedly, ensuring that his friend would not be drawn into Sengoku's treacherous plot to rescue him. "All right. The decision made by Roger is irrevocable, impervious even to the influence of Rayleigh, who, in resignation, can only nod in agreement." Although the exchange between Roger and Rayleigh was subdued, the other occupants of the vessel discerned the undertones of their conversation. Albeit vaguely, it was evident that they could surmise the implications. They remained silent and motionless, enveloped in a palpable stillness. Yet, if one were to draw nearer, they would hear the faint, rhythmic sounds emanating from their mouths, hands, and the tension in their muscles, a subtle manifestation of their suppressed urge to weep and their feelings of helplessness. Even the timid and fear-ridden Baki found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In stark contrast, Chuhan maintained an expression of serene detachment. His eyes, calm as autumn waters, betrayed no emotion. However, the deathly pallor of his hand gripping the hilt of the Muramasa revealed that his inner turmoil was far from the tranquility he outwardly projected. Chuhan experienced an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, one he had not felt even in his battle against Sakakis. Yet, before the towering figures of Karp and Sengoku, he recognized the frailty of his own strength. He could only cower behind Roger and Rayleigh, seeking their protection. "Sengoku? Karp? One day, I shall surpass you both. My destiny is mine to command." Chuhan clenched his sword, Murakumo, gritting his teeth as a fervent fire ignited in his golden eyes, shining brilliantly in the oppressive darkness. Under the weight of Karp and Sengoku's might, he felt an insatiable yearning for something, a force and authority that governed the world. To wield such power is to be the true sovereign of this realm, and at this moment, Chuhan was ruthlessly subjugated by the power and authority possessed by Sengoku and Karp. If he wished to seize his fate, there was but one path: to become stronger than them. As the captain and vice-captain of the ship, both Roger and Rayleigh were formidable beings. Although Chuhan's voice was but a whisper, they could not have failed to hear him. Yet, they remained silent, their eyes reflecting mutual admiration and reassurance. Meanwhile, above the whirlpool, as Sengoku and Karp descended, they swiftly employed the six styles through, propelling themselves mid-air with a powerful recoil. They soared gracefully, refusing to squander time. Sengoku, radiating a tempestuous aura, transformed into a colossal golden Buddha, illuminating the vast whirlpool, while Karp unleashed a volcanic-like energy, swinging his massive fist, hardened with haki, towards the descending Black Pearl. Boom. Even before the strike landed, their combined presence surged forth, perhaps due to years of battling alongside Roger and witnessing countless strong adversaries. The crew aboard the Black Pearl maintained their composure, though some of the weaker members trembled under the immense pressure. Shanks and Buggy, both lacking the strength to withstand such overwhelming might, succumbed to shivers. Prolonged exposure might even lead to fainting. Yet, Chuhan remained resolute, his icy demeanor and fiery golden eyes embodying unwavering defiance. Standing tall against the vast aura emanating from Karp and Sengoku, he forcibly controlled his body, refusing to flinch as he met their descent with unwavering gaze. The blood of the Dragon Clan forbade him from bowing down. Neither Karp nor Sengoku had the right to demand such submission. Just as I desire. Upon witnessing this, Roger's pale visage instantly hardened, and he deftly drew the ornate blade from his waist. A formidable aura, rivaling that of the two individuals above, emanated from him, successfully countering the overwhelming pressure and preventing it from encroaching further. The two colossal forces aboard the ship were momentarily stymied, allowing the onlookers to breathe a sigh of relief. However, this was not a time for complacency, it must be acknowledged that the two most formidable admirals above were such that even their captain, exerting every ounce of his strength, might struggle to vanquish one of them. Thus, they dared not underestimate the situation. Moreover, the current naval encirclement was decidedly peculiar. It could not simply culminate in a straightforward battle. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Regarding Roger's ability to withstand the pressure he and Garp exerted, Sengoku possessed no doubts. It was merely the sight of Roger seemingly desiring a one-on-two confrontation that irked Sengoku. Nevertheless, this was also what Sengoku had anticipated, prompting him to emit a cold snort as he unleashed his full aura to its utmost intensity, preparing for an assault. Sensing Sengoku's escalating energy beside him, Garp recognized the impending attack. Although he felt a pang of sympathy for Roger and considered retracting his fist, the divergence in their positions necessitated a resolute stance. Therefore, Garp held nothing back and unleashed his full power, driving his iron fist downwards with sharpened ferocity. Faced with such dire peril, Roger displayed not a trace of panic. Rather, his demeanor grew more resolute and frigid. He understood that any attempt to evade would render him vulnerable to the devastating blows from above, capable of obliterating his ship and perhaps claiming the lives of his comrades. Thus, Roger could neither retreat nor falter. Yet, as he had ascended to this point, it was not solely due to his desire to protect his companions. Buried deep within his soul lay an undeniable, fervent spirit of combat. Chapter 27. Roger's schemes. How intriguing. Gazing upon the colossal and formidable iron fist, Roger's pallid visage broke into a smile. For long had he contemplated the day he might engage in a contest of strength against Garp. Yet, out of respect for Garp, he had refrained from such an act. However, today was markedly different, for both Garp and Roger had reached a profound realization. Without a moment's hesitation, Roger unleashed the full extent of his haki. Hardening his left fist, he bent his body and leapt forward to collide with Garp's iron fist. Before their fists could make contact, the sheer force emanating from them began to warp the enormous water walls surrounding them. Undoubtedly, both possessed the power to alter the very fabric of nature, even to its destruction. Yet, on this day, their thoughts were far removed from such trivialities. As one fought for the world's inhabitants while the other fought for comrades and dreams. As Roger launched his assault, Sengoku was equally prepared. A massive golden hand began to arch, as if it were compressing countless air currents, forming a radiant orb of white light. Upon witnessing this transformation in Sengoku's hand, Roger's expression shifted, and he could not afford to be complacent. He swiftly drew the blade from his waist, bracing himself for defense. Roger was acutely aware that he could contend with only one adversary at a time. Facing two simultaneously in his current condition would be an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, he believed he could hold his ground against one while defending against the other. Yet, the terrifying potency of Sengoku's devil fruit abilities was not to be underestimated. It was well known that Sengoku's offensive capability rivaled that of Whitebeard, the absolute ruler of the New World. Even in the absence of Garp, Roger was not entirely confident in his ability to withstand the assault, let alone with Garp's presence looming. Sengoku, devoid of any consideration for Roger's plight, showed no mercy. With his very first strike, he unleashed his full might. Bang! Bam! With but two resounding booms that echoed as if heralding the apocalypse. Before the clash of energy waves could even manifest, all present beheld the dawn of the world's end. The confrontation between Garp and Roger unleashed a rift in the very atmosphere, from which cataclysmic sparks of lightning erupted as if born from the fabric of destruction itself. Simultaneously, Sengoku's assault on Roger tore the sky asunder, creating an endless fissure that even the colossal cumulonimbus clouds could not withstand. As if the end of days had arrived, a massive vortex began to collapse, overwhelmed by the repercussions of their ferocious attacks. Suddenly, just as Roger deflected their onslaught, a searing pain surged through him, a warning that he must resolve this crisis before the next wave of assault descended upon him. Yet at that moment, Roger felt an insistent pressure lodged in his throat, rendering his complexion pale and his breath labored. Unable to endure any longer, he erupted into a violent cough, expelling a thick torrent of congealed blood from his throat. Witnessing this, Sengoku's expression brightened. He had long sensed something amiss with Roger, though he and Garp had combined their efforts. It was inconceivable that a man of Roger's caliber could be so easily forced to cough up blood from a single strike, prompting Sengoku to ponder the implications of Roger's condition. Garp, who had always been well acquainted with Roger, felt a shift in his demeanor as he grasped the urgency behind Roger's relentless pursuit of the Pirate King's throne and his hasty retreat from the Grand Line. Only a pirate who could conquer the Grand Line and emerge unscathed would rightfully claim the title of Pirate King. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope flickered across Sengoku's face as he called out to Garp, and without needing to convey further meaning, he launched his next offensive against Roger. Garp, understanding Sengoku's intent, responded in kind, unleashing his own attack. In the face of such overwhelming peril, Roger remained composed, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Riley, initially poised to assist Roger upon witnessing his bloodshed, found himself smiling at the subtle arc of Roger's lips, sensing that they had indeed traversed the brink of disaster. As Garp and Sengoku's strikes coalesced, Roger, agile as a monkey, bent his body, employing its supple strength to redirect the shockwaves of their assaults toward the depths of the sea. Subsequently, he utilized their momentum to execute a deft roll, landing back on his ship, seemingly devoid of intent to continue the battle. What do you mean by this? Sengoku, bewildered, glared at Roger, his face contorted in furious disbelief. I apologize, but the battle ends here today. I, Roger, shall take my leave. Although the pain in my body renders me somewhat speechless, I am inwardly elated, for I have successfully outwitted these two formidable admirals, renowned throughout the world. Did Garp truly comprehend my words? How could Sengoku possibly misunderstand? He hurriedly glanced towards the location struck by the shockwave. Though the sea had already calmed the area, the water level began to rise dramatically. Without hesitation, he urged Garp beside him. We must leave, now. Chapter 28. Escape. Upon hearing this, Garp cast a deep gaze at Roger, whose face bore a faint smile, and then, with a composed expression, he followed Sengoku as they rushed towards the vortex. As the sea level surged rapidly and the whirlpool began to collapse, Roger's crew remained unperturbed by the prospect of their ship being engulfed by the water. Instead, they awaited Roger's explanation with serene patience. Roger, I believe I understand now. However, after this encounter, Sengoku is sure to remember you. Who would have imagined that the brilliant strategist Buddha Sengoku could be so easily outmaneuvered by you? If this were to spread, that old fellow would surely be driven to madness. Observing the lingering smile on Roger's pale visage, Rayleigh soon grasped the situation and laughed heartily. You've deduced it, Rayleigh. Roger responded with a smile, revealing no intention to elaborate further. Instead, he inquired, Rayleigh, are the preparations for our journey to Skypiea complete? Everything is ready. We are merely awaiting the formation of this current. Excellent. Roger nodded, then turned, raising his voice, slightly distorted as he called out, Everyone, hold on to the railings tightly. Do not fall. Yes, the crew replied in unison. Despite Roger's lack of explanation regarding the earlier events, the crew remained somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, Chu Han had surmised the truth, for it was known that Roger possessed the ability to hear the voices of all things. If Chu Han's intuition was correct, then Roger had foreseen both the whirlpool and the rising water level. Roger's intention to engage in battle alone was to skillfully manipulate the shockwaves created by Sengoku and Garp's attacks, thereby causing the seafloor to rupture and release a vast amount of air, which would elevate the water level prematurely, allowing them to escape from Sengoku and Garp's grasp. Roger could assert, without a hint of modesty, that Sengoku was destined to lose from the very beginning. Truly, this man, who had eluded Garp time and again, vanquished numerous notorious pirates, and ultimately ascended to the throne of kings, commanded a level of wisdom that was deserving of profound respect. As he contemplated, Chu Han observed a flicker of admiration in his eyes as he gazed at Roger's retreating figure. In his heart, he mused that during his previous life, many on the forum claimed that Luffy was the second coming of Roger. Yet, at this moment, Chu Han realized that these two individuals were fundamentally different. Perhaps their personalities bore some resemblance, but Roger's intellect was of a caliber that could not be compared to Luffy's single-mindedness. Luffy's intelligence manifested in combat. His extraordinary sensitivity to battle was a crucial factor that allowed him to triumph against stronger foes. Conversely, Roger's wisdom lay in his grasp of the larger picture, controlling the overarching situation with a terrifying finesse that surpassed even Sengoku. Unfortunately, his brilliance had long been overshadowed by Rayleigh, leading many to erroneously perceive Roger as merely a brute with strength, while Rayleigh was regarded as the true strategist aboard the ship. To believe Roger was merely a brawny fool would be a grave miscalculation, one that could lead to dire consequences. In that moment, Chu Han comprehended the profound truth. Some matters are far more intricate than they appear on the surface. To arrogantly rely on one's understanding of the plot could lead to an abyss of despair, rendering one without a place to rest in death. Meanwhile, within the vortex, the scene was chaotic. The whirlpool had disintegrated into a disarray, and of the 6 warships spiraling around it, 2 had tragically succumbed to the relentless torrents. Though not a complete annihilation, the situation was dire. As these vessels found themselves at the epicenter of the catastrophic whirlpool, no amount of struggle could facilitate their escape. "Damn it!" Sengoku exclaimed, emerging from the void of the whirlpool to find only 4 warships remaining on the surface. He cursed aloud, not anticipating that he, the so-called wise general, the Buddha of war, would fall prey to such treachery. Incredibly, without suffering a single injury on the enemy's side, they had already lost over 30% of their forces, a blow to Sengoku's pride. Enough, Sengoku thought. Roger and his crew are not so easily vanquished. Our primary objective now is to assist the remaining ships in escaping danger, otherwise, we risk total annihilation. Observing Sengoku's grim demeanor, Garp felt a mirthful urge to smile, yet found himself unable to do so. The losses sustained by their fleet were undeniable, and if they failed to provide aid, complete destruction was a distinct possibility. Suppressing his amusement, Garp offered a reminder. Humph. Acknowledging Garp's counsel, Sengoku understood the gravity of the situation. With a cold snort, he relinquished the powers of the devil fruit and surged towards the 4 warships. Sighing deeply, he steeled himself for the challenges ahead. Facing Sengoku's cold snort, Garp sighed, for he understood that this incident would likely exacerbate the animosity between Sengoku and Roger. However, this matter was of no concern to Garp, who adopted a nonchalant demeanor and flew past. With the arrival of these 2 stalwarts, Garp and Sengoku, although their authoritative presence improved the situation for the 4 warships attempting to escape, they were not yet entirely free from peril. Perhaps the heavens, moved by their plight, unleashed a colossal waterspout that surged forth from the whirlpool just as the vessels were on the brink of capsizing. As the column of water thickened and ascended, it miraculously lifted the 4 ships into the air. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 formidable figures aboard the warships sprang into action, each commandeering 2 vessels. As the ships began their descent, they managed to support them. However, Garp, due to his inability to enlarge his form, propelled one ship away with a mighty punch, subsequently stabilizing another. Consequently, only 3 ships landed safely upon the sea. The vessel that was sent flying by Garp's iron fist, while adrift, had suffered severe damage, rendering it incapable of navigation. Fortunately, Garp's mastery over his strength ensured that the elite Navy personnel aboard sustained no injuries. Yet they instinctively recoiled from him, fearful of incurring his wrath. As the warships distanced themselves from danger and commenced rescue operations for the soldiers who had fallen into the water, Sakazuki approached Sengoku, appearing anxious. Before he could speak, Sengoku interjected, "Rear Admiral Sakazuki, have you caught sight of the Roger pirates?" Taken aback by Sengoku's inquiry, Sakazuki quickly regained his composure and replied solemnly, reporting to Admiral Sengoku. "The Roger pirates have just been swept into the sky by the current. They are likely headed to Sky Island." Sky Island? Sengoku clenched his teeth, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes as he seethed. "Damn it, Roger has outsmarted us again. He must have anticipated this current, using it to reach Sky Island and evade our naval blockade. However, Roger, do you think becoming the Pirate King is so easily achieved? This matter is far from over. One day, I will personally deliver you to the execution platform." Sengoku's fists tightened, his murderous intent palpable, transforming his previously amiable visage into one of ghastly ferocity under the dim sunlight, resembling a frenzied demon. Chapter 29, Rogue Town 15, Please collect, in the East Blue. Rogue Town lies near the entrance to the Grand Line. While still relatively obscure at present, it would become renowned 2 decades hence, celebrated as the town of beginnings and endings. For it was in this very Rogue Town that the legendary Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, was born and ultimately met his demise. At this moment, in the tranquil harbor, a colossal pirate ship gradually approached from the distance, its speed remarkable, and in mere moments, it had docked. Finally ashore. Standing on solid ground feels infinitely more comfortable. This fortnight of fugitive life has truly exhausted me. Once the ship had anchored, a young lad with a straw hat, his vibrant red hair tousled by the breeze, stretched lazily, an expression of exhilaration lighting up his face as he hastily leaped from the vessel. Trailing behind him was a boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to a jester. "TSK, what a pirate you are. A mere 2 weeks of turbulence, and you're already at your wit's end. How embarrassing." The jester boy scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain at the red-haired youth, although his own pale visage betrayed his greater discomfort. Humph, who are you to criticize me? I seem to recall someone who was rather nauseous along the way. The red-haired boy chuckled, disregarding the jester's fury. He then turned to address a boy descending slowly from the deck, a long sword sheathed at his waist, his countenance icy. Chu-Han, now that we've arrived in town, what do you wish to purchase? Shall we venture together? Not at all. I wish to procure some personal items. You and Buggy can accompany each other. Chu-Han replied nonchalantly, shaking his head in refusal before stepping into the ordinary little town. How dull, Shanks remarked, watching Chu-Han's receding figure with a resigned shrug, muttering under his breath. He then turned to the jester beside him, smiling. Come on, Buggy. Uncle Rayleigh has instructed us to replenish our food and supplies, but since we still have time, let us indulge ourselves a bit first. Do not command me in such a tone, Shanks, Buggy retorted, his voice filled with indignation. Yet, seeing Shanks unperturbed and turning away, he hurried to keep pace, and soon the two vanished into the harbor, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, within the bustling streets of Rowtown, a striking young man clad in a white t-shirt and black trousers strolled leisurely, his handsome features exuding an air of cold elegance. His presence turned the heads of several infatuated young women, yet his expressionless face and the long sword at his side deterred anyone from approaching him. This coldly charismatic youth was none other than Chu-Han, who had departed the harbor not long ago. Indeed, Rowtown proved to be as vibrant as its reputation suggested. Although its fame had yet to reach the heights it would in 2 decades, its prosperity rivaled that of the smaller islands within the Grand Line. Truly a place capable of nurturing a generation of pirate kings. As Chu-Han surveyed the lively streets, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes, and a hint of derision curled his lips. Yet this place shall ultimately become the grave of a king, a town of beginnings and endings. How ironic. A fortnight and a half has elapsed since the fierce confrontation between the Roger pirates and the Navy. Despite the passage of time, the intensity of that battle remains vividly etched in Chu-Han's memory, evoking a sense of surreal detachment. After utilizing the currents to outmaneuver Garp and Sengoku, Roger ascended with the surging tides, ferrying Chu-Han and his companions aboard the Black Pearl to Sky Island. There, they deftly navigated the perilous traps and ambushes laid by the Navy throughout the Grand Line, ultimately crossing the Red Line and departing from the Grand Line. Throughout this journey, Roger hastened their pace with palpable urgency, managing to escape the Grand Line in a mere fortnight. It seemed he was acutely aware of his dwindling lifespan, perhaps yearning to return to his homeland or to accomplish some final deed. Chu-Han's gaze narrowed slightly, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features as he sighed. Roger, it is a pity. You would have made a splendid adversary. Engaging with you would surely have been an intriguing endeavor, such a loss. With a wistful shake of his head, he strolled into the bustling street, becoming one with the throng of humanity. Several hours later, at the port, Chu-Han encountered Shanks and the clown Buggy, both burdened with an array of packages. Chu-Han, what is it that you carry? Shanks inquired with a hint of curiosity as he scrutinized the sizable sack in Chu-Han's possession, a smile gracing his lips. Merely some weights, Chu-Han replied nonchalantly, casting the hefty bag to the ground. With a resounding thud, the solid surface cracked under the impact, creating a substantial crater. Good grief. Shanks and Buggy instinctively recoiled, astonished by the spectacle. Just how heavy is that? Shanks regarded Chu-Han with the eyes of one who beholds a monster. The earlier sound suggested the weight of the contents exceeded 500 pounds, yet Chu-Han had seemed utterly unfazed while carrying it. What incredible strength you possess. In response, Chu-Han shook his slightly aching hand and remarked coolly, it's not that heavy, merely a few 100 kilograms. Shanks and Buggy exchanged incredulous glances. Once again, you're at it with the weights, Chu-Han. Truly, you are a training fanatic. After a pause, Buggy finally managed to utter, Isn't it better to enjoy life like us? Seeking treasures when time permits? Haha, Buggy, your words are quite misplaced. You have your own life, and Chu-Han has his own path. It is rather impolite to judge the lives of others by one's own standards. Furthermore, how can you ascertain that Chu-Han's cultivation is not a form of enjoyment? Just as Chu-Han was about to speak, a hearty laughter suddenly erupted. The three turned to find that, at some point, Roger had appeared at the bow of the ship, wearing a cheerful smile as he regarded the trio. But isn't cultivating all day exhausting? We, as pirates, should be in search of treasures, Buggy retorted. Spending all our time on cultivation leaves no room for enjoyment. Haha. Buggy, we pirates do not pursue treasures alone. It is also about dreams. To fulfill those dreams, one must possess formidable strength. Thus, You should learn more from Chu-Han instead of constantly thinking about completing your tasks, Roger replied, shaking his head with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Shanks and Buggy felt a wave of shame wash over them, their faces flushing red. Indeed, while they also practiced, in comparison to Chu-Han, their training seemed almost trivial. Thus explaining the captain's remarks. Observing the two who bowed their heads in silence, and then glancing at the calm-faced Chu-Han, Roger shook his head. The mirth on his face fading, replaced by a grave seriousness as he declared, Chu-Han, Shanks, and Buggy, you three should board the ship. I have an important announcement to make. Chapter 30, The Disbandment of the Roger Pirates. Chu-Han, Shanks, and Buggy, you three should board the ship. I have an important announcement to make. Suddenly hearing Roger's unusually serious words, Shanks and Buggy were taken aback, questioning, Captain, what has happened? Roger shook his head, offering no explanation but instead stated solemnly, you'll understand once you come aboard. The others have already gathered in the lounge. You're the only ones missing. All right. Chu-Han nodded, already having a few guesses about Roger's imminent announcement. He responded lightly and then picked up the bundle on the ground, stepping towards the ship. Seeing this, Shanks and Buggy scratched their heads in confusion, clearly bewildered. However, it was evidently not the right moment to inquire further. With Chu-Han and Roger having turned to leave, the two exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. Chu-Han, how has your training been? Roger inquired, glancing at Chu-Han, who appeared rather indifferent and composed. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, he attempted to lighten the mood with a smile. Not bad. My swordsmanship has improved significantly, and my physical weight training has reached over 1,000 pounds, Chu-Han replied with a faint smile. Excellent. Roger responded with a hearty laugh. However, I have heard from Rayleigh that during your battle with Sakazuki, you seem to have employed a certain ability of tremendous power. Is that a devil fruit ability? At this, Chu-Han slightly paused, inwardly sighing. As expected, the moment has indeed arrived. From the moment Chu-Han's abilities were revealed, he never imagined he could deceive the two peak powerhouses, Rayleigh and Roger. Moreover, the latter possessed the extraordinary ability to hear the voices of all things, making it nearly impossible to conceal anything from them. Therefore, from the very beginning, Chu-Han had prepared himself for this eventuality, though he was somewhat taken aback by the patience exhibited by Roger and Rayleigh, who took nearly half a month to broach the subject. It must be the power of the devil fruit, he mused, uncertain of its exact nature. It was during one afternoon, after boarding the captain's ship and swimming in the sea, that he made this discovery. Chu-Han steadied his nerves, feigning a look of confusion, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, and stammered slightly. Do not be anxious, Chu-Han. I am not here to blame you, Roger said, perhaps noticing the tension in Chu-Han. With a smile, he patted Chu-Han on the shoulder and laughed heartily. I am genuinely pleased that you can enhance your strength. However, you must not become overly reliant on the powers of the devil fruit. There are many ways to counter such abilities in this world. It is your true strength that serves as the best safeguard. Indeed, Chu-Han nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, Captain, I am well aware of that. That's good to hear. Seeing Chu-Han's attitude, Roger nodded in satisfaction and said with a hearty laugh, Now, you must strive diligently. I am eagerly awaiting the day you surpass me. With that, he gave Chu-Han a hearty pat on the shoulder, then turned toward the entrance of the cabin, laughing boisterously as he strode inside with commanding presence. Surpass you? Chu-Han mused, watching Roger enter the cabin. His eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of determination flashing within them as he smirked and whispered to himself, One day, I shall. Within the confines of the ship's dining hall. As Chu-Han stepped inside, he found that, as Roger had foretold, all the remaining members of the crew had gathered. They were seated around a grand dining table, with Captain Roger at the head and First Mate Rayleigh beside him. The atmosphere in the restaurant was somewhat oppressive. Everyone wore a grave expression, enveloped in a silence that suggested they bore some heavy thoughts. Chu-Han, you've arrived. Please find a seat, Rayleigh said, noticing Chu-Han at the entrance, a smile gracing his lips. In response, Chu-Han nodded lightly and made his way to an unoccupied spot. He then closed his eyes, his expression tranquil, as if in a feigned slumber. Although he had surmised the nature of the gathering, Chu-Han was not one to seek attention or play the clever fool. He chose instead to emulate the others and await Roger's announcement. Moments later, Shanks and Buggy entered, taken aback by the solemn ambience. However, under Rayleigh's piercing gaze, they stifled their curiosity and found their own seats. Now that everyone is present, I, as captain, must begin my announcement. This matter has been long deliberated between Rayleigh and myself, And I hope you will all listen quietly until I have finished, Roger declared, his trademark smile illuminating his face. His mustache raised in cheer. What is it, Captain? Why does everyone look so somber? Shanks asked, a sense of foreboding rising within him as he observed the sorrow etched on the faces of his comrades. I'm sorry, Roger coughed violently, looking at Shanks with an apologetic smile. It appears that I may not be able to accompany you on future adventures. What do you mean, Captain? What do you mean we can't adventure together? Shanks shouted, tears welling in his eyes as if he sensed the gravity of the situation. Enough, Shanks. Weeping is not the conduct of a man. Did I not ask you to listen quietly until I finished? Roger's words compelled Shanks to cease his sobbing, drying his tears and choking out. Understood, Captain. Seeing this, Roger stood with satisfaction, his eagle-like gaze sweeping over the gathered crew. Perhaps some of you have already deduced what I am about to say. Nonetheless, I must articulate it clearly. I, Gold, Roger, Captain of the Roger Pirates, hereby formally announce the dissolution of the Roger Pirates. As the words left his lips, Roger was abruptly seized by a fit of violent coughing, his complexion draining of color. When he withdrew his hand from his mouth, the blood upon his palm was a vivid and shocking sight. Captain, Roger. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers, who had been seated nearby, could no longer remain still. They hastily gathered around, their faces etched with concern as they gazed at Roger. In contrast, Roger merely offered a wry smile and waved his hand dismissively, signaling that all was well. Although the crowd was deeply anxious about Roger, they could not voice their apprehensions upon seeing the resolute determination in his eyes, and they gradually returned to their seats. Captain, has your condition worsened? Chu-Han inquired, his brow furrowing with worry. Such scenes had unfolded numerous times over the past 3 months of their flight, and he wondered whether the battles against Karp and Sengoku had exacerbated Roger's ailment. Initially, Roger had only experienced minor coughing fits every 3 days, with minimal instances of blood in his sputum. However, since the last battle, it appeared that his illness had intensified. He now coughed almost daily, and instances of coughing up blood had become frequent. He had grown markedly thinner, resembling a once majestic lion slowly succumbing to age, his formidable exterior no longer able to conceal the impending demise within. Rest assured, I am fine. It is merely a slight cough, Roger replied, shaking his head and laughing heartily as if to dismiss the concern. That simply will not do, Captain. Perhaps we should call Dr. Kurokas to examine you, Shanks urged anxiously. Then turned to Kurokas, who was seated nearby, imploring, I beg of you, Uncle Kurokas, please assist the captain back to rest. To Shanks' surprise, Kurokas, the ship's doctor aboard the Pirate King's vessel, remained unmoved. Instead, he offered a rueful smile to Shanks and said, I regret to inform you, Shanks, that while I would very much like to heed your suggestion, Roger has issued a strict order that I am not to intervene until this meeting concludes. I cannot disregard the captain's command. But, Shanks exclaimed, desperate to articulate his concerns yet unable to find the words. He turned to Rayleigh, hoping he would speak up. But before Rayleigh could respond, Roger began to speak. Enough, Shanks. There is no need for such alarm. I am aware of my own body, although it appears grave. I am not on the verge of death just yet, Roger said with a jovial laugh. Besides, this meeting is about the disbandment of the crew. Why do you all insist on fixating on my health? Is there some misunderstanding? At this, the dining area fell into a heavy silence. No one dared to respond to Roger, their faces betraying their sorrow, and the atmosphere grew oppressively somber. Uncle Kurokas, what is the true state of the captain's health? Please enlighten us, Chu-Han said, his brow furrowed, recognizing that such silence was unproductive. Kurokas sighed heavily and replied, Roger's condition has deteriorated to a critical stage. He likely has only about 6 months left. What? 6 months? Indeed. How could it be merely 6 months, Uncle Kurokas? Surely, you must be mistaken. The crowd gasped, their faces painted with disbelief. Although Roger was coughing up blood, he still appeared remarkably formidable. Not long ago, he had been locked in combat with Admiral Sengoku, and now, hearing that he had merely 6 months to live was something no one could accept. While I wished fervently that I was mistaken, the harsh reality remained. And 6 months was the most optimistic estimate. Should his condition worsen, the captain might not even last that long. Kurokas shook his head, sighing. How could this be? Shanks exclaimed, incredulity etched upon his features as he sank into despair, utterly drained of strength. Is there truly no glimmer of hope? Chu-Han furrowed his brow, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes, lost in thought. Kurokas, resigned, merely shook his head, indicating that they were powerless to change the situation. In response, the group fell silent once more, heads bowed, expressions dimmed. Shanks and Buggy, unable to contain their sorrow, began to sob quietly. Just then, Roger's boisterous voice broke through the oppressive atmosphere. Why the long faces? I'm not dead yet. Save your tears for when I'm gone. He laughed heartily and then, patting Shanks' straw hat, added, Come now, Shanks, a man mustn't wear such a woeful expression. You bear my hat and have vowed to surpass me. As a man, you should face any challenge with a smile, don't you think? But Shanks replied, his expression sorrowful, hesitating as if grappling with his words. Suddenly, recalling something, he shifted the conversation, asking somberly, Captain, have you truly decided to disband the crew? Why? Because I am the Pirate King. Roger exclaimed with a hearty laugh. I have conquered the Grand Line and the four seas. As a pirate, I have reached the pinnacle and have no regrets. But you are different. You are still young, with a long journey ahead, and your future accomplishments may well surpass mine. I cannot hold you back. You must pursue your dreams freely. But, Shanks interjected sadly, wouldn't it be wonderful for us to accompany you on your final journey? Why must you choose this moment to disband the crew? Enough, Shanks, Rayleigh suddenly interjected, his tone serious. As Roger's crew, we must support every decision he makes. That's enough, Rayleigh, Roger interrupted, turning to Shanks with a smile. This isn't a matter of companionship. Even if you were to stay by my side during this remaining time, what would it accomplish? Would you prefer to witness my deterioration day by day until I perish in bed? Shanks, I am the king, the Pirate King. There is no way I will succumb in such a pitiful manner. Therefore, in the days ahead, I shall choose my own path. Observing the imposing Roger, the crowd fell into a profound silence, and in that moment, they all understood, including Chu Han. This is the true Roger, a genuine pirate. A sovereign of the seas who devoted his life to the pursuit of freedom. He embodies the majestic lion and the soaring eagle. He is free. He can dictate his own fate, even in death. In the not-so-distant future, he will depart this world with a smile, under the gaze of all, using his blood to herald an era of liberty, guiding people in their relentless pursuit of dreams. This era is known as the Age of Exploration. Chapter 32, The Cultivation of Haki Sabayati Archipelago, a picturesque island situated at the forefront of the Red Line in the midst of the Grand Line, is comprised of numerous towering trees, with the ground formed by their roots, which emit bubbles. The entire archipelago consists of 79 numbered trees, each adorned with towns and facilities, leading to its designation as the Sabayati Archipelago. These bubbles are produced by the respiration of the roots of the Yalchi mangrove, secreting a unique natural resin that expands in the air to form bubbles that ascend into the sky. The bubbles thrive only within the climatic confines of the Yalchi mangrove. Should they venture beyond the archipelago's atmospheric domain, the resin's potency will be compromised, causing them to burst. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and homes constructed atop bubbles. All aspects of bubble culture permeate every corner of Sabayati Island. Hence, the Sabayati Archipelago is also affectionately referred to as Bubble Island. At this moment, several hundred nautical miles southeast of the Sabayati Archipelago, a small vessel was steadily making its way toward a desolate island. Have we finally arrived? Once the ship docked, a black-haired youth clad in a white shirt descended from the deck with dainty steps. His cold visage, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared strikingly handsome and elegant, reminiscent of a noble gentleman, exuding an air of unyielding nobility amidst his aloofness. Uncle Rayleigh, what place is this? The black-haired youth furrowed his brows as he surveyed the deserted island, densely forested, and turned to a middle-aged man who had just disembarked from the ship. This island is known as Beast Island, and uninhabited not far from the Sabayati Archipelago, and it shall be your residence, Chu Han. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile. Who else could these two be but Chu Han and Rayleigh? As for why Chu Han and Rayleigh arrived at this deserted island together, it all traces back to a week prior when Roger disbanded his pirate crew. Since Roger announced the dissolution of the crew, understanding that his time was limited and recognizing his resolute demeanor, no one dared to oppose him. Even Shanks and Buggy nodded in agreement with tears in their eyes. Thus, a lavish farewell banquet was fervently organized. The crew indulged in copious drinking, clinking glasses and embracing one another amidst laughter and tears, fully aware that such gatherings would be rare. And this would be their last opportunity to revel and drink alongside their captain, Roger. They laughed and cried, guzzled down drinks, sang songs, and succumbed to overwhelming drunkenness. Sprawled across the tables, the deck, and the cabins, with inebriated revelers lying haphazardly, the potent aroma of alcohol lingering in the air like their unquenchable longing. permeating throughout the ship for an extended time. After the banquet, the Roger pirates officially disbanded, and the crew members, amidst tears and laughter, went their separate ways, departing from the ship that had accompanied them through their youth. Shanks and Buggy, citing a desire to return to their homeland, chose to accompany Roger to the East Sea. However, everyone understood that they merely wished to remain with their captain a little longer. As for Chu-Han, Rayleigh used the excuse of him still being untrained to bring him back to the Grand Line, heading towards a small island near Sabaody Archipelago, which is now known as Beast Island. Since we are to reside here, does this mean you will begin teaching me how to cultivate? Is it hockey? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Chu-Han's eyes as he inquired. We can commence training at any time, Rayleigh replied with a smile. As for hockey, typically at your age, one is not suited to develop it. However, after examining your physique, I discovered that your physical strength is remarkably powerful, comparable to that of elite Navy personnel who have mastered the 6 powers. This revelation was quite unexpected. Therefore, I can indeed teach you hockey. Yet you must prioritize your physical conditioning. Remember, even if you master hockey, without sufficient stamina, you will be rendered ineffectual. Understood, Chu-Han nodded faintly, his thoughts pondering the extraordinary physical strength, which he suspected was attributed to his dragon lineage. All right, next, I shall demonstrate the 3 types of hockey. Rayleigh's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he smiled. Then, just as in the original tale, Rayleigh showcased before Chu-Han the so-called 3 types of hockey: observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror-s hockey. Boom. 3 minutes later, an enormous mammoth could not withstand the pressure of conqueror-s hockey and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Rayleigh took a breath, wiped the fine sweat from his brow, and turned to Chu-Han with a hearty laugh. Do you now comprehend the 3 types of hockey? About that, Chu-Han's gaze fixed intently as he suppressed the astonishment within his heart, inhaling deeply before responding with calm composure. In that case, commence your training. Remember, do not resort to your devil fruit abilities. Rely as much as possible on your physical prowess and swordsmanship, pushing yourself to the brink. Only in the face of life and death will you grasp hockey more swiftly. Rayleigh blinked, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked playfully. I shall return in 6 months to retrieve you, provided you are still alive. He added, Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The beasts on this ferocious island possess immense strength, rivaling that of the Navy's captains and even some rear admirals. Chu-Han, you must strive hard. With a burst of mocking laughter, Rayleigh turned gracefully, boarding his vessel and setting sail, leaving behind Chu-Han's solitary figure. Death. Do these mere beasts think they can threaten me? Ridiculous. As he watched Rayleigh's receding silhouette, Chu-Han narrowed his eyes, a hint of derision gracing his lips as he scoffed. My life is mine alone to command. No one has the right to take it from me, not even I. With that, he turned coldly to face the dark, profound woods, a glimmer of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. The blade, Murakumo, was suddenly drawn from his waist, and a noble, elegant aura emanated from him. Beasts that rival rear admirals? Let me witness the extent of your strength. Holding the demonic blade Murakumo, Chu-Han advanced step by step, his tranquil gaze revealing an unparalleled indifference and ruthlessness. Perhaps sensing Chu-Han's presence, a thunderous roar erupted from the forest at the heart of the island, swiftly followed by a chorus of growls emanating from all directions, resonating across the heavens. Amid this cacophonous fury lay an unmistakable fury intertwined with a faint hint of fear, as if the ferocious beasts of the island quaked in dread of another king's arrival. Chapter 33. I grant you death. The gears of time inexorably turned, and the march of the era continued unabated. As Chu-Han stepped onto Beast Island to commence his infernal training, the world's landscape was undergoing cataclysmic transformations, with the seas roiling in turmoil. The ascension of Gold, Roger to the throne of Pirate King shattered the existing world order, plunging the new world into chaos. As countless pirates engaged in frenzied battles for territory, the notorious pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion, allied once more with the formidable Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, to assault the Navy's stronghold in the New World and carve up domains. Simultaneously, a plethora of supernova pirates emerged in the New World, with Kaido of the Beast and Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, rising to prominence, leading their crews in assaults on Navy bases scattered across the New World. In addition, numerous nations allied with the world government began to experience insurrections, leading to inter-country conflicts, resulting in the downfall of 5 allied nations thus far. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, pirates fleeing from the New World began to form alliances, launching attacks on various strongholds and kingdoms across the 4 seas. Although the Grand Line was under the watchful eye of the Navy's formidable strongholds, these factions organized themselves into alliances. While their threat may not have seemed substantial individually, their sheer numbers could pose a significant challenge to the stability of the Grand Line's front half and the Navy's dominion. It can be said that the world had plunged into its most chaotic period in history. Yet, Chu Han, ensnared on Beast Island, remained oblivious to these events. Even if he were aware, he would likely just smile dismissively, for he understood that the tumultuous darkness would inevitably be pierced by the dawn. The early turmoil signified little. Only those who laughed last could truly claim the title of king. Chu Han firmly believed that he would be the one to laugh last. Time flew by, seasons changed. And in the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. At this moment, within Beast Island, the verdant forest lay in eerie silence. Compared to 5 months ago, the island now exuded an overwhelming stillness as the specter of death lingered over the once vibrant locale. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the heart of Beast Island, beneath a towering ancient tree, stood a black-haired youth clad in tattered garments, his countenance stern and resolute. In his hand, a long blade radiated an eerie cold light, incessantly dripping with crimson blood that splattered upon the ground, blooming like blood-red flowers, staining the earth beneath him. A low growl reverberated from beneath the feet of the black-haired youth, and upon closer inspection, it became apparent that he stood atop a massive black tiger. This formidable creature, colossal as a freight truck, bore sharp, gleaming fangs, its dark fur adorned with arcane and sinister patterns, a prominent white character signifying its ferocity and dominance. Yet, this once mighty tiger was now marred by countless wounds, blood gushing relentlessly from its injuries, pooling upon the ground. The once imposing head of the beast now appeared grotesque, its wide eyes filled with an infinite resentment as they fixated on the black-haired youth above, as if longing to devour him whole. Despite its frantic struggles and low growls, the tiger remained utterly immobilized, as though the foot pressing upon its head possessed the weight of 1,000 mountains, ensuring it could never rise again. Upon witnessing this, the black-haired youth emitted a soft exclamation, narrowing his eyes at the frenzied yet powerless tiger beneath him. A smirk curled upon his lips as he coldly remarked, "Truly deserving of the title king of beasts on this island, your tenacity is remarkable. Even in such grievous wounds, you cling to life. Are you attempting a futile resistance?" He paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze, before adding with a sneer, "But do you truly believe you can contend with me? The moment you were defeated by my hand, your fate was sealed. For a king, every failure extracts a price, the cost of life itself." The tiger, seeming to comprehend the murderous intent in the youth's words, displayed a flicker of fear across its visage, intensifying its struggles, yet to no avail. It remained utterly still. "Ah, are you frightened? That hardly befits your regal demeanor as the king of beasts. How unbecoming." The black-haired youth shook his head, lamenting, "It would be better for you to die with the dignity of a king. I grant you this death." With a resounding clang, a spectral light flashed as the blade traced a resplendent arc in the air, before plunging into the beast's bones with a heavy thud. Blood erupted like a tempest, and the enormous head of the tiger, twisted in agony and defiance, was abruptly severed, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Chapter 34. The Lament of Blood. The Grand Line. Beast Island. At this moment, the night was cool and tranquil. A brilliant full moon hung in the deep blue sky, casting a gentle golden glow over the entire island. Such a splendid night would normally evoke a sense of serenity. However, the scene before one was undeniably macabre. Should anyone chance upon this horrifying tableau in the dead of night, they would surely be paralyzed with terror. Corpses, an endless sea of corpses, beneath the cold, silvery moonlight. The once lush and thriving island, teeming with wildlife, now lay in eerie silence, shrouded in deathly stillness. The verdant grass was strewn with the lifeless bodies of ferocious beasts, their grotesque heads scattered about, while blood and entrails stained the ground in crimson patches. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed over 1,000 corpses sprawled across the terrain, each one severed by a single, merciless blow, their demise tragically horrific. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At that moment, from the depths of the shadowy forest emerged a tall, dark-haired youth, his expression cold and unyielding. In his grasp, a sinister blade, stained with blood, dripped viscous crimson droplets to the ground, the faint sound echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the woods. Finally, tranquility enveloped Chu Han as he stood upon the sandy beach of the island, gazing at the serene expanse of the sea and the night sky. A hint of relaxation flickered in his narrowed eyes, as if he pondered deeply on something. This marked the 5th month of Chu Han's sojourn on the Beast Island. Throughout these months, he had existed in a perpetual state of life and death. Having pledged to Rayleigh to refrain from using his spoken powers, and in pursuit of honing his haki, he had engaged in relentless battles against the beasts, relying solely on his swordsmanship and physical prowess. This very decision had nearly led him to the brink of death on numerous occasions, for as Rayleigh had warned, the creatures on this island were unlike any ordinary beasts. Not only were they immensely powerful, but they also possessed considerable intelligence. The weakest among them was several times stronger than the average Navy soldier, while the mightiest beast king rivaled a vice admiral. However, it was precisely due to these fierce confrontations over the past 5 months that Chu Han's strength had surged tremendously. His physical abilities and swordsmanship had improved significantly. And most importantly, he had unlocked his haki. Just yesterday, he had claimed the noble head of the most formidable beast king. Is this the power of armament haki? Chu Han mused, gazing at his fist, now enveloped in a dark aura of haki. A glimmer of light danced in his eyes as he remarked, even the most rudimentary form of armament haki has amplified my attacks several-fold. Haki is indeed formidable. Turning to survey the battlefield, he beheld the myriad of beast corpses he had felled, their grotesque visages filled with bitterness and resentment as they stared unblinkingly at him. In this deathly quiet atmosphere, an eerie tension lingered. As the subjects of my haki training, your demise is well-deserved. You have only your weakness to blame in this world. The feeble have no right to survive. Chu Han mused coldly, devoid of fear or remorse as he regarded the fierce visages of the fallen beasts. The bloodline within Chu Han destined him to be unlike Luffy. While Luffy could forge friendships with fierce beasts during his training of haki, Chu Han could not. His future, marked by solitude, was predetermined by both his character and lineage, akin to a king on his throne, gazing with pride at his sovereignty while remaining utterly alone. This solitude, too, is a lamentation of blood. However, it seems time has advanced a tad too quickly. The agreed-upon meeting with Rayleigh is still a month away, presenting a predicament for Chu Han as he gazed at the empty sea, a hint of distress flickering in his eyes. At this moment, only 5 months had elapsed since Rayleigh's departure, with a 6-month agreement still a month shy. It meant Chu Han would remain on this island for yet another month before encountering Rayleigh. Nonetheless, this island held no further value for him. Given Chu Han's disposition, he would never squander a moment on futile endeavors. Thus, he must depart from this place. The Sabaody archipelago? It appears to be merely a few hundred nautical miles away. He should be able to swim there. Chu Han furrowed his brow at a small black dot in the southeast, his eyes glimmering with determination as he silently vowed. With exceptional physical prowess, traversing the ocean is no mere fantasy. Although his current stamina does not rival Rayleigh's extraordinary capabilities, the distance of a few hundred nautical miles should pose no challenge for him. As for the sea kings that may obstruct his path, they simply need to be vanquished. With a resounding splash, a shadow vanished from the spot, as if it had never existed. Only under the moonlight did the grim and eerie sight of beast heads strewn across the ground tell the tale of a visitor. Chapter 35. Aunt Xia's scheme. In the center of Area 10 of the Sabaody archipelago, torrential rain lashed the ground, the downpour beating down with a resounding clatter. At this time, pedestrians and tourists had long since returned home, leaving the usually bustling streets eerily desolate. Nevertheless, the bars served as excellent shelters from the rain, making them more vibrant and boisterous than usual. The air was filled with exhilarating music, bodies swaying freely, sweat pouring down as bottles of beer were uncapped one after another. Amidst the revelry and exuberant singing, patrons downed bottle after bottle of beer with abandon. Noise and passion remained the unchanging themes of this place. Hey, little brother. Have you heard? Things seem rather tumultuous over in Area 13 lately. A group of pirates has gathered from who knows where, causing quite a ruckus, affecting many shops. Remarked a bartender casually to a young patron at the bar. Yeah, the customer replied simply. Among the burly men and familiar faces in the bar, he was a rare sight, a young man, seemingly in his teens, strikingly handsome despite his youth. One could only wonder which noble family he hailed from. Numerous scantily clad maids and female patrons, upon encountering the dashing young visitor, subtly gravitated towards him. Yet, none possessed the audacity to initiate a conversation. The reason for this was evident. He exuded an icy demeanor. His flowing black hair and resolute, unyielding visage seemed as though sculpted by a master artisan. As he raised the glass to his thin lips, he consumed a potent vodka strong enough to intoxicate even the most seasoned drinker. Yet his youthful countenance betrayed no sign of alteration, as if he were sipping mere water. His face bore no extraneous expressions, indeed. Any display of emotion would have been superfluous. A chilling aura enveloped him, dissuading anyone from daring to sit beside him. He resembled a solitary monarch, perched upon an empty, desolate throne that commanded respect and distance. Judging by his appearance, he appeared to be a newcomer to the archipelago of St. Barthélemy, a solitary traveler seeking solace in a bar on a rainy night. Is the guest here merely for sightseeing? Mused the bartender, shaking his cocktail shaker while observing the young man sipping his drink. Let us get to work, replied the black-haired youth tersely, continuing to drink. What sort of work? Perhaps I could provide some information? The bartender inquired with a chuckle, though a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. What significant business could a mere child undertake in the chaotic surroundings of St. Barthélemy? I'm here to find someone. The youth responded cryptically, his aloof demeanor radiating an air of inaccessibility that only enhanced his enigmatic allure. Have you found them? The bartender asked, puzzled. Initially, I had not. But now I have. The black-haired youth suddenly rose, nodding at the bartender while placing several banknotes on the counter. I must take my leave. Consider the remainder as a tip, he stated softly before retrieving a long, black blade resting beside him and turning to depart. It was only then that the bartender realized the young man had been armed all along. Judging by its appearance, the blade likely held considerable renown. Guest. It's pouring outside. Would you like an umbrella? The bartender offered, recovering from his astonishment and bending to retrieve a black umbrella from beneath the counter. However, when he looked up again, the black-haired youth had vanished into the bar, leaving behind a throng of starry-eyed women. Stepping outside, the youth tilted his head to regard the cascading rain, his narrowed eyes shrouded in darkness. He did not open the umbrella but instead wandered alone towards District 13. The torrential rain fell upon him, yet it abruptly evaporated as if a mysterious force rendered him impervious. No matter how fierce the downpour, he remained untouched. Enveloped in an invisible domain. A bar owned by Ancia? Indeed, it is situated in District 13. Chuan gazed upon the bar, majestically perched atop a small hill. Its sign, Summer Ant's Bar, boldly emblazoned, capturing one's attention with its striking presence. Who else could this black-haired youth be but Chuan himself? This marked Chuan's first day on the Sabaody archipelago. Ever since departing from the Beast Island, he had ventured alone in search of Rayleigh. However, the vastness of the Sabaody archipelago posed an insurmountable challenge in locating a single individual amidst such enormity. Thus, Chuan set his sights on a woman he believed to be settled on the island by now, a woman deeply connected to Rayleigh. If he could find her, discovering Rayleigh would be but a trivial pursuit. Regrettably, the memories of his past life had faded significantly. He could only recall the general storyline of One Piece, with many details long forgotten. Fortunately, within the bar, upon overhearing the bartender mention the 13th district, Chuan's memory was reignited. The bar owned by that woman was situated in District 13. With a crisp sound, Chuan gently pushed open the door. As he stepped inside, a strikingly youthful woman with short black hair and a slender figure immediately caught his eye. Yet, to Chuan's astonishment, this seemingly beautiful young lady was engaged in an act of violence utterly unbefitting her demeanor. Boom! The young woman delivered a fierce kick, sending a menacing-looking brute sprawling. With her other foot, she ruthlessly stomped down on the head of another man, causing the ground to shatter and blood to erupt, staining the floor crimson. Thinking of dining and dashing? You should inquire about who I, Summer Ant, truly am. The young woman inhaled deeply from her cigarette, flicking the ash with a hint of cold glare in her eyes. If you can't pay up today, just lie down and exit. Moreover, she noticed Chuan standing at the entrance, a flicker of curiosity crossing her gaze as she called out, Who are you? If you wish to drink, hold your horses for now. Summer Shaka? Indeed, a fascinating woman, Chuan mused, narrowing his eyes slightly, a smile creeping upon his lips. However, it seems I may have arrived at an inopportune moment. This woman, known as Summer Ant, was none other than the notorious pirate, Summer Shaka, who sailed alongside Roger. However, for reasons unknown, the woman named Sakia abruptly ceased her previous endeavors and ventured to the Sabaody archipelago, where she established a bar, engaging in the unscrupulous business of extortion. The fact that her victims were primarily pirates, who subsequently refrained from seeking vengeance, rendered her quite renowned throughout the archipelago. After all, how many ordinary individuals could dare to extort pirates and still live to tell the tale? Do you know me? Upon hearing Chuan utter her name with familiarity, Sakia was momentarily taken aback. A glint of cold light flickered in her beautiful phoenix-like eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Chuan, her voice icy as she inquired, Who are you? She had been living in seclusion on the Sabaody archipelago for several years, successfully concealing her past. Neither her neighbors nor her regular patrons were privy to her true identity, let alone her name. Yet this dark-haired youth had boldly called her by her former name, sending a shiver down her spine. The only ones who might still know her true nature, besides the Navy, were the pirates she had previously encountered. And this boy could very well belong to one of those factions, which was the root of Sakia's wariness towards Chu-Han. Do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy. Observing Sakia's composed yet wary demeanor, Chu-Han narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled gently, directly stating his purpose and truth. I am the apprentice of Uncle Rayleigh, and I harbor no ill intentions. You are that old man's apprentice? Sakia scrutinized Chu-Han with skepticism. But upon noticing the boy's unpretentious demeanor, she began to relax her guard, her tone softening considerably. I suppose that makes you affiliated with him. But what brings you here? I wish to find Uncle Rayleigh. I came to inquire about his whereabouts, Chu-Han replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Sakia took a deep drag from her cigarette, a hint of impatience crossing her face as she waved her hand dismissively. We can discuss your matters later. Can't you see that I am busy? Hey, after keeping you waiting for so long, have you decided to pay up? Sakia coldly questioned the burly men at her feet. Ha ha ha, we are pirates. What jest is this? Have you ever seen a pirate pay for their meal? You should consider yourself fortunate that we are not robbing you. The two fallen pirates laughed heartily, showing no signs of fear at Sakia's words. So, you have no intention of paying? Sakia smiled, though the chill in her eyes grew increasingly intense. Ha ha ha, you wretched woman, what can you do if I refuse to pay? At that moment, another pirate, who had been lying on the ground, stood up, his face twisted with malice as he approached Sakia, threateningly gritting his teeth. Let me tell you, our captain has a bounty of 100 million. How dare you ask us for money and injure us? Do you wish to court death? Be wise and release my brother, and perhaps we will consider sparing you. Why is it that this world is filled with so many fools who overestimate their own capabilities? Upon hearing this, Sakia placed his hand on his forehead, appearing quite distressed. Such is the nature of humanity. They believe that possessing a modicum of power elevates them to supremacy, yet they remain mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Oblivious to the fact that in the eyes of true strength, they are inferior even to insects. Beside him, Chu-Han let out a light chuckle. His disdain unmasked as he gazed at the two pirates flanking Sakia and remarked with a subtle smile, Do you require assistance? I would be more than happy to oblige. Oh, what an amusing young lad. Sakia noted with a flicker of appreciation in his eyes as he lifted his foot from the pirate's head and turned back to the liquor cabinet. If you wish to assist, then by all means, but I am curious to know how you plan to deal with these two. As Sakia opened a bottle of wine, he sipped lightly while observing Chu-Han. How about breaking one leg each? Chu-Han replied with a slight curve of his lips, maintaining a calm demeanor. What a ruthless little brat. But I like it, Sakia chuckled, covering his mouth. Ha ha ha, are you jesting? This little brat thinks he can break our legs? How laughable. The two pirates, now regaining their composure, scoffed at the exchange, their faces painted with mockery. Kid, have you weaned yet? Dream on if you think you can break our legs. The pirates, showing their true colors, slowly approached Chu-Han with menacing grins, taunting. Perhaps it would be better for the uncles to take good care of you. In the face of their derision and scorn, Chu-Han remained unperturbed, his expression devoid of anger. To him, these two were less than insects. Would one truly become enraged at an insect? Allow me to present you with a dilemma, Chu-Han said, his gaze narrowing as he regarded the approaching brutes. What? The two pirates paused, slightly taken aback. Will you choose for me to break that leg? As his eyes suddenly widened, a flicker of golden flames ignited within his pupils. He stepped forward, the demon blade Muramasa sliding slowly from his waist. As he coldly regarded the two men. Left leg? Right leg? Or perhaps your third leg? Chapter 37. The Stature of a Hero, 45. Donations encouraged. Sabaody Archipelago, District 13. Aunt Xiang was at the BAB bar, collecting debts. Crack. Crack. With the sound of two bone-crushing fractures, Chu-Han stepped out of the bar with an unaffected demeanor, disregarding the agonized wails that followed, and made his way straight to the liquor cabinet. Is the matter resolved? Sakia flicked the ash from his cigarette, gazing at the black-haired youth seated across from him with a smile. Chu-Han replied faintly, casually reaching for the bottle of liquor Sakia had opened, pouring himself a drink and downing it in one gulp. I can't tell you're so ruthless. That kind of fracture is permanent. Those two will likely limp for the rest of their lives. Despite his words, Sakia's tone bore no hint of reproach. Rather, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Isn't this what you wish to see? Chu-Han's gaze sharpened, a faint smile playing on his lips. Now, can we discuss my matter? He posed the same question again. Do you know where Uncle Rayleigh has gone? That old coot isn't my concern. Wherever he chooses to go is beyond my control, Xiaoqia replied, sipping his drink while teasingly observing Chu Han. Besides, even if I knew where he was, why should I tell you? Just because you claim to be Lei Li's apprentice? What do you want? Chu Han maintained his composure in the face of Xiaoqia's sudden change in demeanor, responding with a calm smile. Xiaoqia paused, momentarily taken aback. She had expected this boy to show some anger at her abrupt shift, yet his expression remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with mockery as if witnessing a performance. If you want information, of course, you must pay. Surely, you understand such a simple principle? Xiaoqia, suppressing her rising ire, regarded Chu Han with narrowed eyes and a cold snort. I have no money. Chu Han took another sip of his drink, shrugged, and smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqia felt her temper flare, snatching back the beer position before Chu Han. If you have no money, why are you drinking? Don't you realize that drinking incurs a cost? Do you intend to take advantage? Chu Han shook his head in resignation. It seemed that Xiaoqia had not yet matured into the seasoned person she would become 2 decades hence. She was easily provoked. Perhaps her pirate nature had not yet been fully tempered. Although I lack funds, I can assist you with a troublesome matter in exchange for information and the cost of the liquor, Chu Han stated, undeterred by Xiaoqia's murderous gaze. A slight smile gracing his lips. A troublesome matter? What troubles could I possibly have? Xiaoqia began indignantly, but suddenly fell silent. Her eyes widening as realization dawned upon her. Could it be that you had this all planned from the start? That's why you didn't kill those 2, but chose to break their legs instead? Hee, you're quite perceptive, Chu Han replied with a smile. By now, those 2 should be on their way back. Take a moment to consider. Soon that group will be hunting them down. You wouldn't want to attract unnecessary trouble in this naval stronghold, would you? Well played. Xiaoqia shot a sharp glance at Chu Han. This deal is struck, kid. If you don't resolve this matter satisfactorily, don't bother returning. As he spoke, a bitter smile involuntarily crept upon Xiaoqia's face. Was it merely to ascertain the whereabouts of that old fellow? As for specifically plotting against her, a frail woman? From the moment Chu Han had mentioned troublesome matters, Xiaoqia had unraveled everything. Initially, when the 2 pirates claimed their captain was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million, she had been somewhat indifferent. However, when Chu Han had proactively offered assistance, she had, out of curiosity regarding his capabilities, reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, upon reflection, it became evident that this young lad had already begun his scheming when he offered help. If she were to act, the most she could do would be to give those 2 a good thrashing, which would merely provoke their ire and, out of pride, they would refrain from reporting their defeat to their captain. However, Chu Han's intervention was altogether different. His methods were not only ruthless, but had resulted in the breaking of their legs, causing permanent fractures. This escalated the enmity significantly. The grievously injured pirates would undoubtedly report to their captain, for Xiaoqia, who had only recently sought seclusion. This trouble caused by the notorious pirate would inevitably attract the attention of the Navy, thereby risking exposure of her true identity and leading to renewed pursuit, even jeopardizing her tranquil existence. Every element had been calculated, including her psychological state. This young lad possessed an astuteness that was truly profound. Hearing Xiaoqia's capitulation, a triumphant smile graced Chu Han's lips as he turned and exited the bar, following the trail of the 2 men who had just departed. Watching his retreating figure, Xiaoqia took a deep drag from her cigarette, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. Such ruthless strikes and profound cunning. He embodies the spirit of a formidable hero. If this lad survives, this chaotic era may well be turned on its head. Chapter 38. The forceful arrival on a bustling street in the 11th district of the Chambordi archipelago. All amusement venues and shops were tightly shut, and not a single pedestrian could be seen. At that moment, hundreds of pirates and Navy personnel had converged upon this thoroughfare. Although the street was sufficiently wide, the throngs of pirates and Navy, numbering over 1,000, formed a line stretching several hundred meters. The captain of the Twin Guns pirate crew, Zadino, notorious with a bounty of 100 million berries, had a reputation for pillaging several small towns. Within the ranks of the Navy, a cold-eyed rear admiral surveyed the imposing figure of a fierce-looking man leading the opposing group and coldly declared, "But your crimes end here. If you know what's good for you, surrender willingly, and perhaps I shall spare your life." Excuse me? What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Zadino, the captain of the Twin Guns pirate crew, tilted his head and cupped his ear, feigning seriousness as he addressed the hundreds of armed Navy personnel before him. Boldly speaking, "You pirate, Are you seeking death? We are but defenseless civilians at your mercy. Even if you are a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, do not expect to escape from here unscathed. Remain composed. You are the esteemed navy of the headquarters. How can you allow the provocation of a pirate to cloud your judgment? You must understand that the individual before you is far from ordinary. The young admiral in white intercepted his outraged comrades, who were eager to charge forward, and admonished them in a cold tone. Having spoken, the young admiral turned his gaze towards the throng of hundreds of pirates amassed ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. Although he had anticipated this, the sight of a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million alongside such a multitude was rather overwhelming. For his contingent to charge recklessly would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. What is happening? Was it not said that a vice-admiral would arrive to inspect this island? Why have we yet to see a single soul? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the young admiral's expression darkened. The reason he had so boldly led his forces here upon hearing of Zenodi's arrival was that he sought to distinguish himself before the forthcoming vice-admiral, while also relying entirely on the anticipated support of this so-called vice-admiral. However, the current circumstances were far from what he had envisioned. The vice-admiral had yet to appear, which meant he was left to confront this infamous pirate crew with his mere hundreds of subordinates. Regardless of the outcome, he would suffer significant losses. His efforts would yield no merit. You are not referring to us, are you? Upon hearing this, Zenodi, twirling two revolvers, stepped forward with a sinister grin. Ha. As his words echoed, a portion of the pirates erupted into laughter. Even those who had not heard the exchange joined in the mirth. So, you wretched scoundrels have been hiding here. It took me quite some effort to find you. Just then, a chilling voice, as frigid as ice that had never thawed, reverberated through the street, infused with an undeniable authority. In an instant, the laughter of the hundreds of pirates, including their captain Zenodi, came to an abrupt halt. Who is it? Seeing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Zenodi's eyes as he tightened his grip on his revolvers, his expression contorting with rage as he surveyed his surroundings. Bellowing, who just spoke? Show yourself, you scoundrel. Simultaneously, the young admiral in white and the elite Navy personnel exchanged glances, bewildered. Surely, those words could not have come from their own ranks. It was far too imposing. Mind your words, you scum. Boom. As Shinodi's furious roar echoed, a shadowy figure clad in black suddenly descended from the roof to one side, standing coldly at the boundary between the Navy and the pirates. His handsome visage fleetingly expressed a hint of disdain as he cast a chilling glance at Shinodi, holding aloft two bloodied, unblinking heads. Shinodi immediately recognized that the severed heads belonged to his two most trusted subordinates. Who on earth are you? He demanded, initially believing that a mere statement would intimidate the gathered pirates, convinced that the newcomer must be a renowned figure of the world. To his astonishment, the arrival was nothing more than a youth of tender years, causing Shinodi's face to twitch with agitation. Yet, out of caution, he coldly retorted, "You are not worthy to know who I am. But these two are indeed your subordinates, are they not? Who, if not Chuhan, the one who had trailed those two pirate brutes to this very spot? Could this ebony-haired boy be? It seems your silence affirms my words. Thus, I shall take your life," Chuhan declared, his brow furrowing as he nonchalantly tossed the bloodied heads at Shinodi's feet, exuding a commanding presence. Boy, you seek death. Had Shinodi been willing to spare him if he were merely a subordinate of some great pirate, but upon hearing the next words, he erupted in fury, swiftly twisting the two revolvers in his grip and aiming a shot at Chuhan. Bang! Before anyone could react, a bullet was hurtling towards Chuhan. Observing this, Chuhan furrowed his brow, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes. Instead of evading, he intoned softly, "Word spirit, monarch flame." Boom. At the moment the sacred and profound words resonated from Chuhan's lips, the two swiftly approaching bullets abruptly halted, exploding with a thunderous roar just a meter from him. The debris from the explosion transformed instantaneously into a mass of flames, vanishing without a trace. With a resounding crash, the Navy, well aware of Shinodi's impeccable marksmanship, were expressions of astonishment. Yet, upon further contemplation, they dismissed the incident as inconsequential, believing they could easily evade Shinodi's gunfire. However, the pirates present, fully cognizant of Shinodi's prowess, gazed incredulously at the ebony-haired youth across from them. They knew all too well that in previous encounters, whenever Captain Shinodi fired, his aim was invariably lethal, targeting the heads of his foes, for he took great pleasure in the act of decapitation. Moreover, this bullet could not be hindered by any force, otherwise it would detonate instantly. How had he managed to halt the bullet mid-flight and cause it to explode at such a distance? Upon reflecting on this, They recalled the devil fruit, yet simultaneously dismissed the thought, as they understood that the bullet fired by Zadino was coated with sea stone, which could significantly diminish the influence of the devil fruit's powers and would immediately trigger an explosion. Thus, it was impossible for this to be the work of the devil fruit. This meant that the little demon before them was igniting the bullet using a force unknown to them, or perhaps cleaving the bullet apart with an unseen speed. Caution was imperative. This individual was no simple adversary. Zadino was acutely aware of the instant his bullet was neutralized, sensing a chilling sweat pooling on his back. In that fleeting encounter, he realized he was undoubtedly no match for this person. If the latter wished to kill him, it would certainly take no more than 3 exchanges. Fortunately, surrounded by many of his subordinates, Zadino believed that even if he could not defeat this man, he could at least withstand him through sheer numbers. Brother, thank you for your assistance. May I ask if you are a pirate hunter? Inquiring with a narrowed gaze and an admiring smile was the white-clad major at the forefront of the Navy, observing Chu Han, who had effortlessly countered Zadino's attack without even striking. Apologies, but I am not a pirate hunter. I am a pirate, Chu Han replied slowly, shaking his head before drawing the enchanted blade Murakumo from his waist. The blade shimmered like a tranquil autumn lake, its radiance resonating with his golden-hued pupils, creating a breathtaking spectacle. If you all wish to capture me, then come at me together. I am eager to test just how strong I have become, Chu Han said, gently caressing the softly glowing blade, his eyes narrowing with a mischievous grin. Don't be too arrogant, kid. Do you think you can take us all on by yourself? Instantly, all the pirates and Navy personnel erupted in furious shouts. What do you mean by together? You truly underestimate us, thinking that you, a mere child, are a general? Indeed. What of it? In response, Chu Han offered a faint smile, his half-closed eyes suddenly widening. A soul-stirring golden light erupted in the street, illuminating the faces of everyone with terror and despair. Both Navy and pirates felt as though they were being suffocated, as if an ancient dragon had set its gaze upon them. Fortunately, most of the seasoned pirates and Navy had endured countless battles, though momentarily stunned. They quickly regained their composure, reminding themselves of their overwhelming numbers, assuring each other that they could not possibly lose to this boy. It seemed that the hockey training under Rayleigh had finally found a test subject. Observing this, Chu Han maintained a calm demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing an enigmatic expression. He thought to himself, furthermore, if he wished to obtain information about that woman in the future, he must resolve this matter satisfactorily. Therefore, these Navy and pirates could not be allowed to remain, as the expression of the individual across from him fluctuated between a smile and a frown. It became evident to the formidable pirate Shinobi and the white-clad major that they were in the presence of an extraordinary force. Their countenances shifted dramatically, instantly shifting into a state of alertness. Boom. At that moment, Chu Han's gaze sharpened, his golden eyes igniting with an overwhelming aura that erupted unexpectedly from his petite frame, sweeping across the multitude of pirates and Navy personnel congested in the streets. Wherever this unparalleled aura traversed, all present, nay, the entire island itself, could not withstand its might, trembling incessantly for a full 5 seconds before the quaking gradually subsided. Chapter 40. Major Kazan. Sabaody Archipelago. Simultaneously, as Chu Han's immense hockey detonated, in a prison within an auction house in Area 9. A disheveled and ragged middle-aged man abruptly lifted his head, astonishment flickering in his keen eyes. This aura was instantly recognizable to Rayleigh, who sensed the colossal energy emanating from Chu Han, a manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. It felt strangely familiar, prompting him to activate his observation Haki. Though he had only been teaching Chu Han about Haki for a few days, Rayleigh had already memorized his aura. How had this brat arrived on the island? And how did he come to wield Conqueror's Haki? Did he possess the same royal potential as Roger? As Rayleigh absorbed the vastness of Chu Han's Conqueror's Haki, a wave of astonishment washed over him, mingled with concern. Given his understanding of Chu Han's abilities, the only individuals capable of forcing him to employ his newly acquired Haki would be those of Rear Admiral rank or higher. Otherwise, no one else stood a chance against him. Had this rascal encountered someone of that caliber? It seemed imperative that he make his exit at once. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to this boy, how would he explain it to Roger? A glint of determination flashed in Rayleigh's eyes as he chuckled softly and strode purposefully to the prison door. Crack! With a resounding snap, the iron bars, thick as a fist, were effortlessly snapped by Rayleigh, who then stepped forth from the confines of his cell. How did you escape? At that moment, the guards, astonished by Rayleigh's emergence, surrounded him with firearms drawn, their faces a mask of disbelief. Stand down, or I shall fire. Do not obstruct my path. I have no time to entertain your trivialities." Before the guard could finish his threat, Rayleigh ruthlessly interrupted him. In an instant, he unleashed an aura even more formidable than Chu Han's, which erupted within the confines of the cramped cell, rendering all present unconscious. "I warned you not to block my way," Rayleigh muttered, glancing at the guards and the other captives sprawled on the floor, frothing at the mouth. With a faint sigh, he proceeded to exit the cell unperturbed. Meanwhile, several hundred nautical miles off the eastern coast of the Sabaody archipelago, the sea erupted with a thunderous roar. As the immense and formidable aura of the Sabaody archipelago erupted with a thunderous force, the previously tranquil sea surface was suddenly transformed, unleashing tumultuous waves that surged furiously into the distance, as if repelled by some unseen power, creating a spectacle of breathtaking magnificence. At that moment, a young man riding a bicycle from afar seemed to sense something amiss. He lifted his eye mask slightly, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the approaching waves, akin to a tsunami, and remarked in astonishment, "Is this the presence of Conqueror's Haki?" This young cyclist, tall and imposing, donned a white waistcoat paired with a deep blue shirt, and wore a green eye mask atop his head. His demeanor appeared languid, yet an icy aura surrounded him, reminiscent of solid frost, exuding a chilling presence at all times. How could a wielder of Conqueror's Haki suddenly emerge in the Sabaody archipelago? Could it be that the prominent figures of the New World had departed? Facing the impending onslaught of colossal waves, the young man remained unfazed, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Slowly, he retrieved a den mushy from his pocket. Boom! At that instant, the tsunami-like waves crashed down upon him, resembling a collapsing snow mountain barreling toward the cyclist. Yet, the young man displayed no signs of panic. With a slight frown, he sighed and leaned forward, placing his hand upon the surface of the sea, disregarding the torrents descending upon him. "Ice Age," a voice, chilling to the bone, resounded across the waters. And in an instant, countless shards of ice spread from the young man's hand, freezing not only the encroaching waves but the entire sea surface in a heartbeat. Amidst the relentless cold, the young man stood proudly, akin to a sovereign of ice, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance towards the visible Sabaody archipelago. After a moment of contemplation, he returned the den mushy to his pocket. "Never mind, the destination isn't far. I shall investigate first. If I make a mistake, I might once again incur the wrath of that old man carp." The young man shook his head in frustration, remounted his bicycle, and began to traverse the endless icy expanse, heading towards the direction of the Sabaody archipelago. If any Navy personnel were present at that moment, they would instantly recognize this young man, who had effortlessly frozen an entire sea area, as none other than Vice Admiral Kazan, one of the 3 rising naval supernovas. Chapter 41. Decimation. As Raleigh and Kazan hastily made their way to the Sabaody archipelago, a scene of chaos unfolded in District 11. Amidst the throngs of pirates and Navy personnel, numbering in the thousands, a surge of Conqueror's Haki swept through the streets. In that instant, those unable to withstand the overwhelming presence of this formidable force fell unconscious, their eyes glazing over in a trance. Many of those who managed to endure the Haki found themselves incapacitated, having paid a significant mental toll, as if they had endured 10 days and nights without rest. Among the few who retained their consciousness and combat capability, fewer than 100 elite Navy officers remained. Conversely, the members of the double-gun pirates, numbering in the hundreds, fared even worse. Either they succumbed to unconsciousness or struggled helplessly, robbed of their fighting spirit. Yet, amidst this turmoil stood a tall figure, the captain of the double-gun pirates, Zenodi. In disbelief, Zenodi gazed at his fallen crew, his hands trembling around his pistols as he faced the proud, black-haired youth before him, his eyes filled with profound fear. Could this truly be the work of that young boy? If so, then this boy was indeed terrifying. How could it be that, while he stood there immovable, hundreds of pirates and allies had collapsed? On the other side, the surviving elite Navy officers, who had withstood the Haki, stared in astonishment at this bewildering spectacle. Although they were aware of the 3 types of Haki, they were entirely unprepared for the ramifications of the Conqueror's Haki, their minds racing with questions. Could this be the legendary Conqueror's Haki? The pale-faced Rear Admiral, with narrowed pupils, recalled the descriptions from the Navy's exclusive Haki manual as he gazed at Chu Han, speculating in disbelief. While he found it hard to accept, the evidence before him was undeniable. The legendary Conqueror's Haki had indeed been unleashed by this young boy. The Rear Admiral's gaze sharpened with murderous intent, not solely due to Chu Han's status as a pirate, but also fueled by a deep-seated jealousy. Such is human nature. When one cannot possess something, they wish to see it destroyed, even if it is in the hands of another. Meanwhile, on the other side, after unleashing the Conqueror's Haki, Chu Han activated the observation Haki he had just comprehended. He soon realized that, aside from the pirates on the streets who were affected, the rest of the island remained unscathed. However, recalling the tremors of the Sabeti archipelago from moments ago, Chu Han felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed he still could not adequately control the magnitude of the Conqueror's Haki he had released, considering it was merely his initial grasp of this formidable power. Yet, after the disappointment, a flicker of joy ignited within him. The mere eruption of that aura, solely from the Conqueror's Haki, had demonstrated such immense power. If paired with the golden eyes, the potential would be unimaginable. The golden eyes concealed a unique spirit, the Emperor. This spirit could suppress those of lesser bloodlines. And when combined with the Conqueror's Haki, even mid-ranking warriors might falter. Do you think you have the upper hand in numbers? Chu Han's cold gaze surveyed the multitude of pirates lying unconscious around him, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he mocked. Observing Chu Han's demeanor and the disdainful glint in his eyes, both Shudino and the white-clad major felt a surge of humiliation, accompanied by an uncontrollable wave of murderous intent. Although they were astonished by the individual before them wielding the Conqueror's Haki, they were not naive enough to believe that possessing such power rendered one invincible. I concede your strength is formidable. None among us here can match you individually. However, should we unite, even a rear admiral could be challenged, let alone a minor figure like you. Shudino retorted, raising his firearm once more. He then exchanged glances with the white-clad major, each perceiving the shared intent to collaborate and an unmistakable undercurrent of hostility in the other's eyes. Observing the two who were inclined to ally against him, Chu Han let out a cold laugh. How laughable. Do you truly believe the disparity in strength can be bridged by mere numbers? It is only through combat that the truth will reveal itself. Upon hearing this, Shudino scoffed, refraining from further rebuttal. Just as he finished speaking, his aura shifted dramatically. A second firearm materialized in his other hand, aimed directly at Chu Han's forehead. Boom. At the instant Shudino fired, the white-clad major sprang into action, his feet crashing down with ferocity, akin to a hawk swooping in for its prey. Mid-air, his form underwent a drastic transformation. His garments tore asunder. A cascade of white fur erupted forth, and his once handsome visage morphed into that of a fearsome beast, jaws dripping with blood, as an overwhelming aura erupted forth. This white-clad major was, unmistakably, a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Childish. Upon witnessing this, Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. Suddenly, he stepped forward, and amidst a ghostly glow, the cursed blade Murakumo unsheathed with a swiftness that was almost ethereal. The recently acquired armament Haki erupted with ferocity, enveloping the blade in a hardened darkness that exuded an intimidating, obsidian radiance. With a thunderous roar, an invisible domain erupted, and in an instant, Chu Han transformed into a shadow, advancing rather than retreating to confront the two assailants. The bullets that rained upon him exploded in the searing heat of Junyan, erupting into dazzling flames. At that moment, amidst the inferno, the three figures brushed past one another, each descending to the ground. When did you harbor the delusion that you could vanquish me? After a brief pause, Chu Han retracted the demonic blade Murakumo and with a gentle flick, crimson droplets of blood traced through the air before plummeting to the earth. Drip, drip. Under the glaring sun, Shudino and the white-clad major clutched their throats, incredulously turning their heads, as if to utter something. Alas, their voices faltered, forever lost. Bang, bang. In an instant, two heads thudded to the ground, and twin columns of blood shot skyward, a deluge of crimson splattering across the ground, reflecting in the sunlight as blinding red rays, seemingly amplifying the desolation of the grim atmosphere. Chapter 42. The Demon? Bang, bang. In a fleeting moment, two heads crashed to the earth, their sanguine spouts reaching for the heavens, a cascade of blood showering the ground, glimmering under the sun's rays, casting glaring reflections that intensified the bleak ambience. This is impossible. Gazing at the soaring blood columns, expressions of both pirates and Navy personnel were frozen in disbelief, murmuring in astonishment. Could a mere child truly achieve the demise of countless formidable pirates and a naval major with a single strike? Contemplating this, the gazes of the pirates and Navy towards Chu Han were tinged with an indelible fear, instinctively retreating a half-step, as if they were confronting a fearsome dragon rather than a mere child. In the face of the astonishment and dread of those around him, Chu Han maintained a calm demeanor, a hint of disdain flickering in his cold, indifferent eyes. He stepped forward, sheathing the cursed blade Murakumo, and spoke in a chilling tone. There is nothing impossible here. It is merely your hearts that have deceived your eyes. Mankind is foolish, instinctively fleeing from the unknown and the feared, yet the truth remains immutable. Blood is the evidence. And since your leader has perished, do you not think it better to join them below? Chu-Han stood tall in the center of the street, facing the wind. His hand slowly lifted, elegantly resting on his forehead, gliding gently as a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, the bangs that had obscured his forehead swept back, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty. His hair cascaded back smoothly, framing his starry eyes and sword-like brows, with clear, spirited eyes and exquisite features, exuding an air of elegance and an innate dominance. The harmonious blend of these attributes rendered Chu-Han seemingly perfect, possessing an irresistible charm. Yet, to the pirates and navy on the street, this scene resembled nothing less than the smile of a demon. His clear eyes brimmed with disdain for life, and the curve of his lips radiated an icy murderous intent. He was no angel, but a devil. Are you planning to slaughter us all? A pirate quivered, gazing at the proud figure of Chu-Han in terror, trembling as he uttered, "Demon, you are truly a demon." In that moment, fear overwhelmed reason. Unable to withstand Chu-Han's frigid gaze, the pirate's resolve crumbled, and he fled, causing a cascade of panic among his comrades, much like a dam bursting. The remaining pirates scattered in disarray, abandoning their fallen companions in their desperate flight. What folly it was! This demon had single-handedly defeated their captain, his strength unparalleled. Even if they banded together, survival was not guaranteed. Thus, it was wiser to flee immediately, for with so many present, surely he could not slay them all. You demon! We shall avenge the Major with justice. Unlike the panicked pirates, the elite navy remained undaunted by Chu-Han's presence, boldly shouting their defiance, though fear not at their hearts. Years of indoctrination in the name of justice forbade them from retreating. After all, they were the righteous navy. How could they cower before a pirate? A demon? Such so-called demons are merely scapegoats concocted by people to bear the burdens of their wicked thoughts and actions. Observing the fleeing pirates, Chu-Han cast a fleeting glance in their direction, dismissing them entirely. Gripping the hilt of his cursed blade, Murakumo, he stepped forth with an elegant stride, exuding an air of nobility as he advanced toward the approaching navy. However, I must admire your resolve. Has the so-called justice obscured your fear? Chu-Han's expression turned icy as he spoke, his narrowed eyes suddenly widening, the darkness within ignited by a golden gleam. A formidable aura erupted from him, and in an icy yet calm voice, he declared, "But who has given you the courage to raise your blades against me? Anyone who dares to draw a weapon against me must prepare to descend into hell. Are you ready?" Word spirit, flame of the monarch. In an instant, an invisible realm abruptly unfolded as the chilling voice reverberated, enveloping the entire street. Under a mysterious force, the temperature in the air surged dramatically, igniting all combustible materials, including the hundreds of pirates in the advancing navy who had yet to escape the street. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if dozens of gasoline canisters had exploded simultaneously. Countless flames engulfed the street, and the anguished cries echoed into the heavens, while figures struggling in the flames evoked sheer terror. Killing and arson can sometimes be this straightforward. Amidst the explosive inferno, Chu-Han's figure gradually faded, resembling a demon unfurling its wings, departing from this bloody battleground. Mere seconds ago, this place was teeming with life. Yet just minutes later, all lay sprawled upon the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and faint traces of blood, enveloped in flames. A vast expanse where the end of the street was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 43. The Bounty That Shook the World. Sabaody Archipelago, District 11. Flames soared into the sky, smoke swirling. What was once a prosperous street had transformed into a sea of fire. Countless figures struggled amidst the blaze, their wails sending shivers down the spines of those within a 100-mile radius. However, the inferno was overwhelming. Even those who rushed to aid in extinguishing the flames could do nothing but watch helplessly as the fire mercilessly consumed the entire street. What on earth is happening? Just then, a faint voice emerged from behind the crowd. Turning around, they discovered a young man on a bicycle had appeared, his expression solemn as he regarded them, exuding an unmistakable aura of authority that left them breathless. This suddenly materialized young man was tall, clad in a white waistcoat and deep blue shirt, wearing a green eye mask. His demeanor seemed languid, yet his aura was frigid, reminiscent of ice, perpetually radiating a chilling presence. Who could this cold-spirited young man be? If not the recently arrived Vice Admiral Kazan? We are unsure of the details. We merely heard that there was a clash between pirates and the Navy. By the time we arrived, the fire had already begun to rage. Many who saw the Navy insignia on Kazan instinctively took a step back, timidly responding, "Oh, pirates?" At this, Kazan furrowed his brow, scratched his head, and sighed, "This is somewhat troublesome." In the next moment, Kazan's slitted eyes suddenly widened, a glimmer flashing through them as an immense aura erupted from him. Countless icy particles converged upon his right arm, and with a cold scoff, a bird made entirely of ice shot forth from his arm, swiftly soaring into the heart of the flames. Boom! As the ice bird leaped into the raging inferno, countless flames extinguished in an instant along its path. Glacial shards spread with a speed visible to the naked eye, swiftly encasing the entire street in ice, entombing the few Navy personnel and pirates who struggled to survive within the blaze. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the surreal spectacle before them, their faces reflecting a state of disbelief. "What are you still doing? Hurry and save the people," Kazan admonished sternly, his brow furrowed. Under his direction, several severely burned Navy personnel were rescued, while the rest lay transformed into charred remains. Who could have committed such a heinous act? The methods employed are utterly ruthless. Kazan's eyes flashed with a murderous intent as he observed the unconscious, burnt bodies of the Navy soldiers. Gritting his teeth, he vowed in a low voice, "This matter must be thoroughly investigated. If I uncover the perpetrator who has harmed these brave soldiers, I shall not let you escape. In the name of Navy justice." Hours later, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the door to the Admiral's office swung open abruptly. A colonel clad in a Navy officer's uniform entered with an anxious expression. Clutching a document, he approached Sengoku, seated in the Admiral's chair, and declared, "Admiral Sengoku, I have received an urgent message from Vice Admiral Kazan, who was dispatched to inspect the Sabaody archipelago. He insists it must be relayed to you immediately." "Oh, a message from Vice Admiral Kazan? Hand it over," Sengoku responded, furrowing his brow as he took on the responsibilities of the Admiral in the absence of Steelbone, who was sent to the World Government Headquarters by the Five Elders. "Yes." The colonel respectfully handed the document to Sengoku. Upon receiving the message, Sengoku glanced at the contents, and his previously narrowed eyes widened in shock. "What is this?" Perhaps realizing his lapse in composure, Sengoku regained his demeanor and coldly instructed the colonel, "All right, you may leave now." "Yes." Watching the colonel exit, Sengoku slumped back into the Admiral's chair, rubbing his temples in frustration. What news could have caused such a reaction from you, Sengoku? Could it be that Whitebeard has left the New World? Carp, munching on a donut, teased as he observed Sengoku's demeanor. "See for yourself," Sengoku retorted irritably. "Let us see." Carp snatched the document from Sengoku's hands, and as he read, a look of astonishment crept onto his previously indifferent face. Is it truly confirmed that this is the same fellow from the Roger Pirates? Upon hearing this, Sengoku helplessly rubbed his temples and sighed. This information was gleaned from the surviving Navy personnel by Kazan. Furthermore, according to Sakazuki's last report, that young lad bears an uncanny resemblance, both in appearance and in peculiar abilities, to the black-haired youth involved in this massacre. It is highly likely that he is indeed the same person. I never anticipated that the Roger Pirates, who had been shrouded in silence for months, would resurface. I thought they had vanished. After finishing his snack, Garp wiped his mouth and inquired, "What do you plan to do next?" "Publish a bounty notice." The slaughter of hundreds of Navy soldiers and a Navy major, coupled with his affiliation with the Roger Pirates, renders him a truly heinous criminal, Sengoku replied gravely. "Aren't we going to search for that kid?" Garp asked, somewhat puzzled. "There is insufficient time and energy. After all, countless pirates await our attention. Moreover, the New World is beginning to stir. As for that boy, let the greedy pirate hunters handle him." Sengoku's gaze turned icy as he spoke coldly. Before long, a newly issued bounty notice was dispatched from Navy headquarters, spreading across the globe with the speed of the wind, causing quite a stir in various locales. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates, a captain named Maruk presented a newspaper to Whitebeard. "Old man, this is incredible. A newcomer has emerged, and he is one of Roger's crew. Ha ha ha. What an extraordinary newcomer indeed." Whitebeard chuckled heartily upon viewing the bounty notice on the newspaper. "It is a pity he is associated with Roger. Otherwise, he would have been worthy of being my son." Meanwhile, on a small island in the East Sea, a red-haired woman, slightly pregnant, approached Roger, who was enjoying breakfast in the dining hall. "Roger, this morning's newspaper features news about a crew member you mentioned." "Oh?" Roger took the newspaper, scanned it, and then laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I knew that brat Chu-Han would never settle for mediocrity. It has been long since we parted, and he has already stirred up such a commotion. Come, Lugio, let us celebrate. In a fit of laughter, Roger scooped up the red-haired woman and headed toward the bedroom. At the same time, the world was abuzz with the news. Roger, pirate crew member, King Chu-Han, had attacked the Sabaody archipelago, killing a Navy major and over 500 Navy soldiers, and, for reasons unknown, had brutally slaughtered over 1,000 members of the twin-gun pirates before making his escape. The Navy headquarters deemed him extremely dangerous and issued a bounty of 111 million berries for his capture. Chapter 44. The Enraged Shikuyaku in the Sabaody Archipelago, District 13. While the world marveled at Chu-Han's meteoric rise, he had already returned to Shikuyaku's bar, where he was unexpectedly awaited by someone. Uncle Rayleigh, what brings you here? As Chu-Han pushed the door open, he immediately spotted Rayleigh seated at the central table, indulging in his drink. Haha, Chu-Han. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. But how is it that you suddenly left the Beast Island? I recall that we agreed on a rendezvous a month from now, Rayleigh exclaimed, downing his beer with gusto and laughing heartily. I had no choice. The creatures on that island no longer posed a challenge worthy of my time. Staying there would simply be a waste, Chu-Han replied. Taking a few steps forward and settling onto a seat across from Rayleigh at the table, regarding him with a faint smile. Then, does this mean you have mastered hockey in its entirety, including the Conqueror's Haki? Rayleigh's eyes gleamed with intensity, his gaze piercing as he looked at Chu-Han, speaking earnestly. Unfazed by Rayleigh's penetrating stare, Chu-Han maintained his composure, smiled slightly, and poured himself a drink from the beer before him. After savoring a sip, he replied nonchalantly, I suppose so, but I have only grasped the basics. After all, the time has been rather brief. At this admission, Rayleigh's pupils narrowed slightly. Though he had already sensed the presence of the Conqueror's Haki through his Kenbunshaku, hearing Chu-Han acknowledge it personally still left him in awe. It is known that Conqueror's Haki signifies the potential of a king, a rare trait that, if nurtured, could shape the course of an era. According to Rayleigh's knowledge, the number of individuals in this world who possess Conqueror's Haki could scarcely exceed a handful. Each of these figures is renowned across the globe, including Vice Admiral Garp, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, Green Pepper of the 8 Treasure Navy, as well as Roger and himself. While it is possible that other possessors or potential wielders of Conqueror's Haki exist, their numbers are so few they can be deemed negligible. This realization is the crux of Rayleigh's astonishment. The scarcity of those with Conqueror's Haki in comparison to the vast population of the world is staggering. He had not anticipated that the young lad he had casually rescued would also possess this formidable skill. Furthermore, with both he and Roger, their pirate crew now boasted 3 individuals wielding Conqueror's Haki, an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of pirate history. Congratulations, Chu-Han, Rayleigh said, suppressing his astonishment. Regarding the calm-faced Chu-Han with admiration as he laughed heartily. Thank you, Chu-Han replied with a subtle nod, sipping his drink nonchalantly. Unlike Rayleigh, who was taken aback by Chu-Han's awakening of Conqueror's Haki, Chu-Han had always known this power belonged to him. Conqueror's Haki. Unlike the observation and armed colors, the Conqueror's Haki is an innate gift bestowed upon those born with the qualities of a king, a privilege that cannot be acquired through practice nor inherited through generations, but solely determined by one's bloodline. Chu-Han possesses the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, a lineage of unparalleled nobility, incomparable to the mundane bloodlines of this world. Even the proud lineage of the Celestial Dragons pales in comparison to that of the Dragon Clan. If individuals of ordinary bloodlines can awaken the Conqueror's Haki, then for Chu-Han, blessed with the Dragon bloodline, acquiring this power would be an effortless endeavor. Well, young one, how long do you intend to converse with that old fellow? At that moment, a chilling voice pierced through the bar, prompting Chu-Han and Rayleigh to turn their gaze towards the source, discovering Shikuyaki glaring at them with a stormy expression. Young man, it seems we need to discuss our matters. Shikaku slowly emerged from behind the bar, her delicate hand clenched tightly. Her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowing into slits as she glared at Chu-Han, her voice dripping with indignation. Upon hearing this, Chu-Han furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Rayleigh, only to see Rayleigh wearing a resigned smile. I've heard about your situation from Shikyaku. You have indeed gone a bit overboard. Here's the deal, Chu-Han, you should have a proper conversation with Shikyaku. Once you resolve your issues, come find me. I have matters to discuss with you as well. With that, Rayleigh flashed Chu-Han a look of caution and swiftly exited the bar under Shikuyaku's icy glare. It was evident that even Rayleigh dared not provoke the enraged Shikuyaku. What do you mean, woman? Watching Rayleigh's departing figure, Chuhan frowned and turned to Shikuyaku. His voice cold. What do you mean? Is this what you call a satisfactory resolution? Shikuyaku's impatience flared, her anger surging as she waved her hand, casting a golden paper that flew toward Chuhan like a dart. Oh? Observing this, Chuhan remained composed, his fingers shooting up like lightning to deftly catch the flying paper, glancing down to reveal a spark of surprise as he softly exclaimed. So this is what you were referring to. After a moment, Chuhan set the paper aside, took a sip of his drink, and with a playful glint in his eyes, remarked, however, this matter seems to have little to do with you. Chapter 45. News of Roger. The paper that soared from Shakyak's hand was none other than the bounty notice recently issued by the Navy headquarters concerning Chuhan. The notice prominently displayed the words King and 110 million in large, striking letters. However, the accompanying photograph dated back 5 months, capturing Chuhan's initial appearance during the Navy's encirclement operation. In the image, his resplendent golden eyes and proud posture, akin to a shimmering pool of autumn water, were complemented by the mesmerizing sword Murakumo, all while he exuded an air of calm even when surrounded by hundreds of elite naval forces. Chuhan appeared as a king, radiating an unparalleled majesty, making it impossible for anyone to deem the title of king as inappropriate. Unbeknownst to Chuhan, the Navy headquarters had not intended to use this particular photograph. However, with 90% of the pirates lost in the battle at the Shambati Islands, and no one having captured his true likeness, they were left with no alternative but to resort to this old image of him among the members of the Roger Pirates. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? You have slaughtered hundreds of Navy personnel, and now you are wanted for such an exorbitant sum. Henceforth, whether it be the Navy or bounty hunters, they will relentlessly pursue any leads on your whereabouts. With a little investigation, they will undoubtedly trace it back here. Does this not concern you? Shakyak exclaimed furiously. Is that so? But how does this pertain to me? Chuhan replied with a faint smile, rising to his feet. He regarded Shakyak with a disdainful gaze and coldly stated, from the very beginning, the premise of our transaction was your assistance in locating Uncle Rayleigh. Now that Uncle Rayleigh has appeared on his own accord, it is evident that this transaction has failed. Consequently, whatever actions I take are of no concern to you. A hint of amusement flickered at the corners of Chuhan's mouth. Although he had previously promised to resolve the matter satisfactorily, he was unexpectedly confronted with a few elusive remnants beneath Junyan's shadow, resulting in his information being divulged to the Navy and a bounty placed upon him. However, if Shakuyaku believed she could compel Chuhan to submit through this predicament, she was gravely mistaken. Whether it stemmed from his inherent disposition or the dragon blood coursing through his veins, Chuhan was resolute in his refusal to bow or admit fault. Much like the ancient emperors, he would never concede to being wrong. If there were to be a mistake, it would be the world that erred. Observing Chuhan's disdainful gaze, Shakuyaku felt her rage surging. She had never encountered such audacious impudence. In her exasperation, her former piratical nature erupted, and a flintlock pistol suddenly materialized in her grasp, its barrel ominously aimed at Chuhan's forehead. You little brat, I have no desire to argue with you. Since you have brought me such considerable trouble, you must humbly apologize. Otherwise, I shall make an example of you, regardless of your connection to that fellow Rayleigh. Shakuyaku's eyes narrowed, her voice dripping with lethal intent. Put it down. Chuhan's brows furrowed as he commanded coldly. What? Shakuyaku, who had anticipated Chuhan's capitulation, was momentarily taken aback. Did this boy truly believe she would shy away from pulling the trigger? I said, put it down. Just then, a voice as chilling as the depths of winter pierced the air, and Shakuyaku felt a frigid gust sweep over her, cleansing her both inside and out. It was as if an emperor spoke. The chilling tone bore an immense authority, reminiscent of a superior issuing orders to an inferior, as if the speaker transcended humanity itself. In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted, illuminating Shakuyaku's pallid visage. I have warned you. Anyone who directs a blade or weapon towards me must be prepared to face the consequences. Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill a woman? Chuhan's eyes blazed with an intense golden flame, his handsome face betraying no emotion, as the demonic blade Murakumo was slowly drawn. Exuding a palpable aura of death as he gazed at Shakuyaku, his voice icy. Faced with Chuhan's divine golden eyes and the unmasked chill of his murderous intent, Shakuyaku was abruptly transported back to her first encounter with death. Overwhelmed by terror and trepidation, her face turned ashen, and instinctively, she took a step back, collapsing to the ground. Bored woman. Observing her reaction, a flicker of disdain crossed Chu Han's gaze, and he gradually sheathed Murakumo, turning to leave. Just as he was about to exit the bar, an unbidden thought struck him. He abruptly pivoted, furrowing his brow as he regarded the crumpled Shakuyaku, causing her heart to race with apprehension. What do you want? She stammered nervously. Hearing her, Chu Han slowly shook his head, replying nonchalantly, I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to remind you, given your connection to Uncle Rayleigh. What? Your underwear is showing. After uttering this remark, Chu Han turned and exited the bar, vanishing into the night, leaving behind a bewildered Siaku. You little rascal. I shall have my revenge. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from within the bar, startling Rayleigh, who was seated outside, nursing his drink. He stared in astonishment as Chu Han emerged from the establishment, exclaiming, Chu Han, you haven't done anything to Siaku, have you? Absolutely not. Noticing the playful smirk on Rayleigh's face, Chu Han furrowed his brow and promptly interrupted him, coolly stating, Uncle Rayleigh, let us discuss the matter that you summoned me for. Ah, well, Rayleigh hesitated slightly, observing Chu Han's composed demeanor before regaining his composure and sighing, what I wish to convey pertains to Captain Roger. Chapter 46. The Division of Authority. Is it news about Captain Roger? Rayleigh paused, taking in Chu Han's calm expression, before continuing with a sigh. Captain Roger is currently residing on a small island in the South Sea, living a blissful life with his wife. Captain Roger is married? Chu Han inquired, astonished. Indeed. It is said that he wed a woman named Portgas de Rouge. She is no ordinary woman, having effortlessly captured Roger's heart. I truly wish to meet her one day. Rayleigh remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Portgas de Rouge? Chu Han's eyes narrowed as he pondered, then asked, what of Captain Roger's health? What else can be said? It remains the same. I fear he does not have much time left. Rayleigh's expression grew somber, his tone reflective. Yet, in his final days, Roger has found true love. Which is a blessing, albeit it may be a burden for that woman. Sigh. Chu Han nodded slightly, his expression seemingly tranquil, yet his heart was tumultuous, swirling with a tempest of thoughts. He recalled Kurokaz's words, predicting that Roger's condition would last no more than 6 months. With 5 months already elapsed, it was evident that Roger would undertake that monumental task within the coming month, before succumbing to his ailment. Chu Han maintained a calm facade while contemplating that world-shattering event. Roger, you truly deserve to be called a king, igniting the world with your demise. His gaze sharpened, and a faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips. However, a deceased king is no longer a king. The dead, like water, will ultimately be forgotten, and your throne shall inevitably belong to me. With these thoughts, Chu Han's eyes regained their composure as he turned to Rayleigh, stating with a gentle smile, Uncle Rayleigh, I wish to journey to the South Sea to visit the captain. You intend to leave the Sabaody archipelago? That is out of the question, Rayleigh replied, his brow furrowed and voice cold. He was acutely aware of his old comrade's intentions. A venture that would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe, heralding a new era. Such an event would attract a multitude of formidable individuals, creating a chaotic mix. And with Chu Han recently under the Navy's scrutiny, any misstep could lead to regrettable consequences. Is Rayleigh concerned for my safety? Or perhaps he fears that the captain's actions may inadvertently involve me. Chu Han smiled lightly. You are aware of it? Rayleigh looked at Chu Han in astonishment. In response, Chu Han shook his head with a gentle smile. I am not as oblivious as Shanks and Buggy, and I understand the captain's character well. He is certainly not one to resign himself to a quiet death. If he must perish, it will be in a grand, resounding manner. I suspect that once the crew learns of the news, they will also join him. Therefore, Uncle Rayleigh, please do not impede my decision. Is it absolutely necessary for you to go? Rayleigh asked solemnly. Chu Han fell silent, yet the resolute expression on his face conveyed his determination. Very well. I consent to your request, he clenched his teeth and stated, but promise me, do not interfere in Roger's affairs, merely observe from the sidelines. For this is Roger's final will and desire. I give you my word, Uncle Rayleigh. Chu Han nodded in agreement. In that case, before we depart, allow me to instruct you once more, lest you venture into the South Sea and fall victim to others, Rayleigh said, his initial concerns alleviated, breaking into a hearty laugh. What shall you teach me? Swordsmanship? Chu Han inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. Certainly not. Each individual possesses a unique swordsmanship. Only that which suits oneself is truly the best. Even if I were to impart my techniques to you, they would not manifest effectively. Thus, I intend to teach you hockey, Rayleigh replied solemnly. Hockey? Chu-Han queried, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. But I already know how to use Haki, don't I? Haha. What you possess is merely the nascent spark of Haki. You have yet to grasp its intricate techniques. My aim is to ensure you truly master Haki. Rayleigh chuckled heartily. Then I shall rely on you. Chu-Han responded with a gentle smile. Observing this, Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively, signaling that such formalities were unnecessary, and then spoke with gravity. Haki is categorized into 3 types: Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, and Armament Haki. You are aware of these, correct? Indeed. Chu-Han nodded. However, you may not yet realize that Haki is also divided into levels, based on its depth of mastery: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfection, Rayleigh explained, a smile gracing his lips. The 3 types of Haki you currently command are at the beginner stage, indicating that your journey is still lengthy. How can one distinguish between these stages of Haki? Chu-Han inquired, unfazed by Rayleigh's teasing, his tone cool. Rayleigh responded with a grin. Take Observation Haki, for instance. The beginner level merely enhances sensitivity and the 5 senses, with a limited range. At the intermediate level, the coverage expands significantly, extending approximately 100 miles, while the 5 senses are greatly intensified. The advanced stage, also known as Heartstring, enables the foresight of an opponent's movements and even the ability to read minds. As for perfection, I have only witnessed one person achieve it, Roger, who could hear the voices of all things. He continued, the classification of Armament Haki is determined by the area of hardened coverage. When your Armament Haki can envelop your entire body in hardened form, that is perfection. Yet, even Roger never attained this realm, rendering it a mere legend. As for Conqueror's Haki, it is assessed by its range and control. The higher the stage, the deeper the control. Chapter 47. The Black Cat Pirates. Subscription requested. Half a month later, upon the East Sea. The weather was tranquil and sunny, an undeniably splendid day. A luxurious ship sliced through the calm waters, gliding gracefully, its opulent exterior revealing it to be a passenger vessel. A ship that traverses between the Grand Line and the 4 seas. Esteemed guests, we have arrived at the East Sea. Should you wish to disembark here, kindly inform us, and we shall ensure your safe passage to your desired island. Meanwhile, outside a lavish cabin within the opulent cruise ship, a young attendant, clad in service attire, rapped gently on the door, his tone imbued with respect. I understand. After a considerable pause, a calm voice emanated from the enclosed room, sounding distinctly youthful and remarkably clear. Please continue to rest, esteemed guest, the attendant responded, unfazed by the unremarkable tone, before turning to depart. Having spent many years aboard this vessel, he had encountered a myriad of patrons, lecherous, irritable, and rude. In comparison, the present guest was merely a touch reclusive, which was quite tolerable. Suddenly, the previously shut door swung open, revealing a strikingly handsome youth with dark hair, who stepped forth. His slightly pallid complexion suggested he had not seen the sun in quite some time, lending him an intriguing allure. At last, we have reached the East Sea? He mused, stepping onto the deck and squinting at the long-missed sunlight. It seems I shall be but a few days away from the South Sea Island where Roger resides. Soon. Very soon. This dark-haired youth was none other than Chu-Han. After acquiring knowledge of Haki division and some minor techniques from Rayleigh in the Shambadi archipelago, Chu-Han had stealthily infiltrated a luxurious cruise ship destined for the 4 seas that very night. He had found a passenger of similar stature, cast him into the ocean, and assumed his identity to officially board the vessel. For the past fortnight, in an effort to avoid drawing attention and to elude inspections by naval fortresses, Chu-Han had remained in his cabin, shunning sunlight. Now, after this extended period, the cruise ship had finally departed the Grand Line and arrived at the East Sea. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted behind Chu-Han. Turning to investigate, he beheld a massive cannonball that had inexplicably struck the deck behind the ship, causing it to tremble violently, eliciting screams of panic from the passengers on board. Simultaneously, a colossal pirate ship rapidly approached from the distance. In no time at all, it drew near to the cruise liner, and a multitude of pirates, brandishing hooks and swords, swiftly ascended the vessel. Their faces contorted with malice as they lunged at the frightened passengers. Strangely, no naval escorts emerged to thwart the assault. Everyone down. Hand over your valuables without hesitation, or none of you shall leave here alive today. A young man, clad in a dance costume and adorned with heart-shaped glasses, stood at the bow of the ship. Looking down with a haughty demeanor at the passengers on the deck who were trembling and clutching their heads, he shouted with audacity, "How could this happen? How could we suddenly be attacked by pirates? Where have the Navy gone?" Among the crowd, someone, overwhelmed by fear, cried out in despair. This passenger liner was supposed to be accompanied by elite naval forces. Otherwise, how could an ordinary vessel safely traverse the Grand Line and the seas beyond? Yet, in the presence of the Navy, these pirates had stealthily launched their assault, and thus far, not a single naval officer had appeared. An ominous premonition began to stir within the hearts of the passengers. If this were indeed the case, they would be facing certain doom. Are you referring to these individuals? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from within the cabin. A young man dressed in a server's attire and wearing glasses slowly emerged. His handsome face adorned with a gentle smile, exuding an air of politeness that instantly endeared him to the onlookers. However, when their gazes shifted downward, fear engulfed their expressions. For in the hands of this seemingly courteous young man were two severed heads, unmistakably recognizable to all present. These heads belonged to the ship's captain and the accompanying naval commander, a lieutenant colonel. Behind this young man, a door swung open, spilling forth a cascade of blood that pooled upon the deck. Through the dim light, the passengers peered inside, only to discover a gruesome sight. The cabin was piled high with the corpses of sailors and naval personnel, their heads and abdomens slashed open, their innards staining the entire compartment crimson. Witnessing this macabre scene, many passengers felt their stomachs churn violently, succumbing to waves of nausea and vomiting. Heh. Since you wish to locate these individuals, allow me to return them to you, the young man remarked coldly, casting the two severed heads into the crowd, inciting a fresh wave of screams and chaos. Captain, you truly are brilliant. If you had not infiltrated this passenger ship days ago and poisoned those naval officers, how could we have so easily seized control of this vessel? The heart-shaped glasses-wearing man exclaimed, clutching the treasure plundered by his subordinates. As he approached the young man with laughter, "Enough with the idle chatter, Zango. Finish this matter swiftly," the young man said, adjusting his glasses. His eyes reflecting a cold glint as he added, "The captain sent out a distress signal to the nearby Navy before his demise. I estimate that within half an hour, a substantial force of naval personnel will arrive." The young man's manner of adjusting his glasses was peculiar. He pushed them up with the palm of his hand rather than with his fingers, rendering it quite odd. "Yes," Zango replied, trembling slightly. A forced smile etched upon his face. "What shall we do with these people?" Zango pointed at the trembling passengers on the deck and whispered, "Is there really a need for me to teach you this?" A cold smile crept onto the lips of the young man as he spoke with a menacing tone. "Of course, we must eliminate them all and seize every valuable item. Leave nothing for the Navy." Upon hearing this heartless command, a flicker of fear crossed Zango's eyes as he nodded, then turned to the pirates on the deck and shouted, "You lot, get to work swiftly." Suddenly, a massive figure crashed down from the side, landing heavily at Zango's feet and interrupting his command, sending dust swirling into the air. "What is happening?" As the dust settled, the young man gazed at the shapeless corpse before him, his expression icy as he turned to Zango, coldly remarking, I don't know," Zango stammered, his anxiety palpable. "But isn't this person one of my subordinates sent to gather the treasures? Who could have done this? Could there still be Navy personnel aboard this ship?" "Impossible," the young man replied, adjusting his glasses with a furrowed brow. "I dealt with all 100 of the Navy on this ship. None remain. So it cannot be the Navy. Then who could it be?" "It is I." A chilling voice resonated from behind the young man and Zango. They turned to find a tall, handsome young man with black hair and a long sword at his waist, slowly approaching them. Clearly, the voice had come from this black-haired youth. "May I inquire who you are?" the young man asked, his brow furrowed in caution as he did not act aggressively, instead offering a faint, courteous smile. "You need not concern yourself with my identity," Chuhan replied, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the seemingly amicable young man. "However, I am quite intrigued by yours. If I am not mistaken, you are Captain Kuro of the Black Cap Pirates from the East Blue, correct? Do you know who I am?" The young man, "No," Kuro, adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with confusion. "Since you acknowledge it, then everything should be straightforward." Chuhan's lips curled into a sly smile as he spoke nonchalantly. This young man was, in fact, the Captain Kuro from the Black Cap Pirates, whom Luffy encountered in Usopp's hometown in the original storyline. What intrigued Chuhan most was that in the SBS, the creator of One Piece, Eiichiro Oda, had once stated that this man possessed a remarkably high intelligence, second only to that of the first mate of the red-haired pirates. "What do you mean by that?" Kuro inquired, perplexed. Upon being exposed by Chuhan, the demeanor of Klo, whose identity was revealed, shifted noticeably, and his tone grew considerably more aloof. "If you are angered by the earlier incident, I extend my apologies on behalf of my subordinate. Consider this a token of remorse, Klo said, inclining slightly in a bow and displaying a faintly apologetic smile. Had one not been familiar with him, they might have been deceived by his seemingly courteous facade, mistaking him for a noble gentleman. Yet, only Zhang Yao, who stood beside him, truly understood the terrifying monster concealed behind that gentle smile. The more radiant his smile, the more lethal his inner malice. He epitomized the phrase smiling tiger. Such trifles are beneath my notice, and you need not continue to test me. If I were to accept these riches with delight, I would likely find myself ambushed in the next moment, Chu Han remarked, casting a nonchalant glance at the gold and jewels laid before him, his expression betraying no sign of change, his eyes reflecting disdain. You truly have a penchant for jest, Klo replied awkwardly, a forced laugh escaping him as his gaze towards Chu Han grew increasingly wary. For he alone recognized that his earlier intentions, as Chu Han had surmised, were indeed to test the authenticity of Chu Han's strength while simultaneously facilitating a covert attack. To his dismay, however, his machinations had been seen through. Could it be that this young man possessed the ability to read minds? This is no jest. Your eyes have betrayed you. No matter how one may disguise themselves, the depths of their gaze cannot be concealed. And within yours, I perceive a profound intent to kill, mingled with a hint of trepidation. I trust one am not mistaken, Chu Han remarked, slowly shaking his head with a composed smile. You truly understand me well, Klo replied, betraying no hint of panic as he adjusted his glasses, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. However, it appears you are no ordinary individual either. If you wish to leave, it would be a simple task. But why? Are you inquiring why I so suddenly obstructed your path? Chu Han interjected, a smirk playing upon his lips as he continued. The reason is quite simple. I realized I am in need of a steward. And then? Klo asked, perplexed. Yet. Chu Han fell silent thereafter, his gaze upon Klo conveying everything. As one who possessed an intellect comparable to that of the future vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, Chu Han undoubtedly contemplated the prospect of bringing Klo into his fold. After all, even a king requires servants, does he not? You don't mean to imply that I am to be that steward, do you? Klo observed the depth in Chu Han's eyes, a sudden understanding dawning upon him. An awkward laugh escaped him, but he abruptly turned, his smile fading, replaced by an icy demeanor. Kill him. Captain, you should have acted thus long ago. Why exercise caution against a mere child? Just eliminate him. Listening to Crocodile's arrogant laughter, he turned to face the pirates on the deck, brandishing their swords, and bellowed, Lads, charge forth and slay this pretentious wretch. Let him understand that our Black Cat pirate crew is not to be trifled with. Indeed, echoed the voices of over 100 pirates, their blades glinting menacingly. A mere boy has managed to incite the captain's caution. I shall see what skills he possesses. What could he possibly have? Perhaps the strength of a suckling child? Boy, you haven't T-weaned yet, have you? As the raucous crew of the Black Cat pirates spat foul words and charged at Chu Han with ferocious expressions, their eyes harbored no inkling of concern. They deemed this young lad utterly inconsequential, an easy target, and displayed a remarkable lack of regard. Meanwhile, Chu Han surveyed his surroundings, his gaze unfocused, entirely disregarding the menacing pirates, for they were insignificant, akin to mere insects. Does a divine being, gazing down upon the world, truly concern itself with each passerby? When one possesses the power to reduce an individual to ashes with ease, does the existence of such beings truly matter? Crocodile, I find myself increasingly impressed with your prudence. Even now, you refrain from engaging directly, opting instead to send these pawns to gauge my strength. Is this caution or a manifestation of your fear? Chu Han's gaze shifted to Crocodile, disdain evident in his eyes. But do you truly believe that a handful of pawns can adequately assess my capabilities? Navi. With a slight furrow of his brow, he let out a cold snort, and his dark pupils abruptly transformed into a bizarre golden hue, reminiscent of a lizard or serpent's gaze, with golden veins resembling blood vessels sprawling across the surface of his eyes. In an instant, the golden pupils ignited, unleashing a tremendous aura that erupted from Chu Han, a commanding presence akin to that of a dragon, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, altering the very fabric of the atmosphere. What on earth is that? The pirates present were taken aback as they beheld the sudden emergence of Chu Han's golden eyes. They felt as though their feet were shackled by heavy chains, succumbing against their will. The golden pupils seemed to harbor an ancient demonic power, compelling any pirate who dared resist to kneel. This sensation was even more terrifying than facing their frenzied captain. The pirates trembled, quaking under the authority of the golden gaze. A chilling dread that penetrated to their very bones far surpassing the fear they felt in Crocodile's presence. If Crocodile represented an immovable mountain to the pirates, then at this moment, Chu Han was akin to a deity standing upon the clouds, lofty, sacred, and inviolable. Chu Han slowly drew the demon blade, Murakumo, from his waist, pointing it towards a kneeling pirate among the crew. This individual, a nondescript yet robust man with a prominent scar across his face, had been the loudest in his curses moments earlier. Me? The man involuntarily replied, despite his desire to remain silent. He understood that answering would only provoke the imposing figure before him. Yet, even from several meters away, he could feel the penetrating gaze of Chu Han's golden eyes. It was a look that commanded authority, imbued with an indescribable pressure, as if an unseen hand was gripping his heart. To defy or remain silent would mean the crushing of his very essence. Weren't you just enjoying your curses? Why the silence now? Chu Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward, observing the man's face, now a mask of fear, refusing to speak. A cold smile crept across his lips. One must always bear the consequences of their reckless words. Wouldn't you agree? The pressure intensified, overwhelming the man like an avalanche. Spare me. As the dread deepened on the man's face, he attempted to plead for mercy, though his voice cracked under the weight of his terror. Yet, this fear only served to heighten his mental turmoil, causing his limbs to tremble violently. Under the dominion of those golden eyes, he felt utterly drained. Akin to a prey ensnared in a spider's web, struggling helplessly. In the opulent cabin of a luxury cruise ship in the East Sea, the atmosphere was thick with tension. As the heat in Chu Han's golden gaze surged, the unseen pressure escalated, further amplifying the man's fright. Perhaps in an instinctive bid for relief, the man chose to kneel, prostrating himself, while before him stood Chu Han, ablaze with golden fury. This scene resembled an ancient subject bowing before an emperor, an act both natural and inevitable. Crime and punishment. If one has sinned, then punishment must follow, mustn't it? Observing the man, now on his knees and trembling, Chu Han felt a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He sighed coldly. There is no punishment more profound than the loss of life. Wouldn't you concur? Perhaps sensing the murderous intent in Chu Han's gaze, the kneeling man's face turned ashen as he sought to plead for his life. Alas! He found no opportunity to voice his desperation. A chilling blade sliced through the air, tracing a brilliant arc before delivering a heavy thud as it pierced flesh, accompanied by a geyser of blood erupting skyward. Boom! Amidst the splattering of fresh blood, a colossal head soared through the air before crashing to the ground, rolling a few times before finally coming to rest at the feet of the pallid Klo. Are you satisfied with this test? Chu Han stood proudly, gracefully waving his sword. Murakumo, as blood sprayed across the deck. He gazed calmly at Klo in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Observing the rolling head beneath him, Klo's expression shifted dramatically. The elegance he once possessed vanished without a trace, replaced by a grotesque ferocity. Kill him. All of you attack together. For reasons unknown. Facing the ever-smiling Chu Han, a sense of impending doom surged within Klo. If he failed to eliminate this boy today, it was he who would likely meet his demise. With a thud, the pirate crew stirred uneasily at the sight of their menacing captain, stepping back in unison, distancing themselves from Klo and Chu Han, disregarding his command. To them, neither the enraged Klo nor the imposing boy were adversaries they dared to confront. Furthermore, an instinctive voice in their minds warned them to avoid provoking this boy, lest they suffer a dire fate. Thus, they preferred to defy Klo's orders rather than advance an inch. You worthless fools! Witnessing their retreat, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Klo's eyes as he ruthlessly dismembered a pirate who stood in his way. Bathed in blood, he advanced slowly towards Chu Han. His visage twisted with malice. Boy, though I know who you are far from capable of subduing me. Klo licked the blood from his claws, his gaze frigid and menacing. Do not utter such arrogant words lightly. They will only reveal your cowardice. As for whether I am capable or not, you shall find out through experience. Why waste breath on trivialities? Chu Han's eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding a calm yet aggressive presence. Humph. You certainly have a penchant for verbosity, Klo scoffed, a cold snort escaping his lips as he slightly raised his claw, gleaming with a chilling light under the sun. Step forth. As a voice imbued with icy finality rang out, Klo transformed into a shadow, lunging ferociously towards Chu Han. His 10-clawed paws sliced through the air, producing a cacophony of sharp friction, resembling a predatory black cat, agile yet undeniably ruthless. Not bad for speed, but it falls short. Chu Han maintained his composure, a subtle smile playing on his lips. With the basic observation haki enveloping him, He moved effortlessly, evading Chloe's frigid claws with ease, responding with a serene smile. Whoosh! In a flurry of rapid movements, Chloe attempted to strike multiple times, failing to even graze the hem of Chu Han's attire. Frustrated, he halted, panting slightly, gazing incredulously at the nonchalant Chu Han, exclaiming, "How is this possible? My movements were completely soundless. How did you perceive and evade them? Is it the power of a devil fruit?" "Guess." Chu Han slowly shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Humph. Since you choose not to speak, let it remain unspoken forever." Upon hearing this, Keilu's expression darkened, his teeth gritted as he exclaimed, "Spoon." In response to Chu Han's disdain, Keilu unleashed his most formidable technique, an indiscriminate assault of silent steps. With swift movements and his clawed hands, he could annihilate numerous foes, said to rival the speed of the six-style shave. So rapid that even the wielder could not discern what they would strike. "Impressive. Your speed surpasses that of the Navy's shave. Keilu, you truly continue to impress me. To develop such a powerful move without any guidance speaks volumes of your extraordinary intellect." As Keilu seemingly vanished before him, Chu Han remained unperturbed, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes as a smirk played upon his lips. However, no matter how swift one may be, if the attack fails to connect, it is all in vain. With that, Chu Han's golden eyes reignited, and an aura akin to that of a deity erupted from him. His right hand suddenly lifted, striking out like lightning towards his left. Boom! In the next instant, a clawed wrist was firmly grasped, and a look of astonishment appeared on Chu Han's left side, as the face adorned with a sinister grin momentarily froze. "At last, I have captured you, my Keilu butler." Chu Han smiled faintly, gripping Chloe's wrist, which had turned a ghastly shade of iron blue, grotesquely contorted, with protruding bones and a fine layer of iron blue scales adorning the back of his hand. Sharp claws enveloped his fingertips, and as Chu Han exerted silent pressure, the two bones in Chloe's wrist emitted a grating sound, as though they might snap at any moment. Chapter 50, Submission or Annihilation. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain radiating from his wrist, Chloe involuntarily let out a wretched cry, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the smiling youth before him. How could this be possible? The turmoil within him surged as he grappled with the reality of being ensnared by a single move. This so-called spoon technique was his most formidable skill, a secret he had long guarded jealously. Yet, when he unleashed it, his confidence soared, for he had never encountered anyone who could match his speed. But today, his prideful technique had been effortlessly countered by an inconspicuous young boy, shattering his beliefs. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a glint of madness and bloodshot fury appeared in Chloe's eyes, contorting his features into a grotesque expression. However, upon locking eyes with Chu Han, he was taken aback. At that moment, Chu Han slowly raised his gaze. His golden eyes, radiant beyond the brilliance of the sun, shone down upon Chloe like two golden lanterns. Though they were merely eyes, the golden pupils within Chu Han's gaze emanated an overwhelming power, akin to the eyes of a deity, noble and imposing. Witnessing this, terror flooded Chloe's eyes, and he instinctively felt the urge to tremble and kneel, reminiscent of ancient subjects before their emperor. Crack! Just then, Chloe felt the grip on his wrist abruptly loosen, but before he could comprehend the situation, a frigid hand seized his throat. The immense force threatened to shatter his cervical bones, and from that hand, he sensed no trace of human warmth. He thought to himself that this time, he truly might meet his end. The golden pupils before him bore a chilling coldness, devoid of any mercy. The sound of his neck cracking echoed in his ears, and Chloe had never imagined that hearing the sound of his own neck breaking could be so terrifying. Enough! A sigh suddenly resounded, and simultaneously, Chloe felt the grip on his throat slacken, the sensation shifting from steel to human flesh in an instant. "With your current strength, you are incapable of touching my form. Now, shall we discuss matters of consequence? Submission or annihilation?" Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding an air of calmness interlaced with an assertive intensity, reminiscent of a formidable monarch proclaiming a decree that reverberates through the soul. "Why do you seek to subdue me? With your prowess, you could easily conquer those more renowned pirates. Why have you singled me out?" Upon hearing this, Chloe let out a hoarse, desperate roar. This cry was imbued with a multitude of emotions, the despondency of defeat, the bitterness of encountering this ruthless killer without provocation, and a flicker of hope that the other might relent. His gaze was sharp, yet concealed a glimmer of expectation. For reasons unknown, Chu Han's stare seemed to offer him a semblance of an answer. "Do you wish to inquire about my specific motives?" "No, there are none. It is merely a fleeting whim of mine. Chuhan's calm smile seemed to mock the defeat of Kuro, as if subduing him were merely a fleeting whim. Although Kuro's intellect was unparalleled among pirates, what did it matter? To Chuhan, he was nothing more than a capable advisor and subordinate, an embellishment, entirely dispensable. For Chuhan had always believed that with overwhelming strength, any cunning scheme would crumble before him. It is impossible. If this were merely a passing fancy, why did you earlier display such a ruthless intent to kill? What? Am I mistaken? At these words, Kuro looked up in shock, his gaze meeting Chuhan's serene smile. He found it hard to accept that everything had been a mere impulse, as if Chuhan were toying with him. A bitter smile crept onto Kuro's lips. But he remained silent, for in the presence of Chuhan, he felt an undeniable sense of oppression. For reasons unknown, this seemingly mature youth exuded an aura of profound mystery, especially the disdain concealed within his calm gaze, akin to a lion surveying its pride or an eagle soaring high above, surveying the vast expanse of the earth. Everything felt so natural, so justified. Kuro even entertained the illusion that within this youthful form resided a noble soul, one that had been preserved for centuries. Even if this exalted being regarded him with contempt, it was still a mark of significance. With piercing eyes and an intangible intimidation, Chuhan spoke again. Now, what have you decided? Will you choose submission or annihilation? Chuhan's profound gaze bored down upon Kuro, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of existential peril. Under the divine-like intensity of that stare, Kuro found himself rendered mute, retreating into a timid silence. For reasons unknown, the intangible aura emanating from Chuhan continually weighed upon him, preventing him from raising his head. Moreover, the eyes of Chuhan were imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. Thus, a formidable dilemma was laid before Kuro, the choice between life and death. Submission or annihilation. As he pondered this grave decision, Kuro gritted his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His mind became ensnared in a web of indecision. With each passing second, he felt Chuhan's murderous intent intensifying. Should he yield to the command of this enigmatic specter, relinquishing the freedom he had cherished for years? Or should he choose death, forsaking the alluring prospects of power that lay ahead? At this juncture, Kuro found himself at the crossroads of fate, burdened by feelings of reluctance and regret, ultimately compelled to make a choice. I promise you, the yearning for life and the hope for a brighter future ultimately triumphed over reason. With a heavy sigh, Kuro acquiesced to Chuhan's demands. What troubles you? You seem discontent. Are you truly satisfied with your current self? Do you not desire to wield greater power and ascend to a higher realm? Every inquiry posed by Chuhan struck like a hammer upon Kuro's heart, reverberating with profound intensity. His convictions began to crumble, and his stance wavered. Or perhaps, do you genuinely believe that with your meager strength, you can navigate the treacherous seas alongside such incompetent subordinates? I imagine you must live in constant dread of the Navy's relentless pursuit, trembling with fear each day. Is this truly the existence you desire? Chuhan's gaze flickered, and the final words he uttered were akin to the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, ultimately causing Claw's long-established confidence to shatter. Indeed, Chuhan was not mistaken. Claw had long harbored a deep-seated disdain for the life of a pirate, weary of incessantly scheming and worrying as a captain for his crew, and enduring the relentless pursuit of the Navy and bounty hunters that came with his modest fame. You speak the truth. Yet why should I place my trust in you? Once I submit, how can I be assured of escaping this existence rather than finding myself ensnared in a similar predicament? Claw scoffed bitterly. In your eyes, I still perceive doubt and denial. Very well, for us, trust is an unnecessary commodity. As Chuhan's thoughts stirred, the golden pupils in his eyes blazed with an intensity that seemed almost tangible, merging with the formidable conqueror's haki that descended once more. With no resistance, Kuro's spine was forcefully crushed under the weight of his presence. He fell to the ground in disarray, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by a sense of lethal suffocation. You need only obey and follow my commands without defiance or resistance, regardless of how powerful the pirates or navy wishing to take your life may be. Until I grant my consent, none shall claim your existence. Any enemy daring to oppose my will shall be ruthlessly slain by the blade in my hand. It is as simple as that. If there are no further questions, let us depart, my butler Kuro. Upon finishing, Chuhan sheathed the demonic blade Murakumo, casting a glance at the wavering Kuro. With a nonchalant smile, he took elegant strides, exuding an air of nobility as he walked away. Observing Chuhan's imposing silhouette, a flicker of resolve flashed in Kuro's eyes, as if he had made a firm decision. He slightly bowed, performing a standard gentleman salute, and respectfully declared, "At your command, my master." Chapter 51. The prelude to a great era. 3 days later, a morning newspaper was delivered by seagulls to countless households across the globe. Upon seeing the headline, the world erupted in a frenzy. Front page headline: The Pirate King Gold. Roger has been captured by the Navy and will face public execution in Log Town in 1 week. The capture of the Pirate King? How could this be possible? The world was engulfed in chaos, with some rejoicing, others mourning, but the majority consumed by skepticism. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area of the South Blue, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was fair. The deep blue sky stretched unblemished for miles, creating a serene and natural ambience. At that moment, a pirate ship adorned with a cat skull flag glided slowly through the waters. The deck lay deserted, save for a strikingly handsome young man with black hair reclining on a sun lounger, basking in the sunlight with his eyes closed. "Master, here is today's newspaper." At that instant, a gentle voice resonated in the young man's ears. His previously closed eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of profoundly dark and serene orbs. In that moment, the demeanor of the black-haired youth underwent a transformative shift. The languor, charm, and gentle aura vanished, replaced by an overwhelming chill, akin to a lion awakening from slumber. "Kuro, has any significant news emerged?" the black-haired youth inquired, gazing at the young man beside him clad in butler attire. Narrowing his eyes, he accepted the morning tea from Kuro's hand, taking a delicate sip as he spoke. In response, Kuro, with a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He respectfully replied, "Master, if it pertains to significant matters, it appears there is indeed something. According to today's newspaper, the Pirate King Gold, Roger, your captain, seems to have been captured by the Navy, which has announced that he will be executed in Log Town 3 days hence." After speaking, Crow suddenly presented the newspaper to the dark-haired youth, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and reverence. Over the past 3 days, he had come to understand the noble stature of the master to whom he had submitted. Known as the King, he had once slaughtered a naval rear admiral and commanded a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Regarded by the Navy as an exceedingly dangerous individual, the most astounding revelation was that his master was a crewmate of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger. Upon learning this news, Crow was struck by shock, and his doubts and discontent dissipated entirely. To serve such a formidable personage was indeed an honor in the pirate world, which revered strength above all else, and Crow was no exception. "Oh, it seems this event has already transpired," Chuhan remarked with a flicker of brilliance in his eyes after briefly scanning the article, a calm smile gracing his lips. This marked the 3rd day since Chuhan had taken Crow under his wing. Following this, he commanded Crow's ship to set sail for the South Sea, hoping to encounter Roger. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the shocking news of Roger's capture, which left Chuhan momentarily astonished yet somehow unsurprised. Given Roger's deteriorating health, it was inevitable that he would seek to accomplish his grand design before his demise. Surrendering had merely been a matter of time. Chuhan's misfortune lay in his timing. Had he arrived a few days earlier, he would have certainly met Roger. Alas, fate had conspired against him, and their paths had narrowly missed crossing. Nevertheless, Chuhan had anticipated such an outcome, which is why he remained so unfazed upon receiving the news. Crow immediately instruct the ship to head towards Log Town in the East Blue, Chuhan stated coldly, setting down the newspaper. "Yes, sir," Crow replied with a gentlemanly bow, his tone respectful. However, the day when the Pirate King would face his execution would inevitably be chaotic, and given your unique status, Master, it would be unwise to venture forth so easily. Crow quickly discerned the potential dangers and cautioned him. "You need not worry about that. Simply focus on your duties." Chuhan's eyes flashed like lightning as he glared at Crow, his voice icy. "Yes, my apologies for my presumption." Crow adjusted his glasses, a hint of a wry smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he expressed his regret. "However, may I inquire as to your purpose in going to Log Town? If possible, it would aid me in providing counsel." Upon hearing this, Chuhan narrowed his eyes, a glint of brilliance shining within them. He turned to gaze at the radiant sun, raising his hand as if to grasp it within his palm, and with a gentle smile, he declared, "To witness the fall of a king and the dawning of a new era. Is that not a most intriguing endeavor?" "Indeed, Clo. In 2 days, at Log Town." Ever since the newspaper announced the capture of the Pirate King, who is set to be publicly executed in Log Town, the entire world has been in an uproar. Curious commoners, pirates from the New World, and countless noble aristocrats have flocked to this small town, all eager to witness the fall of the first pirate king. At this moment, on a bustling street in Rogue Town, throngs of people filled the area, and Chu Han strolled slowly through the crowded masses, followed closely by Chloe, who assumed the role of a butler. Rogue Town. I recall my last visit was 5 months ago. Observing the familiar architecture, a faint smile graced Chu Han's lips as he sighed. It is a pity that, despite being a legendary king, one cannot escape the fate of execution. What a loss for Roger. Each person has their destiny. There is no need for you to feel sorrow, master. The most important thing is to carry on with hope. Chloe offered, mistakenly believing Chu Han mourned for his captain's impending demise. In response, Chu Han slowly shook his head, choosing not to argue. He turned his gaze back to the crowd, where he recognized many familiar figures from his memory, future warlords of the sea, such as Don Quixote da Flamingo, Dracula Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, and Marine Colonel Smoker. Naturally, he also spotted numerous members of the Roger Pirates, though many remained concealed in the shadows, including Shanks and Buggy the Clown, each bearing a solemn expression. Everything unfolded as Chu Han had anticipated. Indeed, the members of the Roger Pirates had arrived. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice pierced through the air, silencing the cacophony of sounds, as all present turned in confusion to locate its source. A robust middle-aged man emerged slowly from behind the execution platform in the square. With each step he took, it was as if an invisible force rippled through the air, generating shockwaves that radiated outward. These waves reverberated within every individual, producing a peculiar rhythm that resonated against their hearts, rendering their breaths heavy and hurried, their blood boiling. The atmosphere grew heavy, breaths quickened, and blood surged with fervor. Before us stood a robust middle-aged man, sporting a Mohican hairstyle and an M-shaped beard, his physique imposing. On the back of his coat, emblazoned as if it were a naval uniform, were the characters for justice. This man was none other than Steelbone, the current admiral of the Navy, destined to become the supreme commander of the world government 2 decades hence, a figure of considerable stature, second only to the 5 elders. At this moment, with Steelbone's sudden appearance, all present felt, for the first time, the palpable aura of this admiral. Their gazes reflected a mixture of admiration, fear, and solemnity as they looked up to this paramount figure of the Navy. A cough escaped Steelbone, a seemingly gentle sound that resonated like thunder in the ears of the crowd, reverberating through their very cores and causing an involuntary shudder. Steelbone's eyes, appearing calm, slowly scanned the street, his gaze akin to the relentless sun, rendering it impossible for anyone to meet his eyes directly. The inadvertent display of his imposing presence bore down upon them like a mountain, stifling breath and spirit alike. The power of an admiral was indeed terrifying. Comparatively, this aura rivaled that of Roger himself, a force to be reckoned with. However, beneath the overwhelming presence of Steelbone, Chu Han remained unfazed, his expression steady, though a slight frown hinted at his thoughts. For someone of Chu Han's caliber, the intimidation of mere presence held little significance, unless it was the Conqueror's haki unleashed specifically against him, which might yield some suppressive effect, though this was only applicable to ordinary individuals. For one of dragon lineage like Chu Han, no one in this world could surpass him in willpower. The innate intimidation of his bloodline rendered even Conqueror's haki a mere immature phenomenon. Yet, the Navy's attention to this execution was unexpected. They had dispatched a significant portion of their forces, perhaps in anticipation of unforeseen complications. Chu Han's frown deepened as he observed those formidable figures clad in naval attire standing beside Steelbone, his pupils narrowing in realization. These individuals included the current admirals, such as the formidable Sengoku, the Black Arm Zephyr, the Vice Admiral Garp, and the recently rising trio of supernovas, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, along with several unnamed vice admirals, forming a terrifying faction. It is noteworthy that during the climactic battle against Whitebeard 2 decades hence, the Navy headquarters had not mobilized such a formidable force. This indicated their greater concern and fear regarding the voluntarily surrendering GOLD, Roger, wary of any potential mischief he might cause. For GOLD, Roger was a king. Even in dire straits, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority that commanded respect. The sound of clanging echoed. At that moment, a sudden, crisp clanking of chains echoed through the silent street. Turning towards the sound, the crowd immediately spotted a disheveled middle-aged man, his gaze piercing and his hands and feet shackled, being escorted by 2 Navy officers. He dragged heavy iron chains as he slowly made his way towards the execution platform. Upon witnessing this, excitement illuminated the faces of the onlookers, for they recognized the somewhat disheartened figure before them as none other than the infamous Pirate King, GOLD, Roger. the true protagonist of today's execution spectacle. Despite his disheveled appearance, Roger maintained a sharp gaze, stood upright, and walked with a lightness in his step, exuding an air of ease, as though he was not approaching the end of his life, but rather embarking on a new journey. Upon stepping onto the platform, he squinted slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the surroundings, his eyes unfocused, as if admiring a landscape. At that moment, Chu Han raised his head, and Roger's gaze fell upon him. Their eyes met, a silent exchange transpiring between them. Neither spoke nor exhibited any visible emotion, yet an unspoken understanding flickered in their eyes, conveying messages only they could comprehend. Subsequently, a look of reassurance crossed Roger's features as he shifted his gaze away, his expression returning to one of relaxed composure as he continued to look elsewhere. "Roger, I wish you success," Chu Han murmured, observing Roger's proud demeanor. His own eyes narrowed slightly, reflecting an enigmatic sentiment. From Roger's gaze, Chu Han perceived an unwavering determination and excitement, indicating that Roger faced this moment with resolute conviction, willing to embrace death for the sake of his dream, with no thought of retreat or compromise. All that Chu Han could offer was his heartfelt wishes for Roger's success, as it represented the highest tribute he could pay to a final king. At that moment, with a subtle nod from a figure in the distance, the executioners on the platform recognized that the time had come. With impassive expressions, they raised two sharp blades to Roger's neck. Suddenly, as the blades were poised against him, Roger remained unfazed, throwing his head back in laughter, a sound imbued with an indomitable spirit that stirred the blood of those below. "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden your treasure?" someone from the crowd shouted, their voice resonating dramatically with the flash of lightning above, creating an atmosphere of shock and urgency. Simultaneously, a hush fell over the crowd, breaths held in anticipation, eyes ablaze with fervor as they gazed upon Roger, hoping he might reveal the location of his legendary treasure. "Hurry, execute him." In the distance, the steel bones of the onlookers stirred with an ominous premonition, and a shout erupted from their throats. Yet, it was already too late. A mirthful laughter escaped Roger's lips, his eyes glinting with excitement as a triumphant smile crept across his face. "Do you desire my treasure? If so, take it all. I have hidden every last gem there." Suddenly, a cold flash interrupted Roger's words. Blood gushed forth as his head rolled, still smiling, severed by the executioner's blade, sealing the fate of a life lived. Though Roger's proclamation remained unfinished, it was sufficient. Moments after his final utterance, the arena fell into a profound silence, only to erupt into fervor as the crowd ignited with enthusiasm over Roger's last declaration. "Haha, I shall become a pirate and seek the treasure of the Pirate King. Pirate King, your treasure will surely be mine." In that instant, the throngs rejoiced, lost in dreams of embarking on a quest for riches, oblivious to the fallen Joel D. Roger, the once mighty king, as if he had been entirely forgotten. Yet, perhaps there was still one who gazed upon him. Chu Han. "Captain Roger." "This shall be my last call to you as captain," Chu Han murmured, his eyes narrowing as he focused on Roger's severed head. A smirk graced his lips, and as his eyes widened, a flicker of brilliance ignited within. "From this moment forth, I shall forge my own path. The era you birth with your very life shall be conquered by me." Chapter 53, The Abrogation of Agreements. East Sea, Lowtown. At this moment, the sky crackled with lightning, and the roar of the waves was deafening, the dense clouds casting a foreboding gloom, heralding the approach of a violent storm. Boom. Crash. A silver lightning bolt struck down, unleashing a torrential downpour that fell abruptly upon the modest town. The king had fallen, and the heavens mourned. It seemed as if the very skies wept for Roger's demise, the raging waves and rumbling thunder composing a solemn dirge of sorrow. This was the final requiem for Roger. However, the inhabitants of Lowtown appeared unperturbed by the deluge. Amidst the torrential rain, they cheered and danced, lost in fantasies of venturing forth to seek treasure. Witnessing this scene from afar, Chu Han understood Roger had triumphed. With the last embers of his life, he ignited this decaying world into a fervor of hope and ambition. From this day forth, the entire world shall usher in a brand new era, an epoch known as the Great Pirate Era, a magnificent age where individuals fervently chase their dreams. The enduring will of generations, the evolution of time, and the relentless aspirations of humanity shall never cease. The golden age is on the horizon. The grand era officially commences. Yet only Chu Han is aware that his journey has only just begun. "Roger, watch from above. The era you forged, the vacant throne, it shall all belong to me." Contemplating this, Chu Han's expression turned grave, his eyes radiating an unprecedented determination. An aura of indomitable spirit emanated from him, transforming his presence into something extraordinary. Akin to a sword unsheathed, its sharpness instilling a sense of trepidation in the nearby Klo. Let us proceed. In an instant, this formidable aura dissipated as if it had never existed, allowing Klo, who had been sweating nervously, to breathe a sigh of relief. He looked up at Chu Han, who turned away and nodded, choosing to follow. Observing Chu Han's cold silhouette, Klo understood that he had not misinterpreted the earlier moment. The intensity of Chu Han's explosive spirit bore a striking resemblance to the unwavering resolve of the executed Pirate King, though the reason for its sudden disappearance eluded him. Klo was certain of what he felt. In truth, Klo might not yet grasp the concept of restraint, akin to a concealed blade, unadorned yet, when unleashed. It shines with a brilliance that can pierce through the expanse of the world. At this moment, Chu Han embodied the essence of a sword, refined to its utmost restraint. When still, it is serene, but when unleashed, it astonishes the very heavens. Meanwhile, on another front, damn it, I've been outmaneuvered. Roger, you are truly despicable. Steelbone clenched his fists in frustration, observing the crowd erupting in fervor at Roger's utterance. If Steelbone still failed to comprehend Roger's intention behind his surrender, then his years as an admiral would have been in vain. He foresaw that after today, the world would experience monumental upheaval due to Roger's final words, if mishandled. Chaos could ensue, plunging the Navy into an unprecedented dark age. With this thought, the Admiral felt a surge of rage against Roger, though it was futile. For Roger was already dead. Had he been alive, Steelbone would have subjected him to a fate worse than death. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being my lifelong rival. Even in death, you managed to stir such turmoil, Roger. What a spectacle. Carp laughed heartily, though a trace of inescapable sorrow lingered in his eyes. Cough, cough, Carp. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. Do not forget, you are a Marine, Sengoku reminded with a cough. What has happened has happened. What does it matter if I say anything? Garp carelessly dismissed the cold glare from Steelbone. Sighing at this, Steelbone understood that Garp was not wrong. Since events had unfolded, it would be unreasonable to project anger onto others. The consequences of his own negligence must be addressed by himself. However, did Roger truly believe that we would easily let this matter slide? Since he broke his promise first, we cannot be blamed for being untrustworthy. With this thought, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Steelbone's eyes as he turned to Sengoku beside him and coldly ordered, Sengoku, I assign you a task. Immediately lead a search for the members of the Roger Pirates in this town. Once found, execute them without delay. I believe they will come to pay their respects to Roger's execution. Understood. Sengoku, the wise strategist, responded with a firm voice, seemingly having grasped the implications of Steelbone's words. At this, Garp was taken aback for a moment, then, with a face full of fury, he blocked Sengoku's path as he attempted to leave, glaring at Steelbone and saying, Steelbone, what do you mean by this? We made a promise to Roger that as long as he surrendered, we would spare his crew. Are you now intending to go back on your word? It turned out that before Roger's surrender, an agreement had been made. As long as he turned himself in, the Navy would spare the other members of the Roger Pirates, overlooking their past misdeeds unless they committed acts that endangered the world. No matter how much time passed, the Navy could not pursue them, fearing the secrets Roger possessed and his status as the Pirate King. This was why, after Roger's execution, the members of the Roger Pirates remained unharmed. A notable example was that despite knowing the whereabouts of Rayleigh and Sabaody Archipelago and Dr. Correja at the entrance of the Grand Line, the Navy refrained from taking action against them. Yet now, the Navy was prepared to tear up this agreement, disregarding their commitment and targeting the crew of the Roger Pirates. Which was why Garp was filled with rage. Garp, calm down. Although we had an agreement with Roger, he also promised us that he would cause no trouble and would accept his fate quietly. However, he has now created such a ruckus, breaking the agreement first. Why should we adhere to a shattered pact? Sengoku said, holding back the furious Garp. Moreover, have you forgotten about that crew member from Roger's ship who was previously wanted? I recall that lad's name was something like Shu, but what does that have to do with him? Garp replied, momentarily stunned before glaring at Sengoku. Seeing this, Sengoku shook his head and sighed. Do you comprehend the severe repercussions that Roger's actions will incur? This signifies that countless individuals will be drawn to Roger's treasure, embarking on the perilous path of piracy, thus ushering the entire world into an era dominated by pirates. The previously bountied rookie, King Chuan, is a member of Roger's crew. This individual possesses formidable strength and remarkable potential. Should he continue to develop, it is difficult to guarantee he will not ascend to the heights achieved by Roger. Moreover, as we stand on the precipice of a new age of piracy, with innumerable pirates poised to emerge, it is likely that when this lad, bearing the title of a member of the Pirate King's crew, raises his voice, countless pirates will rally under his banner. Such a colossal force will emerge, making it increasingly challenging for the Navy to eradicate. Most importantly, the Roger pirates are not solely comprised of Chu Han, if memory serves me correctly. There are 2 other young men among them. If these 2 possess potential akin to that of Chu Han, the future may witness the emergence of 3 notorious pirate scourges. Furthermore, if any among them can reorganize the Roger pirates, the birth of a second Roger would merely be a matter of time. You must comprehend how exceedingly difficult it was to eliminate Roger and the immense turmoil he caused for the world government. Should a second Roger arise, it might spell doom for the Navy. Sengoku's words left Karp, who was seething with rage, utterly bewildered. Upon regaining his composure, Karp reflected and realized that Sengoku was not merely engaging in alarmist rhetoric. Given the events surrounding Roger, those 3 young men, previously overlooked, indeed possessed the potential to threaten global stability, especially in light of Chu Han's recent emergence, which only underscores this reality. However, even with this knowledge, Karp felt uneasy about easily renouncing his vow to Roger. With an inward sigh, he remarked, "But Karp, you need not say more. This matter is not open to alteration. If we do not utterly eradicate the pirate crew, we shall lose face as the Navy." Steelbone interjected with a dismissive snort, cutting off Karp's words. Asserting without question, "Sengoku, you must act immediately. We must ensure that the Roger pirates do not return, completely severing this source of evil." Understood. Chapter 54, the second side quest, subscription requested, Amidst the Rain, by the Roadside. Shanks and Buggy the Clown were reduced to tears as they gazed upon Roger's lifeless body on the execution platform. The other crew members aboard Roger's ship hung their heads, weeping uncontrollably. A man's tears are seldom shed lightly, for they must reach a profound sorrow. They had no right to obstruct the path chosen by Roger. They could only watch helplessly as their most revered captain met his demise before their eyes. This anguish, unbeknownst to outsiders, was enough to rend their hearts. In their helplessness, all they could do was bid farewell to their captain with their tears, a profound tragedy indeed. Shanks. At that moment, a familiar, cold voice echoed in Shanks' ears. Immersed in sorrow, Shanks numbly turned his head and saw Chu-On approaching slowly, accompanied by a young man of elegant demeanor, reminiscent of a butler. Chu-On, the captain is dead, Shanks lamented, gazing at this companion with whom he had shared a brief but deeply connected bond. His grief could no longer be contained, and he broke down in tears. I saw it all. Chu-On took a breath and replied calmly. Chu-On, why would such a good person as the captain be treated so unfairly by fate? Why did he choose to surrender? If he hadn't, he could have lived. Shanks wiped his incessant tears, his tone tinged with bitterness. Who says Uncle Roger is dead? Chugan's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, their expressions frozen in shock as they stared at their composed companion, who bore a subtle smile. His cold gaze seemed to possess an all-knowing quality, rendering them momentarily dazed. As if the Chu-Han they once knew, reserved and solely devoted to training, had vanished. Chu-Han, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that the one who was killed wasn't the real captain? Upon hearing Chugan's words, Shanks paused, a flicker of hope igniting within him as he looked expectantly at Chu-Han, as if yearning for a nod of affirmation. However, in the next moment, Chugan's gentle shake of the head ruthlessly shattered Shanks' remaining hopes. I never said that the one standing there wasn't Uncle Roger. Chu-Han dismissed Shanks' hopeful gaze and shook his head, smiling faintly. I merely stated that Uncle Roger is not dead. Chu-Han, what do you mean? Uncle Roger is clearly dead, and you weave such lies to deceive us. Is that amusing? Bucky, unable to contain himself, interjected angrily, confronting Chu-Han. At these words, the other members of the Roger pirates cast wary glances at Chu-Han. If what Bucky asserted were true, then Chu-Han was trampling upon the spirit of their deceased captain, an affront they would not tolerate, even from a fellow comrade. Chu-Han, is what Bucky said true? Were your words merely deceptions? Speak. The oblivious Shanks, now awakened to the gravity of the situation, glared at Chu-Han in fury and, in a fit of rage, hurled a punch towards him, declaring, Today, I shall awaken you, the one who disrespects the captain's spirit. In response, Chu-Han remained composed, his eyes betraying no turmoil. Without the slightest sign of alarm, he stood his ground against Shank's incoming strike. He merely raised his hand and, in the next moment, seized Shank's fist, rendering him immobile despite his struggles. "Let me go," Shanks roared. "Enough, Shanks." With a soft sigh, Chu-Han released Shanks' hand. Observing the latter's intent to charge forward once more, he spoke coldly. "I ask you, Shanks, do you truly understand what constitutes real death?" Shanks paused slightly, taken aback. A person does not truly die when they cease to breathe. Rather, they experience death 3 times. The first occurs at the moment of their last breath, marking their biological demise. The second transpires at their burial, when people gather to commemorate their life, and in society, they cease to occupy their place. The third and final death occurs when the last person who remembers them forgets them. Only then do they truly perish. Today, Uncle Roger, with the remnants of his life, has ignited the entire world, ushering in a brand new era, the era of the great pirates. His name shall resonate throughout the world, remembered by all, and endure through the ages. Chu-Han paused for a moment and solemnly declared, "Thus, I assert that Uncle Roger shall never die, for from this moment forth, he shall live on in the hearts of all." His resonant words echoed through the air, leaving both Shanks and the other members of the Roger pirates in stunned silence, tears brimming in their eyes. At this moment, they seemed to recall Roger's proclamation before his surrender, "I will not die." Through Chu-Han's words, they finally grasped the true essence of Roger's statement. Indeed, Roger is immortal. He shall forever exist as a king in the hearts of the people, continually inspiring them to pursue their dreams, muster courage, and press onward. "Ha ha ha, Chu-Han, you speak the truth. The captain has not died. He shall eternally dwell in this world," Shanks exclaimed amidst laughter and tears in the downpour. Perhaps this epitomizes growth. After enduring bitter sorrow and helplessness, one ultimately regains confidence and continues forward as a man. "Captain, I understand your will. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly pass on this resolve. The march toward our dreams shall never cease." In that moment, Shanks matured, revealing the aura befitting a future emperor, his smile reminiscent of Roger's in life, his presence becoming increasingly formidable. Observing this transformation, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed Chu-Han's eyes. He had not anticipated that a single statement could evoke such a profound change in Shanks, subtly reminiscent of Roger. This was beyond his expectations. Initially, Chu-Han sought merely to win the favor of the other members of the Roger pirates, intending to unite their strength for his future endeavors. Yet he inadvertently forged a future emperor. However, this only added to the intrigue, did it not? Chu-Han fixed his gaze upon Shanks, a fierce battle spirit emanating from his eyes, his blood seeming to boil with excitement. On the path to kingship, is it not rather dull to lack adversaries? Ding. The plot is triggered, and a side quest has commenced. Side quest 2. Ensure the safety of the members of the Roger pirates and successfully escape from the Navy's encirclement. Reward: Bloodline elevated to grade A. Randomly activate a type of word spirit. Penalty for failure: Bloodline downgrade. At that moment, a chilling mechanical voice suddenly reverberated within Chu-Han's mind, momentarily startling him. A second side quest? Intriguing. Yet what is this about the Navy's siege? Chu-Han narrowed his eyes, a flicker of confusion passing through them. If his memory served him correctly, according to the original narrative, the Roger pirates should not be in any peril during this farewell. Nevertheless, the system had abruptly signaled the Navy's encirclement. Could it be that the course of history altered due to my presence? They're here. Hurry, surround them. Do not let them escape. Simultaneously, a cacophony of voices erupted as countless Navy soldiers appeared from all directions, encircling the Roger pirates before they could even react. Chapter 55. Do not kill Zephyr. Navy. What is happening? The onlookers' faces paled in shock upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the Navy, exclaiming in alarm, deeply immersed in the sorrow of Roger's demise. Their overwhelming grief rendered them oblivious to the approaching threat. "Master, should we confront them?" Kuro's expression shifted dramatically, a glint of panic flashing in his eyes as he unsheathed his gloved blade, glaring menacingly at the encroaching Navy, whispering to Chu-Han, "Do not act rashly for now. This situation is not as straightforward as it seems," Chu-Han replied, his countenance icy as he regarded the swelling ranks of Navy soldiers. "You must leave this place first." His voice was barely audible, yet Kuro's expression changed, a spark of determination igniting in his gaze. Gradually, he retreated behind the others, vanishing in a blur of shadows. At that moment, all the Navy's attention was fixated on Chu-Han and Shanks standing before them. Moreover, the unexpectedly weak Navy forces failed to notice Kuro's departure. "Chu-Han, what should we do now?" Shanks approached cautiously, drawing his rapier, his demeanor serious as he looked at Chu Han. Should we fight our way out? Ha ha ha, at this point. Do you truly believe you have any chance of escaping? Just as Chu Han was about to respond, a booming voice suddenly rang out, and the encircling navy parted, allowing a group to stride in. It is you, Sengoku. All members of the Roger Pirates instantly recognized the coldly smiling middle-aged man leading the crowd before them. This individual was none other than Admiral Sengoku, who had left a profound impression during the last encirclement of the Roger Pirates alongside Carp. Following Sengoku were the future admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, along with the current admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, and several naval vice-admirals. The sheer terror of this assembly was palpable. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the Roger Pirates' crew darkened, their weapons clenched more tightly in their grasp, and beads of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. The overwhelming strength on display was such that even if Roger were to be resurrected, he would scarcely possess the confidence to guarantee a safe retreat. How much more daunting was the situation for them, bereft of their captain and with Rayleigh absent, lacking their high-level combat prowess? Confronted by Sengoku and his formidable entourage, which seemed to encompass the entirety of the Navy's elite, the prospect of escaping unscathed appeared insurmountable. The most likely outcome loomed ominously: total annihilation of their crew. With this thought, even the usually boisterous Shanks wore a somber expression. While the clown buggy struggled to maintain his footing, the rest of the crew, faces ashen and heavy, seemed stricken, with the exception of Chu Han. Sengoku, do you intend to eradicate the Roger Pirates completely? Faced with such a terrifying naval faction, Chu Han's demeanor remained unchanged. His gaze, imbued with a certain significance, was fixed intently on Sengoku as he spoke with calm assurance. Haha, if my memory serves me correctly, you must be called Chu Han, the crew member of the Roger Pirates and the perpetrator of the massacre at Sabaody Archipelago a month ago. To be honest, when I learned of your exploits, I was quite taken aback. Who would have imagined that the one responsible for slaughtering thousands would be this mere child, not yet 10 years old? Sengoku did not respond to Chu Han's inquiry, but instead narrowed his eyes as he regarded him, sighing. What? Is this child before me truly the infamous Chu Han, the killer from the Sabaody Archipelago? Even so, can he genuinely be under 10 years old? He appears to be at least 15 or 16. But Admiral Sengoku would never lie. If that were true, this child is utterly terrifying. To possess such strength at such a young age, he is nothing short of a monster. Sengoku's words fell like a stone into water, sending ripples throughout the gathering. Every naval officer present was stunned by this revelation, their whispers and speculations filling the air as they regarded Chu Han with a mix of awe and trepidation. Noticing this, Chu Han furrowed his brow. He was aware that due to his dragon blood, his physical growth was accelerated. Although he was still young, his appearance resembled that of an ordinary adolescent. Yet, this did not justify being treated as a curiosity. Humph! A chilling, bone-deep voice suddenly resonated, sweeping through the murmuring navy like a biting cold wind, causing a shiver to run down their spines, as if they had plunged into an icy cavern. Without glancing at the now silent naval officers, Chu Han turned his icy gaze towards Sengoku, his tone laced with disdain. Sengoku, your prattle is exceedingly excessive. Upon hearing this, Sengoku offered a slight smile, displaying no trace of anger. A flicker of surprise and regret flashed in his eyes as he remarked, such a momentum. Even in my youth, I lacked such formidable strength. You are indeed a prodigy. However, it is a pity that with your talent, you have chosen the path of a pirate. But fear not, for your journey ends here today. A fallen genius shall forever cease to be a genius. You are correct. I have come to cleanse your remnants. Those who are wise should surrender obediently. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As he spoke, Sengoku's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, brimming with lethal intent. Fixating on Chu Han, while an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, pressing down upon his adversary. Surrender? Do you think you are worthy? Faced with the boundless pressure, the golden pupils in Chu Han's eyes ignited fully. He stepped forward resolutely, a fierce aura erupting from within him, unwavering as he met Sengoku's gaze, coldly stating, Indeed. Ha ha ha, Chu Han speaks the truth. Do you think we, the Roger Pirates, would ever surrender to you? At this moment, Shanks, inspired by Chu Han's formidable presence, took a step forward, laughing heartily. You must understand, our captain is none other than the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, as his crew. How could we bring shame upon him? So, Sengoku, let it be known that none among us in the Roger Pirates is a coward. We would rather stand and die than kneel and live. Dream on if you think we will surrender. Ha ha ha, dream on, Sengoku. At this juncture, The crew of the Roger pirates, invigorated by the fiery spirit of Chu-Han and Shanks, rose to their feet, gazing at Sengoku with mocking smiles. Such bravado in the face of impending doom. We shall see if you can still laugh after this. Although Steelbone had issued a kill order, Sengoku, not wishing to deplete his forces, still harbored thoughts of persuading them to surrender. However, upon hearing their defiant words, a flicker of irritation crossed Sengoku's face. With a cold snort, he raised his right hand, intending to give the command to attack, but was interrupted by a voice. Haha, Sengoku. Since you wish to capture these pirates alive, allow me to take the lead. Capturing them is my specialty. At that moment, a towering figure stepped out from behind Sengoku. Gazing at the fervent Roger pirates with a hearty laugh, this individual was none other than Admiral Zifa, one of the 3 great admirals of the Navy. Renowned for his reputation of never having killed a single pirate, earning him the title of the man who does not kill. Chapter 56. Morning for Zephyr for 3 minutes East Sea. Lowtown the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, exuding a palpable aura of impending death. The rain, cascading down like a curtain, took on an eerie crimson hue amidst the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, resembling a severed neck, incessantly splattering blood around. At that moment, the torrential downpour seemed to transform into a shade of blood red, assaulting the senses of all who inhabited Lowtown. As Black-Armed Zephyr abruptly emerged, the atmosphere became intensely charged, all eyes converging upon the Admiral, reflecting a myriad of emotions. With Zephyr eager to engage, it presented an opportune moment for him to gauge the prowess of this group. Observing Zephyr's approach, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with a glint of intrigue as he chuckled. Very well, Zephyr, if you wish to take action, then proceed. But exercise caution. These individuals are no mere pirates. They are the remnants of the Pirate King. Ha ha. Remnants of the Pirate King? To me, they are nothing but pitiful wretches, lost without their captain. I scoff at their presence, Zephyr retorted, though a flicker of wariness crossed his gaze as he beheld the determined crew of the Roger pirates. Old man, who do you call a pitiful wretch? Hold it right there, Shanks. Falling for someone's provocation so easily will only invite mockery from Uncle Rayleigh. Chu-Han interjected, blocking the furious Shanks who was ready to charge forth, a faint smile gracing his lips. With that, Chu-Han disregarded Shanks' embarrassed expression and turned his attention to Zephyr, a cold glimmer flashing in his narrowed eyes. He slowly drew the demon blade Murakumo from his waist, elegantly pointing it at Zephyr as he coldly remarked, Zephyr, do you find such words amusing? Why not test for yourself whether they are indeed pitiful, or are you merely boasting to veil your own inner dread? Humph, arrogant brat. Zephyr scoffed, his right foot crashing down, fracturing the ground beneath him as he launched into the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards Chu-Han. Just a mere child. Daring to mock me? You must be courting death. Zephyr bellowed midair, his right arm enveloped in haki, a formidable aura radiating from him. To perceive the surface as reality is the greatest folly of mankind, Chu-Han remarked with an unflinching gaze, calm amidst the encroaching menace of Zephyr. Then, in a move that ignited Zephyr's fury, he slowly sheathed the demon blade Murakumo, opting not to draw it at all, despite his tranquil demeanor. The disdain simmering in the depths of Chu-Han's eyes only served to stoke Zephyr's wrath further. Boom. Without any forewarning, Zephyr's figure vanished from midair. One of the 6 powers, Moonwalk? In an astonishing display of agility, he altered his trajectory midair, proving to be a formidable martial artist. Observing Zifa's sudden disappearance, Chu-Han maintained a composed demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, interesting. Boom. In the next moment, Zifa's figure reappeared behind him, his darkened right arm, hardened with the power of haki, ruthlessly aimed at Chu-Han's forehead. You are still too young, Zifa taunted. Is that so? Chu-Han responded with a soft chuckle, his eyes gently closing, exuding an air of tranquility. A flicker of doubt crossed Zifa's eyes. He never anticipated that even as his iron fist, enveloped in haki, bore down upon Chu-Han's vital spot, the latter would remain so composed and unperturbed. How dare you underestimate me? You shall perish, Zifa bellowed in fury, his black arms swinging down as his fist thundered towards the unmoving Chu-Han's temple. Watch out. Chu-Han dodged. The members of the Roger pirates, standing behind Chu-Han, were gripped by panic, shouting desperately as they rushed forward. Unfortunately, Zifa's speed was overwhelming. Even their full efforts would not suffice. A sense of sorrow filled their eyes as they closed them tightly, unable to bear the thought of witnessing their comrades' impending demise. Meanwhile, witnessing Zifa's impending assault, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with intensity, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. At that moment, Sakazuki's furious shout confirmed his apprehension. Zifa, get away from that kid. Sakazuki's brows furrowed as he observed Chu Han's calm demeanor, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted at Zifa. What? Zifa paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face upon hearing Sakazuki's distant warning. Why should I leave this kid? I could easily defeat him now, filled with uncertainty. Zifa sensed something amiss. This child was unnaturally calm, almost disturbingly so. Furthermore, his earlier demeanor suggested he was not one to accept death willingly. Could there be a hidden scheme at play? Realizing this, Zifa's expression changed, intent on halting his attack and withdrawing. However, at that moment, a similarly dark hand suddenly grasped his own outstretched arm, causing his movement to falter. Isn't it a bit late to consider leaving? Unbeknownst to him, Chu Han's previously half-closed eyes had now fully opened, his dark pupils transforming into a brilliant gold. The intense golden gaze fixed upon Zifa's captured right hand. An ancient and dignified aura erupting forth, reminiscent of an awakening primordial dragon. With a serene smile, he intoned, "Word Spirit, Monarch's Flame." In the next instant, a glimmer visibly radiated from his brow, rapidly expanding hundreds, if not thousands, of times. This was the domain of the Dragon Clan's Word Spirit. Boom. In an instant, an immense heat erupted from Chu Han, radiating wildly in all directions. Although it appeared abruptly, the temperature of Junyin surged to nearly several hundred degrees within a mere fraction of a second, instantly expelling the pervasive moisture from the air. This terrifying heat showed no signs of abating. As the field surrounding Chu Han continued to contract, the temperature in the air escalated dramatically. By the time the field compressed to a radius of half a meter, the temperature within had reached a horrifying 10,000 degrees. With a crackling sound, as Junyin materialized, the ground beneath Chu Han's feet melded under the searing heat. Waves of scorching air surged outward from him, causing both the navy on the street and the members of the Roger pirates behind him to recoil in alarm. Upon encountering this wave of heat, their expressions shifted drastically. Taking several steps back, it felt as though they had plunged into a volcano, the surrounding environment unbearably scorching, with hair and clothing threatening to ignite. If the air itself was this blistering, how much more terrifying must be the temperature at its core, surely exceeding 10,000 degrees. As this thought crossed their minds, they cast solemn glances at Zephyr, who was gripped by Chu Han's right arm and trapped at the heart of the inferno. An unspoken consensus arose among them. This temperature would undoubtedly reduce Admiral Zephyr to a mere roasted duck in mere moments, an utterly dismal fate. Chapter 57. Confronting the Future Three Admirals. A piercing scream suddenly echoed across the skies of Rocktown. At that moment, everyone in the town felt a tightening in their chests and a flicker of sympathy in their eyes. What unimaginable agony must one endure to emit such a wretched cry? Suppression, torment, and despair, the source of that scream seemed to be ensnared in the depths of hell. Cursed be this infernal thing. Is it a devil fruit ability? Zephyr found himself engulfed in hellish flames, the temperature of Junyin soaring to 10,000 degrees. He felt as though his very organs were on the verge of being cooked, his clothes and hair reduced to ashes in an instant. Despite his utmost effort to shield himself with haki, even that was futile against such overwhelming heat. He was akin to a soul cast into a volcanic abyss, suffering immensely. Unbeknownst to Zephyr, the power of his draconic bloodline, the Word Spirit, intensified as the field diminished in size. The potency of this perilous Word Spirit, Junyin, was astonishing. Within a half-meter radius, temperatures could soar to 10,000 degrees. Even the most resilient steel would succumb in an instant, let alone the mere fraction of hardness that haki could muster. Though this compressed field demanded an extraordinary toll on physical stamina, even with Chu Han's current strength, he could only maintain it for 1 minute. Yet, under the terrifying heat of 10,000 degrees, a single minute was ample time to obliterate anything in its path, including Zephyr. Release me at once, or I shall slay you. Zifa furrowed his brow in a tight knot, struggling incessantly. However, no matter how much force he exerted, he could not free himself from Chu Han's grasp, which only tightened further. The terrifying power of Junyin instilled within Zifa a profound fear of this unknown force, causing even his gaze towards Chu Han to flicker with trepidation. Yet, the fierce will to survive swiftly overpowered his dread. With a roar of defiance, Zifa unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Chu Han, striving to compel him to release his hold, for only then could he hope to escape this nightmarish hell. Such excessive bluster only serves to reveal your cowardice, Chu Han remarked, shaking his head in disappointment. He evaded effortlessly, his form gliding with the perception of observation haki. Despite Zifa's ferocious onslaught, not a single hair on his body was harmed. Suddenly, a sizzling sound emanated from Zifa. followed by a rich aroma of roasted meat wafting through the streets, reaching the nostrils of all present. "Damn it!" Zephyr exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Anger surged within him as urgency filled his eyes, and he struggled even more violently, akin to a fish flailing in a pot, under the terrifying heat of Junyan. The majority of Zephyr's armament hockey began to emit a scent of cooked flesh, as if it were being roasted. Even the so-called armor of his hockey could not stave off the melting trend in such extreme temperatures. "If I do not leave soon, I shall perish at the hands of this brat within a minute." Zephyr grimaced at the sight of the boy before him, whom he could not touch despite his relentless attacks. A fierce determination flickered in his eyes as he thought, "I cannot die here. To do so would be to disgrace the Navy. Therefore, I must." With a crackling sound of bone fracturing and flesh tearing, a spurt of blood erupted, only to be instantly vaporized by the oppressive heat. In the next moment, a shadowy figure surged forth, leaping into the air. A desperate bid for survival? Truly. The decisiveness and ruthlessness of a Navy admiral command respect. Chu Han observed with narrowed eyes as he gripped the severed arm in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. He clenched his fist, reducing the arm to mere ashes that dissipated into the air. Yet, even at this juncture, Zephyr harbored thoughts of escape. Is that even possible? Chu Han smirked, drawing the demonic blade Murakumo from his waist. He directed a cold, sweeping strike towards Zephyr, who was desperately trying to evade in midair, unleashing a sharp black sword aura that sliced towards the heavens. At that moment, an icy roar echoed, and a colossal fist composed entirely of molten lava materialized. Crashing down upon the black sword aura as if it were a fallen sun, its power sufficient to obliterate and evaporate massive icebergs in an instant. Boom. In an instant. The dark sword energy shattered under the tremendous impact of the colossal lava fist, which subsequently plummeted downwards. It seemed almost as if it had been meticulously calculated. As the descending lava fist, resembling a fallen sun, was directed towards the very spot where Chu Han stood. Humph. Watching the massive lava descend from the heavens with a thunderous crash, Chu Han furrowed his brow, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. With a disdainful snort, the ethereal domain of Junyan that had encircled him dissipated, erupting in a violent explosion, sending waves of energy soaring skyward. Boom. As the Junyan domain clashed with the meteor-like lava, a resounding roar erupted, and in that moment, the lava that had entered the Junyan domain was instantaneously vaporized, as if something had been incinerated. This caused a tremendous upheaval within the descending lava fist, as if an uncontrollable force suddenly erupted, resulting in a deafening explosion. The gigantic magma fist detonated, and the crimson lava, propelled by the shockwave from the explosion, transformed into a rain of molten rock, relentlessly showering down upon the distant naval forces, followed by anguished cries. "Ah, it's so hot. Admiral Sakazuki, help." Under the searing rain of lava, countless naval personnel writhed in agony on the ground, crying out in despair, as if they had been cast into the depths of hell. "Sakazuki, observe the chaos you have wrought." At this moment, a tall young man clad in a white vest and deep blue shirt, adorned with a green eye patch, gazed grimly at the scene unfolding before him. He stepped forward, lifting his right arm slowly to behold the cascading lava rain. Violent Condor. A massive aura erupted from the young man as countless icy particles coalesced around his right arm. With a chilling snort, an ice bird, forged entirely from frost, soared from his arm, racing towards the rain of lava above. As the ice bird flew, a trail of frigid air followed in its wake, instantly freezing the falling lava into clusters of hailstones that plummeted downward. "Sakazuki, it has been a while." Simultaneously, Chu Han regarded the approaching young man, whose face was ashen beneath a baseball cap. With a slight furrow of his brow and a subtle smile gracing his lips, he addressed him. As he spoke, the Junyan domain surrounding Chu Han gradually dissipated, and he sheathed his sword, standing with an air of calm dignity, hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the young man who had halted before him. "Do not feign the demeanor of an old friend. I am not your ally." Witnessing Chu Han's unflappable composure, Sakazuki felt a surge of ire rising within him and coldly retorted, "You, who taint justice, shall be sent to hell by my hand today. Alone. You cannot extinguish my life. It is only when your allies gather that the battle can truly begin. Wouldn't you agree, Admiral Kazan?" Upon witnessing this, Chu Han gently shook his head, diverting his gaze from Sakazuki to a young man approaching, and with a faint smile remarked, "Alas, what a nuisance. Your abilities seem specifically tailored to counter mine. If it were possible, I would prefer not to engage with you." Kazan, adjusting the eye patch atop his forehead, responded with a look of resignation. However, I must partake in this battle, for I have pledged to avenge the hundreds of Navy personnel you have ruthlessly slain. Therefore, you shall remain here today. As he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Kazan's eyes, emanating an intense chill that enveloped him, transforming his previously languid demeanor into one of icy resolve. The magma fruit wielder Sakazuki and the ice fruit user Kazan, two of the recently emerged three major Navy supernovas, awaited the third to be delivered. Unfazed by Kazan's murderous intent, Chuhan maintained his composure and smiled serenely. Boom. At that moment, Chuhan's brow furrowed sharply, and with a slight movement, a golden light suddenly surged from his left ear, crashing down to the ground and creating a massive crater. How curious. Are you searching for me? A middle-aged man with black curly hair, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, sporting a ring of facial hair and sunglasses, floated above, observing Chuhan with a sly grin. The light fruit, Borsalino? The three supernovas have finally gathered. Seeing this, a hint of amusement grazed Chuhan's lips as the golden hue in his eyes reignited, releasing an aura of ancient majesty. He slowly unsheathed the Murakumo at his waist, brandishing it coldly to rest at his side, raising his head to fix his scorching golden gaze upon the trio. In that case, let us engage in battle. I am eager to witness the true strength of the future three admirals. Chapter 58. A Surge of Blood. Subscription requested. A faint smile crept upon Chuhan's lips, and his golden eyes reignited with a primal intensity, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. The blade, Murakumo, slowly unsheathed from his waist, and with a cold flourish, it lay horizontally at his side. Raising his head, his blazing golden gaze fixated upon the three individuals before him, a serene smile gracing his features. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings as all eyes turned towards him, a flicker of astonishment glimmering within their depths. Could this audacious boy truly intend to confront these three formidable nature wielders simultaneously? Such audacity seemed almost unfathomable. In the face of the skeptical gazes surrounding him, Chuhan maintained an air of composure, standing elegantly as a gentle breeze tousled his sleek black hair, reflecting a transcendent grace. I cannot ignore such words. Came the lewd chuckle of Borsalino from midair, his tone tinged with astonishment. What a bold little rascal, to claim he can take us on alone. Do you truly believe you stand a chance of victory? At times, is it not more prudent to let facts speak for themselves? With that, the demon blade Murakumo raised before him. Chuhan delicately traced his pale fingers along the blade's edge, producing a resonant chime. A flicker of disdain flashed in his fiery golden gaze as he replied with a faint smile, Are you suggesting that you fear me? Kazan, Borsalino, stand aside. This boy is my quarry alone. Seemingly incensed by the contempt reflected in Chuhan's eyes, Sakazuki felt a surge of fury ignite within him. With a frigid expression, he sprang into action, bellowing, You escaped me 3 months ago, but today, I shall eradicate your vile presence in the name of absolute justice. With a chilling declaration, Sakazuki's right side transformed into a molten cascade, as torrents of lava coiled around his arm like serpents. In an instant, a searing magma fist materialized, its vast expanse threatening to engulf everything in its vicinity. You, who obstruct justice, shall perish, he roared, as the meteor-like lava descended with tremendous force. Stop. Sakazuki, no? We're still here. Cries of panic erupted from the gathered Navy soldiers. It hurts. We must flee. In an instant, a torrent of molten rock crashed down, unleashing a deluge of lava that indiscriminately consumed Chuhan, Kazan, Borsalino, and the nearby naval personnel. Cease, Sakazuki. Do you wish to annihilate everyone in Roachtown? Kazan's eyes flashed with fury as he shouted, stepping forward to shield those unable to escape. Extending his right hand, an overwhelming chill erupted from his being as he declared, Ice Age. Boom. Sizzling sounds ensued as countless ice shards collided with the descending lava, the forces of ice and fire clashing violently. Steam billowed into the air as the lava was rapidly encased in ice. Kazan, how dare you impede me? Are you attempting to betray the Navy? I perceive that you are the traitor among the Navy. Most of those you have attacked are naval soldiers. Do you truly wish to see them perish? Kazan's voice was laced with coldness. To eradicate evil and sacrifice for justice is their honor. As long as we obliterate the Roger pirates, any sacrifice is worthwhile, including my own. A fierce expression darkened Sakazuki's face, his right arm radiating molten heat as if ready to strike again. He coldly declared, Therefore, should you obstruct me once more, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you alongside him. Any who hinders justice does not deserve to exist in this world. Enough of your bickering. Is this the time for infighting? Do you wish to make a mockery of the Navy before all? At that moment, a voice filled with authority and anger reverberated, causing both Kazan and Sakazuki to momentarily pause and turn. They were met with the furious gaze of Sengoku, whose expression instantly rendered them awkward and silent. Regardless of your differences, you must cease hostilities today. We will discuss this later. Our foremost priority is to deal with this young man before us. By any means necessary, if you fail to eliminate him, you will face demotion and confinement. Sengoku's voice resonated with rage as he held in his arms the gravely injured Zephyr, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of Chuhan. Though Zephyr had severed his own arm to escape the realm of the King of Flames, he had been severely weakened from prolonged exposure to the extreme heat. His clothing and hair were incinerated, leaving him charred and blackened, with extensive burns covering much of his body. The loss of his arm compounded his injuries, causing the once mighty admiral to succumb to unconsciousness after his escape. Witnessing his former comrade in such a dire state ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within Sengoku. He understood that, as an admiral and representative of the Navy, Zephyr's defeat at the hands of a mere child had tarnished the Navy's reputation, leading to a significant decline in their prestige. Therefore, for the sake of restoring the Navy's honor and avenging Zephyr, this boy must die today. Indeed, obedience to orders is the soldier's duty. Regardless of their ideological discord, Kazan and Sakazuki must comply with Sengoku's command and unite against the foe. Ah, what a bother. Perhaps it would be simpler for me to handle this alone. What do you think? Borsalino remarked with a sly smile, rubbing his forehead. Be silent. Kazan and Sakazuki shot him a disdainful glance, their voices cold. How peculiar. I offer my assistance, and yet you refuse it. Borsalino feigned surprise, letting out a sigh. Very well, let us all engage together and see who can slay this youth first. As he spoke, Borsalino gathered photons at his fingertips, unleashing a laser beam that hurtled towards Chuhan. Witnessing this, Sakazuki responded coldly, I favor this proposal, but the life of that boy is mine. The hound devours the crimson lotus. 2 icy spears. Kazan, unwilling to be outdone, let out a cold snort as 2 ice javelins suddenly shot forth, an overwhelming chill hurtling towards the distant Chuhan. Despite the fact that Chuhan had grievously wounded Zephyr with a single strike, the trio did not regard his strength as formidable. They attributed the outcome to Zephyr's underestimation of his opponent. Otherwise, by sheer strength alone, Chuhan would not stand a chance against Zephyr. Moreover, with all 3 of them launching an attack simultaneously, even a general would avoid their onslaught, let alone a mere boy. In their minds, Chuhan had already been sentenced to death. Finally prepared to make their move, they thought it fitting. They too wished to test the extent of their current prowess, using the future admirals as a sharpening stone, which should suffice. Meanwhile, Chuhan maintained an air of composure, unperturbed by the descending magma fists and the piercing ice spears. He regarded them with indifference, his eyes slightly closed, before suddenly opening them wide as 2 golden beams erupted forth, softly declaring, One burst of blood. Chapter 59, Forbidden Power. Subscription requested. The burst of blood is, in essence, an exchange, a trade of the human heart for the heart of slaughter. Much like in mythology, where Odin sacrificed himself to gain the might of runes, hanging from a tree, whether by wind and rain for 9 days and nights, offering himself to the gods at the cost of one of his eyes. Those who seek power must offer a sacrifice of themselves. At this moment, Chuhan finally unlocked his cage, releasing the heart of the dragon. A chilling voice resonated, echoing through the streets as if time had frozen. The profound and intimidating sound reverberated in the ears of all, instilling an inexplicable panic upon their faces, as if the source of this voice were not human, but some higher being. This voice marked its awakening. Simultaneously, as he unleashed the burst of blood, Chuhan stood proudly in the center of the street, extending his hands. With a soaring chant, his skin began to transform into an eerie slate gray, dense scales piercing through, blood flowing freely, his eyes ablaze like fire. Boom. At that moment, the fierce assaults of Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino converged, lava hot enough to melt steel, an icy breath capable of freezing all, and beams of light that pierced through all. These 3 formidable natural powers united in a singular intent, to obliterate the black-haired youth before them, completely annihilating the first line of defense of the remnants of the Roger pirates. Roar. As if oblivious to the 3 impending assaults, Chuhan was immersed in the exhilaration brought forth by his explosive bloodlust. The golden pupils in his eyes burned with an intense fervor, a hint of bloodthirsty excitement gracing his visage. With a thunderous roar directed skyward, A true dragon's might resonated across the heavens, heralding the return of a king. Yet, in the next instant, Chuhan stirred, akin to a colossal dragon awakening. He opened his mouth, revealing teeth as sharp as daggers. In the blink of an eye, he bent low, wielded his blade, executed a fluid dance, and sheathed his weapon, all in a flash of lightning. Boom. Suddenly, a dark and chilling line erupted from the village rain, slicing through the oncoming torrents of lava, ice spears, and beams of light, as if this line possessed the power to sever anything it touched. The fierce blade aura even extended a full 10 meters away. Amidst the cascading lava and shards of ice, the distant figures of Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino gazed incredulously at the scene unfolding before them, their eyes reflecting a flicker of disbelief. Strange, truly strange. Is that boy a monster? Borsalino floated in midair, his lecherous face betraying astonishment as he remarked, in an instant. He simultaneously cleaved through 3 natural powers. Such swordsmanship. Could he possibly be a swordsman? Moreover, he appears to have activated some form of animal-type devil fruit. Truly a monster. I wonder which creature possesses such a fierce aura. Sakazuki, in the report you submitted to headquarters, you claimed this boy was merely a paramecia-type devil fruit user. Yet what is happening now? Kazan inquired coldly, his brows furrowed in contemplation as he regarded Sakazuki. Upon hearing this, a flicker of irritation crossed Sakazuki's face, and he retorted angrily, "How am I to know? You have witnessed the immense power with which that boy grievously injured Admiral Zephyr, the scorching heat and the inability to elementalize his body. These are unmistakably characteristics of a paramecia-type devil fruit user. But how do you explain the scene before us? The scales adorning his body are evidently traits of some animal. Only an animal-type devil fruit would exhibit such features. How could one individual possess 2 utterly distinct devil fruit abilities? Did he consume 2 devil fruits? If so, he should have perished from the resulting explosion. How can he still be alive?" Kazan's brow furrowed deeper, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes as he uttered coldly, "How am I to know? Do you presume I would fabricate false intelligence?" Sakazuki exclaimed with fury, "Enough. What is the point of debating this matter? The priority now is to deal with this brat and restore the Navy's honor." Perhaps sensing the daunting challenge posed by Chuhan, the lewd expression on Borsalino's face vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. He continued, "However, in my view, it is prudent not to act rashly. Let us first observe what this boy intends to do and probe the depths of his capabilities." Upon hearing this, Sakazuki and Kazan exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement with Borsalino's suggestion. In truth, there was something Borsalino refrained from voicing, for reasons unknown. Upon witnessing Chuhan's monstrous form and the blazing golden gaze within his eyes, an inexplicable fear and dread surged within him. It felt as though he was not confronting a mere human boy, but rather a colossal beast of unimaginable power. The sheer, oppressive aura emanating from Chuhan was enough to shake one's very soul. This very apprehension was the reason behind his reluctance to take the initiative, leading him to propose a more cautious approach. He was acutely aware that his 2 proud companions shared this sentiment, which explained their acquiescence to his counsel. In the face of the unknown, fear is a natural human response, is it not? Meanwhile, on the other side, Chuhan, amidst the surge of his blood, exhaled softly. In his world, countless raindrops cascaded from the sky, shattering upon the ground. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the falling rain seemed to move in slow motion, as if a blind man had regained his sight, revealing the entirety of existence before him. Crack! Chuhan clenched his fist, silently savoring the boiling blood coursing through his veins, and noticed the shimmering scales on his arm, gleaming like metal. A glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he smiled and mused. So this is the essence of bloodbursting? With his eyes closed, he felt the tumultuous blood within him and the fiercely pulsating heart, which now beat at an astonishing rate of dozens of times per second. Yet, his breathing remained remarkably steady, and no trace of discomfort marred his expression. Power surged forth relentlessly from his blood, as though some forbidden strength had been unleashed. P.S. To be continued. Zhu has dug himself a deep pit, and now he is laboriously trying to fill it. What a reckless endeavor. Chapter 60. The Cutting of the Carp's Mouth. Subscription requested. In the East Sea, at Low Town. The streets lay shrouded in silence, broken only by the sound of torrential rain splattering against the ground. All present held their breath, silently observing the boy in the center of the street who had transformed into a monster, their eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and anticipation, as if they were awaiting the creature's next move. How eerily quiet it is. Are you all gripped by fear? The scorching golden pupils lightly swept across the surroundings, revealing to Chu Han a myriad of faces marked by heaviness and a hint of trepidation, prompting a silent smile to grace his lips. Yet, there was a peculiar delight in this sensation. With that thought, Chu Han tilted his head back and spread his arms wide as the torrential rain poured from the overcast sky, cascading into his eyes. It was an extraordinarily strange feeling. Gazing at the rain-drenched sky, he envisioned the entire expanse reflected in his pupils. Every droplet of rain, falling from the heart of the heavens, found its way into his eyes. It was akin to perceiving the world from a divine vantage point, or perhaps observing the world through the eyes of a deity. And a god, in essence, is merely a construct born from humanity's utmost fear, which subsequently transforms into reverence. Are you three planning to remain standing there indefinitely? Have you not longed to eradicate the remnants of my Roger pirates? Chu Han turned to face the distant figures of Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borisolino, their expressions cold yet unwavering, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In this world, the delineation of power has always been nebulous, with no one providing a definitive standard. The trifecta of devil fruits, swordsmanship, and haki further complicates this classification. For instance, a common individual consuming a natural-type devil fruit may experience a significant enhancement in strength, enabling them to triumph over a vastly superior swordsman lacking haki. However, should this devil fruit user encounter a formidable opponent with a modicum of haki, defeat may very well befall them. Conversely, if that individual with a basic understanding of haki faces an adept swordsman, the outcome remains uncertain, even if the swordsman lacks haki. Thus, it is precisely due to the interrelated dynamics of devil fruits, swordsmanship, and haki that humanity has failed to establish accurate tiers of power from antiquity to the present. Nonetheless, a commonly accepted classification of strength exists, aligned with naval ranks: private, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant junior grade, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, rear admiral, vice admiral, admiral, and marshal. If one were to assess strength according to this naval hierarchy, Chu Han, relying on his swordsmanship, haki, and linguistic prowess, would likely be at the level of a mid-ranking rear admiral. In contrast, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borisolino, the future admirals, would currently be at the mid-level of vice admirals, significantly less powerful than they would be 2 decades hence. As for Garp and Sengoku, Chu Han estimates them to be at the high-ranking admiral level. While Roger's ability to contend single-handedly against Garp and Sengoku suggests he may very well be of martial caliber, everything is subject to change. Following a surge of blood, Chu Han's strength underwent a transformative metamorphosis. If one were to assign a precise value, it is highly probable that Chu Han has now attained the mid to high levels of vice admiral strength. However, this is merely his estimation. The true measure will only be revealed in the crucible of battle. This is also the reason why Chu Han provoked the 3 of Sakazuki. He now desperately seeks a whetstone, a means to test his true strength, and there is no better choice than using the 3 admirals as sparring partners. Are you giving us an opportunity? You are quite audacious, Sakazuki remarked coldly, even if you truly possess the abilities of 2 devil fruits. It does not guarantee you can contend with the 3 of us. Oh, is that so? Chu Han gracefully brushed his hair back from his forehead, revealing a strikingly cold and handsome visage. Although the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable, people often resort to arrogant tones to mask their inner fears, much like you do now. Subsequently, Chu Han silently smiled. The domain of Junyan quietly unfurled, the temperature soaring to its zenith, devoid of dazzling light. Yet the air currents radiated an eerie, faint darkness. Well then, since you refuse to approach, I shall come to you, he declared. Gentlemen, a storm is about to arrive. Lend me your ears. With that, a cruel smile crept across Chu Han's lips as he flipped the demonic blade Murakumo in his hand. The cold glint of the blade flashed in his blazing golden eyes, and propelled by his enhanced physique, he leaped forward like a bullet, transforming into a shadow that hurtled toward the 3 in the distance with astonishing speed. What? The sudden charge of Chu Han startled the trio. In their memory, he had always been calm and composed, like a high-ranking individual facing everything with a serene arrogance, even when confronted by an oncoming enemy. But now, this man, with a bloodthirsty, murderous intent, lunged at them like a wild beast. How could one's demeanor change so rapidly? Little did they know. While Chu Han's personality remained calm and rational, the side effects of his bloodlust were continually influencing him. Brutality and slaughter filled his heart, intensifying his bloodthirsty fervor. For Chu Han, this transformation was not something to be suppressed. In his current state, The rage and carnage served as the perfect catalyst to unleash his maximum combat potential. Scatter. Although shocked by Chu Han's transformation, the three were seasoned Navy vice admirals, and they quickly regained their composure. They leapt aside, forming a triangular formation to tightly encircle the oncoming Chu Han, as if casting a vast net. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame us. How did the Red Lotus? Sakaski snorted coldly, his right arm morphing into magma, as a searing hound S had formed from molten rock opened its gaping maw, hurtling toward the advancing Chu Han. Violent beak. At this moment, Kazan also realized the situation, and an icy aura erupted from his body. A bird of ice suddenly leaped forth, crashing toward Chu Han alongside the head of the lava dog. In an instant, 2 ice blades appeared in his hands, and he leaped forward like a cheetah, pursuing closely. The forces of ice and fire? Alas, they are of no consequence to me. Observing this, Chu Han's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The domain of Junyin around him swelled violently, the terrifying heat transforming into a wave of scorching energy that engulfed the incoming lava and ice bird, igniting and evaporating them entirely. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. Countless flames erupted in an instant, bursting forth as a massive shockwave spread wildly in all directions. Engaging in a covert attack is hardly an honorable act, Borsalino. Amidst the roaring explosions, Chu Han furrowed his brow, an unusual expression crossing his cold visage. He tilted his body slightly, evading 2 beams of light that shot toward him. With a thunderous stomp, he suddenly leaped backward, sheathing his sword, Murakumo, with precision. Iato, Kairi no Kiri. In that fleeting moment, the clear sound of the blade resonated throughout the air. Observe. Breathe. Kairi no Kiri. Draw cut. Blood surge. Sheath. Simultaneously, Chu Han brushed past a yellow figure. And in the next second, the demon blade Murakumo remained in its sheath, with Chu Han maintaining the posture as if he had just drawn it. If a master with profound Kinbunchika haki had witnessed this scene, they would have observed that in the instant they brushed past each other, Chu Han had executed a complete Iato strike, a flawless 7-step sequence, as exquisite as a dance, adhering strictly to the principles of the art. Strange, truly strange. To be detected mid-air, Borsalino's form suddenly materialized, stroking a certain area of his torso, his expression one of astonishment. I never expected you to possess Kinbunchika haki as well. And your sword speed is remarkable. Truly a monster. I have underestimated you this time. Tear. Before he could finish speaking, a sound of tearing flesh erupted, and an overwhelming flow of blood gushed from Borsalino's torso, cascading down like a sorrowful crimson flower blooming in midair. Chapter 61, shocking the audience. As the blood flower fell, the crowd was left in shock. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unfolding scene. Everything that had just transpired happened in a flash. All they witnessed was Chu Han turning, sheathing his blade, and suddenly stepping back. By the time he landed, Borsalino had inexplicably sustained a wound. What on earth happened? Wasn't Major Borsalino a Logia-type fruit user? Capable of elementally transforming to disregard any physical attack, how could he be cut? At this moment in Rog Town, apart from those who understood the essence of haki, every onlooker, whether a Navy officer or a pirate, was engulfed in confusion. After all, in their perception, the natural type was undeniably the strongest among the devil fruits, as its ability to disregard any physical attack rendered it virtually invincible. Yet, on this fateful day, that very understanding was ruthlessly shattered by a raven-haired youth. However, to the eyes of the hockey masters, the events that had just transpired seemed entirely rational. This young lad had managed to draw his sword in an instant at the moment when Borsalino transformed, his strike so swift that Borsalino barely had time to evade. This was no mere feat of strength. It required both observation haki and armament haki to achieve such a blow. To their astonishment, this child had mastered both forms of haki. Was he truly only 8 years old? In the distance, Sengoku observed the proud figure of Chu Han, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Despite the rapidity of Chu Han's strike, Sengoku, with his advanced observation haki, could still faintly perceive it. It was precisely because of that single blow that Sengoku was so taken aback. It was enough to elevate Chu Han into the ranks of the great swordsman, a being with the abilities of 2 devil fruits, skilled in both forms of haki, and potentially a grand swordsman. Most alarmingly, this prodigy was merely 8 years of age. If such a monster were to mature, it would not be a mere jest to suggest he could upend the entire world, posing a threat greater than Roger himself. After all, Roger had not possessed such monstrous strength at that age. This child must not leave here alive today, no matter the cost. With that thought, Sengoku's expression darkened. his eyes glinting with a cold light as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in resolve. At that moment, the chilling aura exuding from Sengoku caused the temperature around him to plummet, instilling dread in the nearby Navy soldiers who turned to glance at their commander. Now transformed in demeanor, instinctively taking a few steps back. Such an absurdly powerful child, could this truly be the strength of a pirate king's crew? In the distance, Doflamingo laughed heartily, a flicker of inscrutable emotion flashing behind his dark glasses, before he smirked and remarked, "Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, you're doomed today. After all, this place is filled with half of the Navy's might. Not even the rebirth of the Pirate King could save you. A razor-sharp strike from you, Chuhan. I truly desire to battle a swordsman of your caliber, should you survive this day." Hawkeye narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the distant Chuhan. A glimmer of battle intent flickering within his sharp gaze. Gripping the black blade at his back, he lamented. Although Chuhan's previous exquisite and chilling strike had astounded all present, none believed that he and his companions could escape the naval ambush. After all, among them stood Sengoku, Garp, and Steelbone, three titans of unparalleled strength, each rivaling the legendary Roger. Should these formidable beings choose to intervene, Chuhan's current prowess would be woefully inadequate. The downfall of the Roger pirates was merely a matter of time. Thus, Chuhan's vigorous display appeared to the onlookers as a desperate struggle of a cornered beast. A creature ensnared in a net, no matter how ferocious, ultimately cannot evade the fate of death. But is reality truly so? Meanwhile, on the other side, Borsalino gazed at the ghastly wound before him, inhaling sharply. Were it not for his timely elemental transformation, he had no doubt that the previous strike would have cleaved him in two. Thankfully, he had narrowly escaped. Is this the taste of blood? How long has it been since I consumed the Logia fruit? I have not been injured for ages, and this is my first time experiencing such pain. Chuhan, I concede I have underestimated you, but from this point onward, I shall not hold back. The lecherous expression on Borsalino's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming aura of murder. With a piercing gaze fixed upon Chuhan, he coldly inquired, "Have you ever been kicked by a beam of light? Underestimate? Huh. When did you develop the illusion that I am weak?" At these words, Chuhan narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he drew Murakumo from his waist, elegantly sweeping it through the air. Crimson droplets of blood slowly traced arcs through the atmosphere, cascading to the ground. Drip, drip. Under the glow of the flames, the dozens of droplets belonging to Borsalino reflected an array of blinding red light, seemingly enhancing the desolate atmosphere with a touch of somber elegance. In that moment, Chuhan's demeanor underwent a cataclysmic transformation. No longer was he the cold, expressionless youth of yore. His previously placid countenance, unperturbed gaze, and the icy aura that kept others at bay shattered like glass, dissipating into nothingness. An overwhelming, bloodthirsty presence emerged. A hint of madness twisting his handsome features, his eyes now cold and merciless. Merely a calm glance from him evoked a profound sense of disdain deep within. With the cursed blade, Murakumo, in hand, Chuhan advanced step by step. With each stride he took, a disorienting sensation enveloped Borsalino, as if he were confronting a wrathful dragon, ferocious, tumultuous, and disdainful of life itself. An unsettling fear crept over him, a feeling he had never experienced even in the face of the notorious pirates of the New World. It was as if this fear emanated not from mere intimidation but from an innate, primal lineage. What could this mean? This aura, such a presence was far beyond that of a mere child. Could it be that he was truly just an insignificant 8-year-old human? At that moment, Borsalino felt a profound trepidation, sensing an overwhelming dread of life and death radiating from Chuhan. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. The earlier sensation of fear was not merely a reaction to the abrupt manifestation of two devil fruit powers, but stemmed from Chuhan himself. In an instant, two ice blades sliced through the air, hurtling towards Chuhan's head, exuding an aura cold enough to freeze everything in their path, leaving a frosty layer upon the ground. Akiji, is this how your navy resorts to ambush? That yellow-skinned monkey too. With a slight narrowing of his blazing golden pupils, Chuhan swiftly evaded the incoming ice blades, casting a disdainful glance at the figure emerging from his left. Such a splendid opportunity, how could I possibly let it slip away? Akiji sighed in resignation, conjuring two more ice blades in his hands. Akiji, why bother conversing with this pirate? Just eliminate him. A sudden flash of red appeared, as a fiery magma fist materialized from the right arm, crashing towards Chuhan's back. Simultaneously, Akiji sprang into action, wielding his ice blades. enveloped in a shroud of cold air to counteract Chu Han's peculiar heat abilities. With a hardened armament, he charged forward. Lightspeed kick. Meanwhile, Borsalino, with a frigid expression, unleashed a barrage of light beams, raining down upon Chu Han's position with tremendous force. Finally taking this seriously? Then I shall reveal my true strength. With that, the fierce battle intent ignited within Chu Han's golden pupils, propelling him forward rather than retreating. The cursed blade, Murakumo, surged once more, akin to a dragon rising from the depths of a river. With a resounding clash, he unleashed 3 sweeping blade strikes, each directed towards Akainu, Akiji, and Borsalino, respectively. The might of his strikes was no weaker than the one he had previously aimed at Borsalino. The intensity of his aura surged, as if a demon had awakened, brazen and unstoppable. Chapter 62. The Roger Pirates Assemble. 25. Subscription requested. In the depths of Chu Han's blazing golden eyes surged a fierce battle intent, advancing rather than retreating. The demon blade Murakumo surged forth like a malevolent dragon rising from the river, unleashing a thunderous roar as it simultaneously cleaved 3 distinct shadows of its blade, each aimed at Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino respectively. The power of the blade was undeniably stronger than the single strike he had previously delivered to Borsalino. The aura around him surged with an overwhelming force, akin to a demon awakening in its relentless might. Upon witnessing this, Sakazuki's expression shifted dramatically. The molten lava punch he had unleashed abruptly retracted as he raised both fists to block. Yet, in the next instant, the meteor-like lava was swiftly cleaved in 2 by a chilling flash of the blade, as Murakumo, enveloped in the aura of Haki, surged towards Sakazuki's forehead with unstoppable momentum, prompting him to hastily elementalize. With a thunderous step, he soared backwards like a paper kite. Die, brat. Meanwhile, Kazan boldly clashed with the oncoming blade of Murakumo using his ice blade, deflecting it slightly. He then suddenly withdrew, bending low, and with the acceleration of his shave technique, transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling toward the unsuspecting Chu Han, seizing the moment with impeccable timing, truly befitting the calm demeanor of Kazan. At this moment, Kazan's body was half encased in ice, from which erupted an immense frigid aura, chilling to the bone. His outstretched hand, resembling a pair of handcuffs, sought to grasp Chu Han's arm, intending to freeze him instantly with his icy breath, reminiscent of the earlier plot where he had frozen Luffy and his crew. However, Chu Han was no Luffy. Attempting to freeze me? Unfortunately, your ice lacks the requisite chill. Such feeble frost cannot immobilize me. Perceiving Kazan's intent, Chu Han's gaze turned icy as he sneered contemptuously. He then stomped forcefully, causing the earth to tremble and the void to shudder. The relentless eruption of the surrounding Junyan domain unleashed a terrifying wave of heat that collided with the cold aura enveloping Kazan. Boom! The scorching heat and the extreme cold clashed violently, producing a thunderous roar as countless steam clouds billowed into the air, while the temperature of Junyan gradually diminished in the confrontation. Simultaneously, Kazan's form broke free from the Junyan domain, instantly appearing before Chu Han. However, as he looked up to strike, his eyes locked onto Chu Han's searing golden gaze, which bore the regal authority of a king. It was as if he were confronted by the conqueror's Haki, sending a jolt through Kazan's very soul. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Chu Han seized the opportunity, delivering a devastating blow infused with Haki, sending Kazan hurtling away, lost to the unknown. Boom! In the next instant, the torrential beam of light from Borsalino descended abruptly from the heavens, thundering down to engulf Chu Han. Having just repelled Kazan, Chu Han's gaze turned frigid, his voice booming like thunder as he advanced with determination. With his sword, Murakumo, he swung fiercely, severing the incoming beams of light. With each step, his eyes glinted with ferocity and murderous intent as he charged directly towards Borsalino, suspended in midair. At that moment, Borsalino, ensnared by the frenzied aura of Chu Han, felt a flicker of fear arise in his heart. In a flurry of panic, he unleashed a barrage of laser beams, roaring, "Die! You old fool, die!" In the midst of the chaos, Chu Han's expression remained icy, his golden eyes ablaze with furious bloodlust, resembling a colossal dragon engulfed in madness. As countless laser beams surged towards him, a hint of insanity flickered in his gaze. Defying all instinct to evade, he confronted the onslaught head-on, wielding Murakumo, its blade enveloped in the armament Haki, effortlessly cleaving through all obstacles before him. Then, a chilling specter of light flashed in Borsalino's fearful eyes, and in the next moment, A yellow figure plummeted violently towards the ground. Unmatched in ferocity, this presence instilled awe in everyone on the street. At this very moment, as the crowd quaked under Chu Han's overwhelming might, a naval soldier suddenly dashed forward to report to Sengoku. Panting heavily, "Report, Admiral. Marshal Steelbone sent me with a message, urging you to swiftly deal with the Roger pirates. For some unknown reason, the live broadcast we had set up has been abruptly cut off." Sengoku paused in surprise before exclaiming in disbelief, "The broadcast was not interrupted? How could that be? Wasn't it planned to cease immediately after the execution of Roger? In the Navy's strategic plan, on one hand, it was intended to establish the authority of the Navy, while on the other, there existed a mindset of setting an example through severe punishment. Thus, when it came to executing Roger, they opted for a global live broadcast. The initial intention was to cease the transmission immediately after the execution, but the unforeseen circumstances that arose caught Sengoku off guard. The exact reasons remain unclear. It seems as though there has been deliberate interference. Presently, the Admiral is fervently investigating, and it is anticipated that the truth will soon be unveiled. As the Navy soldiers respectfully stated, since the broadcast was not interrupted, everything that transpired moments ago was witnessed by the entire world. Sengoku appeared oblivious to the words of the Navy soldiers, his eyes filled with dread as he murmured to himself. A terrifying realization struck Sengoku. If the live stream had not been halted, then all actions occurring in the streets were now visible to the entire globe, including the fact that Chu Han had severely injured a naval admiral and subdued 3 naval supernovas. In such a case, the situation had escalated to a grave extent. Sengoku could foresee that if Chu Han were allowed to leave this place alive today, the Navy would suffer a catastrophic loss of face, and their reputation would plummet. After all, even with the involvement of admirals and supernovas, they were unable to subdue an 8-year-old child. This would indeed become a monumental source of ridicule for the Navy. Contemplating this, a grave determination appeared in Sengoku's eyes. He gazed at Chu Han, who stood defiantly after repelling Akainu and the others, exuding an air of regal authority. In that moment, he resolved that, even at the risk of being labeled as a bully, he must ensure that this young boy was detained. Otherwise, the Navy's honor would be irreparably tarnished. Everyone, join forces to assist Akainu and the others. Regardless of the cost, you must eliminate this boy. This is all for the sake of the Navy's justice, understood? Sengoku turned to the nearby vice admirals and rear admirals, speaking with cold resolve. Yes. Upon hearing this, the vice admirals and rear admirals straightened their expressions, saluting in unison. Afterward, a scarred vice admiral stepped forward, casting a concerned glance towards Chu Han in the distance. With a slight furrow in his brow, he unsheathed his long sword with a swift motion, coldly remarking, "The 3 brats under Akainu are utterly useless. They cannot even handle an 8-year-old child, allowing him to act so brazenly. It seems I must take matters into my own hands." Boom. Just as the vice admiral completed his statement and prepared to draw his sword, a bullet sliced through the air, aiming directly at his forehead. He narrowly dodged the projectile, furrowing his brow as he observed a middle-aged man approaching with a rifle in hand. Coldly, he declared, "You, the sniper from the Roger pirates?" "Ha ha ha, indeed, it is I." The man laughed heartily, directing the muzzle of his gun towards the vice admiral. With a teasing tone, he continued, "Vice Admiral, it is quite impolite to interrupt the duel of the younger generation. You would do well to remain right where you are. Do you truly believe that a few remnants of the Roger pirates can protect this boy and allow him to leave here alive? Such delusions are laughable." The speaker was another tall figure, a lieutenant general with a large sword strapped to his back. However, as soon as he finished his words, a middle-aged man wielding twin blades suddenly appeared before him, chuckling lightly. "This path is closed." "Another one? Is this a swordsman from the Roger pirates? Do you intend to resist like that young lad? Are you truly unafraid of death?" Sengoku gazed at the newcomer, his tone icy. "Haha, Sengoku, do not misunderstand. From the very beginning, the Roger pirates have never intended to surrender and live in obscurity. As for death, do you believe we fear such trivialities?" Another member of the Roger pirates stepped forward, looking at Sengoku with a mocking grin. "Moreover, it's rather embarrassing for us old-timers to have a newcomer constantly taking the lead. We ought to do something, lest others think the Roger pirates have lost their might." "Haha, well said. We can't let that brat Chu Han steal all the glory. I, Buggy, have yet to make my entrance." Laughter erupted, and all the crew members of the Roger pirates, including Shanks and Buggy, stepped forward. Standing resolutely before the Navy Lieutenant General and Sengoku, their faces adorned with smiles yet their eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. It was a determination that signified they would not retreat. In this moment, the entire crew of the Roger Pirates demonstrated through their actions that they were not solely represented by Chu Han. If there was a fight to be had, they would fight together, and if death awaited, they would meet it as one. This was the true essence of the Roger Pirates, a crew of kings. Chapter 63. Sengoku takes action. The heavy rain had just ceased, and the dark clouds began to disperse. A long-awaited ray of sunlight pierced through the gloomy sky like a sword, illuminating the town of Rogue, as if igniting a new hope. At this moment, with all members of the Roger Pirates standing united, the atmosphere transformed dramatically, leaving everyone in stunned silence. I recognize that man with the gun. He is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 150 million, the sharpshooter of the Roger Pirates, said to never miss his mark. And that man wielding twin blades, he is a renowned swordsman, skilled in the art of dual wielding. Is that not the navigator of the Roger Pirates? Even he has joined the fray. It seems the Roger Pirates are preparing for a full-scale confrontation with the Navy. On the 13th of August, a crowd gathered, their eyes fixed upon the formidable members of the Roger Pirates at the center of the street. Their gazes were filled with uncertainty and admiration, for in this era, the Roger Pirates represented a banner of freedom, evoking deep respect and lasting memories. How intriguing. Is the Roger Pirates finally clashing with the Navy government? This is quite exciting, exclaimed Don Quixote da Flamingo with a hearty laugh. Another swordsman from the Pirate King's crew? I truly hope to engage them in battle, mused Dracula Mihawk, his eyes narrowing as he observed the dual-wielding swordsman of the Roger Pirates, a flicker of combativeness gleaming in his gaze. Indeed, they are all extraordinarily powerful, worthy of the Pirate King's crew. I hope to capture their shadows, remarked Gecko Moria, his eyes glinting with a greedy smirk. In that moment, as the Roger Pirates made their entrance, diverse thoughts surged through the minds of those present, including Admiral Sengoku. Are the Roger Pirates here to initiate combat? Sengoku pondered, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes. This could be an opportunity to eliminate all remnants. Roger, watch from above as I bring an end to the crew you personally forged. Eliminate them. Leave none alive. Sengoku commanded, his voice cold and resolute. He leapt into action, declaring, as for that young man, I shall personally deal with him. What? The expressions of the Roger Pirates shifted dramatically. While they acknowledged that Chu Han was strong, they never believed him to be overwhelmingly powerful. In a direct confrontation, he would undoubtedly fall short against Sengoku. The fact that Sengoku, disregarding his dignity, had chosen to intervene personally signified a death sentence for Chu Han. Panic flickered in their eyes as the sniper, previously armed, swiftly aimed his weapon at Sengoku, while another swordsman launched himself toward him. Though they understood their own limitations against Sengoku, they could not bear to witness Chu Han's demise, even if it meant provoking Sengoku and courting death. Haha, your opponent is me. At that moment, a vice admiral soared into the air, drawing his long sword and effortlessly cleaving the bullet fired by the sniper in two, the fragments cascading to the ground as he coldly declared, "Step aside. Get away," shouted the enraged sniper, his aura surging as he bellowed. "If you don't move, I'll kill you." Meanwhile, on another front, the previously airborne swordsman from the Pirate King's crew found his path obstructed by another vice admiral. "Hee, this route is blocked," the vice admiral chuckled. Hearing this, the swordsman placed a hand to his forehead, offering a wry smile. "I didn't expect you to return those words to me so swiftly. But do you truly believe you have the strength to stop me?" In the next instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from the swordsman, his gaze brimming with lethal resolve, reminiscent of a seasoned veteran of countless battles, radiating a chilling ferocity. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the battle between the Roger Pirates and the Navy finally commenced. In an instant, all members of the Roger Pirates clashed with the Navy's rear admirals and captains, igniting a chaotic melee. At that moment, Sengoku descended from the sky above Chu Han, crashing down and creating a large crater. "Kid, it's been a while," Sengoku remarked, casting a brief glance around and exhaling in relief upon spotting Akainu and Akiji unharmed. He then turned his icy gaze toward Chu Han and stated, "You've caused me a tremendous headache this time. It seems I have underestimated you. Sengoku, are you here to kill me?" Chu Han elegantly waved his sword, Murakumo, positioning it beside him, his eyes narrowing as he spoke gravely. "Indeed, if I do not eliminate you today, the Navy's reputation will be utterly tarnished. And I may even lose my position as a fleet admiral." Sengoku nodded, sighing, "You all know there's no hope left. Why persist in this fierce resistance? Wouldn't it be better to surrender obediently? Must you create such turmoil, forcing me to take your life myself? As he uttered the last sentence, the calm demeanor on Sengoku's face vanished, replaced by an overwhelming chill and a palpable aura of death. Stepping forward, he suddenly expanded, and countless golden lights illuminated the sky. In an instant, a colossal Buddha statue loomed over the entire street, gazing down at Chu-Han as he spoke gravely. Kid, it is still not too late to surrender. Do not compel me to use my strength against you. The so-called dire straits you speak of are mere illusions. The notion of encirclement is a farce. It is all a figment of your delusions. My resistance has merely been an experiment of my own strength. Now that I have achieved my goal, there is no need to continue this charade. Desperate ramblings before your demise. Sengoku mocked, transformed into the giant Buddha. If you do not believe me, I shall lead all members of the Roger Pirates away, and you will bear witness. Chu-Han's eyes narrowed as he chuckled lightly, for this is all quite simple. With that, a faint smile graced Chu-Han's face as he stepped forward, his blazing golden eyes igniting with fervor. The Emperor's word resonated, merging with the magnificent conqueror's haki, erupting in a cataclysmic wave that swept across the town of Rogu, permeating every corner. From this moment forth, I shall stand atop this era. In that instant, Chu-Han stood elegantly, his flowing black hair dancing in the wind. As his bangs settled, the brutal and fierce expressions on his handsome visage dissipated, revealing the extraordinary grace that once characterized him. The vast conqueror's haki surged forth like an uncontainable ocean, deeply instilling awe and trepidation in the hearts of all present. After a long period of suppression, Chu-Han's true power could finally unleash itself without restraint, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a deity's descent. In an instant, the sky grew dark, as if shrouded by an invisible substance, and numerous ominous clouds rent apart, revealing a vast chasm. At that moment, the inhabitants of Rog Town ceased their activities, their faces etched with panic and dread, though most were unaware of the concept of conqueror's haki. The profound pressure that penetrated their very souls left them trembling in fear. Under this overwhelming force, nearly every gaze shifted towards Chu-Han, reflecting confusion, astonishment, terror, and disbelief. This power conqueror's haki was unimaginable. At that moment, Sengoku's previously placid demeanor abruptly shifted to one of grave concern. Beneath the weight of this formidable haki, even he felt a sense of trepidation, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. This young man was indeed a possessor of conqueror's haki, an extraordinary trait that marked him as one in a million. Coupled with mastery over armament haki and observation haki, this youth was not merely comparable to Roger. He was potentially even more formidable. In that moment of shock, Sengoku's intent to eliminate Chu-Han intensified, the icy murderous intent in his eyes nearly solidifying into a tangible force. Understanding conqueror's haki, that made him even more deserving of death. Meanwhile, in a naval high-rise within Rog Town, Steelbone's expression shifted dramatically as he processed documents. Alarm surged through him, and he hastily rose to approach the window, gazing upward. The vast aura of observation haki erupted, enveloping the majority of Rog Town. Curse be it, how could conqueror's haki manifest in Rog Town? Could it be that the Gold Lion or Whitebeard had ventured forth from the New World due to Roger's execution? Thoughts whirled chaotically in Steelbone's mind, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Through the veil of observation haki, Steelbone discerned the source of this sudden conqueror's haki emanating from the street before the execution platform. There, a figure of elegance and nobility stood serenely. Chu-Han remained tranquil in his stance, yet radiated an unparalleled aura of dominance. Under his might, the surroundings dimmed, as if the entire world revolved around him. It was he. Upon witnessing this, Steelbone's pupils constricted, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. He never anticipated that the terrifying aura, which instilled in him a deep sense of dread, would emanate from this seemingly unassuming black-haired youth. Steelbone had limited knowledge regarding Chu-Han. He was merely aware that this young lad was a new crew member of the Roger Pirates who had recently committed heinous acts and was subsequently placed under a bounty. Typically, individuals of Steelbone's stature would not pay much heed to the emerging pirate stars that arose annually. Had it not been for Chu-Han's affiliation with the Roger Pirates, Steelbone likely would not have bothered to glance at Chu-Han's dossier, let alone commit it to memory. Yet, unexpectedly, this overlooked youth surprised him profoundly today by awakening the conqueror's haki at such a tender age, a feat that even the likes of Roger and Whitebeard might have found impossible. Moreover, the situation suggested that this boy had the capability to provoke Sengoku into taking action personally. Such strength alone was enough to instill fear. If this lad were to survive today, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future, for reasons unknown. As Steelbone gazed upon Chu Han's imposing figure on the street, an ominous premonition arose within him. Should Chu Han, possessing this innate talent for conqueror's haki, be allowed to mature, it would not be long before another pirate king akin to Roger emerged. Contemplating this, Steelbone clenched his fist, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He turned to the messenger standing at the door and commanded, "Go relay a message to Carp. Instruct him to take action personally. Under no circumstances must we allow any member of the Roger pirates to escape today, including that boy named Chu Han." His voice, laced with a chilling tone, carried a heavy air of bloodlust, causing the temperature in the room to plummet suddenly, sending a shiver down the messenger's spine. Saluting the menacing Steelbone, he hurriedly exited. "Chu Han? A remnant threatening the world's justice must not be allowed to exist. Your demise is certain today." As he watched the departing messenger, the savage expression on Steelbone's face faded. He turned his gaze to the figure of Chu Han outside the window, his countenance icy, and crushed the teacup in his hand, coldly declaring his intent to kill. On the other side, in the street, an overwhelming surge of conqueror's haki erupted from Chu Han, radiating outwards like divine might. Wherever it spread, aside from a few strong individuals of the rank of Rear Admiral or higher, both Navy and pirates alike collapsed instantly upon contact with this aura, as if struck by a heavy blow. Those few who managed to retain consciousness amidst the vast expanse of conqueror's haki turned pale, as if recovering from a grave illness. In an instant, 99% of the individuals on the street had fallen, leaving only a handful standing. This was the first manifestation of the Emperor's resonance fused with the conqueror's haki, displaying a power that none below the rank of Rear Admiral could withstand, truly terrifying. "Sengoku, do you still believe that the so-called encirclement remains intact?" In the center of the street, Chu Han elegantly caressed the blade in his right hand. Subsequently, the cursed blade, Mirakumo, was laid before him, its razor-sharp edge gleaming menacingly as it pierced through the air, while a piercing gaze met Sengoku's, accompanied by a mocking smile. Observing the fallen naval soldiers scattered across the ground, as well as the pale-faced naval vice-admirals and rear admirals still entangled in combat with the Roger pirates, Sengoku's expression darkened in an instant. He understood, as Chu Han had indicated, that the encirclement they had initially constructed had crumbled under the explosive force of haki. Rendering their efforts futile, it was impossible for them to annihilate the entirety of the Roger pirates. "Did you plan this from the very beginning? Such profound scheming. But little brat, even if I lose all my naval soldiers, I still possess the capability to decimate most of you." Sengoku roared, his visage twisted with rage. "Did you not proclaim a complete cleansing before? What has changed now?" A flicker of disdain crossed Chu Han's eyes as he maintained his composure, delivering a calm retort. "However, your so-called annihilation is utterly impossible, for you have no chance whatsoever. Possibility is not for you to dictate, little brat. You should focus on surviving beneath my hand before uttering such grandiloquent statements." Sengoku's colossal form radiated a golden luminescence as he gazed down upon Chu Han, his eyes icy and infused with a murderous intent. Suddenly, his golden arm rose, and a massive golden hand descended like the weight of heaven. Its speed so astonishing that sparks erupted in its wake, the sound of air being split resonating ominously, its power terrifying beyond measure. "Five-Finger Mountain? Do you truly believe I am a monkey?" Chu Han looked up at the colossal hand plummeting from above, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of disdain flickering within them. Yet his demeanor remained unruffled, showing no inclination to evade, exuding an air of nonchalance. Seeking death, Sengoku's eyes flared with fury upon witnessing this, a cold snort escaping his lips as he hastened the descent of his massive hand, which swiftly engulfed Chu Han's figure. "Sengoku-sama, it is unwise to lay a hand upon my master. Do you wish for this pig to perish?" Just as Sengoku's hand was on the verge of crashing down, ready to reduce Chu Han to pulp, a gentle yet chilling voice suddenly resonated through the street. Sengoku's gaze shifted towards the source, and an expression of shock overtook his face, causing him to halt his motion, his hand pausing just a meter above Chu Han's head. "What is this?" The transformed Sengoku gazed down from his lofty perch at the figure approaching slowly in the distance, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. He then bellowed in rage. "Who are you to dare threaten this esteemed individual? Do you wish to forfeit your life?" At this moment, two figures, one tall and one short, slowly emerged from the opposite side of the street. The taller individual, clad in a tailcoat, exuded an air of refined sophistication, appearing quite the gentleman. In contrast, the shorter figure was adorned in extravagant attire, sporting a bubble-like headpiece, with a corpulent physique that could easily be likened to that of a pig. "Sir, are you referring to the pig in my grasp?" The young gentleman's demeanor turned frosty as he adjusted his sliding spectacles with the back of his hand, a glint of cold light flashing within the lenses. Meanwhile, his other hand, which was poised around the neck of the stout captive, applied gentle pressure, causing a stream of crimson blood to flow forth as he sneered. "Ah, please, no. General Sengoku, save me." The plump captive, feeling a sharp pain in his neck, let out a wretched howl, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded towards the distant Sengoku. Upon witnessing this, Sengoku's face flushed with rage. He reverted from his giant form, gradually shrinking back to his original stature, his countenance filled with murderous intent as he glared at the gentleman before him. "Young man, do you have any notion of whom you are holding captive? If you wish to live, release this esteemed individual at once." "The celestial dragons, yes, I am aware." The gentleman replied with a slight smile, his tone disarmingly calm. "You know, then why do you dare?" Sengoku's incredulity was palpable as he regarded the young man with astonishment. "The celestial dragons are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago. The Alabasta lineage was stripped of their status due to their refusal to reside in the Holy Land, leaving only 19 kings and Mary Geos. They consider themselves the progeny of the creators, and thus act with hubris and arrogance, refusing to breathe the same air as common folk while donning their bubble headgear. Because the 5 elder stars among the celestial dragons wield supreme authority over the world government, they enjoy unparalleled privileges. If ever offended, the admirals of the Navy must mobilize all their forces to uphold their honor. This is precisely why the name Celestial Dragon has instilled such profound fear across the globe, rendering it a name no one dares to defy, let alone abduct. However, this record was ruthlessly shattered today, leaving Sengoku astounded. The fact that the captor was well aware of the celestial dragon's identity implied that this was not a mere act of abduction, but a premeditated scheme. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Sengoku thought of Chu Han, who had always maintained an air of calm mastery. Compelled by an instinct he could not explain, he turned to glance at Chu Han, only to find him standing with a blade, a sly grin playing upon his lips as he regarded the young man, holding the celestial dragon captive. Chu Han then remarked with a nonchalant smile, "Crow." Indeed. Upon hearing this, the gentleman's expression shifted to one of respect as he nodded towards Chu Han, leading the captive celestial dragon in his direction. Who else could this gentleman, the previously vanished Crow, be? You truly know each other." In the tumultuous atmosphere of the warring states, a sense of rage enveloped the air. At this moment, in order to thwart any sudden attempts by the warring states to seize individuals, Kuro, under the guidance of Chu Han, relinquished the celestial dragon to him. Just as the claws departed, a chilling blade was swiftly poised at the neck of the celestial dragon, who had yet to revel in his fleeting joy. Observing this, Kuro, having heard the words of warring states, revealed a faint smile, adjusted his spectacles, and with a gentlemanly bow, spoke gently. "Admiral Warring States, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Kuro, the steward of Lord Chu Han." "Steward, indeed. It seems all of this was your elaborate scheme. Was it not?" Warring States inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner fury, and glared at Chu Han through clenched teeth. "Is there any merit in discussing such matters now, Warring States?" Chu Han replied calmly, his blade, Murakumo, glinting with a cold light under the sun, as he smiled softly at Warring States. "Perhaps we should engage in a more constructive dialogue regarding the forthcoming issues? A negotiation, you say? I am amenable to that. But I wish to understand how your subordinate managed to abduct this esteemed individual under the protection of 2 rear admirals." "It seems to me that your steward lacks the prowess of a rear admiral," Warring States remarked, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he gazed at the weeping celestial dragon beneath Chu Han's blade, his demeanor forlorn as he sighed. This celestial dragon was among the elite visiting to witness the execution of the Pirate King, and Warring States himself had personally welcomed him as the responsible officer. However, considering the significance of the execution, he had opted not to assign a vice admiral for protection, instead dispatching 2 rear admirals. Yet, despite these precautions, the celestial dragon still found himself in peril, leaving Warring States both perplexed and frustrated. In response, Chu Han slowly shook his head, smiling without uttering a word. Witnessing Chu Han's demeanor ignited a fire within Warring States. He was on the verge of unleashing a tirade when a sudden epiphany struck him. He turned his gaze towards the unconscious elite soldiers on the ground. His expression transformed with disbelief as he exclaimed, Could it be that your earlier display of Conqueror's Haki was not to eliminate these Navy soldiers, but rather to facilitate your subordinate's successful abduction of this esteemed individual? Moments ago, the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki unleashed by Chu Han had been palpably felt by Sengoku. That vast and boundless imperial aura, akin to an ancient dragon, rendered all naval officers below the rank of Rear Admiral utterly powerless to resist. Even formidable Rear Admirals would find themselves momentarily entranced and disoriented in the presence of such overwhelming power. It is likely that the young steward seized this opportune moment to breach the defenses of the two Rear Admirals and capture that esteemed individual. Upon finishing his thoughts, Sengoku observed two figures suddenly materializing behind Chu Han. These two individuals were the Rear Admirals he had previously dispatched to protect the Celestial Dragons. Their appearance further confirmed Sengoku's suspicions, causing his expression to darken considerably. "Ah, truly deserving of the title of the wise general," Chu Han remarked, his pupils narrowing slightly with a glimmer of admiration and a faint smile gracing his lips. Just as Sengoku had surmised, Chu Han's earlier display of Haki was intended to intimidate the two Rear Admirals, creating a window for Crocodile to execute his plan seamlessly. The rationale behind this strategy stemmed from Chu Han's awareness that the greatest hindrance to fulfilling his mission and leading the Roger Pirates away was not the encircling navy, but rather the trio of formidable figures within Logetown, Garp, Zifa, and the Steelbone. To ensure a safe departure from Logetown, it was imperative to restrict the actions of these three powerhouses, and the Celestial Dragon served as the most advantageous card to play. Hence, Chu Han initially sent Crocodile to await the opportune moment aboard the Celestial Dragon's ship, while he himself focused on diverting the Navy's attention. As anticipated, the Navy, intent on eliminating him, dispatched Zifa and the future three admirals, culminating in Sengoku himself taking action. All attention converged upon him, leaving the Celestial Dragon largely unobserved, thereby facilitating the success of Chu Han's plan. Thus, when Chu Han previously informed Sengoku that the so-called encirclement had never truly existed, it was because the moment he dispatched Crocodile, the supposed trap had already crumbled. Every aspect of this situation lay firmly within Chu Han's control, and whether it be the three admirals or Sengoku, they were but mere pawns in his grand scheme. Chapter 66. The Arrival of Rayleigh East Blue, Logetown. "Now, Sengoku, let us discuss what lies ahead," Chu Han said, retracting his thoughts and casting a sidelong glance at the grim-faced Sengoku, a tranquil smile adorning his visage. "Discussion? How do you propose we engage in this dialogue?" In a fit of rage, Sengoku thought to himself that although he desperately wished to annihilate this young man immediately, he was constrained by a trump card in Chukin's possession that he dared not provoke. Thus, at this juncture, Sengoku was compelled to abandon force in favor of negotiation, hoping to salvage the situation regarding the Celestial Dragon. Should anything untoward occur to the Celestial Dragon here, not only would his position as a general be jeopardized, but the Navy itself might also face the wrath of the world government and the collective vengeance of the Celestial Dragons. The mere contemplation of this filled Sengoku with dread as he turned to the two ineffective Rear Admirals behind him, his fury intensifying to an unbearable degree, causing their faces to pale in fear. "How shall we negotiate?" Chu Han inquired nonchalantly, gesturing towards the Celestial Dragon at his mercy. He smirked and said, "Naturally, the Navy must withdraw its encircling warships and safely escort the Roger Pirates away from here. In exchange, once we depart unscathed, this swine shall be returned to you unharmed." "Such a proposition is utterly impossible," Sengoku retorted vehemently, his voice cold as ice. "You will release this esteemed individual first, and then I shall agree to let you leave." Upon hearing this, Chu Han slowly shook his head, his gaze sharp and mocking. "Sengoku, you must understand one thing. You are in no position to dictate terms to me at present, and I truly cannot place my trust in the Navy's integrity." As he spoke, the pressure he exerted increased slightly, the cold blade at the Celestial Dragon's throat pressing deeper, causing fresh crimson blood to flow and prompting the kneeling figure to wail in agony, alternately weeping and cursing. "Ah, it hurts terribly. General Sengoku, I command you to comply with this person's demands, or I shall have my grandfather revoke your position as a general. My grandfather is one of the 5 elders." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened to a pallid hue, cursing under his breath at the foolish ally who had unwittingly complicated matters. His previous remarks had merely been a test of Chukin's negotiating boundaries, yet this imbecile had foolishly revealed their family's secrets, only serving to embolden the young man further, rendering any hope of negotiation futile. Sengoku turned his gaze back to Chu Han, only to find the latter's lips curling into a smile. A sinking feeling in his heart signaling trouble. I must admit, I did not anticipate encountering such a formidable adversary. With that in mind, I have an additional condition to propose, Chu Han said, his eyes narrowing with intent. I also demand the corpse of Gold. Roger? This encapsulates my conditions. You have two choices, acquiesce or refuse. Of course, should you opt for the latter, I would be more than willing to present you with the severed head of this swine. You are deluded. Sengoku's fury surged as Chu Han's elegant smile appeared to him as a devilish grin. He bellowed, that is absolutely out of the question. The corpse of Roger shall never be surrendered to you. Be wise and release this esteemed individual, or I shall systematically eliminate your other comrades. Do not forget, you are not the only one with hostages. Having spoken, Sengoku suddenly turned, his gaze fixed upon the distant Roger pirates, who were fiercely engaged in battle with a naval admiral. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as he contemplated departing. Alas, even at this moment, he still seeks to intimidate me. It is beyond my comprehension how you earned the title of a brilliant strategist. Chu Han shook his head in resignation, his expression filled with disdain and his voice icy as he remarked, if you make another move, I cannot assure you that my hand will remain steady. Furthermore, Sengoku, do not forget, this is still being broadcast live. If a celestial dragon were to be slain in front of the entire world, you should be well aware of the dire consequences that would ensue. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's form faltered momentarily before he abruptly turned to face Chu Han, gritting his teeth as he inquired, could it be that the live broadcast cannot be interrupted, and this is all you're doing, you little rascal? Have you anticipated every outcome? Chu Han's expression remained serene, a smile playing on his lips, which could be interpreted as tacit approval. You are quite formidable. After a prolonged struggle, Sengoku gritted his teeth and declared, I hope you do not fall into my hands in the future, for if you do, I shall ensure you understand the very essence of suffering. In that moment, Sengoku's resentment towards Chu Han surged like a boundless river, wishing to rend him into 1,000 pieces. Yet, reason ultimately subdued his fury, as he recognized the grave implication behind Chu Han's words, a colossal threat. 8 centuries ago, following the establishment of the world government by the celestial dragons, a regime of oppressive intimidation was imposed upon the global powers, instilling a sense of reverence and fear rather than loyalty among the populace. To safeguard their authority, the celestial dragons even commanded that, in times of peril, the marine admirals must swiftly intervene to annihilate all who dared to offend them, rendering their supremacy unassailable. Even the mightiest pirates dared not provoke the celestial dragons, unless they were willing to face the relentless pursuit of the marines. Every individual on the planet existed under the deliberate reign of fear crafted by the celestial dragons, with no one daring to resist. However, once a sin has been initiated, it becomes exceedingly difficult to terminate. Should Chu Han, before the eyes of the entire world, slay a celestial dragon, the carefully cultivated intimidation of 800 years would dissipate. People would come to realize that the celestial dragons, too, fear death, that they are human, and thus not beyond the reach of mortality. Such perilous ideologies, once disseminated, would signify the collapse of the celestial dragon's intimidation. When individuals, oppressed by their tyranny, begin to prioritize defiance over fear, the likelihood of the celestial dragons meeting a grim fate would significantly increase. Most alarmingly, the latent forces resisting the celestial dragon's dominion would gain popular recognition, swelling in power and posing a grave threat to the world government's authority. Though this may seem alarmist, Sengoku understood the high probability of such occurrences, for the most terrifying force in this world is not sheer might, but the indomitable will of humanity. Should such a calamity transpire, he would be deemed the instigator, likely incurring the wrath of the furious celestial dragons, facing a fate far worse than death itself. This was the fundamental reason Sengoku reluctantly acquiesced to Chu Han's terms. He dared not take such a risk, nor did he wish to. Very well, I accept your terms. Sengoku inhaled deeply, his voice cold and resolute. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Chu Han's eyes, and the tension in his demeanor eased slightly as he remarked, exchanging the lives of a few pirates for the stability of the world government's reign is indeed a worthy bargain. Wouldn't you agree? Boom. Just as Chu Han's words hung in the air, a thunderous sound of something slicing through the atmosphere erupted behind him, and an icy chill of murderous intent gripped Chu Han's heart, akin to being targeted by a predatory beast, his hair standing on end. Meanwhile, two pitch-black fists, enveloped in the aura of armed haki, suddenly materialized before Chu Han's eyes. One fist thunderously descended towards his forehead, while the other swiftly lunged towards the collar of the celestial dragon beneath him. One was an attack, the other a defense, moving with a speed akin to lightning. Was this a choice I was being forced to make? A life or a sacrifice? Observing this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Chu Han's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a fierce determination. I shall take both the person and the life. With this thought, Chu Han abruptly released the grip of his weapon, Miramesa, and instantly seized the collar of the celestial dragon, pulling back to evade the grasping hand, while his other hand swiftly rose to shield his forehead. Chu Han was determined to sacrifice one of his hands to evade this lethal predicament. Boom. At that moment, another fist, equally shrouded in armed color haki, suddenly appeared, colliding violently with the fist aimed at Chu Han's forehead. The ground shook. As the two fists clashed, a tremendous force erupted, producing a thunderous roar, and countless shock waves surged skyward, tearing apart the dark clouds and creating a massive rift. Ha! Who would have thought that the esteemed Steelbone Admiral would resort to such a shameless ambush against a junior? It's you, Dark King Rayleigh. Steelbone, upon landing, wore a grim expression as he glared at the white-haired middle-aged man who had just descended with Chu Han. How did you get here? With the captain away. It is only natural for me, as the first mate, to step forward. Wouldn't you agree, Steelbone? The man released Chu Han's collar and stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura, laughing heartily. This individual was none other than Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger Pirates. Rayleigh, I never imagined this prominent figure would also arrive. Things are about to get interesting. Indeed, I doubt the Navy anticipated the sudden arrival of such an esteemed individual. At that moment, the pirates who had previously succumbed to Chu Han's conqueror's haki began to awaken one by one. Quickly recognizing the imposing figure of Rayleigh standing at the center of the street, their faces filled with awe as they whispered among themselves. As the right hand of the Pirate King, Rayleigh not only possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of an admiral, but his reputation also echoed across the seas, marking him as a towering figure among pirates. His sudden appearance astonished many pirates and even shifted the atmosphere within the Navy to one of tension. Rayleigh, I never expected you to show up. Sengoku gazed at Rayleigh with a grave expression, his brows furrowed. If I hadn't come out, I fear our crew would be slaughtered by you, old man. Rayleigh met Sengoku's gaze unflinchingly, his voice cold yet mocking. Sengoku, I truly cannot fathom why you would mobilize the Navy to eradicate mere juniors. Do you still possess any sense of shame? Mere juniors? This so-called junior is no trifling matter. Not only has he severely injured Zephyr, but he also dares to hold a celestial dragon hostage. If he is but a junior, then the great pirates of the New World must all be novices, Sengoku retorted coldly, pointing at Chu Han. Oh? Upon hearing the words of Sengoku, the newly arrived Rayleigh turned to his side and observed Chu Han, who was tightly gripping a portly celestial dragon. With a slight furrow of his brow and a hint of a wry smile, he inquired, Chu Han, what is the situation? In response, Chu Han offered a nonchalant smile as he lifted the celestial dragon, casually stating, there was no choice. It is merely a matter of self-preservation. After all, one's strength pales in comparison to others. Rayleigh chuckled, remarking, you are indeed reminiscent of Roger, always unafraid of danger and capable of stirring up trouble wherever you go. Observing Chu Han's calm demeanor, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile wryly, placing a hand on his forehead, his eyes glinting with a hint of brilliance. He laughed heartily. But this is the essence of our pirate crew. Only a heart free of fear can boldly pursue dreams. Chu Han, you have done well this time. In the face of Rayleigh's commendation, Chu Han remained unfazed, his expression tranquil and unruffled, merely nodding, though a flicker of contemplation danced in his eyes, suggesting that the true contest was only just beginning. Suddenly, a resounding laugh echoed from the sky, imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority and vigor. A robust figure descended like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and creating two enormous craters, causing the earth to crack. Cap, it is none other than Iron Fist Carp. The arrival of Vice Admiral Carp, a man who had repeatedly pushed the Pirate King to the brink, sent a wave of panic through the pirates present. While the Navy erupted in cheers, for the legendary hero of the Navy had arrived. In that moment, the formidable trio of Steelbone, Carp, and Sengoku, along with the forces of the Marine at Roguetown, had all gathered. Carp, why have you only just arrived? Did I not send someone to summon you long ago? Steelbone glared at Carp, his voice laden with irritation. Carp scratched his head, displaying no sign of embarrassment, and laughed heartily, The messenger you sent was rather dim-witted. He was too afraid to wake me from my slumber. Ha ha, this is hardly my fault. Enough, I shall let this slide for now, but once this matter is resolved, I will hold you accountable, Steelbone sighed, exasperated. This matter? Ah, Rayleigh, I did not expect you to be here as well. Carp paused, then turned to Rayleigh with surprise. Rayleigh, shaking his head in resignation, had grown accustomed to the antics of his old rival. With a complex expression, he stepped forward and coldly remarked, "Someone seeks to harm my comrades. How could I possibly refrain from coming? And Carp, I must ask, do you intend to disregard the agreement established between the Navy and Roger?" Kapu's face revealed a hint of embarrassment as he stammered, ultimately letting out a sigh of resignation. "This matter is my fault, but if you wish to oppose the Navy, you must first get past me. After all, I am part of the Navy." As he concluded, the look of disappointment on Kapu's face vanished, replaced by an unwavering determination. An immense aura erupted from him, powerful and domineering, akin to a legendary war god. "Oppose? Huh. The Roger pirates have never harbored intentions to confront your Navy. My crew merely came to bid farewell to Roger," Rayleigh remarked with a trace of mockery. Before adding in a solemn tone, "However, now that we have achieved this purpose, may we take our leave? We, the pirate crew, have no time to indulge you in your games. Think you can leave? Is that even a possibility?" Steelbone could no longer contain his anger. He stepped forward, glaring at Rayleigh, declaring loudly, "Having committed such heinous crimes, you still wish to depart? Do you regard us 3 old men as mere decorations? Or do you believe the Roger pirates can contend against 3 admirals, several vice-admirals, and countless warships surrounding us? Ha ha ha. Do you truly question our courage? Crew, let them know who we are." Rayleigh stepped forward, turning to his fellow crew members who had returned to his side, a commanding smile gracing his face. "We are the Roger pirates." The crowd erupted in laughter and cheers. "Indeed, we are the Roger pirates, the crew that conquered the Grand Line, and most importantly, our captain is the Pirate King." Rayleigh unsheathed his longsword, pointing it directly at Steelbone, an overwhelming aura surging forth, causing the crowd to change countenance. "As crew members of a king, we pursue our dreams freely, yet we shall never cower from battle. If you desire a fight, then the entire Roger pirate crew shall gladly engage you. How infuriating. If you seek death." Steelbone's face turned ashen as he attempted to issue a command, only to be restrained by Sengoku. The two exchanged glances, and Steelbone followed Sengoku's gaze, noticing Chu-Han, calm and composed, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he slightly raised his sword, Muramasa, ready to strike. Now that war has commenced, the so-called hostages are of no use. Steelbone muttered in disbelief, staring at the demonic figure of Chu-Han. "Commander, this is not the time to discuss this. The entire world is watching. If a celestial dragon is killed, the consequences are dire, and those 5 gentlemen will seize the opportunity to impose difficulties upon the Navy." Sengoku urged, his expression icy. "But must we truly let these pirates go?" Steelbone protested, unwilling to relent. Sengoku shook his head, uttering 4 decisive words, "The greater good prevails." "Very well." A resolute glimmer flickered through Steelbone's eyes as he gritted his teeth, casting a cold gaze upon the Roger pirates. "I agree to let you leave," he pronounced, "but only on the condition that you ensure the safety of that esteemed individual. Otherwise, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth and annihilate each one of you." In that moment, silence enveloped the scene. Every expression was frozen in disbelief as they stared at the compromising Steelbone. After a brief pause, the street erupted with a thunderous roar. The naval admiral had actually yielded. Could this truly be the Roger pirates? How magnificent! Ha ha ha, this is the essence of piracy, fearless and audacious. I have resolved to set sail and establish a pirate crew akin to the Roger pirates. This is the freedom I yearn for, an unrestrained existence free from oppression. Ha ha. A pirate? I am determined to become one. At this moment, whether on the streets or across the globe watching the live broadcast, pirates and spectators alike were ignited by the fervent declarations of the Roger pirates, sparking a dream of freedom and immersing themselves in the tides of a grand era. This is the allure of the Roger pirates, to chase dreams without ever retreating, having no knowledge of what it means to falter. In the face of threats, they refuse to compromise, even at the cost of blood. The Roger pirates symbolize an era, a bygone age of dream chasers. If Roger's demise heralded the dawn of the great pirate era, then at this very moment, Chu-Han and his companions are igniting the world with their fire, illuminating a new direction for the onset of this era. Chapter 68, Roger's funeral in the East Blue, on an unnamed island. The Black Pearl lay quietly at the shore. A group of individuals, their expressions grave, carefully bore a stretcher down from the deck, upon which lay a white cloth, casting a heavy and sorrowful atmosphere. Half an hour later, a tall gravestone rose in the center of the island. Atop a mound of earth flew a pirate flag, its glaring white skull and two black curls fluttering in the wind. Adorning the gravestone were a hat, a long knife, and a pistol. These were the final relics of the legendary pirate king, Gold. Roger, my old friend, Rayleigh exclaimed, laughing heartily. Who would have thought you would ultimately succeed in ushering in a new era, rekindling dreams and igniting the world in flames? The decaying age shall be consumed by your blaze. As he stood before the gravestone, this once youthful man, now matured, felt moisture gather at the corners of his eyes. Gazing at the artifacts resting upon the stone, a bittersweet smile graced his lips as he poured out the remnants of his drink at the base of the monument. Today, we gather to bid you farewell. May your journey be smooth. The remaining members of the Roger Pirates, including Chuan and Shanks, raised their goblets in unison, their voices resonating like thunder as they proclaimed, Captain, may your journey be smooth. With that, they downed their drinks in one swift motion, tears streaming down their faces as they wept unabashedly. Roger, may your journey be smooth. The pinnacle you could not reach shall be pursued by me. Chuan's expression remained calm as he emptied his cup, his gaze cast downward, a fleeting glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his Muramesa, silently reflecting, the gears of the old era have crumbled, a new age has dawned, where heroes clash and countless ships vie for supremacy, all striving to seize the throne you left behind. However, with a subtle smirk, Chu Han's hand discreetly extended, suddenly grasping as if he held the entire world within his grasp. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, filled with boundless ambition. Yet, the mere throne of the Pirate King could not satisfy me. What I desire is the entire world, for this era belongs to me. 3 hours later, a funeral banquet commenced aboard the Black Pearl. On the deck, all revelers indulged, drinking fervently, clinking glasses amidst laughter and tears, embracing one another to honor the captain who, though departed, would forever reside in their hearts. They wept, they laughed, guzzling wine as they sang songs once shared with Roger, surrendering to sorrow and drunkenness. Across the tables, the deck, and the cabins, intoxicated souls sprawled carelessly, enveloped in the heavy aroma of spirits, which lingered like a profound melancholy, permeating the pirate ship, refusing to dissipate. As the banquet concluded, twilight descended, casting the island in the soft glow of the setting sun, imbuing the scene with an extraordinary tranquility. Chu Han, do you truly intend to remain here? Shanks inquired, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he regarded the composed Chu Han before him. Chu Han shook his head gently, a faint smile gracing his lips. No, I have some matters to attend to. However, Shanks wore an expression of deep regret, and after a moment of contemplation, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Chu Han and remarked, Chu Han, why don't you become my first mate? Together, we can forge a new pirate crew. Shanks, I'm afraid I cannot accept your offer, Chu Han replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head, a sly smile appearing on his face as he spoke solemnly. After all, neither of us is one to submit to another. Are we? Shanks found himself momentarily speechless, although he yearned for Chu Han to join him as a companion. The experiences they had shared had revealed much about Chu Han's character. He was undoubtedly a man of ambition. Shanks did not harbor any disdain for this trait, for he recognized that they were kindred spirits. Dreams, in essence, are scarcely different from ambition. The former sounds idyllic, while the latter bears an ominous connotation. All right, Shanks, let us not jest any longer. At that moment, Rayleigh descended from the deck, placing his hand atop Shanks' straw hat, exuding an aura of authority as he chuckled. You each have your own paths and lives to pursue. You should strive to chase your dreams without being shackled by the temporary nature of parting. Wouldn't you agree? Shanks? Indeed, Shanks nodded, adjusting his hat as he smiled. Since that is the case, Chu Han, I shall not press you further. However, I have a feeling that we may find ourselves as rivals in the future. When that time comes, I hope you won't expect me to hold back. If you hold back, then you are not the true Shanks. Chu Han replied with a calm smile, his gaze sharp. Nevertheless, that day is likely not far off. If we become foes, I hope you will give it your all. I await your challenge. Absolutely, Shanks declared resolutely. Upon their exchange, Shanks and Chu Han locked eyes, sharing a smile that conveyed the fierce spirit of battle they both recognized in one another. Aha! I eagerly anticipate your future clashes. They shall surely be exhilarating fights. Rayleigh remarked, his eyes narrowing with delight. However, it is getting late, and the ship is about to set sail. Shanks, why are you still here? Go raise the sails. As he spoke, Rayleigh's massive fist came crashing down, prompting the exuberant Shanks to yelp in surprise and hastily retreat to the ship. Yet, instead of immediately raising the sails, he excitedly grabbed Buggy and began discussing matters of joining the crew. Watching Shanks' retreating figure, Rayleigh shook his head with a resigned smile before turning to Chu Han, asking, Chu Han, what are your plans moving forward? Are you contemplating forming your own pirate crew? Perhaps, was Chu Han's enigmatic response. Chu Han shook his head slightly and replied evasively, while I am pleased that you can continue as a pirate, I must caution you to be vigilant. Rayleigh, with a grave expression, stated, given your recent actions in Log Town, you have undoubtedly drawn the attention of the Navy's higher-ups. Although they may hesitate to act immediately due to the recent events, they will surely plot in the shadows to eliminate any future threat to their dominion. Therefore, I advise you to return with me to Sabaody Archipelago and lay low for a time. Lay low? Chu Han paused, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. There is no need for that. If they could not subdue me in Log Town, they certainly cannot do so outside of it. Moreover, is this not a form of training? It is in the struggle between life and death that one grows swiftly. What say you, Uncle Rayleigh? Indeed, only through the trials of blood and fire can true strength be forged. Rayleigh laughed heartily. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further admonition. However, should any insurmountable challenges arise, do not hesitate to seek my counsel, provided you still regard me as your first mate. Of course. Chu Han replied with a faint smile, a glimmer of something enigmatic flashing in his eyes. But Uncle Rayleigh, if you head to Sabaody, where will the other seniors go? Are they not concerned about the Navy pursuing them relentlessly? They have been away from home for so long. It is time they return. Rayleigh chuckled. Your worries are unfounded. There has always existed an unspoken rule between pirates and the Navy. After the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, we cease to be considered pirates. And as long as we do not provoke them, the Navy typically does not expend their efforts to hunt us down. This understanding has persisted for over a century, though it primarily applies to formidable pirate crews. Oh, at this, Chu Han narrowed his eyes, a flicker of inscrutable thoughts crossing his mind. Seeing this, Rayleigh assumed Chu Han was still apprehensive and jovially remarked, you need not fret for us old-timers. Pursue your dreams with peace of mind. For the new era belongs to the youth. With that, Rayleigh gave Chu Han a reassuring pat on the shoulder. After exchanging a few more words, he turned to board the ship. The sails unfurled, and the wind picked up as they departed. Standing proudly on the beach, Chu Han gazed at the receding Black Pearl, reflecting on Rayleigh's subtle words. His eyes narrowed, and he chuckled softly. Interesting. Is this a reminder not to harbor designs on the remaining members of the Roger Pirates? Nonetheless, it is merely an embellishment. One can only truly rely on their own strength. Furthermore, it is time. A spark of determination ignited in Chu Han's eyes as he declared coldly, System. Ding. Side quest 2 completed. Mission rewards are about to be distributed. Do you wish to claim them? The cold, mechanical voice resounded once more. Claim. Mission rewards distributed. Bloodline enhanced to A grade. Language Spirit can be activated at will. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Word Spirit. Chapter 69. Word Spirit, Scythe Weasel. The will of generations, the evolution of Eris, and the unyielding dreams of humanity continue unabated. With the dawn of the great pirate era, the torrent of history surges forth, leaving only the option to adapt rather than resist. The new age of heroes is on the horizon, and the gears of time have been irrevocably disrupted, leaving no path of retreat for anyone. Yet, amidst such tumultuous surroundings, a striking bounty notice emerged just 3 days after the significant events in Rock Town, circulating across the seas and the Grand Line, stirring great waves in the current of this era. What? On the day of the Pirate King's execution, the Roger Pirates astonishingly made their full appearance and even clashed with the Navy, ultimately retreating unscathed. Truly, they are deserving of their reputation. Have you heard? A monster has surfaced among the Roger Pirates, one who not only severely injured Admiral Zifa with a single blow but also overpowered 3 Navy supernovas, ultimately taking a celestial dragon hostage. The most astonishing fact is that this monster is merely 8 years old. 8 years old, possessing Conqueror's Haki and dual Devil Fruit abilities. This individual is utterly abnormal, with a bounty soaring to a staggering 190 million. Goodness, that exceeds the bounties of most notorious pirates, and is even more terrifying than that of the Pirate King himself. As the news of the Rock Town incident spread, countless individuals began to speculate. The protagonist of this grand event, Chu Han, officially entered the global spotlight, his fame echoing across the seas and into the New World, becoming a name known to all. In the New World, ha ha ha. I never imagined that even after Roger's demise, the Roger Pirates would remain so formidable, truly worthy of Roger's crew. Most importantly, this kid managed to injure that old coot Zifa. He is practically a little monster. Whitebeard chuckled heartily while gazing at the freshly printed bounty notice in his hand. Flames danced around the streets depicted in the notice as Chu Han ignited his golden eyes, his body adorned with dinched dragon scales. Standing at the center like a fiery king wielding a blade, with none daring to approach, exuding an aura of unrivaled dominance akin to that of royalty. Dragon King Chu Han, bounty amounting to 190 million. Dragon King? Ha ha ha. This little monster indeed possesses the contours and majesty of a great dragon, especially with his conqueror's hockey pedigree, making this title well-deserved. Whitebeard abruptly stood, brandishing his great sword and asserting his presence at the bow of the ship, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. If given the chance, I would truly love to meet this kid in person. However, since a new era has dawned, children, join me in preparing to embrace the tides of this great age. Oh, in a floating island within the New World. Damn it, Roger, why did you turn yourself in?" The golden lion bellowed in anger as he gazed at the newspaper in his hands. "And you, kid, being this powerful, why didn't you save Roger? Roger should only die at my hands." As events gradually unfold, Chu Han's reputation grows ever more illustrious, capturing the attention of numerous eminent figures. These individuals are acutely aware that a brilliant new star is rising with an unstoppable momentum. Simultaneously, the era of great pirates is irrevocably set in motion by the actions of Chu Han and his peers. Upon the Grand Line, countless dreamers and ambitious souls are swept into the tide of this new epic, vying for territory, engaging in bloody transactions, and igniting a dazzling clash between the old and the new. Amidst this turmoil, on a nameless island in the East Sea, Chu Han was completely unaware that his exploits had spread across the globe, capturing the attention of prominent figures. His entire focus was dedicated to a secondary mission, specifically the rewards it promised, for they were his capital for rising in this world. System, Chu Han uttered with a cold snort. Ding. Secondary mission 2 completed. Task rewards will soon be issued. Do you wish to claim them? The frigid, mechanical voice echoed once more. Claim. As the rewards were dispensed, his bloodline ascended to A grade, granting him the ability to summon the spirit of words at will. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the word spirit, Kemaitashi, and the advanced version, blood-sucking Kemaitashi. Kemaitashi? At this mention, Chu Han's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, as he recalled memories of Kemaitashi from his past life. Word spirit, Kemaitashi. Serial number 59, Sovereign of the Wind. Kemaitashi, a creature from Japanese mythology, is a wind demon, consisting of 3 brothers who conceal themselves within the winds, inflicting swift, vacuum-like cuts on unsuspecting passersby. One brother cuts, another drains blood, and the last heals, all in an instant, leaving victims unaware of their injuries. The word spirit bearing its name enables the wielder to command the winds within a designated area while enhancing auditory perception to its utmost. Nothing can evade his scrutiny. As soon as a sound is made, be it footsteps, breath, or heartbeat, the winds, as if enslaved, capture these sounds and deliver them to him. Even in the deepest darkness, he perceives the battlefield through the wind as his eyes. An A-grade word spirit? A formidable ability indeed. I wonder how it compares to Roger's ability to hear all sounds, as he reveled in the surging power coursing through him from the bloodline enhancement. A smile curled at the corners of Chu Han's lips. The golden hue of his eyes ignited momentarily, and a colossal aura reminiscent of a dragon's might erupted across the deserted island. Word spirit, Kemaitashi. With a chilling, almost sacred proclamation, a tempest suddenly surged around Chu Han, unleashing a multitude of wind spirits. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of Kemaitashi filled the sky, transforming it into a haunting spectacle. It was as if he were ensnared in the depths of a nightmare, surrounded by parched skeletal faces, each pair of eyes glinting with ravenous gold. They soared freely through the firmament, their claws etching white streaks across the air, emitting frenzied cries, while countless sounds were drawn back into Chu Han's mind by these Kemaitashi. In that moment, Chu Han felt as though he had become the master of the winds. Every sound on this island, footsteps, breaths, heartbeats, clearly reached his ears, allowing him to sense all life ensconced within the domain of Kemaitashi, as if he held dominion over the entire isle. The range surpassed that of the observation hockey, and his sensory abilities were unparalleled. Truly, the word spirit Kemaitashi, sovereign of the wind, bestowed upon him an immense perception. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his gaze. For within the territory of Kamaitashi, he believed no one could ambush him, unless they were swifter than sound. Chapter 70. Does every world have dragons? Time swiftly passes, like a shuttle weaving through the fabric of existence. In the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed since the monumental events in Rogue Town. As the deeds of Chu Han reverberate across the globe, the world itself undergoes a profound transformation with the dawn of a new era. The seas, east, west, south, and north, witness a burgeoning surge of pirates, rising like mushrooms after a rain, as countless individuals embark on the perilous path of piracy, setting their sights on the legendary Grand Line in search of fabled treasures. The initial segment of the Grand Line has also experienced significant upheaval, with a new generation of pirate elites emerging. The notorious monikers of infamous pirates such as the Rogue Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Moonlit Trafalgar Law, and the Sand Crocodile have begun to capture the public's attention. Meanwhile, the New World is engulfed in fierce and bloody territorial disputes, with clashes erupting between pirate crews. The brutal skirmishes involving Kaido, Big Mom, and the remnants of the old pirate factions have plunged the New World into a tempest of blood and fire. Notably, shortly after the events in Rogue Town, the legendary Shiki the Golden Lion, renowned alongside Roger, led the flying pirate crew in an audacious assault on the Navy headquarters. Although ultimately captured, this audacious attack inflicted significant losses on the Navy, resulting in the fall of numerous rear admirals and vice admirals, while simultaneously allowing many elites to rise to prominence. Among the most remarkable figures are the three marine supernovas, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, who shone brilliantly during the battle against Shiki. Their distinguished achievements earned them promotions to Rear Admiral by Admiral Steelbone, with Akiji and Akainu becoming the youngest Rear Admirals in naval history at under 30. In the wake of the attack, Admiral Steelbone, citing inadequacies in handling the situation, transferred the position of Fleet Admiral to Sengoku and offered a promotion to Garp as Admiral, which the latter declined. Thus, as the forces of the new age of pirates collide with the remnants of the old, the Navy also undergoes a significant reshuffle, ushering the world into an entirely new epoch. In this brave new world, who will ultimately rise to claim the throne? Meanwhile, near the last island of the Grand Line, Battleship Island awaits. Chu Han stood aboard the Black Cat pirate ship, gazing at the tranquil surface of the sea, his mind adrift in contemplation. Butler Crow bowed respectfully to Chu Han, announcing, "Young master, we are nearing Military Island." Initially, Crow addressed Chu Han as master, but this title proved too ostentatious, hindering Chu Han's movements. Thus, Crow adopted a more subdued form of address, referring to him as young master, as Chu Han regarded him as a true butler. This change was particularly pertinent following Chu Han's recent exploits in Lock Town. With a single strike, he incapacitated an admiral, defeated 3 naval supernovas, and even captured a celestial dragon. Each of these feats alone could send tremors throughout the world, yet Chu Han single-handedly accomplished them all. Chu Han nodded indifferently, disregarding Klo. Klo, sensing the atmosphere, bowed slightly and then retreated, leaving Chu Han standing alone at the bow of the ship, immersed in the embrace of the oncoming sea breeze. Chu Han reminisced about the words that Rayleigh whispered in his ear during their farewell after Roger's funeral, a month prior. On the nameless island where Roger's remains were laid to rest, Rayleigh, with a grave expression, placed a hand on Chu Han's shoulder and leaned in closely, saying, "I am aware of your ambitions, young one. If you wish to pursue and achieve them, rely solely on your own abilities and efforts. Do not involve other members of the Roger Pirates. This is my sole request." Rayleigh's words were a request, not a command. Given the strength that Chu Han had demonstrated, he had already reached a level comparable to that of a rear admiral, and even Rayleigh could no longer address him with an authoritative tone. In the face of Rayleigh's piercing gaze, Chu Han remained expressionless for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Chu Han held a profound respect for the former vice captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh. After all, had it not been for Rayleigh rescuing him, he could have drifted aimlessly on the sea for an indeterminate period, possibly to be devoured by a sea king before regaining consciousness. Moreover, Rayleigh imparted to him the skills of swordsmanship and the mastery of hockey, thus evoking within Chu Han a unique sentiment towards him. Ambition? A flicker of inexplicable light shimmered in Chu Han's eyes as he gently caressed the demon blade, Murakumo, resting upon his left hand. My ambitions. How could they possibly be comprehended by you mere mortals? Chu Han understood what Rayleigh was referring to. It was nothing less than the conquest of the Grand Line, ascending to the throne and becoming the second Pirate King. Indeed, There was truth in this assertion, for Chu Han harbored such an ambition. However, his aspirations extended far beyond this singular objective. Chu Han not only seeks to conquer the Grand Line and claim the title of Pirate King, but also aims to overthrow the entire world government and eradicate the so-called celestial dragons. This is the mission bestowed upon him by the system, and it aligns perfectly with his own ambitions. The celestial dragons? Offspring of 20 kings? Yet, what significance do they hold? At this moment, Chu Han stands as an A-class hybrid, merely 3 tiers away from the Dragon King bloodline. To him, the so-called noble blood of the celestial dragons is no more than that of a mere reptile. Suddenly, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Chu Han's eyes as he lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where a small island resembling a warship lay cloaked beneath a dense forest, obscuring any signs of towns or villages within. However, Chu Han was aware that a small settlement existed on the island. Simultaneously, a fascinating thought crossed his mind, a most intriguing notion. According to the lore of One Piece, the final island before the Grand Line, known as Marineford Island, is reputed to be the resting place of dragons. How amusing. A smirk of disdain appeared on Chu Han's lips as he contemplated the notion of a dragon's burial ground. A millennial-old dragon? Surely it must be a superior reptile, or perhaps an ancient dragon. Chu Han harbors skepticism about the existence of other dragon species in this world. At most, they are merely hybridized ancient dragons. The so-called millennial dragon is likely just a higher-blooded variant among the mixed-breed ancient dragons. However, Chu Han furrowed his brows, gazing curiously at the surface of the sea, where something seemed to be drawing his attention. This sensation felt remarkably familiar. Was it the essence of dragon blood? A slight ripple disturbed his otherwise tranquil demeanor. The ultimate task assigned by the system was to overthrow the world government and eradicate all celestial dragons, with the reward for this endeavor being the bloodline of the Dragon King, the lineage of the Bronze and Fire Dragon King. This bloodline surpassed even S-rank, representing a pure-blood Dragon King lineage. It could be said that even if the Pirate King Roger were to be resurrected, he would pale in comparison to Chu Han, who possessed the Dragon King bloodline. However, if a pure-blood dragon truly resided beneath the waves, Chu Han felt powerless with his current strength. He stood almost no chance against a pure-blood dragon. After all, the bloodline of a pure-blood dragon was 2 tiers superior to that of an A-rank hybrid. No matter how formidable Chu Han became, victory was implausible. Moreover, pure-blood dragons were exceedingly rare even within the dragon realm, categorized by bloodline generation into 3rd generation, 2nd generation, and 1st generation, with the Dragon King being the pinnacle. Yet, pure-blood dragon kings were exceedingly scarce, with only a handful existing among the dragon kin. Furthermore, this was the world of One Piece, where the existence of pure-blood dragon kings was virtually impossible. It was more likely that a dragon of higher bloodline, born of this world, was nearby. After a calm analysis, Chu Han reached a conclusion. If it were indeed a pure-blood dragon of the dragon realm, the dragon blood within him would have already surged like flames as he approached this place. Yet, at present, he only felt a slight warmth coursing through his body, indicating that the dragon blood essence emanating from below was likely that of the bones or blood of a dragon of elevated lineage. Nevertheless, this confirmed one undeniable truth. Dragons existed in this world. Chuan's expression grew slightly solemn. This revelation was rather astonishing. Suddenly, the golden pupils ignited, and Chuan once again invoked the newly acquired word spirit, Scythe Gale. This A-ranked word spirit could rival the mastery of observation haki, allowing one to perceive all things. As the word spirit Scythe Gale activated, hundreds of ethereal beings appeared in the air, dancing with the wind. A myriad of sounds filled Chuan's ears, creating a wondrous sensation, as if numerous voices were whispering around him. The rustling of the wind, the crashing of waves, distant thunder in the sky, the cries of beasts on the island, and the conversations of the inhabitants. Have you heard about the major incident in Rogtown? Oh, you mean the chaos caused by the Roger pirates at the execution ground? Indeed, they are a terrifying bunch. Indeed, especially that little fellow named Chuan. I heard he is only 8 years old and already possesses such formidable strength. Truly a little monster. Yes, it's said that with a single blow, he incapacitated an admiral of the Navy and set half of Rogtown ablaze. No. It's said that he severely injured the 3 supernovas of the Navy with one strike. That's incorrect. You're all mistaken. He actually kidnapped the Celestial Dragon, a world noble, and then broke through the Navy's encirclement with the entire Roger pirate crew. What? So it goes like this. It is a cacophony of sounds enveloped Chu Han's ears, a jarring symphony of noise. Fortunately, having previously cultivated the observation haki, he swiftly acclimated to this clamor, gradually discerning how to filter out the extraneous din. The sea breeze caressed him, imparting a subtle comfort, as if he could attune himself to every sound in the world, each one seemingly responding to his command. How wondrous! Could this be the spirit of words? Sighed Weasel. At that moment, a voice, steeped in an aura of antiquity, resonated beside him, majestic and terrifying, akin to a king awakening from slumber. Upon hearing it, Chu Han's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp as he turned towards the sea, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within his irises. Was that a dragon's roar? Chapter 71. The Living Dragon in the Graveyard. Just as Chu Han, fortified by the spirit of words, Scythe Weasel, perceived an ancient and commanding roar, a hint of inscrutable light flickered in his eyes. He suddenly commanded, Clo, steer the ship towards the military island for a brief halt and to replenish our supplies. Clo, at the bow, momentarily taken aback, wore a perplexed expression. Hadn't they just procured supplies in Rog Town? Nevertheless, despite his bewilderment, Clo complied with Chu Han's request, for he was the steward, and Chu Han his master. As Chu Han prepared to plunge into the depths of the sea to explore the underwater realm before the ship docked, a familiar mechanical voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding. Sensing draconic essence, please investigate independently. No task rewards available. Chu Han paused, momentarily startled. Could it be that the system was activated due to the draconic presence he sensed beneath the waves? No task rewards? Intriguing. Was this an invitation for him to make his own decisions? His eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself. With the formidable spirit of words, fiery monarch, rivaling the mastery of observation haki, should he acquire another spirit of words, his lineage might very well transcend the A rank, possibly reaching S rank. Yet, the system now refrained from issuing any task rewards, suggesting its purpose was solely to hone his abilities. But what was its ultimate aim? Fortune does not bestow its gifts without reason. Every coincidence may well be a construct of design, and the motivations behind all actions boil down to self-interest, including that of this seemingly apathetic system. Ultimately, Chu Han mused, he was still not powerful enough. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, his eyes cold and penetrating, as if seeking to unravel some hidden truth. Then, with a serene smile, he conceded, very well, once my strength reaches a certain zenith, these so-called enigmas shall dissipate like fleeting clouds before me. Fate, after all, is meant to be trampled beneath one's feet, if one lacks the power to resist it. One must simply await the moment with courage. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Chu Han found himself increasingly intrigued by another matter mentioned by the system, the essence of the dragon. This is undoubtedly astonishing news. Could it be that there truly exists a dragon in the vicinity? Chu Han pondered for a moment and conceived a possibility. In the narrative of One Piece, it is mentioned that within the waters adjacent to the marine warship island lies an ancient dragon's graveyard. Could it be that this graveyard is the resting place of the Dragon King? As Chu Han pondered further, he became increasingly convinced of the possibility. After all, in his memories, the tomb of the Millennium Dragon housed numerous sub-dragons, hundreds of them, in fact. Such a multitude of dragons could only emerge from those of exceptionally high lineage. Otherwise, even 3 generations of dragonkind would be incapable of producing such a vast assembly of sub-dragons and flying dragons. Although these sub-dragons and flying dragons might seem insignificant, they were still descendants of true dragons, and their lineage was likely no less than B-grade. With this thought, a flicker of murderous intent briefly flared in Chu Han's eyes. Dragons? There is no need for more. In this world, one is sufficient. Young master, we have arrived at Battleship Island. Claude's voice echoed from below, and simultaneously, as if to affirm Claude's words, the ship gradually came to a halt. Chu Han was not particularly surprised, for he had just activated the Spirit Blade Kamaitachi and was aware that the ship had docked. He also knew that on this island, there resided a dragon. There was a small town on the island. You may purchase some items at your leisure, but do not disturb the townsfolk. Once you have completed your purchases, simply await my return on the ship. Upon disembarking, Chu Han promptly dismissed Kuluo, then proceeded to the source of the dragon's roar, lost in his own thoughts. Though Kuluo felt a twinge of confusion, he refrained from voicing any objections or inquiries, instead bowing respectfully and making his way towards the small town on the island, never uttering a word of protest. Such is the wisdom of the astute. Chu Han disregarded Kilo and descended towards the highest point of Battleship Island, activating his spirit language scythe to perceive the subtle movements of the island. After all, the ancient dragon tomb lay in this very location. Yet he remained unaware of how to unlock its entrance or the means to access it. Suddenly, he paused. intrigued by a resonant dragon's roar emanating from the pinnacle of the island. This sound, a call from the depths of his bloodline, could only be sensed by those of mixed heritage. This was precisely what captivated Chu Han's interest. He recalled that such phenomena could only be achieved by those of a notably elevated bloodline. Could it be that this dragon possessed an S-rank lineage? The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Feeling the surge of dragon blood boiling within him, Chu Han smiled faintly, his curiosity about the sub-dragon on Battleship Island intensifying. At that moment, he stood still, his golden eyes radiating a blinding brilliance, as a terrifying aura gradually emanated from his being. Spirit language, Emperor, activate. It was as if the dragon atop Battleship Island sensed this call, awakening from its prolonged slumber to unleash a thunderous roar. The echoes of its majestic cry resonating throughout the skies, filling the island with the reverberations of its noble lineage. Chu Han's left hand gently clasped the demonic sword Miramesa, ever poised to engage in battle with the dragon of no lesser lineage than S-rank. He understood all too well that dragons are inherently proud creatures. Even the lesser dragons possess this trait. The singular legacy bequeathed through their blood, the most vital of all, is their pride and dignity, which they would never allow anyone to infringe upon. Chu Han recalled that dragons are not only proud creatures, but also place immense value on their territories. It is likely that this dragon is no exception. Furthermore, its uninvited entrance into Battleship Island suggests that this dragon, whose lineage rivals even that of an S-class, would not regard him as an equal, especially since he had just activated the word spirit of the Emperor. It would probably be perceived as a provocation by this highly intelligent yet equally arrogant subdragon. Indeed, the very next moment, the subdragon let out a furious roar. As if the entire Battleship Island quaked in response, Chu Han remained silently standing in place, displaying no reaction, a faint smirk of derision gracing his lips. What could possibly amuse him? Soon, Chu Han provided the answer. Do you truly believe that such a primitive entity, one that does not even qualify as a spoken spirit, could ensnare me? Chu Han coldly regarded the tallest mountain on Battleship Island, as if he could perceive the immense creature dwelling within. The roar of the dragon ceased. Yet Chu Han paid it no heed, remaining silently fixed upon the mountain. At last, after an indeterminate passage of time, a voice, aged and venerable, resonated in Chu Han's ear, uttering an enigmatic tongue, a language of the dragon clan. Who are you? Chu Han slightly squinted his eyes and spoke. Chu Han. The voice fell silent for a moment before continuing. You are human, yet why does your body harbor dragon blood? This inquiry carried a hint of perplexity, as if questioning the presence of draconic lineage within a human form. I am of mixed blood, Chu Han replied, his gaze narrowing slightly, accompanied by a faint smile. The voice fell silent once more, seemingly contemplating the nature of a hybrid. Before it could respond, Chu Han interjected, as if addressing a subordinate. What exactly are you? And how do you possess such noble blood? As he spoke, Chu Han subtly activated his linguistic powers in conjunction with his conqueror's haki, unleashing an aura of dominance rivaling that of a dragon king, which surged skyward towards the mountain. Strangely, nothing transpired. Chu Han remained rooted in place, not having moved an inch. The only alteration was the emergence of a colossal shadow before him. Chapter 72, A Millennium Dragon, 35. Subscription requested. The shadow was so immense that it obscured the sunlight, as if darkness had descended prematurely. Chu Han gazed expressionlessly at the colossal creature before him, his right hand firmly grasping the demon blade Murakumo, poised to inscribe the final words of life upon this aged behemoth. The air seemed to thicken in an instant, as an uneasy tension enveloped the two. The creature paid no heed to Chu Han's readiness with the blade. It merely stood there, its lantern-sized eyes fixed upon Chu Han's golden pupils, a flicker of bewilderment crossing its gaze. Chu Han ceased his idle chatter, having already demonstrated that neither the Emperor of Word Spirits nor the Conqueror's haki could affect this magnificent creature of high lineage. Indeed, this colossal being was the dragon of near S-class bloodline from Battleship Island. Furthermore, it was a millennium-old dragon. Thus, Chu Han promptly provided his answer through action. Word Spirit, absorbing Weasel. In an instant, the spirit of the wind transformed into a bloodthirsty demon, and the intangible sound materialized into a tangible weapon, striking directly at the dragon, leaving countless white scars upon its form in a fleeting moment. Chu Han was far from satisfied with this outcome. After all, from the recent sensing, this subdragon had already aged, its vitality no longer vigorous. Yet, despite this, the word spirit scythe could merely leave some white marks upon its body, unable to penetrate its scales and inflict any harm. Chu Han slightly narrowed his eyes, driving the demon blade Murakami into the ground. Subsequently, His golden pupils began to emit a dazzling brilliance. The layer of scales enveloping the subdragon gradually melted away, transforming into drops of an unidentified liquid. Spirit word, Lord Flame. Chu-Han furrowed his brow, gazing coldly at the subdragon before him. Boom. In an instant, an intensely fiery domain of Lord Flame erupted, igniting the surroundings and encasing both of them within, akin to a series of blazing infernos. The scales on the subdragon continued to dissolve, yet it appeared oblivious. Fixated on Chu-Han, or more precisely, on his golden eyes, Chu-Han despised being scrutinized in such a manner. Even if the observer were a creature of exceptionally noble lineage, like a subdragon. Yet, it remained merely a subdragon, not a true dragon. Close your eyes, subdragon. Chu-Han furrowed his brow, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his gaze as he spoke coldly. Suddenly, however, the subdragon ascended into the air, its form obscured by the sunlight, soaring to an indeterminate height. Chu-Han gazed at the traces left on the ground by the melted scales, his mind incessantly pondering the rationale behind the actions of the subdragon. Was it scrutinizing whether I am human or draconic? Huh. Chu-Han smiled silently, a gesture laced with irony. A mere subdragon, yet it was perplexing. Wait, a subdragon? How could such a creature possess such a high lineage of draconic blood? Could it be? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chu-Han's eyes as he unsheathed the demon blade Mirakumo, activating the spirit words of the sickle weasel to observe the movements of the Asian dragon. Strangely, Chu-Han heard no sounds whatsoever, not a single one. Chu-Han finally became serious. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned that it must be due to the lineage. His bloodline was merely of a rank, while the dragon lineage of the subdragon was nearing S rank, inevitably diminishing the efficacy of the linguistic arts against it. As for why Junyin could dissolve the scales on the subdragon-S body, it was because Junyin possessed a perilous linguistic art, which, in a certain sense, classified it as an S-rank linguistic art. Ha, do you think this renders me powerless? Chu-Han scoffed as the blood within him began to simmer. Observe closely the distinction between the subdragon and the hybrid. What does a superior lineage matter if you are but a mongrel? With a swift upward swing of the cursed blade Muramesa, a jet of crimson erupted from the heavens, transforming Chu-Han into a figure draped in blood. Word spirit, Lord Flame. In an instant, the sanguine essence was incinerated. Subsequently, Chu-Han wielded Muramesa once more, unleashing a chilling wave of sword energy that soared skyward. Almost immediately, a colossal entity came crashing down before him. Simultaneously, torrents of blood gushed forth, yet peculiarly. These lifeblood streams evaporated into gas a mere meter from Chu-Han's presence. How feeble! Not even comparable to the second-generation beings of the dragon lineage. Possessing only bloodline without true might. Could this be attributed to the aberrations of the world's loss? Standing firm with his blade, Chu-Han's gaze, frosty and resolute, fixed upon the descending Millennium Dragon. From the outset, he had dismissed these lesser dragons, for they were not true dragon kings and lacked the ability to assume human form or articulate speech. The earlier exchange had merely relied on a near S-class lineage, transmitting sound through a shared bloodline, audible only to those of similar draconic heritage. Boom. At that moment, the gravely wounded Millennium Dragon suddenly ascended into the sky, darting towards the outside of the warship island with astonishing speed. A trace of solemnity flickered in Chu-Han's eyes as he grasped the hand of Village Rain with a slight exertion of force, and then leapt directly from the cliff, pursuing the direction in which the millennial-old dragon soared. Chu-Han did not engage in a futile battle with the Millennium Dragon out of mere idleness. The two beings were not of the same caliber. Even without unleashing his full power, he could effortlessly vanquish the Millennium Dragon, for the reputation of Mirakumo, the Demon Blade, was not without merit. However, he recalled from the original narrative that accessing the Millennium Dragon's tomb required the demise of a Millennium Dragon, with its blood serving as a catalyst to unlock that mystical burial site. Thus, Chu-Han wielded Mirakumo directly, employing overwhelming strength to inflict severe injury upon the dragon, compelling it to reveal the entrance to the Millennium Dragon's tomb. Upon the brink of death, every Millennium Dragon would return to the tomb, thereby attaining rebirth. Suddenly, Chu-Han halted, gazing skyward. The Millennium Dragon remained suspended in the air, spiraling gracefully, yet it did not descend. Chu-Han furrowed his brow, pondering whether the injury was insufficiently severe. At that moment, it felt as if the very air around him had been torn apart by some unseen force. And then the ancient dragon in the sky let out a mournful roar, yet this time, it was a cry of anguish. Nevertheless, despite its torment, it did not descend. Chu-Han seemed to have an epiphany as he gazed around. He had been preoccupied with observing the movements of the Millennium Dragon, neglecting the changes in his surroundings. Now, witnessing the Millennium Dragon's behavior, he suddenly felt as though he had grasped something significant. The spirit word scythe was activated, allowing him to attune to the environment around him. This was a precipice overlooking the sea, surrounded by open space. Chu-Han opened his eyes, reflecting upon the original storyline of One Piece in his mind, and then comparing it to his current location. This is situated behind the naval warship island. So, Chu-Han gazed downwards, where a crystalline sea lay beneath him. And above, a millennia-old dragon lay grievously wounded, on the brink of death, struck down by his own spirit scythe. If his deductions were accurate, the seabed below should be the fabled resting place of the ancient dragon. This very sepulchre was the true source of the dragon aura that the system had detected. Chapter 73, The Awakening of the Dragon Tomb, the Final Isle of the Grand Line, Battleship Island. This island, resembling a colossal warship, is said to be a giant battleship that is transformed into an isle due to years of neglect. Kuro had followed Chufan's instructions, meandering through the small town before returning to the Black Cat pirate's vessel, for there was little to entice him on this desolate isle. The millennia-old dragon, was that the target of the young master? Kuro pondered the reasons behind Chufan's deliberate halt at this location. While in the town, Kuro had taken the opportunity to inquire among the townsfolk, discovering a persistent legend surrounding Battleship Island. It was said that a millennia-old dragon had long made its home here, and its burial ground lay in the vicinity. The millennia-old dragon, whose bones could grant longevity. Kuro regarded such tales with indifference, merely entertaining them. Yet he felt a flicker of interest regarding the so-called dragon bones. After all, they could fetch a handsome sum at auction. However, this thought darkened Kuro's expression, for their bounty of berries had dwindled significantly, compounded by the substantial supplies they had recently acquired in Rogue Town, nearly exhausting the Black Cat pirates' entire savings. Suddenly, Kuro found himself holding a wanted poster featuring a remarkably aloof young boy, with the bounty amount prominently displayed beneath. Dragon Lord Chu-Han, former member of the Roger Pirates, wielder of 2 devil fruits, with a bounty of 190 million berries. No matter how many times he gazed at it, the shock remained. At merely 8 years of age, he had already been placed on the world government's wanted list with such a staggering bounty, a sum typically reserved for notorious pirates of the New World. And here was Chu-Han, yet to even set foot on the Grand Line, already commanding such a reward. As Kuro scrutinized the wanted poster, he felt increasingly reassured that his decision had been astutely sound. Meanwhile, behind Battleship Island, Chu-Han stood by the beach, gazing at the vast expanse of the sea, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, he sheathed his blade, the cursed sword Murakumo, and thrust it into the sand, then turned to regard the colossal creature that lay on the brink of death. Despite enduring numerous assaults from the blood-sucking scythe, this beast had yet to succumb, thus upholding the honor of its draconic lineage. Chu-Han was acutely aware of the formidable power of the word spirit, scythe weasel, particularly the blood-sucking scythe, which could rival even the most perilous of word spirits, Junyan. Although this Millennium Dragon was merely a sub-dragon, its ability to withstand the blood-sucking scythe's attacks astonished Chu-Han. Yet, considering its nature as a sub-dragon, renowned for its innate defensive prowess, it was not entirely surprising. The dragon scales would be incredibly resilient against such attacks, unless faced with the extreme temperatures of Junyan's flames, akin to what had just transpired. It was time for this sub-dragon to fulfill its purpose. Chu-Han cast a cold glance at the Millennium Dragon, finally ceasing his idle chatter. He used the scabbard of the cursed sword Murakumo to lift the near-lifeless dragon before delivering a powerful kick that sent it crashing into the sea. A thunderous roar erupted as the heavy creature plunged into the water, reverberating across the entire island and alarming countless individuals. Among them were the townsfolk of Battleship Island and Kuro aboard the Black Cat pirate's vessel, who instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of the sound behind Battleship Island. The townsfolk, startled by the intensity of the noise, dared not approach nor investigate further, instead remaining frozen in place, bewildered by the unfolding events. Expressions of shock, fear, anxiety, and confusion flitted across the faces of these ordinary citizens. What was happening? Had there been an earthquake or a tsunami? Though this region lay near the Red Soul continent, it was typically tranquil. Earthquakes and tsunamis were not to be trifled with. But what then could explain such a deafening roar? Did you see that? I just caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a pirate ship near the shore. A pirate ship. In this world, pirates instilled the greatest fear in these common folk, as not every pirate was as merciful as Roger or Whitebeard, who refrained from harming innocents. Most pirates thrived on plundering the possessions of ordinary people to navigate the seas freely. Meanwhile, aboard the Black Cat pirate ship, Kuro anxiously observed the commotion behind Battleship Island. He understood far better than the island's residents that this disturbance was undoubtedly caused by Chuhan. No one else could create such a ruckus on Battleship Island. Kuro's sharp intellect quickly grasped the crux of the situation, and his deductions were not far from the truth. This uproar was indeed instigated by Chuhan. Yet the primary culprit was the Millennium Dragon itself. The blood of the dragon, nourishing the sub-dragon's remains, heralded the end of its life, which should be sufficient to awaken the grave. Chuhan gazed intently at the surface of the sea, fearing the omission of even the slightest detail. After all, this could hold the key to understanding why the lineage of a certain sea dragon was so remarkably elevated. Yet, curiously, nothing transpired. There were no tsunamis receding, no continents abruptly rising from the depths, nor any blood staining the ocean. No phenomena manifested at all. Chuhan stood at the edge of the beach, silently inhaling a breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, repeatedly reminding himself to remain composed and serene. After a considerable time, he withdrew the enchanted blade, Murakumo, that was embedded in the ground, and turned to depart. Since there was no graveyard here, he would have to seek information from the townsfolk on Gucken Island. After all, he abhorred the notion of abandoning a quest midway. More importantly, he detested the prospect of failure. The word failure had no place in his life. Suddenly, Chuhan paused, slowly turning back to gaze at the tranquil sea, which revealed nothing amiss. Yet, why had he just perceived an unusual sound, akin to a lament? A lament? Chuhan seemed to recall something, furrowing his brow as he made his way toward the sea. Upon reaching the water's edge, he suddenly fell silent, pivoted on his heel, and with all his might, leaped toward the summit of the mountain on Military Ship Island. Chuhan's speed was remarkably swift after the enhancement from the dragon blood. His physique had grown substantially stronger. Should he encounter Admiral Zifa once more, he possessed the confidence to confront Zifa head-on, even without resorting to the cunning tactics of Junyan. The sound of the wind whistled incessantly in Chuhan's ears, and soon, he ascended to the pinnacle of the warship island. Seagulls soared in the azure sky, where the tranquil blue expanse and fluffy white clouds mingled with the gentle sea breeze, evoking a sense of temptation as well as guidance. Chuhan chose to disregard the distractions, focusing instead on the view below. At the pinnacle of Battleship Island, he beheld the entirety of the isle, including the serene expanse of the sea behind it. In Chapter 74, The Breeding Ground. Earlier, due to his continuous use of the word spirit, sighed Weasel, everything occurring on the island had not escaped his notice. After all, he was somewhat uneasy leaving Chloe alone on the vessel. Moreover, if the lead regarding the Millennium Dragon proved erroneous, he might glean some rumors or intelligence from the townsfolk on the island. It was Chuhan's habit to always have a contingency plan, just in case. Not long ago, from the distant beach, he had heard a mournful wail emanating from the depths of the ocean. The sound was hauntingly familiar and tinged with sorrow, reminiscent of a noble creature approaching its end, evoking a sense of melancholy. Yet, Chuhan felt no grief. The source of this lament was one he had slain. The mournful cry belonged to the Millennium Dragon, and the sound arose from the very depths where it had recently sunk. At that moment, a flicker of doubt had crossed Chuhan's mind, and upon gazing down from his elevated position, he confirmed his suspicions. The waters behind Battleship Island stretched infinitely, crystal clear, resembling an ordinary tranquil sea. However, should one stand at the highest point of the island and gaze downward, they would undoubtedly discern a colossal shadow lurking beneath the surface. It was challenging to ascertain the nature of this immense shadow with the naked eye, given the profound depths of the ocean. Were it not for the daylight and the recent events surrounding Chuhan, this shadow would likely remain concealed. At last, the graveyard had come into view. A flicker of fervor ignited in Chuhan's eyes, for this was intrinsically linked to the enhancement of his lineage. Since the Millennium Dragon, being a sub-dragon, could elevate its bloodline, he too should possess that capability. Chuhan is currently of A-grade bloodline. After a surge of power, he should be able to rival a high-ranking rear admiral, at the very least matching a mid-tier one. Should his bloodline ascend further, perhaps to S-grade, he is confident that he could contend with the likes of Sengoku and Garp once more. He is on the brink of venturing into the Grand Line, where every enhancement in strength is invaluable, for the perils of the Grand Line far surpass those of the Four Seas. A moment's negligence could lead to death, a frequent occurrence. Previously, he had the protection of the Roger pirates, which allowed for a semblance of tranquility, but now, Chuhan finds himself alone, accompanied only by his remarkably intelligent yet woefully weak butler, Chloe. Navigating the treacherous waters of the Grand Line is indeed fraught with danger. Chu-Han furrowed his brow, gazing at the expanse of sea behind Battleship Island, as if that graveyard were rising. Chu-Han was somewhat taken aback. He recalled that this so-called millennial dragon tomb would only manifest upon the death of a millennial dragon. Moreover, it required a specific moment in time and the presence of numerous scattered millennial dragons to unlock. Initially, Chu-Han had little hope regarding the tomb's appearance and intended to dive into the depths of the sea to search for it himself. He was not like those with devil fruit abilities who would flounder helplessly at the slightest touch of seawater. However, at this moment, the tomb was inexplicably rising. Was it about to surface? Without further contemplation, Chu-Han leaped from the precipice, confident in his robust physique that a fall would not be fatal. A resounding boom echoed as he emerged from the thicket, returning to the beach and gazing serenely at the ocean's surface. He was in a state of anticipation. Since the tomb was destined to surface, all that remained was to wait. Time slipped away, and eventually, a pointed object began to emerge from the depths, gradually revealing a small island, followed by a continent rising from the abyss, reclaiming its place upon the sea. Throughout this remarkable spectacle, apart from the sound of lapping waves, there was an eerie silence, devoid of the tumult previously wrought by the millennia-old dragon. Indeed, had he not witnessed this astonishing event with his own eyes, Chu-Han might have found it hard to believe that a continent could ascend from the ocean floor. Was this truly the fabled millennia-old dragon tomb? Standing atop the mountain, he surveyed the scene below, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction. While the continent was undeniably exquisite, adorned with vibrant green hues and sprinkled with luminous orbs that floated gracefully, it bore an enchanting resemblance to a celestial paradise. Yet, one could never discern from its external beauty that this place was, in fact, a tomb. Indeed, a tomb. Chu-Han was dissatisfied with the outcome, for he had not glimpsed the dragon bones, the remnants of the Dragon King. With his current bloodline level, even an S-class subdragon could not elevate his status. Only the relics or bones of the Dragon King could assist in enhancing his lineage. Moreover, the bloodline of the subdragon was exceedingly chaotic, and apart from the dragon lineage, it was uncertain whether any other peculiar bloodlines lurked within. Should he inadvertently refine a bloodline that was not of the dragon, but of some other creature, the consequences would be dire, far beyond mere death. It would lead to his immediate demise. This was precisely why Chu-Han opted to slay the Millennium Dragon outright, rather than extracting its bloodline. After all, as a proud hybrid, he desired no other strange bloodlines within him apart from that of the dragons. It struck him as odd that there was no sound. Chu-Han furrowed his brow, for his spiritual scythe had remained active, yet silence enveloped him. This was perplexing. Moments prior, he had distinctly heard a lament, and he had indeed forced the Millennium Dragon to the ocean depths, so it stood to reason that something should be present here. Yet, the scene revealed nothing but a scattering of bones and stones, resembling a graveyard. The body of the Millennium Dragon was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by fossilized statues of the dragon. A flicker of insight crossed Chu-Han's eyes as he gazed at the swirling green lights in the sky, deep in thought. He had begun to harbor suspicions. The appearance of these green lights was rather unusual, given that this was a burial site, whether of the Millennium Dragon or the Dragon King. It was still a grave. Thus, such ethereal lights ought not to manifest in a cemetery. What an enigmatic force, capable of transforming the body of a Millennium Dragon into a fossil in such a brief span of time. This peculiar power was likely on par with high-tier spiritual manifestations. Standing atop the mountain, Chu-Han frowned as he observed a fossilized Millennium Dragon at the center. Its surface was marred with knife-like scars, unmistakably belonging to the very dragon he had grievously wounded. The green specks of light must have been the essence of the dragon after its demise. A strange power enveloped this graveyard, swiftly turning the Millennium Dragon into a fossil and absorbing its life essence. The scattered bones on the ground were likely not dragon remains, but rather the remnants left by ferocious beasts consumed by the Millennium Dragon in its subdragon form. Upon this realization, Chu-Han's brow furrowed slightly as he cast a cold gaze upon the dragon tomb below, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips as he remarked, "How intriguing. Absorbing life essence? It seems that this so-called dragon tomb is nothing more than a breeding ground." Chapter 75. Dragon. 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 Chu-Han gazed silently at the ancient burial ground that had emerged from the depths of the sea, remaining utterly still. Yet his grip on the demon blade Murakumo tightened slightly. The eerie force enveloping this dragon tomb was the very reason he had yet to step into this millennium-old sepulchre. Was it the power of petrification that transformed living beings into fossils in a mere instant? Or was it the relentless passage of time? Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of cold light flickering within them. The Millennium Dragon had just been before him, yet in the blink of an eye, it had metamorphosed into a fossil. This could only imply one possibility. The swirling green motes of light were, in fact, the essence of that ancient dragon. From this, one could deduce that any creature bearing draconic lineage that ventured within might be subject to the influence of this enigmatic force. Chu Han had no desire to take risks, for it seemed unnecessary. However, to think that merely a millennium-old dragon tomb could halt his progress would be a grave underestimate of his resolve. Do they truly believe they can impede my advance? What a laughable notion. With a piercing gaze, Chu Han ignited his golden pupils, unleashing an overwhelming and unanticipated aura that surged from his diminutive frame. Every being on the battleship island sensed this terrifying presence, as though a sovereign dragon king had awakened to reign supreme. Could it be the Conqueror's Haki? In that instant, Klo, who had remained in the bay, found himself prostrated on the ground, though his consciousness remained intact, preventing him from succumbing to unconsciousness. Over the past few days, Klo had gleaned certain insights while accompanying Chu Han, particularly regarding Haki. Could it be that the young master possesses such power? It was astonishing that someone on this island could evoke the Conqueror's Haki from the young master. Klo was rendered immobile by the sheer force of this aura, and it was a feat in itself that he could still articulate his thoughts. His assumptions were not misplaced, had it not been for the ancient dragon's tomb. Chu Han would not have unleashed the Emperor's voice and the Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, this was the formidable power of the Emperor's voice, amplified by the Conqueror's Haki, enveloping the entire island, compelling even Klo to yield to its might. At this moment, having summoned the Emperor's voice, Chu Han began to step forward, one deliberate stride at a time, into the fabled resting place of the millennia-old dragon. Chu Han's eyes radiated warmth, his golden pupils resembling flickering flames. He advanced with the poise of a proud dragon, step by step. Yet, unbeknownst to those around him, he was grappling with immense pressure as he moved forward. This weight seemed to arise from an unknown source, and gradually, a bead of sweat formed on his forehead, causing his fiery golden gaze to dim slightly. How laughable! To think this could hinder my progress. In an instant, Chu Han's golden pupils flared to life, the dragon blood within him surging with ferocity, emanating a wild and tempestuous aura. Bloodburst. This marked the second occasion Chu Han unleashed his bloodburst. The first time had incapacitated the future 3 admirals of the Navy. Now he was about to step into the tomb of the Millennium Dragon. Boom. As Chu Han stepped forward, a sudden roar of dragons erupted, reverberating multiple times. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the formidable aura that had enveloped the entire island dissipated, and the townsfolk appeared to awaken from a dream, emerging from their stupor. What has transpired? What just happened? My head aches. I distinctly recall seeing a winged creature, its eyes as large as lanterns. Oh, now that you mention it, I believe I saw it too. So did I? Under the amplification of the Ling Emperor's bloodshed, the effects were nearly doubled, leaving an indelible image in the minds of all living beings on the island. A dragon, a colossal azure dragon. Simultaneously, the Ling Emperor instilled one vital notion within their hearts: submission. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the quaint town, the owner seemingly filled with excitement. The newly awakened townsfolk heard the footsteps, but curiously did not raise their heads to gaze at their source. Instead, they instinctively lowered their heads as if welcoming the return of a king. The footsteps drew nearer, eventually halting at the center of the town. Still, the people did not look up, bowing their heads lower, as if fearful of being noticed by the footsteps' owner. The figure seemed to utter something. Yet the townsfolk could not discern the words, compelled to bow their heads even further. After a moment of silence, the footsteps resumed. Eventually, the sound faded away. Yet the townsfolk remained with their heads bowed. Meanwhile, upon a cliff at the town's edge, a youth clad in white with flowing black hair stood with an air of pride, clutching a trembling black longsword in his left hand. Undoubtedly, it was Chu Han. Strangely, his eyes were closed. As he had just entered the millennia-old dragon tomb, he was oblivious to what had transpired, save for the fleeting moment when he beheld a dragon, an authentic dragon. Its massive form, haughty gaze, noble demeanor, and frigid expression emanated a potent aura, all manifesting the essence of a dragon, a magnificent creature with true draconic lineage. Upon witnessing such a sight, Chu Han instinctively turned to leave. After all, that was a dragon of royal caliber, perhaps even a being of greater terror. Given his current strength, confronting such a colossal entity would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Life is not a game. Once it reaches game over, there is no restart. Life lacks cheats and save points, so before the specter of death, Chu-Han prudently suppressed his curiosity and chose to depart. However, he would return one day, when his wings were fully developed. Meanwhile, upon the precipice Chu-Han let her gaze fall, her eyes closed. As she strolled beneath the terrifying auditory perception of the spirit of the wind, the scythe weasel, Chu-Han lifted his foot, and with the next step, he found himself beneath the cliff, devoid of any sound. It was as if the event transpired in an instant, as though he had traversed through time itself. A hint of relaxation graced Chu-Han's face as he resumed his journey, swiftly returning to the ship of the Black Cat pirates. The Emperor of Words and the Conqueror's haki had dissipated when Chu-Han departed from the Millennial Dragon Tomb, allowing Kuro to regain his mobility. However, he was utterly devoid of strength, gasping for breath as he lay on the deck, his vacant gaze fixed upon the sky, lost in contemplation. It was only when Chu-Han approached that Kuro regained awareness, weakly calling out, "Young master." In that state, he resembled a grievously wounded patient on the brink of death. Chu-Han did not open his eyes, yet it seemed as though he could perceive the surroundings. With his eyes still closed, he glanced around a few times before turning his head to gaze at the rear of Battleship Island. After uttering a brief remark, he proceeded directly to the bow of the ship, closing his eyes once more to rest. It took Klo a considerable time to recover from his state of fatigue. Yet he still appeared as though he had only recently emerged from illness. "Young master, where shall we go now?" Klo inquired, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he persevered to stand upright and pose the question. A tranquil voice emanated from the bow of the ship. "Set sail, destination, the Grand Line." Chapter 76, The Grand Line. The entrance to the Grand Line lies on the Red Land. Ahead stretches the dreamland of countless pirates. Ahead is the graveyard of the sea, the final resting place for pirates. Ahead is the liveliest place in the entire world. Ahead is the Grand Line. The Grand Line, a realm renowned as the cemetery of innumerable pirates, the end of the ocean. Several years ago, a man with black hair and a distinctive mustache arrived on the Grand Line. From that moment, the era of pirates commenced, plunging the world into chaos and fervor. Yet, 6 months ago, this man met a heroic demise, but his legacy endures eternally in this world. In the fleeting seconds before his death, he ushered in an extraordinarily tumultuous era, the Age of Pirates. This man was Gold, Roger. He achieved what no one had accomplished in a century. He conquered the Grand Line. He is the Pirate King. Chu-Han stood at the bow of the ship, enveloped in profound tranquility. Unlike the other pirates who had ventured into the Grand Line, he exuded a calm demeanor, or rather, an air of indifference. Chu-Han remained with his eyes closed. A week having elapsed since departing from Battleship Island, yet he had not once opened them. This peculiarity had previously puzzled Klo, but Chu-Han paid it no mind. After all, with the abilities of his word spirit and observation haki, it mattered little whether his eyes were open or shut. However, at this very moment, he yearned to open his eyes and behold the Grand Line, a realm that had stirred the hearts of countless pirates. It was not his first venture into this illustrious sea, yet it marked his inaugural formal entry. "Young master, we have arrived," Klo announced, standing at the bow of the ship but discreetly stepping back a pace, positioning himself behind Chu-Han. Chu-Han was acutely aware of this gesture, feeling a tinge of solitude, yet he remained unfazed. The sorrow of blood, a phenomenon inherent to every high-ranking hybrid, and Chu-Han was no exception. The solitary king advanced step by step toward the throne suspended in the highest reaches, treading upon a ground strewn with bones, utterly alone, with naught but himself for company. Chu-Han gazed upon the crimson earth that spanned the seas and the great waterway, for the first time truly experiencing a profound sense of solitude. After a brief moment of silence, he regained his composure and spoke. "Let us proceed into the great waterway." Klo bowed respectfully before departing from the bow of the ship to the helm, preparing to navigate into the great waterway. This was not a task to be taken lightly. After all, there had been pirates who had capsized due to underestimating the entrance to this formidable passage. Once Klo had left, Chu-Han furrowed his brow, releasing a subtle sigh of relief, and then, after having kept his eyes closed since departing from the warship island, he gradually opened them a fraction. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted as 2 streams of radiance pierced through the narrow slits of his eyes, illuminating the dim surroundings. Slowly, Chu-Han's eyes fully opened, revealing orbs of gold that emitted an extraordinarily dazzling brilliance. Ever since leaving Warship Island, his eyes had remained this way. The golden pupils could not be shut, perpetually radiating a blinding golden glow. The everlasting golden gaze. Chu Han was aware of this characteristic, yet it was not supposed to manifest within him. The ever-burning golden eyes were a symptom of excessive blood eruption, caused by an overwhelming concentration of dragon blood within his body, rendering his golden eyes unable to shut. However, this was not supposed to occur. He had only utilized the blood eruption a mere 2 times, which should not have resulted in an inability to close his golden eyes. Yet, this trait had indeed manifested, seemingly even more severely. The golden eyes not only remained open but also continuously emitted a radiant golden light. Anyone who locked gazes with him would be instantaneously scorched by the blinding brilliance emanating from his golden eyes. This was precisely why Chu Han kept his eyes closed. Still unable to shut them, Chu Han furrowed his brow, clenched his fists, and then released them. The inability to close his golden eyes signified that the power of his language spirit could be activated at any moment, with its potency intensifying the longer his golden eyes remained open. Simultaneously, however, the activation of his golden eyes was accelerating his draconic transformation. The most evident change was the gradual hardening of his skin, resembling dragon scales. Furthermore, the language spirit chimed, "Apologies, but due to interference from unknown energy, the language spirit is temporarily unavailable." Chu Han slightly furrowed his brow, his face devoid of expression, yet the worry in his eyes deepened. A week ago, upon exiting the ancient dragon tomb, the system's rigid mechanical voice had resonated, delivering unexpected news. 1 week prior, at the rear of the warship island, within the millennia-old dragon tomb. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your exploratory mission is complete. As he pondered how to deactivate the golden eye, Chu Han was momentarily taken aback, then adopted a cold demeanor, knowing that further announcements were forthcoming. Indeed, after a brief pause, the system's mechanical voice echoed once more. The system has detected the presence of unknown energy within the host. The language spirit is temporarily inoperative. Even with Chu Han's eternally icy expression, his pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this statement. What did this mean? The language spirit was inoperative? At that moment, Chu Han had assumed it was due to his inability to deactivate the golden eye, yet a week had passed, and the golden eye remained unextinguished. The only solace was that its radiance had dimmed slightly. However, it still could not be turned off. This left Chu Han somewhat helpless, as the inability to deactivate the golden eye would accelerate the corrosion of dragon's blood. Once it overwhelmed human blood, he would inevitably become a mindless reaper. This was unacceptable to Chu Han. Indeed, he was a hybrid, but at his core, he remained human. He inherited only the dragon's proud dignity, its aloof temperament, and its domineering strength, yet that did not imply he wished to transform into a soulless reaper. Young master, that radiant glow from the golden eye has undoubtedly attracted Klo. Given that the entrance to the red soil continent of the Grand Line is shrouded in darkness, with no light save for the flashes of lightning above. The aftermath of the devil fruit, Chu Han replied casually, raising an eyebrow. Klo blinked in surprise. Yet his mind involuntarily recalled the dual devil fruit abilities Chu Han had demonstrated in Rocktown. Dual devil fruits, a potential breach of established laws, was bound to come with side effects, so Klo harbored no doubts. He merely bent slightly and departed for the control room, stabilizing the ship before entering the Grand Line. Chu Han had been closely observing Kro's actions, and only after his departure did the slight furrow in his brow relax. For the matter of dragon lineage is indeed a complex one. Chapter 77, Lost. Chu Han experimented with numerous methods, yet the golden eye remained irreversibly open. However, as time progressed, the resplendent golden glow diminished significantly, and the phenomenon of dragon transformation slowed down, which could be considered a silver lining. Although Chu Han's eyes retained their golden hue, they were now scarcely discernible unless one gazed intently. It was perplexing. Why had the golden eye suddenly spiraled out of control? After the golden eye had dimmed considerably, Chu Han began to contemplate the occurrences transpiring within him. The inexplicable inability to close the golden eye, although its radiance had waned, did not alter its fundamental nature. The pace of his dragon transformation had indeed decelerated, yet it persisted. If left unchecked, he would inevitably become a mindless being, a lifeless creature adorned with a dragon's visage. Furthermore, after the events on the battleship island, he was baffled as to why his linguistic powers had become inaccessible. Compounded by the enigmatic interference from the system, could it possibly be the power of the Dragon King residing in the millennia-old dragon tomb? Initially, Chu Han surmised that the inability to close the golden eye was the root cause of his linguistic powers being rendered unusable. However, if that were indeed the case, then other linguistic abilities, such as Junyin, Kamaitashi, and the Emperor, should also be inoperative. Yet, just as the golden eye began to fade, The other linguistic powers exhibited signs of accessibility. Notably, the Emperor was the only power that had spiraled out of control on the battleship island, causing the villagers in the town to prostrate themselves in fear of its might. But that was the extent of it. At that moment, Chu Han had also tested Jun Yin and Kamaitashi, both of which posed no issues and were, in fact, easier to wield. Consequently, he deduced that the dilemma did not lie with his golden eye, but rather with his draconic lineage. Linguistic powers were dependent on the dragon blood coursing through one's veins. In other words, only those imbued with dragon blood could possess such abilities. Thus, the inability to utilize linguistic powers could stem from two possibilities. One was that the level of the linguistic power was too elevated while his draconic lineage was insufficient, rendering it unusable. This seemed plausible, as Chu Han recalled several instances from the original dragon lore. Of course, there existed another possibility, yet he deemed it too fantastical. Just then, a voice broke through his reverie, closed voice. "Young master, we are approaching the entrance to the Grand Line." Chu Han was momentarily taken aback, retrieving her thoughts as a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her eyes. "The great voyage? I have returned once more." Chu Han tightly gripped the enchanted blade, Murakumo, his tranquil visage betraying no hint of emotion, yet within, an inevitable ripple stirred. Simultaneously, the Black Cat pirate's vessel entered the narrow opening, navigating with precision and grace. The ship ascended against the current, soaring skyward as if destined to take flight. Unbeknownst to him, Kuro had silently arrived behind Chu Han, bowing his head slightly, standing still as he gazed down at the ground. Chu Han gazed in a daze at the wondrous ocean current, surging upwards against the flow, soaring into the sky, carrying with it the voices, dreams, and aspirations of countless individuals. "Freedom, let us take flight." Faintly, Chu Han seemed to hear a sound resonating in his ear, a call emanating from the depths of his very being, bewitching and entrancing. Without conscious intent, Chu Han unsheathed the demon blade Murakumo, its edge pointed resolutely ahead, while his golden eyes gleamed with an aura reminiscent of a sovereign's descent. The era of the Pirate King? The intolerable hiatus of the throne of the seas must come to an end. From this moment forth, I shall ascend to the pinnacle and forge ahead. His words, calm yet profound, carried a commanding presence. The voice of the Emperor involuntarily awakened, harmonizing with the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki, radiating an immense force that enveloped him. The surrounding currents of the sea seemed to stir in resonance with this formidable energy, churning restlessly. Behind him, Kuro could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Yes, my master." Behind Chu Han stood only Kilo, yet it felt as though the entire world was responding to his words. On this day, the Grand Line welcomed a most extraordinary guest, a ruler destined to ascend the throne and become the singular king. This was the Grand Line, where countless pirates recklessly ventured, all in pursuit of one ultimate goal, the treasure of the Pirate King. GOLD. Roger's ambitions had also been fulfilled. The world would never forget him, nor the moments that ignited a fervor across the globe in the fleeting seconds before his demise. Since GOLD, Roger's passing, nearly half a year had elapsed, and the number of pirates entering the Grand Line had surged to unprecedented levels. Even the New World had descended into chaos, with numerous formidable pirates vying for supremacy. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the strongest creature on land, Kaido, Big Mom, and the notorious pirate Gecko Moria were all stirred into action, each aiming for the coveted throne left vacant after the Pirate King's death. Meanwhile, in an uncharted expanse of the Grand Line, a dilapidated pirate ship swayed precariously, seemingly on the verge of disintegration. On board, a cold, aloof young man with black hair and clad in tattered white garments sat at the bow, eyes closed in contemplation. If one overlooked the numerous holes in his attire, he might easily be mistaken for a noble scion. Beside him stood a bare-chested young man, bowing his head in deference, though the cold sweat trickling down his face betrayed his true feelings. This was Kilo and Chu Han, having recently entered the Grand Line, albeit under unfortunate circumstances. They had initially navigated the waters with ease, but soon faced a catastrophic tsunami that swept them away and left them disoriented. Their vessel, battered by the tempest, was in a state of disrepair. Most critically, they were lost. This predicament was partly Chu Han's oversight, due to his previous association with the Roger Pirates. He had neglected to acquire a special compass essential for navigation in the Grand Line, a device that could only be found within its treacherous waters. Thus, by a stroke of ill fortune, they found themselves adrift at sea, a dire situation, especially with their provisions running dangerously low. Chu Han had tasked Kilo with procuring enough supplies to last for 6 months during their stay in Lobetown, but inexplicably, ever since the activation of his golden eyes, Chu Han's appetite had surged alarmingly. Within a mere month, their stock meant to last half a year had been depleted, forcing the two to rely on hunting sea kings for sustenance. However, this was not a sustainable solution. While they had food, the question of water remained a pressing concern. Chu Han possesses the esteemed A-grade dragon lineage, capable of enduring a month without sustenance. However, Klo, being an ordinary human, cannot. Furthermore, due to Chu Han's currently unyielding golden eyes, his physical stamina is rapidly depleting, necessitating nourishment to prevent his eventual demise from exhaustion. After an indeterminate passage of time, Chu Han abruptly opened his eyes, radiating a golden brilliance. Chapter 78, Alabasta in an uncharted expanse of the Grand Line. A year has elapsed since the demise of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Countless pirates have since ventured into the Grand Line, fervently pursuing the footsteps of the Pirate King in search of the legendary treasure. The Navy, overwhelmed by this surge, has issued thousands of bounty notices, scattering them across the globe. The conflicts within the New World have escalated to unprecedented levels, marking the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. With the New World at the epicenter, numerous formidable pirates, previously dominating the Grand Line, have now flooded into the New World, plunging it into chaos, where countless new stars have risen and great pirates have fallen. Amidst this tumult, a once celebrated supernova, who had stirred the tides of fate, has gradually faded from memory. Supernova Chu Han has been adrift in the Grand Line for a full year, yet he and Klo remain lost, navigating through the vastness. 2 months prior, Chu Han had discovered a small island, only to realize it was, in fact, a colossal sea king. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, slaying the beast with a single stroke, providing sustenance for both himself and Klo for an entire month. Regrettably, their water supply has since run dry. Chu Han was relatively fine, for his body had been enhanced to an inhuman level after being fortified by the dragon's blood. Additionally, during the incident on Battleship Island, it seemed his physique had undergone further strengthening for reasons unknown. Thus, even if Chu Han were to refrain from food and drink for an entire month, it would not pose a significant issue. At the very least, he would not exhibit the pallid complexion and vacant gaze that characterized Klo. Rising to his feet, he remarked with a cold tone, "If you cannot keep pace with me, then you are of little use." At this moment, Klo, having succumbed to dehydration half a month prior and having collapsed 3 days ago, was often lost to unconsciousness, his countenance rendered so ashen that he scarcely resembled a human. Chu Han found himself in a predicament. Drinking seawater was not a viable option, as it would only harm Klo, given its toxicity and excessive salinity. However, he remained unperturbed, for his senses indicated that a small island lay not far ahead, inhabited by others, as he could discern the sounds of conversation and laughter, suggesting the presence of a quaint settlement. This time, Chu Han was confident he would not err, for his previous mistake had been caused by the incessant activation of his golden eye, which had led to slight inaccuracies in his use of the word spirit. Otherwise, with his A-rank bloodline, the application of the scythe and observation haki should have been flawless. Moreover, the past 6 months of wandering had not been devoid of gain. Due to the dilapidated condition of the pirate ship, he had consistently employed observation haki and the word spirit scythe, resulting in a proficiency that had surpassed even that of Jun Yan. He could now wield the blood-sucking scythe without the risk of bloodshed. Most significantly, his mastery of observation haki had reached an advanced level, nearing the perfect state of listening to all things akin to Gold. Roger. During this prolonged drift, necessitated by the lack of food supplies, Chu Han had resorted to hunting sea kings for sustenance. This endeavor provided him with worthy adversaries, allowing his swordsmanship to flourish remarkably over the months, as he had relied solely on his blade to vanquish the sea kings, eschewing the use of the word spirit. If one were to overlook his age, he could already be hailed as a grand swordsman, a fact evidenced by the trail of blood he left behind, an accumulation of countless sea kings, all felled by a single stroke. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar shift. The sounds of the island, once vibrant, had abruptly ceased. Furrowing his brow, he tightened his grip on the demon blade Murakumo, perplexed by the unusual occurrence. Yet, he felt no surprise, for this was the Grand Line, a realm where the extraordinary was commonplace. The disappearance was abrupt, and as he pondered this anomaly, he seemed to delve into the recesses of his memory. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chu Han lifted his head and once more activated his observation haki to scrutinize the area where he had previously sensed the island. Simultaneously, he summoned the word spirit scythe to listen intently to the surrounding sounds. Before long, he wore an expression of deep contemplation. Could it be? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Han's eyes as he swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful strike, the immense sword energy crashing against the surface of the sea. Boom. The waves surged, propelling the battered pirate ship, which had weathered countless storms, onward into the horizon. The tremors of the sea roused the unconscious Klo, who weakly inquired, "Young master, where are we headed?" Unlike Chu Han, whose body was remarkably resilient, Klo was in a state of great frailty, and it was likely that even without the threat of others, he would gradually succumb to his condition. Chu Han's countenance was icy as he spoke indifferently. There exists a nation where water and sustenance abound. Kro's weakness rendered him unable to exhibit even a semblance of joy. He could only support himself with his right hand, signifying his respect. Chu Han refrained from visiting Keilu, knowing that he was already quite frail. He did not concern himself overly, believing that as long as Keilu was alive, there was hope. Even if he was on the brink of death, the dragon blood could extend Keilu's vitality, at least sufficient to sustain him until they reached an island. After all, Keilu was someone Chu Han held in high regard. He could not allow him to perish. Such astute and intelligent minds are indeed rare. Ah, he sensed it. Indeed, it was as he thought. After delivering another decisive strike, Chu Han did not rest, but instead cast his gaze forward, where he could faintly discern the outline of an island, obscured by a veil of yellow mist. Even with his advanced observation haki, he could not glean any specific information. However, he was 90% certain that this was the place he had envisioned. Over the past 6 months, Chu Han had identified 3 islands. The first was during the initial chaos when the spirit blade, Kamaitashi, lost control and mistook a colossal sea creature for an island. The second instance occurred recently when he discovered a small island devoid of human presence, teeming instead with numerous sea creatures. Thus, Chu Han presumed it to be a gathering place for these beings and overlooked it. In retrospect, it was highly likely that this was the monster garden from his memories. The 2 powerful life forces he sensed earlier must belong to those formidable humans. Just moments ago, he felt the island enveloped in the yellow mist, leading Chu Han to conclude that his instincts were correct. The island ahead housed a nation, the desert kingdom of Alabasta in the Grand Line. Chapter 79. The Sand Crocodile. The Grand Line, the desert kingdom of Alabasta. The entire nation was blanketed in endless sand, rendering it impossible to discern its interior from the outside. Despite this, Alabasta was renowned for its lush oases, offering a stark contrast to the surrounding deserts, making it a prime destination for travelers. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Outside the capital of Alabasta, near the oasis of Yuba, a young man traversed the swirling sands of the desert alone, with flowing black hair and a resolute, cold visage. Even the scorching heat of the desert failed to diminish the aura of chill that surrounded him. Alabasta, truly a quintessential desert kingdom, he mused softly. Tightening his grip on the blade, he wielded it. It was an enchanting long knife, emanating an otherworldly blue luminescence. This is one of the 12 unparalleled blades. The demon sword Muramasa, also known as the Divine Blade. The young man wielding it, with flowing black hair, is none other than Chu Han. It has been 2 years since Chu Han ventured into the Grand Line, during which his strength has continuously ascended. Now, he possesses the confidence to defeat a vice admiral-level Navy officer or pirate without even unleashing his full power. Should he choose to unleash his full potential, he believes he can hold his own against an admiral. As for the reason behind his rapid enhancement, Chu Han is somewhat uncertain. Yet he has a lingering suspicion that it is connected to his experience in the Millennial Dragon Tomb on the naval island. Although he has yet to fully comprehend the events of that encounter, he recognizes that his newfound strength is a blessing, prompting him to refrain from further contemplation. His instincts suggest that delving deeper into the matter might yield no clarity, thus he resolves to set his thoughts aside. After all, the signs of his dragon transformation have ceased. Indeed, the manifestation of his dragon form halted 6 months ago upon his arrival in Alabasta. However, for reasons unknown, his golden eyes remain perpetually open, despite the cessation of his dragon transformation. The inability to close his golden eyes results in an energy expenditure fourfold that of an ordinary person. This is attributable to his possession of 3 spoken spirits. Otherwise, the toll on his stamina would not be so staggering. Moreover, the most crucial factor is that Kuro has become separated from him. A year ago, upon sensing the location of Alabasta, Chu Han relentlessly wielded Muramasa to navigate the dilapidated pirate ship forward. Yet, it seemed as though fate was playing a cruel joke on them, as they were immediately met with a sandstorm upon landing. Chu Han, with his formidable strength and the enhancement of dragon blood, endured the onslaught of the tempest. Unfortunately, Kuro was swept away to an unknown location by the storm. Additionally, whether due to the desert's nature or not, The radar effect of his spoken spirit, Kamaitashi, appeared to be disrupted, leading to frequent misdirections and causing Chu Han to lose his way in the desert multiple times. Fortunately, the effects of his observation haki remained intact. 2 months prior, Chu Han reached the renowned oasis of Yuba in Alabasta. There, he replenished his supplies before embarking alone towards the capital, Alyabarna. According to the inhabitants of the oasis, not long ago, a man had been discovered in the desert, having been caught in a sandstorm near the capital of Alyabarna. Chu Han suspected it might be Klo, which is why he advanced towards the capital of Alabasta. Chu Han harbors a hidden agenda. Near the capital of the great desert nation of Alabasta, Alyabarna, Chu Han stood atop a sand dune, where golden grains danced in the air. Just moments ago, he had activated his observation haki, sensing an unusual presence. An eerie fluctuation seemed to disturb the very weather of this place. Chu Han initially found himself perplexed by the situation, but after a moment of contemplation, he grasped the reality. In all likelihood, that individual had already been vanquished by Whitebeard. Casting his gaze toward the capital of Alabasta, Albana, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The sand fruit of the natural type, A derisive smile crept across Chu Han's face. The devil fruit appeared to him as nothing more than a child's toy car racing against an adult's automobile, a laughable underestimation of its significance. That entity cannot be allowed to slip from my grasp. It belongs to me. A glint of cold light shimmered in his radiant golden eyes as he comprehended why that fellow would venture to this renowned desert kingdom after his defeat by Whitebeard. He was undoubtedly coveting that forbidden treasure. Alas, that prized possession had already caught Chu Han's eye. Should one wish to contest me for it, they must prove themselves worthy. In the swirling sands of the desert, the young man with raven hair began to emanate an astonishing chill, a domineering aura that instantaneously silenced the previously chaotic gust of yellow sand. Albana, the capital of the desert kingdom of Alabasta, stood as an oasis amidst the vast expanse of desert that cloaked the entirety of Sainton Island. In stark contrast to the surrounding dunes, this locale, a veritable paradise, was devoid of even a speck of sand. The citizens of Alabasta regarded this phenomenon as a miracle, attributing it to the benevolence of their king. The ruling family of this desert realm was the Nefertari lineage, with the current monarch, Nefertari Cobra, serving as the 12th king of Alabasta. At that moment, in a dimly lit bar within the capital, a young man draped in a black coat sat alone in a corner, his expression dark as he consumed his drink. Damn that old man, damn the Navy. One day, I shall return for vengeance. He seethed, swallowing a mouthful of liquor before slamming his hand onto the table, indifferent to the gazes of those around him. This man had recently encountered Whitebeard at the midpoint of the Grand Line, resulting in a complete rout of his forces and a desperate escape. Shortly thereafter, he found himself face to face with a patrolling Navy Vice Admiral, leading to yet another catastrophic defeat, leaving him as the sole survivor aboard his ship. In his relentless flight, this man had arrived in the desert kingdom of Alabasta, fortuitously setting his sights on the very kingdom of Sainton Island. The Nefertari dynasty is remarkably well concealed, he mused, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at the cup before him, a dangerous glint flickering within. After a prolonged moment, he raised his glass and drained it in one gulp, then strode purposefully out of the bar. His eyes fell upon the castle perched atop the highest point, and he emitted a soft, mocking chuckle. Humph, the forbidden treasure shall be mine. This man, known as Crocodile, is a wielder of a natural-type devil fruit and a rising pirate star in the Grand Line. The sand crocodile, has a bounty of 81 million berries. Chapter 80. Who are you? Alabasta, the capital city, Alyabarna. Chu Han furrowed his brow, gazing at the seemingly immortal young man before him, contemplating a possible solution. When we discovered him in the desert, he was already in this peculiar state, and the specifics remain unclear to us. A soldier clad in light armor cautiously addressed the pensive Chu Han, recognizing that this unfortunate man, inadvertently found in the desert, undoubtedly possessed some noble status. Otherwise, the young gentleman, adorned like a member of the aristocracy, would not have taken the trouble to inquire about his whereabouts. Before Chu Han stood the beleaguered figure of his half-immortal but destitute steward, Klo. Just 2 days prior, upon his arrival in Albana, Chu Han had effortlessly gathered information regarding the man who had encountered the sandstorm. As anticipated, that man was indeed his personal steward, Klo. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Han suddenly inquired, how can the poison on him be cured? The lightly armored soldier was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Chu Han's swift response. Ah, yes. This is the venom from the red-tailed crab hidden within the sandstorm. To treat it, A special plant known as the speckled herb is required. The soldier instinctively replied to Chu Han's question. Chu Han refrained from unnecessary words and inquired directly, "Where can I find it?" His question was not about where it could be purchased, but rather the location of its existence. Clearly, if this so-called spotted herb were readily available for purchase, the soldier before him would have already procured it to aid Kilo, especially since this was the capital of Alabasta, a place where all the resources of St. Ting Island could be found. The fact that the armored soldier had not done so only indicated that this herb was not something accessible to the common populace. No longer preoccupied with praising Chu Han, the soldier answered promptly, "This special plant, the spotted herb, can only be found near the royal mausoleum." Upon hearing this, Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a sense of relief. He had no time to squander. If the herb's origin were distant, he would have to weigh the merits of investing time in Kilo's treatment. Fortunately, this did not conflict with his objective, as his initial goal was the royal mausoleum of the Alabasta royal family. "I will ensure you are compensated once I return. Take care of him," Chu Han stated before turning on his heel and departing, leaving the soldier speechless, caught between words. Once outside, Chu Han raised an eyebrow. Feeling somewhat helpless, he had only just entered the Grand Line and found himself adrift at sea, subsequently lost in the desert for half a year. It could only be said that the Grand Line was a realm of endless wonders. However, all these unforeseen events had not strayed far from his ultimate aim. It appeared a visit to the royal palace was in order. A flicker of cold light occasionally crossed his calm eyes. The royal mausoleum served as the resting place for generations of emperors, and it was unlikely that the Alabasta royal family would readily divulge its location. Thus, Chu Han tightened his grip on the demon blade, Muramesa. This blade had not tasted human blood for 2 years, and one could imagine it was yearning for the experience. The enchanted sword trembled incessantly. Chu Han smiled faintly and murmured to herself, "Are you lonely too? Then let us create a ruckus." After 2 years of arduous training, she yearned to ascertain the extent of her current strength. In the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna, a young man clad in a black coat stood silently atop the palace, surveying the royal city with eyes that occasionally sparkled with a glint of ambition. This man was Crocodile, the sand alligator. He had successfully infiltrated the palace under the pretense of a communique from the world government, positioning himself near the Nefertari family. "Ancient forbidden artifacts, HM? You shall be my secret weapon to vanquish that old man, Whitebeard." 6 months prior, Crocodile had encountered the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's ship, in a turbulent sea of the Grand Line. Arrogant and disdainful, he had long harbored contempt for the notorious pirates of the New World, particularly Whitebeard. In Crocodile's eyes, those relics of an era past, like Whitebeard and his ilk, were obsolete. This age of piracy belonged to him, Crocodile. Once I obtain that object, this era shall be mine. The Navy, Whitebeard, all shall kneel before me. Crocodile envisioned himself upon the throne, exclaiming with fervor as if to announce his triumph to the world itself. The sand alligator, a user of the sand fruit, had previously challenged the formidable pirate Edward Newgate, only to be defeated and subsequently conscripted by the Navy. "Is this what you call being a pirate?" At that moment, a voice resonated through the palace's heights, calm yet laced with an icy undertone, jolting Crocodile from his reverie. "Who?" he bellowed, conjuring a whirlwind of sand in his hand, his body poised to transform. "The sand fruit? Alas, it is of no use to me." The voice rang out once more, dripping with scorn, a clear indication of disdain for Crocodile. As the words faded, an invisible blade of wind sliced through the air, leaving a crimson trace upon Crocodile's visage. His pupils dilated in shock as he witnessed a jet of blood erupt from his face, a searing sensation he had encountered before. The first time had been beneath Whitebeard's fist, where he had tasted despair. The second, at the hands of this unknown adversary, he felt an all-encompassing chill. As if he were prey to a colossal beast, any movement would mean death. "Who are you? Hiding in the shadows, what are you?" Crocodile was now paralyzed with fear, recognizing that this unseen foe could strike him silently. The voice echoed again, rife with derision. "How laughable, are you truly afraid?" To my utter disappointment, it seems even the sand crocodile dares not make a move. It is no wonder he is known as the Hand of Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, a chilling aura emanated from Crocodile, his face shrouded in shadows, as a hint of purple mist began to swirl around his golden hook. "Who are you?" The voice fell silent, only to be replaced by the sound of footsteps. The echo of those footsteps, for reasons unknown, struck Crocodile with an overwhelming sense of dread, as if he were being scrutinized by some ferocious beast. The footsteps ceased as a figure materialized from the darkness. Then, a cold voice cut through the night. "Chu Han." Chapter 81. Overwhelming domination. As the icy voice reverberated through the night, a shadow slowly emerged from the veil of darkness. The figure was not obscured by the night. Rather, his face radiated a resplendent golden glow. To be precise, it was his eyes that shone with a golden brilliance. The newcomer was none other than Chu Han. Crocodile gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar youth before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation as he met those golden eyes. He averted his gaze slightly and inquired, "Chu Han, are you a pirate or a marine?" At this, Chu Han narrowed his eyes and replied with a faint smile, "You are unable to even meet my gaze directly. What right do you have to inquire about my identity?" Since the expedition to Battleship Island, the power of the word sovereign had significantly increased. When he had drifted at sea, Chu Han had tested its might, causing hundreds of sea kings to tremble in fear, as if they had encountered a sovereign. Crocodile, undeterred by Chu Han's sarcasm, furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the young man. He felt an eerie familiarity with the boy, whose golden eyes seemed reminiscent of someone he had encountered before. Crocodile had been present during the execution of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, and was a witness to the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. The ensuing chaos in Logtown left a deep impression on him, and he had personally experienced the might of the word sovereign combined with Conqueror's Haki. However, after Chu Han's 2-year disappearance and the rigorous training he had undergone during that time, his stature had grown significantly, making him appear almost like a different person compared to 2 years prior. It was only natural that Crocodile did not recognize him. Chu Han observed Crocodile's contemplative expression and realized that his ever-revealing golden eyes were indeed too conspicuous. Anyone who had seen the wanted poster would undoubtedly recognize him. Chu Han gently shook his head, unsheathed the demon blade Murakumo, and executed a swift slash before returning the sword to its scabbard, then quietly observed. This strike was rather inconspicuous, its brilliance dim, yet it subtly emanated a sense of peril. Crocodile had yet to recognize who Chu Han was when the slash was already upon him, having realized that elemental transformation was futile against the young boy before him. Crocodile instinctively raised his left hand, adorned with a golden hook, to defend himself. In that critical moment, he suddenly caught sight of a trace of derision at the corner of Chu Han's mouth, causing his heart to race as his right hand conjured a small sandstorm. With a silent smile, Chu Han gently closed his right hand around the village rein, which had not yet fully returned to its sheath. The golden hook, entwined with the sandstorm, collided with a slashing blow, plunging the entire palace into an eerie stillness. In that moment, 2 voices echoed simultaneously, "Poison blade, desert. Empty void." Boom. The palace collapsed in an instant, a crescent moon of slashing energy sweeping across half of Albana, cleaving everything in its path asunder. Concurrently, golden sand engulfed the entirety of Albana, manifesting a miniature desert where the palace once stood. And the palace had vanished. What happened to the palace? The citizens of Albana were momentarily swept up in the chaos. Yet, fortunately, there were no casualties. However, the side of home split in two, and the pervasive dust was all too real. On the other side, the former palace lay in ruins, where a man sat quietly amidst the dilapidated structure. Notably, his left hand, once adorned with a golden hook, had now transformed into an oval resembling a beehive, with the original hook shattered around him, accompanied by a young girl with flowing blue hair. A young man clad in a white royal robe approached the man in tattered clothing. The blue-haired girl curiously observed the disheveled man, whose left hand was embedded with the peculiar object. "Did he leave?" the young man in white suddenly inquired. The man with the beehive-like object in his left hand replied, "Yes, he is a pirate." The young man nodded. He had been astonished when that person sought him out. For the Nefertari clan was once one of the 20 royal families that shaped the world, and they were well informed. Thus, he had immediately recognized the identity of the visitor. However, he was not taken aback and even acquiesced to the audacious request, revealing the location of the Nefertari royal tomb. In return, the visitor promised to assist Alabasta with a troublesome issue and made a solemn vow, should Alabasta face peril in the future, regardless of where he might be, he would come to their aid, as far as his capabilities allowed. The young man valued this promise deeply, for as a king of the Nefertari clan, one of the original 20 royal families, he understood the immense power and capability of that individual. Thus, he agreed. "Crocodile, the navy has arrived. Surrender yourself." The young man turned to face the one seated amidst the ruins. Indeed, it was Crocodile, albeit in a disheveled state, with even his iconic golden hook shattered, rendering him unrecognizable to those unfamiliar with him. Crocodile did not respond. Instead, he asked, "Why did he come?" The young man affectionately ruffled the hair of the blue-haired girl and remarked, "The Nefertari family was once one of the 20 royal families of the world, naturally safeguarding certain forbidden artifacts. His aim must be that." The young man did not conceal the truth, candidly revealing it to Crocodile, for he understood that Crocodile shared a similar objective. To his surprise, Crocodile calmly nodded, brushed off the dust from his attire, and transformed into a swirling cloud of yellow sand, departing from the now-ruined palace. The young man did not attempt to stop him. He lacked the capability to do so. After all, Crocodile was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 80 million, a figure who had once challenged the formidable Whitebeard and survived. Even a naval vice-admiral would find it challenging to detain him, let alone someone devoid of combat prowess like himself. "Daddy, who was that person?" the blue-haired girl suddenly inquired after Crocodile's departure. The young man smiled gently and replied, "A very powerful pirate, indeed." He was aware that his daughter was not inquiring about Crocodile, but rather about the dark-haired youth who had entered the palace alone. Exuding an aura of chill without alarming anyone, the blue-haired girl did not press further, merely responding with a soft "oh" and gazing expectantly in the direction where the dark-haired boy had vanished. She would never forget those golden eyes, radiant like divine gold, truly striking. The young man understood his daughter's sentiments but paid them little heed, affectionately stroking her silky hair. He was Nefertari Cobra, the 12th Emperor of Alabasta. The blue-haired girl was none other than Nefertari Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta. Chapter 82. An encounter with the Navy in the Grand Line, a haven for monsters. Lay the Garden of Oddities. A strikingly handsome figure clad in a platinum-colored trench coat, his flowing black hair danced in the wind, emanating a subtle chill akin to that of a nobleman. Indeed, the sensation he had felt earlier was confirmed. It was the Garden of Oddities. The dark-haired youth surveyed the island, adorned with bizarre flora, as roars echoed in the air, his eyes narrowing slightly. The youth was Chu Han. After departing from Alabasta, he had headed straight for this gathering place of monsters, primarily to witness the two giants of the legendary giant soldier pirate crew that had roamed the Grand Line a century ago. Alas, if not for an unforeseen incident, he would have certainly sought them out for a visit. Chu Han harbored a profound interest in those two giants. Unfortunately, while in Alabasta, he had suddenly recalled a matter he had inadvertently forgotten. Chu Han smiled silently, then with a swift push of his foot, he soared into the air, gliding gracefully. This was one of the 6 styles of the Navy, known as the moonwalk. The moonwalk allows one to tread upon the air, hovering effortlessly. A principle that is quite simple yet demands an extraordinary level of physical prowess, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, for Chu Han, whose physical strength far surpassed that of the average person, this requirement posed no challenge at all. During his 2 years of rigorous training in the Grand Line, Chu Han had mastered the moonwalk, and now he executed it with remarkable proficiency, rivaling even the higher echelons of the Navy. As for the other 5 styles, he held no interest, for among the 6 styles, only the moonwalk captured his attention. Chu Han gazed at the air pressure he was generating beneath his feet, and he couldn't help but marvel. Is this the moon step? How remarkably enchanting. Indeed, it was astonishing, after all. The moon step enables one to suspend in mid-air without any external assistance, creating the illusion of flight. It is quite suitable for traversing distances. A faint smile graced the corners of Chu Han's lips. If it weren't for the fact that his golden eyes could not be deactivated at this moment and the excessive consumption of his stamina, he would have truly wished to unleash his full potential and discover the limits of his speed in the moon step. Chu Han let out a faint breath, then exerted strength beneath his feet, propelling himself towards a certain entrance of the great maritime path. Meanwhile, in the depths of the small garden, 2 colossal figures, positioned in different directions, simultaneously turned their gaze towards the departing Chu Han. They had just sensed his scrutiny. Is he just a little fellow? Such formidable vitality, surpassing even the warriors of El Pap. Has yet another monster been born? A resounding voice gradually reverberated throughout the small garden, yet no one responded. For this was the heart of a gathering place for monsters, a realm where even the Sea Kings dared not tread. Chu Han was unaware that his departure had aroused the attention of the 2 colossal beings, who had existed for countless years. Nonetheless, even if he were to know, it is unlikely that they would be particularly concerned. With the soul vessel having been dispatched to Water 7 by Crocodile, Chu Han now found himself traversing the seas using his moonwalk technique, while simultaneously searching for a pirate ship or a naval vessel to commandeer. After all, relying solely on moonwalk was exceedingly taxing on his stamina, and by the time he reached his destination, he would be utterly exhausted. Is that a naval warship? Chu Han halted, gazing at a distant navy blue ship adorned with a seagull emblem. It was indeed a vessel of the Navy, having set sail from the Marine headquarters. What could the Navy's warship be doing here? Chu Han squinted slightly. In terms of timing, he had indeed arrived a tad late. And now he could only hope it was not too late. Having drifted at sea for a year, he had been cut off from external information. And during his year of arduous training in Alabasta, the remote location had left him with only a fragmented understanding of the outside world. Although he later acquired some clandestine information from Crocodile, it did not quite align with the timeline in his memory, which he could barely recall. Nevertheless, he reasoned that he was not entirely mistaken. With this thought, Chu Han exerted himself and soared toward the naval ship. Meanwhile, aboard the warship that had departed from the Marine headquarters, a figure with short purple hair, draped in a white cloak emblazoned with the word Justice, and a gleaming golden star on his chest, signified the rank of Rear Admiral. "What are you pondering, Squirrel?" At that moment, a chilling voice broke the silence, accompanied by the appearance of a peculiar man. This man bore a striking resemblance to a spider and similarly wore a golden star, his back adorned with a white cloak inscribed with Justice. The Navy officer, addressed as Squirrel by the spider-like man, turned to respond. "I was contemplating what kind of trials Master Zephyr must be facing in the New World to have sustained such grave injuries." The man, resembling a spider, gently rested his hand on the knife at his waist. It was said that they had encountered pirates, and the new recruits aboard the ship spoke in hushed tones. The spider-like man tightened his grip on the hilt, his hands trembling slightly, likely fueled by a simmering rage within. Major Muskrat fell into a brief silence, his gaze dimmed. This event was a significant blow not only to the Navy but also to the entire world government. A month prior, one of the three admirals, Blackarm Zephyr, had led a ship of new recruits into the New World, only to be ambushed by pirates. The entire crew of recruits was mercilessly slaughtered, with only 2 survivors. Among them was Admiral Zephyr, one of the Navy's highest combat forces, who returned to the naval headquarters gravely injured. This incident was concealed by the naval headquarters, for Zephyr represented the pinnacle of naval strength. The fact that he had to flee, having lost an arm in the New World, would cause a catastrophic uproar if the outside world were to learn of it. Moreover, following the last moments of pirate King Joel D. Roger, piracy had surged in both audacity and numbers over the past 2 years. Should news of Zephyr's grievous injury at the hands of pirates spread, it would indeed lead to chaos, triggering countless conflicts between pirates and the Navy. Do not speculate foolishly. Knowing such matters changes nothing for you. A resonant voice echoed from behind them as both Muskrat and the spider-like man turned simultaneously. "Vice Admiral Stolo Berry," they exclaimed. The newcomer bore 2 golden stars on his uniform, signifying his rank as a vice admiral within the naval headquarters. "Even if you are aware of Admiral Zephyr's situation, it serves no purpose," Stolo Berry stated, locking eyes with Muskrat and the spider-like man. The 2 fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. If even Admiral Zephyr had to endure severe injuries to escape, what could they, as mere vice admirals, hope to achieve? Stolo Berry regarded them with a hint of admiration, acknowledging that both had been trained under Admiral Zephyr and were destined to rise to the rank of Rear Admiral in the future. Thus, he sought to instill in them a sense of their own potential. After a moment, he turned his gaze towards the top of the mast and spoke solemnly. "You have eavesdropped for long enough, my lord. Surely, it is time for you to descend and engage in conversation." Chapter 83. O'Hara. The voice of Stolo Berry resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of the Dormouse and the Spider-Man. The Dormouse tightened his grip on the mouse scythe, one of the 50 exceptional blades in existence. The Spider-Man vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. However, a glance upwards revealed a humanoid spider swiftly ascending the mast. A flicker of admiration crossed Stolo Berry's eyes. Both individuals displayed commendable reactions, exemplary of fine sailors. Yet, this admiration quickly faded, replaced by a somber gravity. "In truth, I harbor a disdain for reptiles." As the voice echoed, the temperature aboard the warship plummeted instantaneously, akin to a frigid winter's chill. Then, the transformed Rear Admiral descended from above, crashing onto the deck and creating a substantial hole. The entire ship shuddered in response. The Dormouse's pupils constricted slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the mast, his right hand trembling as if struggling to restrain himself from drawing his blade. He had clearly observed the footprint on the Spider-Man's face, small yet profoundly deep. The Dormouse's mind raced with disbelief. Merely a single footstep had incapacitated a Rear Admiral. Who was this individual? In stark contrast to the Dormouse's turmoil, Stolo Berry remained composed, seated calmly without a hint of concern. Do you think I fear to slay you? The voice's owner evidently noted Stolo Berry's demeanor, a hint of coldness lacing their tone. Stolo Berry chuckled softly. If you do not seek the life of the ghost spider, then you certainly have no intention of taking ours. The voice fell into a brief silence, perhaps pondering the truth of his words. The Dormouse, tense and drenched in cold sweat, gripped the hilt of his weapon as it quivered uncontrollably, feeling a surge of admiration for Admiral Stolo Berry's unshakable calm. Yet, Stolo Berry understood the reality. He could not defeat the adversary, for he lacked the power to render the ghost spider unconscious with a single blow. While the latter possessed that capability, nonetheless, he held firm in his confidence, knowing that his back was shielded by the Navy headquarters, the world government, and indeed, the entire world. However, the next action of the voice's owner filled Stolo Berry with regret. When did you develop the illusion that I would not kill you? Stolo Berry was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a buzzing sound erupted, and the Dormouse beheld the previously confident Stolo Berry adorned with countless wounds. His white cloak transformed into a crimson shroud. Simultaneously, a figure descended from the heavens, akin to a king's arrival. Landing upon the warship's deck as a black demonic blade surged forth, piercing directly through the astonished Stolo Berry. The Navy? The world government? Are they truly so formidable? The silhouette, with eyes as cold as ice, smiled faintly as the black demonic blade in his hand was suddenly drawn forth. With a chilling sweep, vibrant crimson blood splattered onto the ground, creating a striking bloom of scarlet. Meanwhile, the weasel sat frozen on the deck, unable to comprehend the scene before him. A vice admiral of the Navy headquarters gravely wounded and on the brink of death. In an instant, the entire ship's crew fell unconscious, succumbing to the mysterious power emanating from the black-haired youth, who appeared to be nothing more than a noble scion seated at the ship's bow. As Chu-Han stood, the gentle sea breeze caressed his face, and a sense of relief washed over him. For nearly 3 years, he had been surrounded either by the foul stench of the Sea Kings or the swirling sands of the desert. Now, the serene and beautiful maritime scenery evoked a wave of reflections within him, with Zifa gravely injured and barely escaping back to the naval headquarters. Only 2 of the new recruits had survived. Who could possibly be responsible for this? How intriguing. Chu-Han squinted his eyes, savoring the tranquil sea breeze. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the recent words of the naval officers. Chu-Han is not a man known for his merciful disposition, yet the senseless massacre of hundreds of ordinary people is an act he could never commit, as such a deed offers him no tangible benefit. In this new world, having severely injured Zifa and slaughtered the Marines, could it be that Chu-Han was reminded of the narrative of the Pirate King from his memories? Suddenly recalling a certain individual, his eyes narrowed slightly, lost in contemplation. After a moment, without turning his head, he inquired, "This warship, is it destined for the West Sea? One of the 4 oceans?" The only one still conscious was the Weasel, while the remaining Marine captain, Ghost Spider, lay unconscious under the weight of Chu-Han's foot. And Vice Admiral Stolo Berry was reduced to a bloody mess by the blood-sucking scythe of the word spirit, his white cloak stained crimson, with his survival hanging in the balance. As for the other Marines aboard the ship, they were all brought low by the overwhelming presence of the Conqueror's Haki and the Emperor of Words, collapsing in submission. Only the Weasel remained unscathed, for Chu-Han, lacking the knowledge to navigate a ship, needed to retain at least one individual to guide their journey. The Weasel hesitated momentarily, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. This matter was a closely guarded secret of the Navy headquarters, and should it be revealed? Chu-Han seemed to perceive the thoughts swirling within the mind of the Dormouse, offering a sardonic smile. A vice admiral from the headquarters, 2 brigadier generals, and a multitude of elite Marines. Such a formidable assembly could easily be termed a demon-slaying decree. Did you truly believe I was oblivious to this? Upon hearing this, the Dormouse, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, suddenly exclaimed, "If you are aware, then why do you inquire, you monster?" However, the Dormouse immediately regretted the outburst. For just moments earlier, Chu-Han had made it abundantly clear in his words to Admiral Stolo Berry that he harbored no fear of the Navy headquarters or the world government. Chu-Han paid no heed to the words of the flying squirrel. Instead, he remained silent. He reached up to touch his eyelid. A monster? Huh? To be labeled a monster is not entirely inaccurate, for he is of mixed blood, possessing the lineage of the Dragon Clan, and thus cannot be considered wholly human. So, to label him a monster is somewhat fitting. However, this monster is the sovereign among all monsters. West Sea, I hope it is not too late. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chu Han's eyes. If he were to delay, the forbidden object he sought might become utterly useless, a consequence he was determined to avoid. Therefore, even with the arrival of the Navy summoned by the Demon Slaughter Order, Chu Han was resolute in his quest to obtain that key, the key that would unlock the forbidden demonic weapon from 8 centuries past. At this moment, in the Western Sea, one of the 4 seas, lies the island of knowledge, O'Hara. This island is renowned throughout the vast ocean as the repository of omniscience, gathering countless esteemed scholars from across the globe and holding 1/3 of the world's books, virtually the largest library in existence. On the shores of this island of knowledge, a dark-haired young girl rescued an injured giant warrior from Elbaf, marking the inception of O'Hara's impending destruction. Simultaneously, 4 special warships set sail from the Navy headquarters, passing through the Gate of Justice toward the 4 seas, with their destination being the Western Sea, the Island of Knowledge, O'Hara. Chapter 84, The Demon Slaughter Order 15. Subscription request. In the vicinity of an unnamed sea within the Western Sea, a solitary Navy warship slowly approached the Island of Knowledge, O'Hara. The vessel bore only 2 souls, a dark-haired youth who appeared to be around 16 or 17, and a purple-haired man at the helm. It was difficult to fathom that such a vast Navy ship contained just these 2 individuals. Nevertheless, neither exhibited any sign of surprise. One wore a serene expression while the other sat at the bow, fiddling with a small box. The dark-haired youth, of course, was Chu Han. The other was the Navy Rear Admiral, Squirrel, whom Chu Han had deliberately retained as a laborer. Chu Han gazed contemplatively at the crimson box in his hands, lost in thought. After toying with the box for a considerable duration, he suddenly inquired, "Do you suppose that within this box lies a rare ancient demon fruit?" The squirrel, positioned behind him, momentarily taken aback by Chu Han's question, swiftly responded, "Indeed, within it resides a precious ancient demon fruit, procured by General Scrowberry on an uninhabited island." Chu Han casually nodded, his mind wandering back to the well-known narrative of One Piece. It seemed that in the original tale, the defector, a naval lieutenant, indeed acquired the devil fruit from a vice-admiral. Upon arriving at the 4 seas through the holy land of Mariehua, Chu Han suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation aboard the warship, as though something was beckoning him. When he casually inquired with the weasel about what was on the ship, he noticed the weasel's anxious demeanor, which alerted him to the presence of some hidden intrigue. Subsequently, he discovered a box containing an ancient species of devil fruit. Chu Han was not concerned with the devil fruit contained within the box, even though it was an ancient species more precious than the natural type. After all, he possessed the power of word spirit, a force without any adverse effects. This was far more formidable than the devil fruit, which bore its own vulnerabilities. What captured Chu Han's attention was the peculiar aura emanating from this devil fruit, akin to the sensation of encountering a kindred spirit. Ordinarily, with an impending battle looming, he would not allow himself the distraction of pondering such matters. After all, he was about to confront 5 vessels manned by elite Marines, accompanied by 2 rear admirals and a vice-admiral, all part of the world government's demon-slaying decree. Chu Han was not unfamiliar with the demon-slaying order. After all, in his previous life, he was an ardent admirer of One Piece. During his time with the Roger Pirates, he had personally encountered the demon-slaying order and even faced threats far more terrifying. However, now Chu Han stood as a solitary king, confronting the world alone, ready to battle against countless armies. A flicker of fervent combat spirit ignited in Chu Han's eyes, the eternal brilliance of his golden pupils shimmering with a dazzling radiance. As if sensing their master's martial intentions, they beat the drums of war in unison. Beyond the preceding lies O'Hara, the watchful flying squirrel, ever attentive to the winds and currents, suddenly interjected with a reminder. Chu Han nodded slightly, remaining silent as he tightened his grip on the dark, enchanted blade. At that moment, an inexplicable force surged within him, causing his heart to race violently, as an invisible pressure enveloped the entire warship, akin to the sudden arrival of a sovereign. Under this silent and overwhelming force, the navigator, a squirrel, collapsed with scarcely a flicker of resistance. What on earth is happening? One hand clutched fiercely at his heart while the other gripped the cursed blade, Murakumo. Strangely, the blade seemed to resonate with an otherworldly spirit, trembling incessantly in his grasp. Meanwhile, Chu Han's heart pounded with fervor, reaching a staggering rate of dozens of beats per second, reminiscent of his state during a blood surge. Yet he had undertaken no action to provoke it. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur, and just before losing his senses, he faintly heard 2 roars echoing in his ears. And in his vision, he appeared to see a dragon. No, 2 dragons. Chu Han struggled to open his eyes, yet he had already succumbed. In the West Sea, on the Island of Knowledge, O'Hara, lies the grandest library where the finest scholars from around the globe congregate. Countless esteemed scholars and travelers come seeking to behold the omniscient tree, which houses a third of the world's knowledge within its branches. However, on this day, the omniscient tree was ablaze, flames reaching skyward and painting the heavens a fiery red. Coughing, the old man murmured fragments of a man's words he had once heard. Eliminate him. O'Hara knows too much. At that moment, a frail voice echoed from a nearby snail phone. Bang! The gunshot abruptly drowned out the elder's voice, resonating across the island and extinguishing his life in an instant. Ensure none remain. The snail phone fell silent, presumably after the speaker had hung up. To defy the laws of the world government while expecting to deliver a final message? Absurd. The man, half-masked in purple, had barely uttered the command of the world government's commissioner before he suddenly shrieked in pain. He had inadvertently bitten his own tongue. Commissioner, the demon extermination order is commencing. We must evacuate or risk being caught in the crossfire. A man clad in a black suit interjected. What? Damn the demon extermination order. Let us flee. The half-masked man hastily sprinted toward the coast, where a vessel awaited. Behind him, the black-clad enforcers felt a twinge of absurdity. How had this man, Spandine, ascended to the role of Commissioner of Judiciary Island? Meanwhile, by the omniscient tree, the fallen elder's eyes remained unclosed, his lips murmuring fragmented thoughts. Robin, remember, the progress of humanity shall not cease. History will one day be unveiled. You must survive, live to witness that moment. With those final words, the elder's eyes closed, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, O'Hara was annihilated, and the wisest elder, Dr. Kuroha, perished. Simultaneously, on another front, Kazan. Do you truly intend to proceed? This is not the Navy's form of justice. A giant towering nearly 20 meters gazed solemnly at the approaching man. He had once held the rank of Rear Admiral within the Navy headquarters, while the man before him had been merely a Commodore at the time of his departure. However, his prowess had long since surpassed that of this colossal Rear Admiral. This was Hubris D. Cerrone, one of the 10 giant Rear Admirals of the Navy headquarters. Standing before him was Kazan, renowned as one of the youngest Rear Admirals in the history of the Navy headquarters, a user of the ice fruit. Chapter 85, Kazan. Long time no see. Perched upon Cerrone's shoulder was a small girl, the sole survivor from O'Hara, and the daughter of his late friend. Thus, Cerrone was resolute in his determination to protect her life, even if it meant confronting this formidable Navy newcomer. An overwhelming chill radiated from Kazan, causing the temperature of the small island, previously heightened by the gunfire, to plummet to several degrees below zero upon his arrival. Cerrone, I have no desire to comment on the justice of the Navy, as it resides within my heart, Kazan stated, his sunglasses obscuring his true thoughts and whether his words bore any truth. As he spoke, the icy aura emanating from him swiftly enveloped the ground, and in an instant, Cerrone found his feet frozen in place. Cerrone roared in frustration, straining against the immobilizing grip, as if weighed down by a titanic force. No matter his efforts, he could not free himself. Hubris D. Cerrone, a warrior of the giant clan, an elite among the sacred warriors of Elbaf, faced an adversary who was one of the Navy's 3 great newcomers, the youngest Rear Admiral, Kazan, who possessed the strength of a prospective Vice Admiral. Futile, Cerrone. You cannot escape my absolute freeze. Surrender now, and perhaps the world government will spare your life, given your former rank as a Rear Admiral. Frost spread relentlessly across Kazan's hands, swiftly encasing his arms in ice. Cerrone fell silent. The manifestation of frost was the signature move of a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, signifying Kazan's seriousness. Cerrone, please hand me over. The quiet black-haired girl on Cerrone's shoulder suddenly spoke in a low tone. Cerrone, instead of reacting with anger, calmly addressed the approaching Kazan while looking at the girl. Little Robin, remember, the sea is vast. One day, you will encounter those who will accept, protect, and cherish you, for reasons unknown. A sense of foreboding washed over little Robin. It was as if her mother had spoken to her in a similar tone just before she vanished from her life. With a pale face, little Robin clutched Cerrone's clothing and implored, Cerrone, please don't do anything reckless. Hand me over. Cerrone chuckled softly, suddenly setting little Robin down, and joyfully exclaimed, Hee, little Robin, remember, when you're feeling down, just laugh like this. Upon finishing his words, Cerrone turned to face Kazan. A terrifying aura of a giant emanating from him. He was indeed a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, a born warrior. Boom. Kazan shook his head. 2 years ago, he would have struggled against Cerrone, possibly even requiring a fierce battle to emerge victorious. However, since the events at Rogtown, his strength had significantly increased. Even when faced with a former giant vice admiral, Kazan could resolve the encounter within 3 moves. Cerrone understood he had but one chance. He needed to severely injure Kazan to prevent Little Robin from escaping this place. The earth trembled, as if sensing the eruption of power from Cerrone, the giant. Unfortunately, before Cerrone could unleash his ultimate move, he was enveloped by an overwhelming chill, and in an instant, half of his body was frozen. Kazan slowly approached Cerrone, resting his right hand gently on Cerrone's leg encased in ice. Ice Age. Crack, crack, crack. As Cerrone witnessed his body succumbing to the frost, a sudden laughter erupted from him, echoing through the heavens as if he wished for someone to hear. Hee. Hagward Cerrone, one of the 10 giant vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, met his demise. Little Robin, not far away, witnessed this tragic event and cried out in anguish, Cerrone. Alas, there was no reply, for he had succumbed to the absolute zero of death. Next, it is you. Kazan turned to gaze at Little Robin, who had not yet retreated far. Wiping her tears, Little Robin ran with all her might. She must survive. She had to live. Kazan exhibited no haste, moving slowly, showing no concern that Little Robin might escape. Boom. Suddenly, a cannon shot and a deafening roar captured the attention of both the dazed Little Robin and Kazan. Kazan's expression changed drastically as he turned towards the source of the sound, where a burning ship gradually sank beneath the waves. Sakazuki. After 2 years, Kazan's icy heart ignited with fury once more. That was an entire ship of innocent lives. Years ago, Kazan had fought desperately over the lives of over 200 Marines on Sabaody Archipelago. Today, he was enraged for the sake of these innocent souls. In shock, Little Robin stared at the flaming vessel, repeatedly murmuring, How could this happen to everyone? Kazan's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on a distant warship, where stood a man, a detestable scoundrel. After the O'Hara incident, I will settle accounts with you, Sakazuki. Kazan swiftly composed himself, turning to face Nico Robin with the intention of ending her life. However, a fleeting image of Cerrone flashed through his mind. Among the Navy, apart from Vice Admirals Garp and Tsuru, it was Cerrone, the giant Vice Admiral, with whom he shared a closer bond. But now, was he truly prepared to take the life of this little girl whom Cerrone fiercely protected? Life is filled with unexpected turns, such as Kazan's sudden fury ignited by Sakazuki's actions, or the timely arrival of a certain king. Just as Kazan hesitated, he abruptly looked up at the sky, having sensed a powerful heartbeat through his observation hockey, a heartbeat of immense strength. Boom. In an instant, a massive pit appeared before Kazan. Within this pit, a shadow emerged, shielding the bewildered Robin behind it. Kazan, long time no see. The voice, tinged with a casualness reminiscent of old friends reminiscing, bore no warmth, instead radiating a chilling aura, laden with murderous intent. As the dust settled, the figure became clearer, a young boy clad in a platinum-colored trench coat, his black hair framing a youthful visage, yet exuding an innate, formidable presence that matched his reputation, powerful and domineering. Kazan's pupils constricted in surprise. Dragon Lord, Chu Han. The newcomer was indeed the long-awaited Chu Han. Chapter 86, The Wrath of Sengoku, 35, subscription requested, Dragon Lord, Chu Han. The figure was none other than the belated Chu Han. Simultaneously, Chu Han narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Kazan, whom he had not seen in 2 years. 2 years prior, Kazan and Sakazuki had risen to become the youngest vice admirals in Navy history, propelled by Chu Han's terrifying bounty of 190 million. At that time, Chu Han had not paid much heed, for he was capable of standing against even admirals with his bloodlust, let alone a vice admiral. However, upon closer inspection now, it was evident that Kazan had grown stronger, a chilling aura emanating from him that caused Chu Han to frown slightly. What brings you here? Kazan instantly assumed a battle stance, his arm transforming into ice, now extending to half his body, a clear indication of his wariness towards Chu Han. After all, 2 years ago, he, along with Sakazuki and Palusolino, had been defeated by Chu Han, and had it not been for Admiral Sengoku's timely intervention, they would have perished at Chu Han's hands. I came to witness the farcical actions of the world government, Chu Han replied with a cold smile, casting a pointed glance towards the sea. Upon hearing this, Kazan fell silent, the weight of the matter pressing heavily upon him. He could not comprehend the rationale behind targeting innocent lives. Chu Han frowned and let out a mocking laugh, turning away while cradling little Robin, utterly indifferent to facing Kazan. He had his word's spirit scythe activated, Not even Kazan, let alone the resurrected pirate king Gold. Roger could hope to ambush him under such circumstances. Just then, Kazan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Chu Han did not halt his steps, seemingly oblivious to Kazan's words. Observing that Chu Han showed no intention of stopping, Kazan furrowed his brow slightly, refraining from obstructing him. Instead, he turned to leave, uttering a solitary remark. If you take her away, ensure her safety. Should she commit any wrongdoing, I shall be the first to seek her demise. With that declaration, Kazan departed from the island, making his way back to his warship. Drawing closer to the other 3 vessels, Chu Han gazed coldly at Kazan as he departed, exhibiting no intention to take action. After all, his current state was somewhat unstable, and he was uncertain of the consequences of impulsively engaging. The most pressing concern was the dragon's blood within him, which was boiling, accompanied by a faint yet persistent roar echoing in his ears. Damn it, it's happening again. Ever since regaining consciousness on the deck, the sound of the dragon's roar had relentlessly filled his ears, as if it were attempting to convey some profound message. Curse it. Chu Han tightened his grip on Little Robin and activated Moonwalk, soaring away from O'Hara. The terrifying artillery of the Demon Slayer Order was about to descend. And when the island erupted, even his body, enhanced by the dragon's blood, would be unable to withstand the devastation. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of air bursting continually emanated from beneath Chu Han's feet, and gradually, they lost all sense of how far they had distanced themselves from O'Hara. Chu Han finally came to a halt on a deserted island. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku slammed his palm on the table. His face contorted with anger as he gazed at the report before him. Why are you so furious, Sengoku? Such anger is detrimental to your health, Carp jested, his usual cheerful demeanor intact as he tossed a piece of rice cracker into his mouth. Carp, you old rascal, refrain from eating rice crackers in my office. Sengoku's forehead pulsed with veins, struggling to suppress the urge to unleash a shockwave at Carp. Oh, come on. What kind of friendship is this? Don't be so formal. Let us share these rice crackers, Carp replied nonchalantly, continuing to munch while shifting his position. Now the fleet admiral. Sengoku tossed a rice cracker into his own mouth and said to Carp, O'Hara has been obliterated, leaving only an 8-year-old girl as the sole survivor. Carp neither nodded nor shook his head, but continued to devour his rice crackers, as if fearing someone might snatch them away. Sengoku, not expecting Carp to respond, continued to speak to himself. What on earth did those historians from O'Hara uncover from history texts? I remain clueless. All those tasked with the death mission, including Commander Spandam, inexplicably perished at sea, with no clear cause. Carp continued his consumption, though his movements seemed to slow slightly. Observing Carp's demeanor, Sengoku sighed. I understand that the incident in Rogue Town 2 years ago has left you utterly disillusioned with me and the Navy, which is why you declined the promotion to Admiral and rejected all summons from the Navy headquarters in the world government, choosing instead to indulge in rice crackers or embark on leisurely voyages. Carp raised his hand to correct, it's a cruise. I'm still capturing pirates, you know. In total, I've apprehended over 100 pirate crews. Sengoku's forehead twitched again, on the verge of eruption. Yes, you've captured over 100 pirates, but not one with a bounty exceeding 100 million, and all were apprehended in the first half of the Grand Line. For a captain, this was quite ordinary. Especially considering the perils of the New World, patrolling only the first half of the Grand Line was entirely reasonable. However, for Carp, it was simply unacceptable. Who is Carp? The man who has cornered the pirate king Gold. Roger on numerous occasions, a hero of the Navy. Known as the strongest vice admiral with the title of Iron Fist, Carp gazed pitifully at Sengoku. I'm getting old. Isn't this a time for retirement? Sengoku's veins throbbed, teetering on the brink of fury. Retirement? Have you ever seen an elderly retiree who spends his days at sea, either tossing shells or using islands as punching bags? Sengoku took a deep breath, for he might truly be driven to madness by Carp's antics. Do you know who appeared during the O'Hara incident? Sengoku cast a deep glance at Carp, seemingly speaking casually. Carp paused in his action of eating senbei and casually inquired, Who is worth your concern, Admiral? Sengoku, fixing his gaze on Carp, replied solemnly, the former crew member of the Roger Pirates, with a bounty of 190 million berries, is none other than Long Jun, Chu Han. Carp immediately ceased his movements, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the moment he encountered Chu Han in Rogue Town. He vividly remembered the glimmer of ambition and dominance in the eyes of that 8-year-old boy, which had struck him as perilous. At that time, Carp had been thoroughly disillusioned with the Navy, and thus had never mentioned this incident to anyone thereafter. Chapter 87. Carp Strikes. Carp averted his gaze from Sengoku. Avoiding his penetrating stare, Sengoku, undeterred, continued, according to Kazan's report, he is now 10 years old. I suddenly recalled that more than 2 years have passed since the events in Rogue Town. He quickly amended. This 10-year-old prodigy now possesses an aura that rivals that of an admiral. After 2 years, his strength must have undergone a tremendous transformation. While I cannot ascertain if he has attained admiral-level strength, his previous defeat of Sakazuki and his companions certainly suggests he is formidable. As Sengoku spoke, he reminisced about the events from 2 years prior, recalling the image of the black-haired boy, aged merely 8, wielding flames in a fierce clash against Sakazuki and his allies. That scene remained etched in his memory, undiminished by the passage of time. Carp remained silent, having ceased his senbei consumption. Sengoku, regaining his focus, continued. During the Ohara incident, he rescued the sole survivor, a little girl, who was also the only archaeologist in the world capable of deciphering the poneglyphs. You should understand the implications of this, Carp? After a prolonged silence, Sengoku was startled by an odd sound and turned to find Carp fast asleep. The veins on Sengoku's forehead throbbed with fury as he shouted, Carp. What with the yelling? I'm not asleep. I can hear you. Carp replied, his expression one of displeasure at being awakened. A series of dark lines appeared on Sengoku's forehead, and once again, he felt the urge to erupt in anger. Sensing the impending storm, Carp swiftly slipped away. Leaving a parting remark that echoed from outside the office, I'm off to patrol. Don't bother looking for me for at least 3 to 5 years. Buddha Sengoku shook his head in resignation, yet inwardly he released a quiet sigh of relief, for Carp's words conveyed a sense of assurance. Years ago, when Carp first set out to apprehend the newly crowned Pirate King, Gold. Roger. He had stated that one should not seek him for at least 3 to 5 years. This was a sentiment that only Sengoku could truly grasp. This time, there would be no escape. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. The renowned Navy hero, Carp, who had cornered the Pirate King Gold. Roger on multiple occasions, was now on a mission to capture a mere 10-year-old boy. Surely, there could be no room for error. At least, Sengoku did not believe so. In the North Sea, on a nameless isle, Chuhan remained oblivious to the immense peril encroaching upon him, even if he were aware. He currently lacked the capacity to concern himself with it. Chuhan felt as though he were engulfed in flames, as if the dragon blood within him had been ignited. Boiling like water, his heart pounded violently, seemingly attempting to escape from his very chest. Ding! Warning, warning! The host's dragon lineage is undergoing an unknown metamorphosis. The process is unclear, and the consequences remain unknown. Chuhan was in such excruciating pain that he could scarcely utter a word. His heart overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Transformation? Unknown reasons? What on earth was happening? Suddenly, Chuhan raised his head and let out a tremendous roar as golden flames erupted, enveloping his body in an everlasting glow. His golden eyes ignited, and the blood within him began to boil fervently. Ding! Warning! Warning! Unknown language spirit awakened. Dragon lineage evolving, golden eyes igniting. The awakening of the language spirit? Was it the one acquired aboard the warship? Why had it suddenly manifested? Regrettably, Chuhan could no longer articulate his thoughts, for he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. In the South Sea, on Parker Island in the quaint town of Catras, a little girl with ebony hair cheerfully conversed with an elderly woman. Thank you, Grandpa Leyland. I shall take my leave now. With that, the girl waved goodbye to the old man, who struggled to see the path ahead, and gleefully ran towards the shore. Grandpa Leyland, with a gentle smile, called out to the departing child, "Be careful." Got it, came the girl's distant voice, signaling her already far-off journey. Ah, old Leyland. Has little Robin come again? Inquired a young man clad in denim, observing the joyful expression on Grandpa Leyland's face. Indeed, she just left. She must be headed to the beach, replied the old man, who, lacking sight, merely smiled. Oh, to the beach. I suppose she wishes to see her brother? Yes. It was indeed peculiar. That young boy had lain in an unconscious state for 3 whole years without succumbing to death, a mystery even the town's doctor found perplexing. Who knows? Chuckled the old man. Meanwhile, the little girl, having swiftly reached the coastline, cautiously surveyed her surroundings before making her way to a small wooden cabin by the beach, which she had painstakingly constructed over the course of a month 3 years prior. This girl was none other than little Robin, the sole survivor of the Ohara incident and the only archaeologist in the world capable of deciphering the text of history. 3 years ago, after O'Hara was obliterated by the Buster Call, she had been rescued by Chu Han from Kazan's grasp and brought to an unnamed island in the North Sea. Unbeknownst to her, this island was, in fact, a colossal island turtle. By the time little Robin awakened, the island turtle had transported them from the North Sea to Parker Island in the South Sea. Though little Robin was unaware of who Chu Han truly was, she knew he had saved her life at the last moment. Therefore, for 3 years, she had diligently cared for the comatose Chu Han. Alas, despite the passage of time, there remained no sign of awakening from him. "Big brother, when will you wake up?" Little Robin gazed at the unconscious Chu Han, retrieving the prepared handkerchief to wipe his body. For the past 3 years, due to Chu Han's coma, she had been unable to feed him, managing only to provide him with occasional sips of water. At times, some inebriated uncles from the town would offer her liquor to feed him, resulting in Chu Han remaining unscathed while she herself became tipsy. Initially, little Robin felt bashful. After all, she was precocious and wise beyond her years, understanding much at such a tender age. Though she experienced some shyness at first, she gradually became accustomed to the situation, and it eventually transformed into a natural habit. Alas, she longed for him to awaken. 3 years had already elapsed. With a hint of sorrow, little Robin looked at Chu Han. Despite not having eaten or drunk anything for 3 years, he remained alive. Yet she felt an unshakable sense of unease, for humans are made of flesh and blood, and such a state could not persist without consequence. Unbeknownst to little Robin, Chu Han's eyelids fluttered slightly, as if on the verge of awakening. Chapter 88, The Word Spirit. Blaze 55, please subscribe. In the South Sea, on Parker Island, lies a secluded isle unknown to the world government, with the town of Catras remaining equally obscure. This tranquil haven, akin to a paradise untouched by time, harbors 2 children whose potential could astonish the world. Observing the still unconscious Chu Han, little Robin sighed softly before dashing out of the wooden cabin to gather food and water. For the daylight was waning, and she would soon feel apprehensive in the darkness of night. Curiously, the residents of Catras town often spoke of the coastal region being frequented by sea monsters or ferocious beasts, yet in 3 years, little Robin had encountered none. This peculiar circumstance elicited wonder from the townsfolk. During such moments, little Robin would proudly declare, "This is because my brother is formidable. He has frightened away all the wild beasts and monsters." The residents merely chuckled. After all, how formidable could a mere 12 or 13-year-old child truly be? They were oblivious to the fact that the beasts on the island and the sea kings along the shore fled in terror upon sensing the draconic majesty emanating from Chu Han. If they were aware of this, one could only wonder what their reactions would be. After little Robin departed from the wooden cabin, Chu Han, who had lain unconscious for a full 3 years, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed quietly at the outside world, watching little Robin. In truth, Chu Han had awakened long before little Robin's return. No, it was not that. Throughout these 3 years, Chu Han had remained conscious, for he had never truly lost awareness. 3 years prior, a transformation of his draconic lineage commenced within him for reasons unknown, rendering him devoid of control over his own body. Trapped in a state of consciousness while utterly immobilized, he could neither speak nor open his eyes. Thus, for the past 3 years, Chu Han had been perceived as being in a comatose state. It was precisely this circumstance that granted little Robin the audacity to engage in those peculiar actions. Unlike little Robin, who was unaware, Chu Han was conscious yet unable to resist, ensnared in a peculiar condition where he could neither articulate nor move. Consequently, he could only passively endure little Robin's advances. Even now, as Chu Han reflects upon it, he feels a strange sensation, almost akin to warmth. The emergence of such a term within a highborn half-blood, marked by the sorrow of blood, is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Chu Han has always been a solitary monarch, advancing step by step towards the highest throne that symbolizes power and authority, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Suddenly, it seems that this lonely king is no longer alone. A petite figure appears at his side, taking his hand and leading him upwards towards the depths of hell. "Nicole Robin," Chu Han softly murmurs the name of the little Robin, his eyes shimmering with intricate emotions. For years, he has been immobile, regaining his physical capabilities only about 2 hours prior to Robin's return. At that moment, a familiar mechanical sound resonates in his mind. Ding! The host's bloodline transformation is complete. The bloodline has reached the A-grade hybrid limit, classified as a second-generation dragon species. Chu Han was momentarily taken aback, and before he could gather his thoughts, the voice of the system resounded once more. Ding! Unknown word spirit, flame of the dragon, awakening of the blaze. Chu Han blinked, his hands gently clenching, and a rare expression of bemusement appeared on his face. The concept of word spirit, blaze, was not documented within the annals of the Dragon Clan, yet it had been mentioned in the narratives of novels. In times when school regulations were less stringent, there had been some absurd cases, such as a young man, adorned with alchemical apparatus, who left the campus and wreaked havoc upon a secretive gang that idolized the Dragon Clan. Empowered by his alchemical devices, he invoked word spirit, blaze, unleashing flames akin to hundreds of tons of fuel ignited on the streets of New York. The hero's tale concluded, and the criminal faced justice. Yet the repercussions demanded millions of dollars to rectify. However, the system's decision to illustrate Chu Han's evolution with the example of a dragon's progeny indicated a complete perception of him as a dragon. Chu Han shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and then spoke solemnly. System, why has my dragon lineage suddenly undergone a transformation? Moreover, why has the word spirit, blaze, awakened so abruptly? These were the questions that had consumed his mind during the 3 years of his unconsciousness, leaving him in a state of profound confusion. After a moment of silence, the system's mechanical voice echoed once more. Due to the intervention of an unknown dragon, the host's dragon lineage has been stimulated, leading to activation and subsequent metamorphosis. With that, the system fell silent again. However, this revelation was sufficient. Chu Han began to grasp the changes that had transpired within him. As he recalled the events of the past 2 years, from Rogtown to O'Hara, an idea struck him. The unknown dragon, could it possibly refer to the dragon on the battleship island? Or perhaps that ancient breed of devil fruit? Chu Han recalled the enigmatic power of the dragon that lay shrouded within the millennia-old dragon tomb, as well as the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit he had seized aboard the naval vessel. According to the weasel, this fruit was an ancient Zoan type known as the Tyrannosaurus fruit, even more precious than the natural-type devil fruits. When he made contact with the Tyrannosaurus fruit, Chu Han indeed experienced an extraordinary sensation, akin to encountering a kindred spirit. Devil fruits, Tyrannosaurus, unknown dragons, dragon blood. Chu Han furrowed his brow, pondering the connections among these elements, yet it seemed that no distinct correlation existed. Devil fruits wait. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Chu Han's mind as he contemplated a possibility. The more he considered it, the more plausible it appeared. If that were the case, everything that had transpired within him could be elucidated. However, to substantiate this theory, he would need to conduct a thorough investigation of the devil fruit itself. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Han resolved to take a month's respite while familiarizing himself with the significant events that had unfolded over the past 3 years at sea. The destruction of O'Hara surely must have stirred some ripples. As for Parker Island, situated in the South China Sea, even the world government was oblivious to its happenings, and the newspapers seldom reached there. Moreover, since Nico Robin did not read the papers, Chu Han remained entirely uninformed about the events of the past 3 years. Suddenly, Chu Han frowned slightly, gazing towards a certain direction by the sea. His ability, word spirit, side weasel, had remained active even during his unconscious state, ensuring that any ferocious sea beasts approaching the island were frightened away by his word spirit, Emperor. After awakening, the side weasel continued to operate, and just moments ago, a wind spirit had sensed several individuals approaching the shore, apparently targeting Nico Robin. Chapter 89. The Bounty of 200 Million. In the Grand Line, South China Sea. At Parker Island, Nico Robin was foraging for wild fruits and vegetables. Fortune smiled upon her as she caught a Christian carp, which, combined with some wild greens, would make for a delightful fish soup. For some reason, a slight blush crept onto her cheeks. She chastised herself for her wandering thoughts and decided to focus on gathering more vegetables as the day began to wane. Casting a glance at the darkening sky, Robin hurriedly picked up her small basket and dashed towards her wooden cottage. Over the past few years, her daily routine of foraging had stripped the nearby area bare, and for the last 6 months, she had been preparing her meals along the coastline. Not far from Robin, a dark-haired youth exuding an icy aura stood silently beneath a tree, watching her retreating figure in contemplative silence. Abruptly, without turning his head, the young man coldly remarked, "Speak of what you know." This youth was none other than the recently awakened Chu Han. Behind Chu Han stood several young men armed with machetes and ropes. Previously, they had sinister intentions towards Nico Robin, but were swiftly subdued by Chu Han's commanding presence, rendered utterly powerless. "We don't know much. Only that recently the Navy has arrived in our town, declaring that Cutross Town is now under the jurisdiction of the world government." A man clad in Western cowboy attire stammered. Upon closer inspection, it was the very man who had inquired about Nico Robin's whereabouts on that fateful day. The Navy? Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly. Since a year ago, his surveillance of the town had significantly diminished. He had only occasionally dispatched Kamaitachi for reconnaissance. He never anticipated such a grave oversight. The arrival of the Navy here only served to confirm his concerns. Chu Han pondered for a moment before speaking. Please continue. Possessing the powers of observation haki in the royal language, Chu Han was unafraid of deceit. Should they dare to lie, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. For he was not one to show mercy. Ah, indeed. The cowboy, displaying remarkable intelligence, refrained from fabricating any falsehoods. As he had discerned that once the young man before him, who had stirred the very seas, awoke, not only would these mere villagers be powerless against him, but even the sea kings would find themselves at his mercy. Chu Han gazed expressionlessly at the sea, his mind incessantly pondering several matters, gradually charting a course. The villagers had already been rendered unconscious by him and cast into the ocean. If fortune favored them, they would be devoured by the sea creatures. But if misfortune befell them, they would drift to a deserted island, ultimately concluding their lives. Chu Han paid no heed to the lives of those villagers. Nor did he care for the existence of anyone beneath the heavens. He was a solitary monarch. Anything that lacked utility to him held no value. Suddenly, an image of little Robin flashed through his mind, disturbing the tranquility of the lake's surface ever so slightly. Quickly, he reined in his thoughts and contemplated before heading towards the small wooden cabin. The intelligence he had just acquired was too vague. He needed to reach a proper island soon, or, better yet, ambush a newspaper bird directly. 3 days later, on Parker Island in the South China Sea. Farewell, Old Man Leyland. I promise I will return. Little Robin called out, energetically waving from the raft, her voice filled with restlessness. Be quiet, Chu Han snapped, his patience wearing thin as he spoke coldly. Generally, when a millennia-old iceberg like Chu Han spoke in such a manner, even figures like Carp and the warring states would fall silent. Otherwise, Chu Han would likely retaliate with a swift strike. However, Little Robin pouted in discontent and replied, Old Man Leyland has taken great care of us over the past 3 years. It's only natural to bid farewell, yet you say I'm noisy. Chu Han raised an eyebrow slightly and corrected, It is you who is being taken care of, not I. I do not require assistance. It is of no concern to me. Suddenly, lost in thought, Chu Han fell silent and turned to gaze at the surface of the sea, her heart in turmoil. A faint blush crept onto Little Robin's cheeks. After all, Chu Han had mentioned that for the past 3 years, he had been fully conscious of everything. Reflecting on her previous actions made Little Robin feel bashful, and for a moment, the atmosphere on the raft became rather awkward. Chu Han was quite displeased with this sensation, and he found himself unsatisfied with the speed of the raft. Suddenly, a burst of golden flames erupted from the rear of the raft, functioning like a jet propulsion system, propelling the small vessel forward at a remarkable pace. In no time, the shadow of Parker Island vanished from sight. Ah! Little Robin exclaimed, clutching tightly to Chu Han's arm, burying her head deep in his embrace, refusing to lift her gaze. This scene unfolded so swiftly and unexpectedly that Chu Han, momentarily taken aback, felt an odd sensation welling up within him. He attempted to break free, only to discover that his body, now enhanced by dragon blood, was unable to do so. Thus, Little Robin remained clinging to his arm as they sped towards Rog Town on the fire-boosted raft. Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters at Marine Ford, Vice Admiral Garp found himself in a predicament. You scoundrel, after 3 years you bring me back this? A dark figure had just flown out of the Admiral's office, landing at the dock, its fate uncertain. Calm down, anger is harmful to your health. I didn't intend for this. Garp maintained his usual cheerful demeanor, though his hair had noticeably grayed and signs of age were creeping in, no longer possessing the same overwhelming presence that had once cornered the Pirate King. Sengoku glared at Garp, barely suppressing his urge to shout. You promised me you would capture that little monster named Chu Han. Sengoku was livid. A dignified Marine Vice Admiral, a legendary sailor, had spent 3 long years only to return with a creature resembling a mere child who wet his pants? Was this an affront to his intelligence? When did I ever guarantee that? Garp feigned innocence, his expression utterly bewildered. You old rascal! Sengoku finally erupted, unleashing a golden glowing slap that sent Garp flying. Regaining his composure swiftly, Sengoku turned to the nearly unconscious Marine beside him, ordering, Send my command. The notorious Dragon Lord Chu Han is to be offered a bounty of 200 million berries. Let every bounty hunter across the seas be alerted. In the latter half of the Grand Line, a realm known as the New World had been established by countless pirates, signifying an entirely new world, distinct from all previous understandings. In the Rosakara Sea of the New World, a young man with short yellow hair held up a bounty notice and addressed a giant-like figure in the center. Old man. That fellow named Chu Han has managed to evade Garp's pursuit. The bounty has already risen to 200 million. Ha ha ha. Is that boy from Roger's crew? Quite impressive. Does he intend to inherit Roger's will? The man was tall, adorned with a pair of crescent-shaped whiskers, emanating an intangible yet formidable presence that seemed to shake the very ocean. Following the demise of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, this man was regarded as the mightiest on these seas. He was the supreme sovereign of the New World. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Chapter 90, Ram and Rem, 25. Subscription requested, near Water 7 in the Grand Line. In this world, the most excruciating ordeal is to carry a small girl with you. Yet, even more agonizing is to be accompanied by 3 chattering young girls. Chu Han gazed at the 3 young girls chattering away on the deck, experiencing for the first time in his life an intense headache, not the ordinary kind, but rather a sensation as if his head had suddenly expanded. Sister, sister. That man is quite peculiar. He seems no different from us, yet he instills a sense of danger in Ram, remarked the blue-haired girl, clearly the younger sibling. Her manner of speaking oddly unusual. Little sister, he is not a man. He is merely our age, just having grown up too quickly, countered another girl with short pink hair, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the blue-haired girl, suggesting they were twins. However, the peculiar way in which they conversed was so exasperating that Chu Han could hardly bear it any longer. Silence, he exclaimed. The veins on Chu Han's forehead were faintly visible. The twin sisters were not only identical in appearance, but also in their manner of speaking. If he had known, he wouldn't have intervened. A month ago, the wooden raft that Chu Han and Robin were aboard had disintegrated near Road Town due to the overwhelming burst of the language of spirits, Blaze. Fortunately, Chu Han had self-taught the moonwalk technique. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in a dire predicament. While Chu Han could swim to safety, Robin, being a devil fruit user, could not. It was at that moment that Chu Han recalled Robin was not only the youngest archaeologist in history, but also possessed the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit. Thus, he had no choice but to cradle Robin with one arm while utilizing the moonwalk to traverse the waters. Thankfully, Chu Han's body had been fortified by dragon blood over the past 3 years, allowing him to endure the significant physical exertion required by the moonwalk. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to fatigue midway. After lingering in Road Town for half a month, Chu Han finally discovered a warship. After a bloody skirmish that decimated most of the Navy personnel, the few remaining soldiers surrendered. Consequently, Chu Han and Robin embarked on the warship, entering the Grand Line. During their journey, they unexpectedly encountered a pirate ship known as the Young Girl Pirates. Initially, Chu Han had no intention of stirring up trouble, especially since he was being pursued by the Navy. He preferred to avoid conflict with pirates or naval forces before reuniting with Crocodile, unless absolutely necessary. However, he ultimately decided to act, as he spotted his sniper aboard the ship, those loquacious twin sisters. Even at a distance of nearly an island away, the two were able to discern his identity, which testified to their astonishing eyesight, a fundamental quality for a sniper and a measure of their excellence in that role. In order to conquer the Grand Line, Chu Han requires a formidable pirate crew as his support. Thus, he seeks to assemble a crew, the most powerful one of all. Although he has candidates in mind for his crew, he has yet to make a definitive choice for the sharpshooter. This uncertainty persists until he encounters a pair of twins endowed with extraordinary long-range vision. The only drawback is that the sisters tend to be rather loquacious. The Grand Line. Water 7. As a renowned shipbuilding metropolis, Water 7 boasts more than half of the world's finest shipwrights, with countless vessels originating from this place. The most famous among them is the Oro Jackson, the ship that enabled the pirate king Gold Roger to conquer the entire Grand Line. Crafted by the legendary shipwright, the Fishman Tom, it witnessed Gold Roger's transformation from an ordinary pirate to the pirate king. Additionally, the formidable Moby Dick of the New World's overlord, Whitebeard, was also built in Water 7, and even the famed sky fortress of the Golden Lion Shiki was constructed by the shipwrights of this city. Consequently, every year, innumerable pirates and travelers flock to Water 7, not only to have a ship fashioned, but also to visit the very place where legendary figures like the Pirate King, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion set sail on their adventures. Water 7, a scrapyard. This is where discarded ships and old vessels, along with broken parts, are abandoned by those seeking to construct new ships. It serves as a vast refuse dump. At the edge of this junkyard, a man clad in butler attire stands quietly by the sea, seemingly awaiting someone. Suddenly, he murmurs, "Here they come again." At that moment, a loud voice echoes, seemingly calling out to the peculiar man. "Hey, Kuro, are you daydreaming here again?" Following this exclamation are two boys, appearing to be merely 11 or 12 years of age. "Flam, show some respect to Mr. Kuro. He is a world-renowned pirate." A mature-looking boy with short hair expresses his dissatisfaction towards the outspoken one. Unfazed, the boy named Flam replies nonchalantly, "What are you afraid of, Iceberg? Kuro is not a bad guy. Besides, Thomas said that Kuro is a partner of an old friend of his, so why be so formal?" The boy referred to as Iceberg shakes his head helplessly, clearly accustomed to the situation. The butler man smiles gently and remarks, "Flam, Iceberg, does Mr. Tom still refuse to see me?" This man is none other than Chu Han's butler, Kuro. After being saved by Chu Han in Alabasta, he parted ways with Chu Han and headed to Water 7, awaiting his return. During this time, he sought an audience with the esteemed shipwright, Tom, whom Chu Han held in high regard. Regrettably, Tom consistently refused to meet with him. Despite his status as Chu Han's steward, Flam, with a carefree demeanor, patted Klo's shoulder and remarked, "Hey, I wonder what Tom is up to. For 3 years, he has declined to see you, no matter what you say. It's quite puzzling." Unlike Flam, who was rather straightforward, the stoic Iceberg appeared to possess a deeper understanding, hinting that this reluctance might be tied to an old friend of Tom's. Klo displayed no outward emotion, as he had grown accustomed to such responses over the past 3 years. Chapter 91. Fisherman Tom in the shipyard of Water 7, Flam curiously observed Klo, finding it unsurprising that he showed no signs of disappointment. After all, one would become accustomed to relentless rejection over 3 years. Flam was intrigued by this gentleman and questioned whether he could truly be the fearsome pirate listed on the bounty poster. He certainly did not seem to fit that description. As he pondered, Flam nodded affirmatively. Amused, Klo teased, "What do you mean I don't look the part?" Klo was well aware of what Flam was implying, merely seeking to playfully provoke him. Flam produced a bounty notice issued by the world government, pointing at the man depicted therein. "This one here, I think you bear no resemblance to a wanted criminal with a bounty of over 100 million. The poster illustrated a man wearing glasses, instilling fear with his 10 claws, each measuring nearly a meter in length, reminiscent of a cat's. The notorious Klo, with a bounty of 70 million berries, had his notice updated 3 years prior after inadvertently killing a naval lieutenant, and, in an effort to conceal certain matters, indirectly slaughtering an entire ship of Marines. Since then, Klo's bounty had risen, granting him a modicum of notoriety as a pirate. However, Klo understood who was responsible for this predicament, and thus he adhered to that person's commands, patiently waiting in Water 7 for the return of the king. Meanwhile, Iceberg seized Flam's arm, admonishing, "How can you speak like that? It's quite rude. You must apologize." Flam rolled his eyes and dashed away, disregarding Iceberg completely. Iceberg, resigned, turned to Klo and said, "I apologize, Mr. Klo, for Flam's behavior." In response, Klo maintained his gentle smile, replying, "There's no need for concern. I harbor no ill feelings." Upon hearing this, Iceberg secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Kuro was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million, and Iceberg genuinely feared that Kuro, in a moment of displeasure, might eliminate both of them. Thus, upon hearing Kuro's words, Iceberg felt a sense of tranquility wash over him before he turned to pursue Frankie. Kuro, meanwhile, maintained a constant smile as he observed the two, concealing the calmness and indifference that lay beneath his cheerful facade. Over the past 3 years, Kuro had unexpectedly awakened his observation haki and had even mastered one of the 6 powers of the Marines, known as Saru, which he had learned during his first encounter with Chu Han. The transformation of Kuro over these 3 years was nothing short of remarkable. "Young master, where are you?" Kuro sighed with a hint of helplessness. The entire world speculated about Chugan's whereabouts, yet no one truly knew where he was at that moment. Some claimed that Chu Han had been slain by Garp, whose formidable strength was widely acknowledged. He had repeatedly cornered the pirate king Gold. Roger. If Garp had set his sights on Chu Han, death would have been the only outcome for him. However, what no one knew was that Chu Han had never even crossed paths with Garp. He had been in a coma for 3 long years, vanishing from sight and creating the illusion of evading Garp's pursuit. At Water 7, in a dilapidated workshop, the fisherman Tom gazed at Kuro outside, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. After all, there were few pirates like Kuro, endowed with such unwavering determination. Most with such tenacity had already ascended to become formidable conquerors of the seas. Are you truly not going to see him? Tom suddenly turned to the man across from him. This was a somewhat ragged-looking youth, appearing somewhat destitute, yet unable to conceal the pride and authority that emanated from deep within his lineage. Upon hearing this, the youth frowned and retorted, "You never used to be this verbose." Tom merely shook his head, unfazed. Ever since he had known the youth, he had always possessed this disposition, which had remained unchanged over the years. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence. The youth directly stated his purpose. "I want you to help me build a ship. A pirate vessel that pales in comparison to the arrogance." Without a moment's hesitation, Tom replied, "Certainly." He had anticipated this request, as all indications suggested that the youth before him had harbored ambitions over the past few years, and given their acquaintance, Tom had previously promised to lend a helping hand. The youth remained silent, yet his gaze bored deeply into Tom's eyes as he continued, "Back then, I could never comprehend why the Oro Jackson lacked certain things. After visiting Alabasta, I began to understand." Fishman Tom remained silent, taken aback by the fact that the young boy had ventured all the way to Alabasta to gather information. The boy, unfazed, spoke up. "You promised Roger to lend me your assistance. This is something Uncle Rayleigh once mentioned to me. Among the Roger pirates, you are the only one I can turn to for help." Fishman Tom had once crafted the Oro Jackson, a ship capable of traversing the entirety of the Grand Line, for the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, thus earning his title as the shipwright of Roger's crew. The boy inhaled deeply, despite feeling a hint of nervousness. His expression remained serene, as if nothing could disturb his composure, not even the collapse of the world around him. "I seek the components of Pluton." Boom. This statement resonated like a thunderclap. Anyone who overheard it would undoubtedly be shaken to the core. What is Pluton? It is one of the ancient weapons, reputed to possess the power to annihilate the world, a formidable threat to the world government. Fishman Tom was not surprised. He had anticipated that the boy would make such a request, for the historical text of Alabasta recorded the circumstances under which Pluton fell into the hands of its wielder and the whereabouts of its blueprints. "Are you certain you desire the components of Pluton, rather than the weapon itself?" Fishman Tom paused, gazing into the boy's eyes. The boy calmly shook his head, replying, "Even if you were willing to grant me Pluton, my current strength would not suffice to safeguard it. After all, just 3 years ago, I was relentlessly pursued by Garp, which could easily lead me to ruin." Even while discussing the prospect of ruin, the boy maintained an air of tranquility. This was none other than Chu Han, who had recently arrived in Water 7. He and Fishman Tom had known each other since before Roger's death, as Roger had brought him to meet Tom prior to his demise. "You are indeed aware of your own capabilities. Yet this implies that you genuinely intend to acquire the complete Pluton in the future?" Upon hearing this, Fishman Tom narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of danger flickering within them. Chapter 92. The Dragon God Pirates, established. 45. Subscription requested. Fishman Tom, as a shipwright, had crafted the Oro Jackson for the pirate king, Gold Roger. To say he is the world's foremost shipwright would not be an exaggeration. However, there is another facet known to few. Fishman Tom is not only an exceptional shipwright but also a master instructor of fishman karate. Chuan did not shy away from expressing his thoughts. "Indeed, I have contemplated acquiring the complete Pluto, for it is the most formidable battleship in the world. If it were to serve as a pirate ship, it would undoubtedly be the strongest." This statement is far from an exaggeration, considering that Pluto is one of the ancient four supreme weapons, possessing the terrifying firepower to annihilate an entire nation with a single shot. If it were a pirate ship, it would surely reign supreme. Calmly, the fishman Tom stated, "Ever since I forged the Oro Jackson, I vowed never to construct another vessel." This was an anticipated response, and while Chuan was not surprised, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Tom then shifted the conversation. "Thus, your ship has already been completed." For a moment, Chuan was taken aback. What did he mean by completed? Ignoring Chuan's astonishment, Tom began reminiscing. "When Roger brought you to see me, it signified one thing. He wanted me to help you build a pirate ship, one capable of circumnavigating the Grand Line." Chuan was not surprised by this, as Roger had previously spoken to him privately about such matters. "Therefore, from that moment, I commenced the construction of a vessel, a remarkably powerful ship." At this juncture, Tom paused, remaining silent for a considerable time before continuing. "This ship incorporates components from Pluto, one of the ancient four supreme weapons." Boom. Even with Chuden's composure, his pupils dilated in shock. This revelation was akin to a thunderclap. Conditions. However, he quickly regained his composure and coldly inquired. It was not surprising that Tom would be willing to craft a pirate ship for him. But the willingness to install components of the ancient weapon Pluto on his pirate ship was enough to astonish him. Tom's actions could only imply one thing. He had a request of Chu-Han, hence the preemptive decision to complete the ship before revealing it to Chu-Han. Ensuring that Chu-Han could not refuse and would owe him a favor. The fishman Tom felt no guilt, as he perceived nothing amiss. I want you to ensure the safety of the princess. Upon hearing this, Chu-Han furrowed his brow and asked, The princess? The princess of Fishman Island? What sort of request is this? Tom calmly nodded, the princess of Fishman Island. Chu-Han fell into a moment of contemplation. According to the storyline of the One Piece saga that he was familiar with, it seemed that the queen of Fishman Island perished due to internal strife. Was he being asked to prevent this turmoil? I can acquiesce to your request, but I have one condition. Chu-Han gazed intently into Tom's eyes. Conveying a clear message, he was willing to agree, but on one condition. The fishman Tom bluntly interjected, stating, Do not even think about the design of the Sea King. At most, I will agree to assist you in repairing it when you truly find the Sea King, provided that I am still alive. This was already a significant concession. For had he not unexpectedly learned of the impending crisis at Fishman Island, Tom would never have acted in such a manner. In his philosophy, ancient weapons capable of annihilating the world should never exist. Very well, Chu-Han responded without hesitation, recognizing that Tom's willingness to compromise was already a considerable achievement. He harbored no further desires. Upon hearing Chu-Han's agreement, a knowing smile crept across Tom's face, hinting at deeper implications. In that moment, Chu-Han could not comprehend the reason behind Tom's laughter. He merely furrowed his brow. Well then, farewell, Tom remarked before turning on his heel and departing, seemingly intent on leaving. Suddenly, Chu-Han spoke. Are you planning to turn yourself in? Tom was not surprised that Chu-Han could discern his thoughts and replied, yes. He then turned and left without hesitation. Only Chu-Han remained, seated in the wooden cabin, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, on the other side, little Robin gazed at the black stone tablet before her, closing her eyes and gently caressing its surface. Sister, what is Miss Robin doing? Inquired her younger sister, Ram, one half of the twin siblings that Chu-Han had rescued from the pirate ship. Ram, holding Rim's hand, replied, I don't know either, sister. Kuro stood behind the twins, a look of helplessness on his face, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his young master, burdened by the presence of the twins, such a tiring endeavor. After a considerable pause, little Robin opened her eyes and asked, Is this the true history text? Kuro slightly bent forward and responded, This is what the young master brought from beneath the alabaster royal tomb, so it must indeed be authentic. Upon hearing this, little Robin fell into deep thought, her mind a whirl of contemplation. At that moment, a cold voice echoed across the deck. The history text was originally a colossal black stone, divided by ancient peoples using special methods into countless fragments scattered across the seas, rendering each piece unique. Little Robin emerged from her reverie, her eyes bright with excitement. Brother Chu-Han, she exclaimed. Ram and Rim chimed in unison, young master. Kuro remained silent, respectfully standing behind Chu-Han with a bow. Chu-Han gazed into Robin's eyes and inquired, What did you see from above? He was unable to decipher the inscription above, and even the system did not respond to his inquiry. Otherwise, he would not have risked confronting the Demon Slayer order to seek Robin in O'Hara. Robin paused for a moment, uncertain whether to reveal what she had just witnessed. After a considerable silence, she began, I saw the ancient four great. Before she could finish, Chu-Han interrupted, as he wished to keep the existence of the four great weapons a secret, even from his crew. Robin was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. I intend to establish a pirate crew. Will you join me? Chu-Han turned to Kuro, asking casually. In response, Kuro respectfully bowed, stating, I am your loyal butler, ever ready to serve. Chu-Han nodded slightly, not at all surprised, as it was evident that Kuro had waited 3 years in Water 7 merely due to his single word. What about you? He inquired, addressing Ram and Remington's sister. Sister, the young master is speaking nonsense. Are we not his maids? Ram remarked. Little sister, the young master is merely talking to himself. We are his maids and need not be consulted, Ram added. All right, I understand. Chu-Han rubbed his forehead, frowning. He pondered whether it was wise to keep this pair of twins. What about me? I wish to join as well, exclaimed Robin, who was nearby, raising her hand in exuberance. Noticing this, Chu-Han furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. After a long moment, He finally nodded in response to Robin's hopeful gaze. Yay, Robin shouted excitedly. Seeing Robin's exuberance, a faint smile briefly crossed Chu-Han's cold lips before vanishing. He turned slightly, gazing at the boundless ocean, and said with a gentle smile, "In that case, let us explore this world together, under the banner of the Dragon God Pirate crew." Upon hearing this, Kuro, Ram, and Rem exchanged glances, a glimmer of determination flashing in their eyes. Subsequently, they knelt on one knee and spoke in unison with utmost respect. "As you command, our master." Chapter 93, The Arrival of Carp. 55, subscription requested, Grand Line, Water 7. According to the laws of the world government, due to his assistance 6 years ago in helping the pirate king Joel D. Roger construct the Oro Jackson, the merman Tom is now deemed guilty. Boom. With this pronouncement, the residents of Water 7 erupted into chaos, the square filled with a cacophony of voices. The world government's official, frowning in displeasure, was about to speak when a man in black interjected. "You foolish rabble, why the commotion?" This man, with an oddly grotesque appearance, looked rather comical with his hideous visage. The previously noisy residents began to quiet, turning their attention toward the ugly man. This individual, named Spandam, was the son of the executor of the O'Hara incident 3 years prior and currently served as the chief of CP5, the world government's agent. Spandam, increasingly displeased by the now subdued crowd, pointed accusatively at the merman Tom, exclaiming, "Do you know what this merman has done? He aided that devil, the wicked man who plunged the world into chaos, in constructing a pirate ship. This is a grave sin." However, his words only incited the residents' ire, who fervently defended Tom. "What nonsense! Is that even a crime? If a shipwright does not build ships, can he still be called a shipwright? This is preposterous. We protest vehemently. Mr. Tom is innocent, innocent." The voices of the residents grew increasingly loud, causing even the previously confident Spandam to feel a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, a man who had remained silent finally spoke. Everyone, the raucous crowd fell silent, turning their attention to the man who had spoken. The voice belonged to the bound fisherman. "Tom, I sincerely appreciate your support." In Tom's eyes, a glimmer of relief and happiness emerged. The crowd continued to watch him in silence, though a few youths began to shed tears. Gradually, Tom composed himself and spoke in a firm tone. "I am the one who surrendered, so please, everyone, return home." Many in the crowd wept, for Fisherman Tom had made Water 7 renowned across the seas, and the residents, as inhabitants of Water 7, had greatly benefited from his legacy. Spandam, feeling increasingly irritable and poised to deliver a kick to the detested fisherman, was interrupted by the aged judge. "Fisherman Tom, do you plead guilty?" A hint of a smile appeared on Tom's calm face. "I have never regretted my actions. Being able to create the Golden Jackson for Roger is the proudest achievement of my life." The sound of sobbing in the crowd suddenly ceased, as all eyes remained fixed on the disheveled man seated before them. Just as the judge prepared to issue his ruling, Tom interjected, "Your Honor, please wait." Chu-Han stood a short distance away in the square, quietly observing the fisherman who willingly surrendered for the dream of constructing the sea train. With narrowed eyes, he sighed. "Tom, I shall honor my promise." 3 days later, at Water 7, in the abandoned shipyard, the gentle sea breeze wafted in, carrying the dreams of pirates and the simmering ambitions that began to stir. It also heralded the birth of a great pirate, or rather, a king. Chu-Han gazed upon the immense and peculiar vessel before him, feeling the dragon blood within him stir with a gentle fervor. This ship, devoid of a flag, boasted a prow shaped like a dragon's head, adorned on either side with numerous scale-like embellishments. At the stern, a colossal jet apparatus commanded attention. Overall, this magnificent craft evoked the sensation of a dragon in flight. Chu-Han was quite pleased with the ship's exterior, as it befitted his status as a high-ranking hybrid. At that moment, the fisherman Tom approached Chu-Han, surveying the pirate ship that had been under construction for 6 years. "So, are you still satisfied? It took me 6 years of dedication to craft this vessel, and in some respects, it surpasses the strength of the ore." "Jackson." Chu-Han gently nodded, her face devoid of any overt expression, yet her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of satisfaction and admiration. Chu-Han understood that what Tom referred to as being more formidable than the Golden Jackson was precisely what pleased him the most. "Now, shall we name this vessel?" Tom gazed at the radiance in Chu-Han's eyes and broke into a grin. "Let us call it Thunder." Suddenly, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted along the shores of the abandoned shipyard, sending tremors throughout the entire sea area. Chu-Han swiftly reacted, his body nimbly leaping into the air as his golden eyes ignited with fervor. "Word Spirit, Monarch's Flame." The Monarch's Flame erupted, incinerating the 5 incoming projectiles with an immense heat, and a deafening explosion resonated through the air. Boom! Chu-Han executed a swift backward leap. Propelling himself from the explosive black mist onto the shore, his expression dark as he gazed upon a warship situated over 1,000 meters away from the derelict shipyard. This vessel, adorned with a dog's head, appeared rather comical. However, there was no amusement to be found in Chu-Han's demeanor. A chilling voice escaped his lips. Kapu, what brings him here? Meanwhile, aboard the dog-headed warship, Kapu, grasping an enormous cannonball, chuckled, "Not bad, kid. Give it another shot and see what happens." With that, an overwhelming force emanated from Kapu's hand, infusing the cannonball with tremendous power, propelling the 5-meter-tall projectile through the air with a resounding whoosh. Chu-Han gazed solemnly at the enormous shell hurtling towards him, shouting, "Fall back, everyone." The colossal projectile arrived in an instant, reaching the shores of the abandoned shipyard almost as soon as Chu-Han finished his warning. A moment of explosive fury ensued. An ancient dragon's roar echoed, and the golden pupils blazed like divine flames, an overwhelming aura from antiquity swiftly enveloping the entire shipyard. Drink. Shuzhen's body was adorned with shimmering azure scales, and his dragon claw-like hands steadfastly intercepted the colossal projectile hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Yet, almost instantaneously as Chu-Han caught the shell, an explosion erupted. Boom. In the next moment, a petite mushroom cloud emerged at the edge of the derelict shipyard. "Ah ha ha ha, what a delightful little imp," Karp chuckled, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he gazed at the mushroom cloud, then casually stretched his arms. However, Karp narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a scrutinizing glance towards the shipyard. Surviving such an onslaught truly attests to the resilience of Roger's crew. The preceding explosion resonated with tremendous force, its impact astonishingly extensive, as the entire shipyard was obliterated in an instant. On the shore, a crater nearly 10 meters deep manifested. Without its center stood a man enveloped in azure scales. Round 1. Chu-Han vs. Karp, a draw. Chapter 94. The Great Battle commences. In the aftermath of the explosive clash, Chu-Han not only experienced a surge in the potency of his linguistic powers, but his physical attributes were significantly enhanced as well. Particularly, his defensive capabilities were formidable. The scales that cloaked his body were not mere adornments, but bore a strength rivaling that of the primordial dragon species. Although Karp's cannonball inflicted no visible harm upon the exterior of Chu-Han, it did cause a slight disturbance within his innards. Truly, he was a man who had previously forced the pirate king to the brink on several occasions. Even in the face of peril, Chu-Han maintained an expression of serene composure, devoid of any hint of panic, with a flicker of battle intent igniting in his eyes. For 3 long years, his body had been continuously fortified by the activated dragon blood, while his linguistic powers had been on an upward trajectory due to the perpetual activation of the golden eye. Just how formidable he had become was a mystery even to Chu-Han himself. Thus, Karp's arrival was indeed timely. Chu-Han lightly pushed off the ground and leaped to the side of the far-off Tom, inquiring, "Tom, is the ship ready to set sail?" Tom furrowed his brow, responding, "That is Karp." As a former shipwright for the Roger Pirates, Tom was acutely aware of Karp's terrifying prowess. He was the legendary marine who had once driven even the pirate king to the brink of despair. Chu-Han spoke with a calm demeanor. "You need only answer me. Can the ship?" Tom gazed at him intently, then nodded and replied, "Yes, it can." A faint smile graced Chu-Han's lips as he directed his gaze towards Klo. "Klo, you go." "Alas, what a pity it is that such a fine lad is not a marine," sighed Karp, scratching his head in frustration before twisting his neck. "Vice Admiral Karp, prior to our departure, Admiral Sengoku specifically instructed that regarding Lord Longjun Chu-Han, we are to kill him on sight, not capture him alive." The 2 figures clad in black beside Karp interjected, observing his expression of regret. These individuals were members of CP9, the world government spy organization, tasked with intelligence gathering. They had come across Klo's presence while overseeing Tom's journey and, recognizing Klo as Chu-Han's steward, promptly informed Sengoku, leading to the current predicament. "Humph. I am well aware of that. No need for your reminders," Karp retorted, his expression turning icy as he leapt into the air with vigor. Employing the moonwalk technique to charge towards the abandoned shipyard, the sole crew of Marines exchanged anxious glances. "Vice Admiral Karp, what shall we do?" "Did you hear that clearly?" Chu-Han inquired of Klo. Bowing respectfully, Klo replied, "I shall not disappoint you, young master." Chu-Han nodded slightly and casually remarked, "Take Robin with you." Little Robin was about to voice her protest when she was abruptly rendered unconscious by the overwhelming presence of Chu Han's imperial voice. Even the elite sailors of the Navy could not withstand the might of Chu Han's imperial voice. How could a mere young girl like Robin do so? Having resolved the disturbance, Chu Han continued without looking back. Reem, accompany Chloe onto the ship and scout for a vantage point. Eliminate all the sailors aboard Karp's warship. Yes, young master. Reem agilely followed suit, making her way to the new ship where her sniper rifle awaited her. Chu Han gently removed a scale that had been dislodged by a tremendous explosion, maintaining a calm demeanor as he instructed, Ram, eliminate all naval forces near the derelict shipyard. Leave none alive. Yes, young master. Ram skillfully drew 2 pistols from her waist and rushed towards the approaching Navy. Tom, depart from here, Chu Han said. Glancing at Tom's robust fisherman physique, he knew that engaging with Karp would inevitably impact his own prowess. Tom nodded slightly, preparing to leave when suddenly he seemed to hear a sound. Farewell, Fishman Tom. A grave-faced colonel warned the Marines behind him. Be cautious, there is a formidable sniper across the way. Bang! Before he could finish his warning, gunfire abruptly cut short his life. Inside the cabin, a blue-haired girl clad in a maid's uniform concealed herself behind a window, brandishing an imposing sniper rifle nearly 3 meters in length. It was undeniably peculiar for a girl no older than 12 or 13 to wield such a colossal weapon. Her complexion was slightly pale. Although she possessed exceptional vision and the qualities of a first-rate marksman, this was her first experience with taking a life. With calm resolve, the girl squeezed the trigger, dispatching another Marine. Despite the distance of approximately 1,000 meters, she did not miss a single shot, each bullet striking true to the Marine's head. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of gunfire echoed along the shipyard's shoreline, accompanied by the anguished cries of countless Marines. The young master's command was clear: eliminate them all. Meanwhile, another girl, also dressed in a black and white maid outfit, with pink hair, held 2 ornate handguns in her delicate hands, gently pulling the triggers, causing blood to spurt forth. This is a witch, a witch. A pallid Marine trembled, staring in fear at the serene pink-haired girl, too frightened to advance. Just 3 minutes prior, over a dozen oblivious naval officers had surged forward, only to fall in mere seconds before the girls. This girl was named Ram, twin sister to the sniper, Remington. On another front, Chu Han had already engaged Karp in combat. Word Spirit, blood-sucking scythe, tornado kill, steel fist, boom. Both combatants were extraordinarily powerful, particularly Chu Han, who, after unleashing a surge of bloodlust, was enveloped in azure scales, resembling a dragon awakened from slumber. Ha ha ha, brat, is this your true strength? Karp taunted, clenching his fist and laughing heartily. Although Chu Han's scales offered formidable defense, Karp's domineering presence was even more potent. Chu Han cast a solemn glance at Karp's fist. Externally, his body bore no visible injuries, yet internally, multiple bones had fractured. The overwhelming state of bloodlust had significantly dulled the pain, rendering it barely perceptible. You are nothing extraordinary, Karp, he remarked calmly as he removed a few scales, his golden eyes shimmering. Word Spirit, sovereign flame. The superheated air erupted, causing the surrounding seawater within 100 meters to evaporate instantaneously. Such was the terrifying power of Jinji's word Spirit, sovereign flame. This was the peculiar ability of the devil fruit that had severed Zifa's arm. Faced with the sovereign flame, Karp adopted a more serious demeanor. After all, Zifa's haki was not inferior to his own, yet he had lost an arm under the sovereign flame, which compelled Karp to exercise caution. Nevertheless, with a loud thud, Karp clenched his obsidian fist, grinning widely, utterly unfazed by the gaping hole in the sea below. After all, he was not a devil fruit user and harbored no fear of the ocean. Once the word Spirit Sovereign Flame was unleashed, a frenzied bloodlust surged within Chu Han's heart. Destruction, slaughter, bloodthirst, madness. Kill, 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 kill. As Chu Han's golden eyes gradually manifested a hint of crimson light, a trace of manic mirth graced his visage. Then, the golden eyes ignited, resembling the divine. In a silent yet deadly manner, hundreds of invisible blades of wind encircled Karp, who was suspended above the watery pit. Should Karp make a move, countless wind blades would instantaneously carve hundreds of wounds upon his body. This was the ultimate technique that Chu Han could wield only after unleashing his blood. The word Spirit, blood-sucking scythe, 100 blades of bloodlust. Chapter 95, Chu Han vs. Karp. The word Spirit, blood-sucking scythe, 100 blades of bloodlust. A voice, chilling to the core, echoed across the sea's surface the moment the wind demon was silently unleashed. Hundreds of invisible wind blades surrounded Karp, poised above the aqueous abyss. Any movement from him would result in myriad lacerations upon his form. What a terrifying young man. Karp observed his surroundings with keen interest, then flashed a grin at Chu Han, a surge of robust haki erupting forth. With a single step, the ebony-clad Karp ascended into the sky. Boom. Witnessing this, Chu Han's golden eyes shimmered, and countless inaudible wind blades surged towards Karp, intent on severing chunks of flesh from his being. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, all the wind blades collided with an impenetrable barrier, producing a cacophony reminiscent of metal striking metal. In the narrowed gaze of Chu Han, a glimmer of brilliance flickered, and then, in an instant, the spirit of the flame erupted, unleashing a searing heat that surged forth, accompanied by the remaining blood-sucking scythe, hurtling towards Karp. Simultaneously, Karp executed the moonstep, closing the distance to Chu Han in the blink of an eye. The spirit of words, blood-sucking scythe, 10 blades of bloodlust, dozens of blood-sucking scythes, in concert with the flame, finally breached Karp's formidable haki defense. In a mere heartbeat, these scythes drained a tenth of Karp's blood. Concurrently, Chu Han's fist, heated by the spirit of the flame, arrived before Karp. It was at this moment that Karp's iron fist also struck towards Chu Han. The spirit of words, flame of 10,000 fists. Both figures were propelled to either side, akin to cannonballs. In the 7 seas of water, at the derelict shipyard. Boom. A cerulean figure suddenly soared in from the distance, leaving a profound impression upon the sea and land along its path, marked by the intense heat of the flame. Cough. Cough. Truly, Karp is astonishingly formidable. A hint of fatigue crossed Chu Han's eyes as he mused. At present, Chu Han's condition was less than optimal. Having unleashed the spirit of the flame with all his might, and then utilized the blood-sucking scythe, he felt the severe drain on his stamina, panting slightly. While Karp remained unfazed, Chu Han glanced up at the ever-smirking Karp, whose expression was infuriating yet carefree. Aside from having 1/10 of his blood drained by the blood-sucking scythe, Karp appeared completely unscathed. Truly, he was a legendary marine. Chu Han slightly narrowed his eyes, unable to conceal his admiration and appreciation. After all, few could withstand his spoken flame of spirit, and Karp was among that rare company. Even the likes of Kuzan, Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Zephyr could not achieve such a feat. Suddenly, a figure resembling a cannonball shot forth from a distant warship, swiftly arriving at the derelict shipyard. "Ha! What's the matter, kid? Have you surrendered?" Karp taunted as he watched Chu Han remain still, unyielding. The sudden grin that split Karp's face was unmistakably a challenge, but Chu Han would not be fooled. He merely smiled in response. Observing that his provocation had failed, Karp couldn't help but scoff. This kid was no fool, after all, to fall for such a crude taunt. If Chu Han had been deceived by such a clumsy ploy, it would have been quite the absurdity. Chu Han's burning golden eyes were fixed intently on Karp, while his peripheral vision occasionally darted towards the newly docked ship, his heart silently furrowing in concern. Why was it taking so long? What was Chloe doing? Aboard the new vessel, in the pilot's cabin, Chloe was drenched in sweat, fiddling with an array of intricate components, occasionally producing odd sounds from the machinery. "Uncle Chloe, is it ready yet?" The unconscious Robin had finally regained consciousness, being a devil fruit user. Her resistance to the powers of the voice of all things and Conqueror's haki was significantly stronger than that of ordinary individuals. However, at that moment, Robin displayed no signs of joy, her face etched with worry as she gazed toward the derelict shipyard, the battleground where Karp and Chu Han clashed, now reduced to ruins by their fierce combat. This cursed ship is so complicated. Which part is the cannon? Chloe was in a state of panic, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Initially brimming with confidence, he soon realized the ship's complexities far exceeded his expectations, and after much effort, he still had not located the cannon's firing mechanism. "Oh dear, I'm coming." Unable to bear the sight any longer, Robin crossed her arms and sprouted numerous hands, pressing buttons and levers haphazardly, nearly touching every control on the console. A devil fruit user. Chloe's pupils contracted slightly. He had never anticipated that Robin, who usually resembled a typical neighborhood girl, would possess such powers. Yet, Chloe's attention quickly shifted back to the buttons and switches, as Robin's chaotic fiddling caused the ship to sway violently, followed by an unusual sound. "This can't be a mistake, can it?" Chloe stared blankly at Robin, at a loss for words. "Hiki, Robin truly is the best." She beamed, flashing a peace sign to showcase her prowess. Meanwhile, within the cabin of the new ship, Rem sensed the violent rocking of the vessel and quietly stowed away her sniper rifle, remaining on the sidelines. Such intense turbulence made it impossible for her to maintain precise aim. After all, a sniper's craft relies heavily on a serene environment and a calm mindset to achieve accuracy. Elsewhere, near the shipyard, Karp and Chu-Han once again clashed head-on. Voice of all things, Monarch Flame. Iron Fist, Mighty Force. The two figures launched towards each other like cannonballs, simultaneously unleashing their fists. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted in midair. The result of Chu-Han's heated punch colliding with Karp's iron fist, igniting a terrifying blast fueled by the Monarch Flame's overpowering haki. With a sudden exertion of strength, Chu-Han executed a nimble backward leap, landing gracefully on the ground. He found it increasingly arduous to maintain his moonstep, as his stamina was severely depleted. "Ha! Little brat, you possess quite the prowess," Karp exclaimed, observing the fatigue evident on Chu-Han's face as he laughed heartily, unrestrained. Karp appeared to have suffered almost no injuries. His defensive capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Even with Chu-Han's heated punches, he could only manage to melt a fraction of Karp's haki, unable to inflict any real harm. Suddenly, the newly anchored ship began to sway, accompanied by a peculiar sound. It seemed as though the surrounding air was being compressed, an invisible pressure permeating the entire shipyard. Has Kuro finally completed it? A brilliant light ignited in Chu-Han's eyes. The wait had been long, but his efforts to draw Karp away from the new vessel were not in vain. Chapter 96. The Awakening of Ancient Weapons. 35. Subscription requested. Boom. The distant ship continued to tremble, and the strange noise resonated once more, hinting at the compression of air and the spread of an intangible force throughout the shipyard. Karp, unsure of the source of the sound emanating from the vessel, felt an instinctual warning. If this continued unchecked, something dire might unfold. "Little brat. It seems you harbor something perilous," Karp remarked, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Chu-Han with a grave expression. Chu-Han smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying his plight. He was rendered nearly speechless, his insides a tumultuous mess from the blows dealt by Karp. Had it not been for his blood-boosted state, he would have long since collapsed. Karp narrowed his eyes, preparing to employ his moonwalk technique to leap onto the ship when suddenly a peculiar sound resonated through the air. Word Spirit, Monarch Flame. An ancient chant echoed, and the gods seated upon their divine thrones seemed to express their wrath, coldly issuing decrees of divine will. The Monarch Flame, in its blood-fueled state, was terrifyingly potent. Flames erupted from Chu-Han, engulfing a 1,000-meter radius, igniting everything within the realm of the Monarch Flame. Under Chu-Han's deliberate guidance, the flames ignited by the Monarch Flame formed a colossal inferno, encircling Karp completely. The flames spread across the sky, enveloping half of the derelict shipyard and isolating the outside world entirely. Karp squinted, his voice chilling as he declared, "Kid, do you truly believe this can confine me?" Karp's greatest strength lay in his overwhelming presence. Few could restrain or impede him, and even within the entire world, Karp's might ranked among the top 3. Chu-Han smiled casually, addressing Vice Admiral Karp. "You find yourself within the domain of Junyan, where the aura of your haki is perpetually consumed by the flames of Junyan. Coupled with this immense inferno formed entirely by the Junyan domain, it will be quite impossible for you to escape in the short term." Chu-Han was quite confident in this assertion. Even against an adversary like Karp, breaching the Junyan domain in such a brief period was an unattainable feat. "It seems you are preparing something perilous." Karp narrowed his eyes, glinting dangerously. In the face of Karp's implicit threat, Chu-Han remained unfazed. His golden eyes ignited instantly, and the essence of his words erupted forth, enveloping him in a resplendent golden flame, resembling a divine being. Karp inhaled deeply, unleashing his armed haki. Dark patterns rapidly spreading across his upper body, making him appear as a colossal iron giant. "Since you choose silence, I shall compel you to speak." Boom. Just as the battle between Chu-Han and Karp intensified, CLO and the others gathered outside the Junyan domain. "Why is the cannon charging so slowly?" CLO furrowed his brow tightly, casting glances towards the new ship anchored nearby, its prow emitting a dazzling glow. "Do you know, sister?" Rem inquired softly, shaking her head before turning to her sister, Ram. "I do not know either." Ram was drenched in blood, having single-handedly dispatched the entire naval contingent stationed in Water 7 with her dual firearms. Save for Chu-Han, she was undoubtedly the most exerted. CLO winced slightly. No matter how many times he witnessed it, he found it difficult to comprehend why these twins engaged in such arduous conversation. "I wonder how Brother Chu-Han is faring inside," little Robin expressed her concern. The Junyan domain ignited everything within its scope. Whether it be observation haki or devil fruit abilities, it was exceedingly challenging to unleash them fully within the Junyan domain, unless one possessed a lineage superior to that of Chu Han. However, such a scenario was evidently implausible. Fear not, there is nothing to worry about. The young master is destined to become a king. CLO smiled, his visage devoid of any anxiety, as he reminisced about their entrance into the Grand Line, a moment that would forever be etched in his memory. Miss Robin, there is no need for excessive worry. The young master is unharmed, Rem assured, gently stroking little Robin's hair. Miss Robin, the young master is formidable. You needn't fret, Ram added, holding little Robin's hand in comfort. Little Robin nodded yet remained visibly anxious. After all, this was the strongest vice admiral of the Navy, a legendary marine who had cornered the pirate king, Gold, Roger. On multiple occasions. Was everything truly all right? Within the Junyan domain, a resounding boom echoed throughout the half-derelict shipyard engulfed in flames, yet no figures could be discerned. Word spirit, blood-sucking scythe, 100 blades of blood. A myriad of buzzing sounds suddenly erupted, but before long, they transformed into sharp cracking noises. Futile. Your prowess cannot penetrate my hockey defense, let alone inflict any harm upon me. Carp initiated the moonwalk beneath his feet, gently clenching his fist, even in a half-armed state. He found it effortless to endure, for he was not yet advanced in age and still resided at the pinnacle of his prime. Bang! A figure landed heavily upon the ground, stirring a cloud of dust into the air. Perhaps, with my current strength, I truly cannot breach your hockey defense to injure you. Chu Han's slightly weakened voice emerged from the dust. Despite his evident fatigue, there lingered an air of tranquility in his tone. Carp narrowed his eyes, perplexed. If Chu Han understood the futility of his efforts, why persist? Carp refrained from speaking, aware that Chu Han had more to convey, and simply regarded him in silence. Chu Han chuckled softly. Indeed, I cannot harm you, but I am more than capable of keeping you here. As he spoke, a hint of mockery danced upon his lips, his golden eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. Carp, momentarily taken aback, instinctively activated his Kinbunchika haki, only to have his expression shift dramatically. Outside the realm of Junyan, the assembled crowd on the new ship grew increasingly anxious, for they lacked the foresight of Kinbunchika haki and were oblivious to the unfolding events within. Only Kruo maintained a serene smile, harboring unwavering, if not blind, faith in Chu Han. He believed Chu Han to be invincible, an undefeated sovereign. Buzzing filled the air as the ship began to sway violently once more, a resonating hum echoing throughout Water 7. As if some ancient entity were on the verge of awakening. What is happening? Why has the ship started to rock again? Kruo grasped the ship's railing, kneeling slightly as the tremors intensified, rendering him unable to maintain his balance. Meanwhile, little Robin and Ram had succumbed to the deck, too young to stabilize themselves. Simultaneously, the sea boiled, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The sky dimmed slightly, revealing the fury of thunder and lightning, and rain began to pour without warning. Not far away, the merman Tom, concealed within the residential district of Water 7, observed the ominous celestial phenomena with a complex expression. Is it about to awaken, the ancient weapon, Pluto? Chapter 97, The Pluto Cannon. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, within the Admiral's conference room, Sengoku furrowed his brow, holding a stack of documents concerning a young man. After a lengthy silence, he set the papers down and turned to the woman seated beside him. Vice Admiral Crane. What is your perspective? This woman, none other than the legendary Vice Admiral Crane, whose experience rivaled that of Sengoku and Carp, paused briefly before responding. My suggestion is to approach this matter with the same seriousness as we did with Gold Roger. Her words sparked a flurry of discussion among everyone present in the conference room. Could it be that grave? Vice Admiral Crane was renowned for her wisdom, yet this time, could she be overreacting? I believe we should notify Vice Admiral Carp about this matter first. The room erupted into a cacophony of voices, each person expressing their opinions. Silence. Sengoku banged the table, slowly surveying all those gathered. His calm authority commanded respect. This was the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, the strategic genius, Sengoku the Buddha. As the meeting room fell into a hushed silence, Sengoku turned to Admiral Crane and said, Admiral Crane, issue a wanted notice for Monkey D. Luffy, who has defected from the Navy. The bounty shall be 300 million berries. As he spoke, Sengoku felt a wave of frustration wash over him when it came to Carp. Carp was an enigma within the Navy headquarters, and even Sengoku found it difficult to address him. After all, Karp's accolades and achievements were well known, making it difficult for anyone, including the world government, to issue commands to him. When that fellow returns, I will speak to him personally. For now, this will suffice, Sengoku concluded, resigned to the situation. Meanwhile, in the Grand Line, at Water 7, Fisher Tom gazed pensively towards the shipyard, feeling a complex array of emotions. Since earlier, a menacing aura had enveloped the area, as though something formidable was awakening. Roger, was what I did truly right? Tom found himself reminiscing about the man who had passed, yet lived on in the hearts of countless others. In the past, with that man present, it felt as though there was nothing to fear. At the shipyard in Water 7, within the realm of the Flame of Kings, Karp frowned, his expression grave as he observed the outside world. Due to Chu Han's excessive exertion, he could no longer maintain such an expansive area of influence. Otherwise, he would be the first to collapse. You possess quite the audacity, young one, Karp remarked after a prolonged silence, his gaze penetrating as he directed it towards Chu Han. The current domain of the Flame of Kings could no longer confine Karp, for Chu Han's blood activation effect was gradually dissipating, and it would not be long before he would have to forcibly relinquish that state due to exhaustion. Admiral Karp, you are growing old, Chu Han said with a smile, his gaze laden with meaning as he looked at Karp. Karp was a formidable warrior who had previously driven the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, to the brink of despair on multiple occasions, a legendary marine. Chu Han's implication was clear. Such matters should not concern someone of Karp's age. After a moment of silence, Karp unleashed his haki, a powerful aura emanating from him that was even more formidable than before. This Chu Han's pupils constricted slightly as he clenched his fists, sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from Karp. Was this the strength that had once cornered the Pirate King, Gold Roger, time and again? Truly formidable. Chu Han narrowed his eyes, realizing that Karp had not yet exerted his full strength until now. Suddenly, Karp, bursting with a powerful aura, descended from the air. Youngster Chu Han was momentarily taken aback, not due to Karp's call, but rather an ominous premonition that crept into his mind. No. It was impossible for Karp to possess such formidable power. For the first time, disbelief flickered in Chu Han's eyes. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly as he compressed the Junyan domain to half a meter in front of him. At that moment, his dragon blood surged within him. An azure golden scales enveloped his body, making him appear like a dragon from a distance. Do you understand the importance of respecting the elders and cherishing the young? Just as Chu Han had prepared for these contingencies, a pitch-black fist appeared before him in an instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated throughout Water 7, causing the very ground to tremble. Boom. On the banks of the derelict shipyard, Kuro and his companions scrutinized the peculiar cannon at the bow of the new ship. This cannon appeared quite ordinary, yet inexplicably emanated the aura of a ferocious beast, as if it could unleash cataclysmic destruction with the slightest opening of its maw. Is this the cannon the young master spoke of? Kuro began to harbor doubts. The cannon seemed no different from any ordinary artillery. Why had Chu Han insisted so earnestly on its activation? Sister, is the young master foolish? Rem, being direct, observed the cannon for quite some time before arriving at such a conclusion. Sister, the young master is not foolish. He is merely dreaming. Ram nodded in agreement, sharing a similar sentiment. The two sisters continued to bemuse those around them. Only Robin remained silent, gazing curiously at the cannon, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with it as though she had encountered it before. Suddenly, Kuro's voice broke the contemplative silence. The fire has dissipated. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the Junyan domain that had engulfed half the shipyard. The immense blaze had vanished, revealing a chaotic expanse strewn with debris. Is this the prowess of Vice Admiral Monkey D. Karp of the Navy headquarters? Kuro murmured dreamily. The ground, once shrouded in flames, was now completely breached, connecting the surface directly to the waters below. Everyone gasped in shock as a chilling sensation surged from their feet to their minds. At that moment, a dark spot appeared in the sky, swiftly descending upon the new ship. Boom. A figure landed on the deck and tumbled into the cabin. Why, young master? Kuro blinked in astonishment, for with the awakening of his observation haki, he had clearly seen that the figure that fell was none other than Chu Han. A brief silence enveloped the group, yet before they could fully comprehend the situation, the surrounding waters erupted into a frenzy, as if something monumental was awakening. Everyone, get down. Suddenly, Chu Han's voice resonated in everyone's ears, followed by the piercing sound of something slicing through the air. A small black dot appeared in the sky, prompting thoughts of just how high it had ascended. Little demon. The thunderous exclamation further darkened Chu Han's expression. as the faint ache from the imprint of a fist on his abdomen intensified. With a somber gaze, Chu Han cast a glance at the seemingly ordinary cannon before him. Taking a deep breath, he ignited the fuse with the torch in his hand, his entire body tensing as his scales constricted against his skin. With unwavering focus, he fixed his eyes upon the muzzle of the cannon. As the fuse burned down to its end, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the world itself had been paused in that fleeting moment. Then, the residents of Water 7 witnessed a dark gray beam of light erupting from the forsaken shipyard, piercing the heavens and traversing the sky, leaving no trace for miles, no clouds for thousands. The Pluto cannon had been unleashed. 3 months later, at Judicial Island in the Grand Line, a brand new naval vessel adorned with a dog-head insignia began its slow departure from the dock, setting course for the Marine headquarters at Marineford. This ship had been pierced through its very core by a single shot from a pink-haired girl 3 months prior, resulting in the crew suffering greatly from the aftermath. Following the battle, the sailors remained on Judicial Island to recuperate and repair the dog-headed vessel. Why? Why has it come to this? One despondent sailor murmured, his pallid countenance betraying no hint of joy at the prospect of returning to the Marine headquarters. The entire crew shared his melancholic demeanor, their expressions darkened as if the end of the world loomed near. Amidst them, only the man standing at the prow of the dog-headed ship exhibited no emotion, his gaze fixed calmly ahead. After a long silence, the sailors collectively turned their attention to the man at the ship's head. He stood resolute against the oncoming sea breeze, sensing the hidden ferocity lurking beneath the tranquil surface of the ocean. Suddenly, he spoke. Relay to headquarters. Initiate a full-scale manhunt for Dragon Lord Chu Han and his Dragon God pirates. The previously despondent sailors experienced a subtle shift in their expressions, their voices rising in unison. Aye, sir. Vice Admiral Garp. This man was none other than Vice Admiral Garp, the legendary Marine who had ventured to Water 7 3 months ago to apprehend Chu Han. Yet he had failed, having been pierced by the very beam of light that had erupted from the ground, leaving a gaping wound in his abdomen, teetering on the brink of death. Fortunately, it seemed that Chu Han and his companions were equally exhausted, having escaped to the sea with the assistance of Fisherman Tom, their whereabouts now unknown. Even with the passage of 3 months, Garp could not shake the memory of that ascendant beam. Its speed had been so swift that he had been caught off guard, unable to unleash his hockey in time. Had he done so, the beam would have merely injured him, rather than puncture his abdomen. What could that force have been? A rare grave expression crossed Garp's face as he contemplated the event. The beam had left an indelible impression on him. Its power was formidable enough to obliterate an island. Kapu had personally experienced the overwhelming power of that beam of light. It was undoubtedly capable of obliterating a large island in an instant, perhaps even more fearsome than the Demon Slayer order. Suddenly, a thought crossed Kapu's mind, and he fell into a brief silence. Although Kapu had a notoriously poor memory and often forgot things, certain significant events remained etched in his mind. For instance, the terrifying weapon capable of annihilating an entire nation that had appeared in Water 7. Could it be? Kapu was uncertain, for this matter was too grave. Even with his thick skin, he dared not draw conclusions lightly. Everyone, return to Marineford at once. Yes, in the Grand Line, in an uncharted sea. This area was largely avoided by ships due to the frequent and unpredictable tsunamis that plagued it. After all, such calamities were often accompanied by either natural disasters or man-made catastrophes. Yet, in this desolate and uninhabited stretch of ocean, there floated a pirate ship still lacking its flag. This vessel had hastily departed from Water 7 and, propelled by flamethrowers, had soared to this location, finally coming to a halt 2 months prior. What should we do? Brother Chu Han still hasn't come out. Young Robin paced anxiously on the deck, her face betraying her deep concern. Meanwhile, the twins Ram and Rem sat unusually silent on the grass, their thoughts a mystery. Stay calm. The young master will be fine, spoke Kuro, though a flicker of worry shone in his eyes. After all, the terrifying beam had been so close to Chu Han, and no one could guarantee his safety. 3 months ago, Chu Han had resolutely ignited the fuse of the Pluto cannon, severely injuring Kapu and allowing everyone to escape. In the ensuing chaos, Tom had taken the opportunity to evacuate the group from Water 7. Chu Han then activated the Spirit Flame, temporarily endowing the new ship with infinite power, causing it to rocket from Water 7 to this unknown sea. However, since that day when the Pluto cannon had been fired, Chu Han had not emerged from the cabin. This undeniably filled everyone with dread, for they had all witnessed the terrifying might of that dark gray beam. The beam had erupted from the bow of the ship, piercing the sky, slicing through the clouds, leaving Kapu gravely wounded, 1,000 miles devoid of trace, 10,000 miles cloudless. That scene, even after countless years, would remain etched in their memories, akin to the cataclysmic collapse of the heavens and earth. What indeed was it? Crow furrowed his brow as he gazed at the bow of the ship. Ever since they had discovered that the beam of light emanated from the ship's prow, that area had been designated as a forbidden zone. Apart from Chu Han, no one was permitted to tread there without explicit consent. Additionally, their ignorance regarding the nature of the object that emitted the ashen black beam contributed to this caution. The mere thought of inadvertently touching it sent a shiver down Crow's spine, prompting him to hastily shake his head, dispelling such notions from his mind. Only Robin continued to fixate on the ship's bow. Apart from Chu Han, she alone seemed to possess a vague understanding of what that object truly was. It was precisely this knowledge that led Robin to exhibit a demeanor fraught with hesitation and concern. After all, the mission of an archaeologist is to reconstruct history, not to forge instruments of destruction. This principle had been ingrained in Robin ever since the devastation of O'Hara, and thus, when she learned about the ancient weapons' whereabouts during their time in Water 7, her apprehension became palpable. At that moment, a somewhat feeble voice emerged from the cabin. "What are you all doing?" The first to react was Robin, who exclaimed, "Brother Chu Han, are you all right?" The voice belonged to none other than Chu Han, who had remained silent and withdrawn in the cabin for a full 3 months. Chu Han replied, his tone as icy as ever, resembling a shard of glacial ice. However, Robin was unfazed. She merely pouted, accustomed to his demeanor after all this time. Ignoring Robin, Chu Han turned to survey his surroundings, his eyes narrowing slightly as a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. Where are we? Chapter 99. Signs of Dragon Transformation. Subscription requested. Crow quickly snapped out of his stupor and bowed towards the cabin, stating, "We are in an unnamed sea area of the Grand Line, which some pirates have dubbed the graveyard of ships." This implied that any vessel entering this region would become mere bones in a sepulchre. Initially, Crow had been opposed to entering this area, however. With Ramrim and Robin in agreement, he yielded to the majority in Chu Han's absence. "And the Navy?" Chu Han asked, indifferent to the so-called graveyard, which he regarded as a mere jest. His concern lay instead with Carp and the Navy contingent. After you launched that beam of light, it successfully pierced through Carp's abdomen, inflicting severe injury upon him. Subsequently, Fisher Tom and some residents of Water 7 collaborated to assist us in departing the port. There's no need for me to elaborate further. You regained consciousness once during the journey, Crow recounted, maintaining a bowed posture throughout, believing it demonstrated his role as a steward and his respect for Chu Han. Chu Han remained silent, casually stating, "I understand. You all may rest now. I shall handle the remaining matters." Upon uttering these words, tranquility enveloped the cabin, as if Chu Han had succumbed to slumber. The others exchanged glances, resigned to the reality that Chu Han, as the captain of the vessel, commanded authority that none could defy. Only little Robin, before departing, cast a glance at the cabin door, sensing an underlying sorrow and anguish in Chu Han's voice. Yet, having declared himself untroubled, she had no choice but to follow suit and rest, for even her desire to linger would be met with his insistence to leave. Once everyone had departed, a serene stillness blanketed the deck, starkly contrasting the recent turmoil of a fierce battle. With a creak, the door that had been locked for 3 long months swung open. Emerging was a young man, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, clad in tattered garments. His disheveled black hair obscured his ears, yet could not conceal the faint air of authority that surrounded him. Upon closer inspection, one might notice a glimmer of golden light emanating from beneath the dark strands that veiled his eyes. This young man was none other than Chu Han. Chu Han turned his neck slightly and narrowed his eyes. His golden pupils could now be activated and deactivated at will. Yet, Chu Han raised his left hand, where faint azure patterns resembled scales. 3 months prior, within the realm of Junyan, Chu Han had been struck down by a fully unleashed punch from Carp. In a moment of desperation, he had dispelled his blood burst only to unleash it once more, utilizing the moon step to vanish into the heights of the sky in the instant before being struck. As anticipated, Carp was indeed drawn into the air, ultimately pierced through the abdomen by the terrifying force of the underworld cannon. However, at that moment, Chu Han stood directly behind the cannon, and the immense recoil caused his internal organs to erupt violently, blood seeping through his skin. Most crucially, Chu Han's body began to exhibit signs of dragon transformation. For a hybrid, particularly a high-tier hybrid, such a transformation posed the gravest danger. The lineage of high-tier hybrids bore a purer dragon bloodline, nearing that of purebloods. Upon reaching a critical threshold, transformation could occur, culminating in the metamorphosis into a dragon. This was not the outcome Chuan desired. While his dragon bloodline allowed him to navigate these vast seas with prowess, it did not imply that he wished to undergo transformation at this moment. Chuan gazed at the pale azure scales manifesting on his left hand. The transformation into a dragon was not yet pronounced, with only a few faint scales appearing upon his forearm. Over the past 3 months, Chuan had devoted himself not only to stabilizing his injuries but also to alleviating the dragon transformation. Fortunately, the instances of his blood boiling had been infrequent. Otherwise, he would have found himself in grave peril. The image of the king of the underworld cannon surged in his mind. Recalling the scene from 3 months prior, the towering gray-black beam of light, its power utterly terrifying. It seemed as though that beam could pierce the very heavens, leaving even Chuan, who had personally unleashed it, in awe. He had contemplated the might of the king of the underworld, one of the 4 ancient weapons. Its reputation for possessing the capability to obliterate an entire nation with a single shot was well known. Moreover, the true horror of the king of the underworld extended beyond mere firepower. It was the most formidable battleship, signifying that a genuine king of the underworld vessel would boast multiple cannons and immense propulsion. However, Tom the Fishman had only managed to forge a fragment of the king of the underworld, failing to create a complete battleship. After all, 8 centuries prior, the world government had pooled the entirety of the world's resources to construct the king of the underworld. Tom, being merely a shipwright, could only fashion 1 cannon and some accompanying parts, even with the treasure left behind by Gold. Roger. Nevertheless, even this was sufficient for Chuden's current needs. After a moment of contemplation, Chuhan ignited his golden eyes, and the spirit of the wind scythe was instantaneously unleashed. Since the battle in the land of water, his mastery of linguistic techniques had grown increasingly adept, nearly reaching a state where his heart and will moved in perfect harmony. Countless spirits of the wind had bestowed upon him a myriad of messages. However, gradually, the whispers of the wind faded, as if the ethereal beings encountered some unseen impediment. Chuhan furrowed his brows slightly, as he sensed the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki. The entire expanse of the sea surrounding the new vessel was vividly imprinted in his mind, resembling a 3-dimensional tableau. Merely casting a fleeting glance, Chuhan felt a stir of emotions. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly turned and returned to the cockpit. "Everyone, hold on to the handrails." Chuhan's voice resonated throughout the entire pirate ship, and everyone could sense the gravity in his tone. Although Chloe and the others were unaware of what had transpired, they complied without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, remnants of the fiery energy unleashed by Chuhan 3 months prior surged forth, propelling the new vessel skyward in an instant. Chuhan stood at the bow of the ship, casting a lingering glance behind him, still haunted by the recent experience. Just moments ago, he had activated his spoken spirit, the Kamaitashi, in conjunction with his observation haki, and to his astonishment, he beheld a veritable multitude of over 100 sea kings lurking beneath the waves. Even a naval warship approaching would surely succumb to the depths of the ocean, wouldn't it? Chuven's expression was somewhat unsightly. After all, having silently entered the territory of the Sea Kings was no trifling matter. Should those formidable beings be roused, while Chuhan could fend for himself? This nameless new vessel would face a premature demise. It seemed imperative to swiftly seek a navigator to continue their journey. Chapter 100, Lux Island. Subscription requested. 1 week later, near Lux Island in the Grand Line, a pirate ship adorned with a green dragon-headed skull flag glided slowly across the surface of the sea, faint traces of blood visible along its edges, suggesting it had recently endured a fierce battle. Chuhan now felt somewhat fatigued, his complexion far from radiant. Although he maintained an outward facade of tranquility, internally, he was far from calm. It was not just Chuhan. Among the few individuals aboard the vessel, aside from Little Robin, both Chloe and Ramram were panting heavily. Only Rem exhibited less visible signs of exhaustion, though beads of sweat adorned his forehead. A week prior, Chuhan and his companions had inadvertently found themselves in a gathering place of sea kings, ultimately escaping the area teeming with hundreds of these formidable creatures by harnessing the explosive power of a flamethrower. However, due to the absence of a navigator aboard, no one on the entire ship possessed the knowledge to interpret the shifts in wind direction and ocean currents. Chuhan and his companions found themselves regrettably ensnared within a treacherous whirlpool sea, and to their misfortune, they collided with a pirate crew known as the 100 Blades. In a fit of displeasure, Chuhan unleashed the sovereign flame of words, an inferno that spanned over 1,000 meters, evaporating a substantial portion of the Whirlpool Sea. Although they ultimately vanquished the 100 Blades crew, the intense heat caused by the Sovereign Flame led to a cataclysmic tsunami and tornado, unexpectedly casting their entire pirate ship into an unknown abyss. Fortunately, the vessel was constructed from the legendary atom wood by Tom, otherwise, it might have disintegrated entirely. This harrowing experience further solidified Chutin's resolve to recruit a navigator aboard. Otherwise, their aspirations of conquering the Grand Line seemed futile, and merely surviving the perilous seas would be in jeopardy. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement resonated from the deck. "Young master, there is an island ahead." Chu Han furrowed his brow slightly, his golden eyes shimmering as he activated the spirit language scythe. In an instant, he discerned the verdant island ahead. How intriguing. There exists a nation here. Chu Han cast a surprised glance at the small island, whose silhouette was already faintly discernible. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Han made a decisive choice. "CLO," he commanded, "navigate the vessel to the rear of the island." CLO, having silently approached Chu Han from behind, slightly inclined his body and replied, "At your service, young master." With that, CLO vanished once more into the shadows, and the ship steered toward the back of the island. The supplies aboard the vessel were already scant. During their time in the Seven Seas, Captain Karp's intervention had disrupted Chu Han's plans, leaving him with no opportunity to procure additional provisions. Moreover, after lingering in the Whirlpool Seas for 3 months, their resources had nearly run out. At that moment, Ram slowly approached the bow of the ship, his expression devoid of emotion, and addressed, "Young master." Chu Han nodded slightly, and then inquired, "What is it, Ram?" Under ordinary circumstances, both Ram and Rim would be engaged in the cleaning duties aboard the ship, fulfilling their roles as mates. With an expressionless demeanor, Ram replied, "Young master, we are out of funds." Upon hearing these words, Chu Han's countenance momentarily stiffened, only to swiftly revert to its usual composure. "I understand. Please continue with your tasks," he said. Ram bowed slightly and departed from the bow of the ship, presumably to resume her cleaning duties, for the vessel was quite expansive, having taken the merfolk craftsman Tom 6 years to construct. The corners of Chu Han's mouth twitched slightly, a rare hint of embarrassment gracing his face. Whether in his past life or this one, it was the first time he had encountered such an awkward situation of being financially challenged. If there were no other recourse, he would have to resort to some piratical deeds. A flicker of helplessness passed through his eyes, if given a choice. He would prefer not to engage in acts of theft. In the Grand Line, on Lux Island, there lies an inconspicuous islet, once deserted and only 3 years ago brought under the jurisdiction of the world government. It is ruled by the Kingdom of Mokros, a modest realm that pales in comparison to the renowned desert kingdom of Alabasta, making Mokros appear as a mere ant in the vast landscape of nations. Recently, however, this little-known kingdom became the center of attention due to a significant event. The royal family of Mokros was abducted by a band of pirates and is currently imprisoned within the palace. Not long ago, the pirates demanded negotiations with the world government, seeking assurances for the safety of the royal family, requesting that they not be executed immediately. Such an occurrence within a kingdom under their jurisdiction poses a considerable embarrassment for the world government. Consequently, upon receiving the news, they swiftly dispatched naval forces to encircle the entire island. Chu Han slightly narrowed his eyes, surveying the small island while contemplating the recently acquired intelligence. Kuro observed the sweating marine, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the menacing claws reappeared, swiftly ending the marine's life. After this grim task, Kuro bowed respectfully and addressed Chu Han. "Young master, what shall we do next?" According to the earlier marine's information, the Motekro's kingdom on this island had already fallen under the control of pirates, and the navy had surrounded the entire isle. In such circumstances, their actions were rather unfavorable. After a brief silence, Chu Han spoke solemnly, "Let us first land and assess the situation." Klo slightly bowed and then departed to prepare for the landing. Recognizing that they were no longer alone, the ship required someone to remain vigilant. Once Klo left, Chu Han fell into a contemplative silence for a moment, his golden eyes shimmering as he activated the spirit blade of the weasel, enveloping the entire island. What should be done? The king and the princess have fallen under the control of pirates. What now? As for world domination, our kingdom lies within the jurisdiction of the world government. They ought to take responsibility. Do not be naive. This group of pirates is reportedly led by a notorious criminal with a bounty of 70 million. Did you not notice that even the navy dares not set foot on land? What? A pirate with a bounty of 70 million? With his eyes closed, Chu-Han listened to the sound of the weasel, slightly furrowing his brow. The situation seemed to be rather intricate. It appeared that the world government had miscalculated the strength of this band of pirates. It was likely that they had dispatched no more than a captain, with no senior officers accompanying them, leading to this rather awkward predicament. Just as Chu-Han hesitated over whether to intervene, the Navy sprang into action. How intriguing! Could it be that a significant figure had arrived? Suddenly, Chu-Han felt a spark of interest, for in such circumstances, only a commanding officer could effectively maintain control over the situation. Upon a moment's contemplation, Chu-Han activated his observation haki, intertwined with the power of his speaking spirit, the Kamaitachi. In an instant, he comprehended the entire structure, position, and circumstances of the island. Ah, this young man is Chapter 101. The Navy boy? Surprise flickered across Chu-Han's face. He had not anticipated that this instance of getting lost would yield unexpected rewards. How intriguing, he mused, to encounter such a person. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu-Han resolved to disembark and venture into the town, for he found the young lad quite fascinating. If circumstances permitted, that youth would make an exceptional aide and protector. Meanwhile, Kluo had meticulously orchestrated all matters and, accompanied by Rim and Little Robin, arrived at the water's edge. Chu-Han nodded slightly and instructed, "Kluo and Ram shall remain to guard the ship, while Rim will accompany me to the town to assess the situation and procure some supplies." The notion of assessing the situation was, in truth, quite superfluous. With the abilities of the Spirit Blade and Observation Haki, Chu-Han could ascertain everything occurring on the island without moving an inch aboard the vessel. The primary motivation for his personal landing was the discovery of an intriguing young boy. Ordinarily, this would pose no issue. However, as soon as Chu-Han finished speaking, a rather displeased voice interrupted, "What about me? I want to come along too." It was none other than Little Robin. Her face etched with a sense of grievance as she gazed at Chu-Han, evidently perplexed as to why he had chosen not to include her in his plans. Chu-Han slightly raised an eyebrow, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Coldly, he stated, "Whether to follow or remain behind is entirely up to you, Remington. We are leaving." Rem nodded in agreement, then silently trailed behind Chu-Han as they made their way onto the island. Little Robin, feeling anxious, hurried after them, fearing that Chu-Han might abandon her. Meanwhile, at the port of Lux Island, the Navy had encircled the entire small island a month prior. During this time, they had clashed multiple times with pirates, only to be repelled each time. Ultimately, the Navy, forced to retreat, had to rely on their naval superiority to surround the island with warships. A week ago, the Navy had requested reinforcements from headquarters, as this particular group of pirates included a notorious criminal with a bounty of 70 million, a situation beyond their capacity to handle. "Captain, what kind of personnel has headquarters dispatched?" a sergeant quietly inquired, observing the warship slowly docking at the pier. As Chu-Han had anticipated, the Navy did not regard this band of pirates with much concern, merely sending a lieutenant to assist them. The lieutenant frowned slightly and replied in a deep voice, "I'm not sure. I've heard that the reinforcements are dispatched from Eni's lobby, and headquarters was unaware of the circumstances beforehand." The sergeant was taken aback, uncertain. Eni's lobby? Why would they send reinforcements? This seems unrelated to them. Although both Eni's lobby and the Navy headquarters belonged to the world government, they were not connected in many respects. This was the source of the sergeant's confusion. While the incident concerned the dignity of the world government, it should not involve an institution like Eni's lobby. I am unclear as well, only that the reinforcements are formidable and of significant stature. The lieutenant shook his head, equally perplexed. A significant figure? It wouldn't be someone like an old man, would it? The sergeant lamented with a furrowed brow. The lieutenant rolled his eyes. "Stop speculating. The warship has docked. Let us proceed." With that, he walked decisively towards the shore, as he held the highest rank among the Navy personnel dispatched for this operation. Upon reaching the shore, both the lieutenant and the accompanying sergeant were suddenly taken aback. Only one person disembarked from the warship, specifically, a boy of about 15 or 16 years. "Captain, could this be the reinforcements from Eni's lobby?" The sergeant gaped, pointing at the youth who had come down from the ship. "A boy? A mere 15 or 16-year-old lad is the reinforcement. Is this a jest?" The lieutenant remained silent, calmly approaching the boy and inquired, "May I ask, are you here as support from Eni's lobby?" The youth remained silent, surveying his surroundings with a keen gaze, twisting his neck as if he were somewhat unaccustomed to long voyages. The captain felt no disquiet, instead choosing to share the silence with the boy. Meanwhile, The sergeant behind them was ablaze with anger, poised to take action when the youth finally spoke. "Where are the pirates?" His tone was devoid of emotion, an absolute indifference that nevertheless exuded a sense of tranquility. The captain gestured toward the tallest palace on the island, stating, "There, the one leading them is the notorious Marthalos, with a bounty of 70 million. The boy nodded calmly, then averted his gaze from the captain, not once glancing at the sergeant throughout the exchange. His inquiries and actions were succinct and swift, revealing the confidence that resided within him. As the boy walked away, the captain continued to stand silently in place, watching the figure of the youth fade into the distance. Unable to contain himself, the sergeant, who had been simmering with fury since the boy's arrival, exclaimed, "This fellow is utterly arrogant, just a mere child. Indeed, merely a child." The captain shook his head with calm resolve, reflecting, "He is no ordinary child. He is, in fact, a true harbinger of death." Meanwhile, not far from the port, on a cliffside, Chu Han observed with great interest the actions of the young man as he disembarked from the warship, noting his arrogant demeanor, audacious personality, and composed indifference. Could he possibly be the naval reinforcement? Little Robin, lacking Chu Han's perceptive insight, gazed at the youth with a look of utter bewilderment. Only Rem furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "This individual is quite perilous." Curious, Chu Han cast a glance at Rem and inquired, "Oh, what makes you say that?" Although he was well aware of the inherent danger posed by the young man, he remained intrigued by how Rem had come to this conclusion. With a calm demeanor tinged with gravity, Rem replied, "The aura of hostility, coupled with a palpable scent of blood, this individual has undoubtedly taken lives, and likely many." Even little Robin was taken aback, for it was known that Rem seldom spoke at length, particularly when it came to assessing a person. Rem's expression remained composed, as if he found nothing amiss. Once the youth departed from the port, Chu Han rose and instructed Rem, "Procure the supplies necessary for our voyage. I shall visit the royal palace." Rem was the first to react, responding with a stoic face, "Understood, young master." Only little Robin appeared dissatisfied. Just as she was about to voice her discontent, Chu Han had already departed with a graceful stride, leaving her no opportunity to speak. Chapter 102, The Slaughter Beneath the Nightfall Lux Island, Kingdom of Mo Cross. Chu Han, stepping lightly as if upon the moon's surface, hovered in the air, observing the young lad below with growing interest and satisfaction. Indeed, he was quite decisive. Chu Han held a profound admiration for the youth who had perished prematurely in the world of One Piece, given his innate talents and capabilities. Had he not met an untimely end, he surely would have ascended to the rank of rear admiral or higher. Meanwhile, as Chu Han observed the boy, the youth unexpectedly gazed upwards, though he perceived nothing in the vast expanse. He furrowed his brow slightly, having sensed a presence watching him, yet upon turning, found nothing amiss. After a brief moment of silence, the boy vanished from his spot, leaving behind naught but a wisp of dust. Once the boy departed, Chu Han emerged from the adjacent thicket. His interest peaked as he gazed ahead, seemingly able to envision the swiftly moving youth. The technique known as Saru, one of the 6 powers of the Marines, was executed with commendable skill. This method involves compressing the blood in one's legs and then explosively propelling oneself forward, allowing for remarkable speed. The proficiency displayed in this technique rivaled that of notable figures such as Kazan. Chu Han did not conceal his appreciation for the boy, for in his previous life, he had been quite fond of this character, powerful, aloof, decisive, and unflinchingly lethal, a true assassin. Had fortune favored him, he might have attained the rank of rear admiral, or even admiral, without question. Suddenly, Chu Han was taken aback as he gazed at the palace atop the mountain. "Oh, have we arrived already? Such swiftness?" In less than half an hour, the youth had traversed from the small town to the palace, a remarkable feat indeed. Could it be that he had been utilizing Saru all along? Upon contemplation, Chu Han discerned the reason. Intriguing, the boy possessed exceptional stamina. At the palace of the Motekro's kingdom on Lux Island, what was once a bastion of grandeur and dignity, steeped in regal ambience, had succumbed to a vile atmosphere of debauchery since the pirates seized control. Day and night, they reveled in intoxication and feasting, permeating the royal abode with a pervasive stench of corruption. Within the palace, dozens, if not hundreds, of pirates indulged in drink and meat, some lewdly eyeing the captives nearby. "Hey, are those Marines still on the shore?" A one-eyed pirate bellowed after taking a swig of his drink, his tone rife with disdain, seemingly dismissive of the forces stationed at Lux Island. This man was Mars Kaken, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries, and the mastermind behind the kidnapping incident in the Motekro's kingdom, serving as the captain of the Three Horses Pirates. "Boss, you overestimate those weaklings. They must have fled to sea long ago," chuckled a portly pirate, his face adorned with excess flesh. This rotund individual was Fay Mahadin, a member of the Three Horses Pirates with a bounty of 30 million berries. "Let us not be too hasty. The Marines underestimated us this time, sending merely a lieutenant. Otherwise, we might be in dire straits," interjected Ledetri, known as Dead Horse, from the same crew. "Ledetri, you give those Marines too much credit. Do not forget. We hold the captives here," retorted Kakin. As he spoke, Masala's Kakin seized a woman clad in extravagant garments from amongst the captives, his left hand gesturing as wine cascaded from the top of her head. "Ha ha!" Kakin laughed maniacally, utterly indifferent to the venomous glances of the woman and the furious flames emanating from the other captives, continuing to engage in what he deemed the appropriate conduct of a pirate. The other two horses showed no sign of disapproval, and even the other pirates erupted into laughter, some smashing their goblets, creating a scene of utter chaos. At that moment, unnoticed by all, a youth clad in a black uniform sat quietly at a nearby table, a goblet in hand, occasionally clinking it with the pirates beside him before tilting his head back to drink. Until most of the crowd had indulged to the point of intoxication, the boy remained serenely composed, as if he were impervious to inebriation. This peculiar phenomenon persisted until the majority of the pirates had succumbed to drunkenness, at which point Masala's Kakin finally sensed something amiss. "Kid, you're not one of my three-horse pirates. Who are you?" Kakin felt a chill creep over him, realizing that amidst the throng, not a single soul had noticed the boy's odd presence, nor the fact that he had been drinking with him. The boy, seemingly lost in thought with his deep-set eyes, paid no heed to Kakin's inquiry. It was only when the other pirates began to rouse their inebriated comrades that a sinister smile crept across Kakin's face as he violently kicked over the table. "Kid, no matter who you are, you shall meet your demise." With that, a colossal sword, nearly the height of a man, came crashing down towards the boy's head, its blade glinting ominously, promising to cleave him in two. However, contrary to expectations of bloodshed and dismemberment, two fingers delicately pinched the blade, effortlessly arresting its descent. "To wield a fine saber like this is indeed a waste," the boy finally spoke, his tone chillingly indifferent. Kakin's forehead beaded with cold sweat, not due to the boy's recognition of the saber, but because he found himself unable to withdraw his weapon. How could this be? It was merely two fingers. A sense of panicked fury welled up within Kakin. After all, the opponent was just a boy. "Trouble is coming. This sword is quite admirable, and now it belongs to me," the boy stated matter-of-factly, showing no sign of concern. As he spoke, he applied a slight pressure with the two fingers gripping the blade, effortlessly wresting it from Kakin's grasp. With a casual flick of his wrist, he expressed his dissatisfaction. "I actually prefer the sword in the captain's hand. It possesses greater weight and power. This saber is too light." "Too light?" As one of the formidable swords, the cavalry saber weighs a staggering 200 pounds. It is not merely difficult for a youth to wield. Even adults struggle to lift it. Yet, witnessing the youth effortlessly swing the 200-pound cavalry saber causes Rascal to tremble in fear, his legs quaking uncontrollably. After toying with it for a while, the youth gently grips the hilt, then with a swift twist of his right hand, he strikes horizontally, unleashing a flash of blue light that cleaves through half of the palace. The technique, known as Gale Step, one of the 6 forms, concentrates air at the foot before delivering a powerful kick that manifests as a slicing attack. When employed with the cavalry saber, its might appears even more formidable. With a thunderous crash, the palace is cleaved in two, the crown atop collapsing and rolling down to the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, the three-horse pirate crew stands on the brink of annihilation, with only their leader remaining. In the wake of this devastating strike, the royal hostages stare in shock at the youth cloaked in black who wields the saber, their hearts engulfed in tumultuous waves. Just as the youth seems dissatisfied with the outcome and prepares to swing the massive blade once more, the remaining pirates regain their senses. "You bastard! I'll kill you." Rascal, having narrowly escaped death from that strike, is now filled with a fierce determination to survive. Such is the nature of pirates, even when faced with death. They retain their ferocity. Yet, they are confronted by the youth, known as the Grim Reaper. The boy's expression remains inscrutable as he gazes steadily at the advancing Rascal, slowly extending a single finger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that finger pierces Rascal's heart with the speed of a bullet. This technique, known as finger pistol, channels the body's strength into a single fingertip, unleashing a force comparable to that of a bullet. With a swift motion, the youth, having penetrated Rascal's heart, lightly steps onto the ground, instantly relocating behind two other pirates of the three-horse crew. Gale step. Before they can react, a brilliant blue light cleaves them in two. In less than an hour since the youth arrived at the palace, all pirates who had taken the royal family of the Mocross Kingdom hostage have been utterly vanquished. Throughout the ordeal, the youth remains devoid of emotion, methodically executing his mission. Just as the royal hostages begin to comprehend the situation and prepare to express their gratitude, the youth suddenly speaks. "You may come out now. The riffraff has been dealt with." The youth's tone revealed a gravity and vigilance, his grip on the saber tightening slightly. The atmosphere was thick with silence, and after a prolonged pause, a voice suddenly resonated from above the palace. "How did you know?" The voice bore a hint of curiosity, seemingly unable to comprehend why the youth was so certain that someone was following him. This person, of course, was Chu Han. Since discovering that the youth had reached the palace, Chu Han had directly traversed to the palace's apex, observing both the youth's disguise and the subsequent violent rampage with keen interest. Thus, Chu Han's admiration for the youth grew, and he would feel profoundly regretful if he could not recruit him. The youth fell into a brief silence, seemingly assessing the suddenly appearing Chu Han. Meanwhile, the other captives, bewildered by the turn of events, could not fathom what was transpiring. Could it be that this band of pirates had accomplices? At that moment, the youth suddenly spoke. Dragon Lord Chu Han, former crew member of the Roger Pirates, now captain of the Dragon God Pirates, with a bounty of 200 million. Recently, in Water 7, he severely injured Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. With each word the youth uttered, the amusement in Chu Han's eyes deepened. In stark contrast, the royals held as hostages had descended into utter despair. For them, a bounty of 70 million on Masalara's Kijin was already indicative of a great pirate, while a staggering 200 million for Chu Han represented a nightmare. After finishing his statement, the youth raised his gaze to Chu Han and inquired, "Is that correct, Captain of the Dragon God Pirates?" In response, Chu Han nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It is no surprise that the spy apparatus of the world government is well informed." However, there was one detail Chu Han refrained from mentioning: the Pluto cannon, since without it, his survival against Garp would have been uncertain. Yet, the others paid no heed to Chu Han's explanation, their faces pale and expressions bleak. The youth maintained an impassive demeanor and stated, "So, the illustrious Dragon Lord Chu Han seeks out a mere sea soldier like me for what purpose?" Upon hearing this, Chu Han smiled slightly, his golden eyes shimmering with an almost divine radiance as he declared, "A mere sea soldier? You truly underestimate yourself. Nevertheless, that is of little consequence. I have come here for but one matter. You." Chu Han made no effort to conceal his intentions, plainly stating his purpose. The boy's expression remained unchanged, as if he were impervious to the formidable aura emanating from the golden pupils, a manifestation of the Emperor's linguistic power. "Is he asking me to become a pirate?" Chu Han remained unfazed. After all, this youth had previously slain countless ferocious beasts and humans alike, rendering the Emperor of Words largely ineffective against him. Thus, the golden pupils ignited, and the overwhelming will of the conqueror surged forth, harmonizing with the Emperor of Words. A resonant chant echoed throughout the entirety of Lux Island, as if a terrifying entity was gradually awakening. "Submit, or perish." Chu Han did not respond to the youth's inquiry, for it was unnecessary. His golden eyes shimmered with resplendent brilliance, complemented by the majesty of the word's spirit Emperor and the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki. In that moment, Chu Han resembled a sovereign lord ruling over all. The youth's expression shifted for the first time. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his pupils dilated in rapid succession. After a prolonged silence, the youth finally spoke, "I am willing to submit." Chu Han smiled faintly, dissipating the aura of the word Spirit Emperor and the conqueror's haki. Before leaping down from the palace's heights, he nodded casually, remaining silent. In that very moment, the latent murderous intent within the youth erupted explosively as he swung his tightly gripped saber forward, unleashing a colossal blue slash aimed at Chu Han's back. Storm step. Phoenix call. Chu Han did not turn around. Instead, he let out a soft chuckle and stood still, allowing the strike to crash upon his back. Boom. The blue slash collided with Chu Han's back, yet it was as if it had struck a slab of iron, leaving him completely unscathed, save for a slight tear in his garment. The young man exhibited no surprise at this outcome, with calm composure. He casually discarded the saber he had been gripping tightly and retrieved a royal robe from the throne, standing behind Chu Han. As for the youth's rebellious nature, Chu Han felt no astonishment. He understood this to be the essence of the boy's character, thus he remained unfazed. However, the boy's decision to halt his actions did catch Chu Han off guard. He had anticipated that the youth would continue to employ the remaining techniques from the six forms. Yet he relinquished so easily. It was as if the boy could read Chu Han's thoughts, for he spoke up. "The Phoenix is my strongest technique. Yet you remain entirely unharmed." Chu Han smiled, displaying a keen sense of the moment. Casually accepting the platinum royal robe from the youth, he donned it and, without acknowledging the hostages within the palace, stepped gracefully out, leaving behind a resonant declaration that echoed throughout the halls. "Rob Lucci, the days ahead are long. Should you possess the audacity to slay me, you may seize my place at any time and become the captain of the Dragon God pirate crew." Such words were imbued with arrogance and confidence, yet he held the merit to utter them, for he was the Dragon Lord, Chu Han. The youth fell into a brief silence before also stepping forth, following in Chu Han's footsteps with measured grace. Former member of the world government's clandestine organization CP9. Now a new member of the Dragon God pirate crew, Rob Lucci. Chapter 104, The Treasure. Chu Han soared through the air, stepping lightly as if dancing upon the moonlight. Occasionally, he glanced back to see that stubborn figure still closely trailing behind him, showing no sign of slowing down. Chu Han smiled lightly, unperturbed, as he activated his observation haki and the power of the word spirit side to search for the whereabouts of the pirate treasure. Typically, pirates tend to stash their plunder aboard their ships. However, according to the earlier account of a marine soldier on the shore, this particular band of pirates had already seen their ship destroyed upon landing on the island of Lux, which led them to abduct the royal family of the Moat Cross Kingdom as leverage against the world government. While pondering these matters, Chu Han inquired, "Rob Lucci, do you have any knowledge of the whereabouts of the Three Horses pirate crew's treasure?" Chu Han initially inquired without any expectation of receiving an answer. However, unexpectedly, "I do know." Chu Han raised his brow slightly and glanced at the adjacent Rob Lucci, whose speed matched his own. "Lead the way," he instructed. Lucci nodded calmly, halting his pace momentarily before suddenly accelerating towards the harbor. His speed surpassed that of a moment ago, indicating that he had not exerted his full strength previously. Chu Han chuckled softly, shaking his head, and with a simultaneous burst of power from both feet, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Rob Lucci unleashed his full strength, glancing back every 3 seconds to check for any sign of Chu Han. Yet, he found nothing. After a moment of contemplation, Lucci deduced that the information provided did not specify the speed of Dragon Lord Chu Han. It merely indicated that he possessed the 3-color haki and the abilities of 2 devil fruits. Reflecting on this, Lucci concluded that perhaps Chu Han's speed was not particularly remarkable. With this thought, he slightly reduced his pace. Suddenly, a figure shot past him like a bullet, leaving behind only the words, "Too slow." Lucci fell into a brief silence, then resolutely activated his moonwalk technique, this time unleashing his full power. Before long, he caught up to the silhouette of Chu Han, for the island was not vast. And with Chu Han consciously regulating his speed, Lucci managed to close the distance in merely half an hour. With an impassive expression, Chu Han gazed at the approaching Lucci and suddenly inquired coldly, "Is the treasure of the Sanma pirate crew located beneath us?" Lucci calmly nodded, seemingly oblivious to the chilling aura emanating from Chu Han. Chu Han slightly narrowed his eyes, activating his linguistic abilities and observation haki, instantly imprinting the entire situation of the island into his mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gracefully descended upon the port of Lux Island, the naval base. At the port of Lux Island, the highest-ranking officer among the supporting navy stood steadfastly since the disembarkation of Rob Lucci, seemingly convinced of Lucci's inevitable triumph. Observing the lieutenant's unwavering demeanor, the sergeant could no longer restrain himself and urged, "Lieutenant, is that boy truly so formidable?" Although the lieutenant had previously clarified that the young lad, Rob Lucci, was a member of CP9, the sergeant found it difficult to believe that such a youth could belong to such a notorious organization. After a moment of silence, the lieutenant appeared to reminisce about past tales, shaking his head slightly, as if to dismiss further discussion. After all, the Navy represented justice, a stark contrast to the dark assassins of CP9. Nevertheless, the lieutenant conceded one undeniable truth, the terrifying prowess of the Grim Reaper, Rob Lucci. The sergeant, observing the lieutenant's demeanor, chose to remain silent, rolling his eyes in skepticism while continuing to wait, yet his gaze frequently darted toward a nearby warship. "Do not dwell on those matters. They are the requisites dictated by Eni's lobby, and headquarters has already acquiesced," the lieutenant remarked, seemingly aware of the sergeant's thoughts. The sergeant scoffed. Eni's lobby is truly tyrannical, demanding so much without lifting a finger. The lieutenant shook his head, contemplating expressing that Eni's lobby had dispatched its strongest forces. Yet he refrained, recognizing that it was difficult to believe in the immense power of a boy not yet 13 without witnessing it firsthand. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed, "Is that the treasure of the Sanma pirates?" The lieutenant's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. However, before he could react, a suffocating pressure descended from above, enveloping the entire port. A chorus of incantations reverberated, and the soldiers at the port seemed to witness a colossal dragon roaring toward the heavens. Some of the less resolute soldiers had already collapsed, leaving only the lieutenant standing firm. His grip on the sword hilt trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to maintain his composure, yet he found it increasingly impossible. As if an unseen force compelled him to kneel. Kneel? The moment the word was uttered, the captain seemed to fall under a spell, his eyes vacant as he collapsed. Simultaneously, a man clad in a platinum royal robe descended from the heavens, casting a casual glance at the fallen Marines before ambling towards the warship laden with significant cargo. This was, of course, Chu Han. As Chu Han approached the warship, Rob Lucci also descended shortly thereafter. He surveyed the scene of the fallen Marines, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Just moments ago, Rob Lucci had stood beside Chu Han, witnessing clearly how, with merely a widening of his eyes, the divine golden orbs emerged, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that forced the entire naval contingent at the port to the ground. In that instant, Rob Lucci recalled the words Chu Han had spoken earlier in the palace, "Submit or perish." It was then that Rob Lucci truly acknowledged Chu Han's prowess, recognizing his right to command his allegiance. "Lucci, is this warship carrying the treasure of the three-horse pirates?" Chu Han inquired, seemingly indifferent to Lucci's changing expression, as his focus lay firmly on the treasures, essential for the pirate crew's operations. Lucci, regaining his composure, replied with a stoic expression, "I am uncertain." Chu Han turned his head slightly, surprised by Lucci's response. What does that imply? There is not only the treasure of the three-horse pirates within. There are other items as well, though I cannot discern what they are, Lucci said, a slight frown creasing his brow. Chu Han had yet to retract his golden gaze, and the subtle pressure it exuded left Lucci feeling decidedly uneasy. Chu Han slightly narrowed his eyes, having activated both his word spirit, the scythe weasel, and his observation haki. Yet he sensed nothing aboard the warship. Chapter 105, The Eerie Little Girl. Is this what Judicial Island desires? Chu Han furrowed his brow. He could not discern what lay within. Even the scythe weasel seemed to be avoiding this vessel, unwilling to listen to what was inside. This piqued Chu Han's interest. It was the first time the weasel had been so disobedient. Furthermore, it appeared that his observation haki was also obstructed, failing to uncover any secrets hidden within. Lu Ji fell into a moment of silence before suddenly stating, "I do not know what lies inside either. I only know that the crux of my mission is to retrieve whatever this warship carries. Rescuing the hostages is merely a secondary task." With Lu Ji's words, Chu Han's curiosity intensified. What could possibly be concealed within? As this thought crossed his mind, his golden eyes flickered slightly, and an intense heat began to emanate from his body. Word spirit, Monarch's flame. The superheated energy melted everything within 100 meters of Chu Han, for at such temperatures, even steel would be reduced to a molten puddle. The moment the Monarch's flame manifested, Lu Ji utilized the technique shave to escape the scene, for otherwise, he would likely be vaporized by the searing heat, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Chu Han paid no heed to Lu Ji's reaction. In his view, if Lu Ji lacked even this minimal adaptability, he had overestimated him immensely. Moreover, Chu Han gazed upon the warship before him, which was gradually succumbing to the intense heat. A flicker of intrigue emerged on his face. At such soaring temperatures, even steel melts into liquid. How much more so a naval vessel? Yet, Chu Han suddenly furrowed his brow, his golden eyes flickering with intensity as he dispelled the aura of Jun Yin, lapsing into a moment of contemplation. Moments ago, the spirit scythe had abruptly activated, and countless wind spirits were attempting to thwart his actions, their urgency palpable, as if they were trying to convey an important message. This only deepened Chu Han's curiosity about what could possibly be aboard this warship that could cause such a chaotic reaction from the scythe. Just then, a soft, sobbing voice of a little girl echoed in his ear. "Whoa, brother." Chu Han's nerves tensed in an instant, his golden pupils igniting as the Emperor of Word Spirits erupted forth. Who could it be? Yet, no one responded to him. The road had retreated to a distance of 1,000 meters, and even the swiftest would require some time to arrive. Chu-Han furrowed his brow slightly. The enhancement from dragon blood had endowed him with remarkably developed limbs and heightened senses. Thus, he was certain he had not misheard. There was indeed the sound of a small girl weeping. However, there was no one in sight, and Chu-Han had his observation haki activated, making it impossible for any subtle movements to escape his notice. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something, as his golden eyes flickered momentarily. In an instant, countless sprites of the wind surged towards the partially melted warship. With an expressionless countenance, Chu-Han observed everything unfolding before him, showing no intention to impede the actions of the scythe weasel. After a brief moment of silence, he gracefully followed, treading lightly as if on the moon. This warship, having journeyed from the naval headquarters, was constructed with superior craftsmanship compared to other vessels, and most importantly, its hull was reinforced with sea tower stones. This was the reason it could withstand the searing heat of Junyan, for the sea tower stones were exceedingly resilient. Unless Chu-Han unleashed his blood, it would be nearly impossible to melt this warship within a short span of time. However, Chu-Han paid little heed to these considerations. His focus was fixated on the diminutive figure huddling in the corner of the deck. Surrounding this small silhouette were countless invisible scythe weasels, these peculiar sprites of the wind. Silent, intangible, and devoid of emotion, yet now exhibiting a demeanor of delight. This only served to further affirm Chu-Han's suspicions. Contemplating this, he approached and discerned the sound of soft sobs emanating from the small figure. "Whoa, brother. Chu-Han abruptly halted his steps, a faint frown creasing his brow. "Brother?" At that moment, the petite figure seemed to sense the arrival of someone on the ship. Timidly lifting her head to gaze at Chu-Han, she was a little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, with a delicate, tender face, and 2 streams of tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, rendering her exceedingly endearing. Chu-Han was momentarily taken aback. The little girl's eyes were astonishingly vibrant, resembling exquisite colored glass, so beautiful. The girl also noticed Chu-Han, initially appearing dazed, before bursting into a louder wail. "What, brother?" Chu-Han suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. This was his first encounter with such a situation, and for a moment, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Suddenly, the little girl ceased her tears, intently gazing into Chu-Han's golden eyes, and then timidly approached his side. Unbeknownst to Chu-Han, he suddenly extended his hand to stroke the soft hair of the little girl. She neither wept nor fussed, but gazed at Chu-Han and suddenly said, "Brother." Chu-Han was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and stepped back a few paces, his gaze turning frosty as he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" From earlier, the little girl had been crying and calling out for her brother. While Chu-Han felt a tinge of curiosity about the identity of this brother, he was far more intrigued by the little girl's own background. Observing his hesitation, the girl approached and tugged at the hem of Chu-Han's garment, pouting as she exclaimed, "Brother." Chu-Han finally came to his senses, his pupils narrowing slightly as he pointed to himself uncertainly and said, "Am I your brother?" The little girl pouted, her lips quivering, and with a tone of distress replied, "Brother, do you not want me anymore?" The entire warship fell silent in an instant, and Chu-Han was taken aback. The shift in emotions was exceedingly abrupt. Chu-Han quickly regained his composure and spoke in a deep voice, "Why am I your brother?" This matter was one he needed to clarify. Although his original intention was to recruit the individual who had caused the scythe weasel to lose control, he was reluctant to accept someone of unknown origins, particularly upon discovering that the other party was merely a girl of no more than 10 years. The little girl nibbled on her finger, seemingly perplexed by Chu-Han's words. Tilting her head, she replied, "Eyes." As she spoke, the girl reached out to touch Chu-Han's eyes, appearing completely unbothered by the intense brilliance of his golden pupils. Chu-Han fell into a brief silence, uncertainty lingering in her voice as she inquired, "Are you implying that your brother possesses eyes of a golden hue? How could that be?" Golden eyes are a testament to hybrid lineage. In this world, aside from him, there cannot possibly be another hybrid with such golden eyes. The little girl shook her head, replying, "No, they are not golden, but rather dazzling and warm." Chu-Han was momentarily taken aback. The dazzling radiance? Was it not golden? This answer brought a slight sense of relief to Chu-Han, for the thought of there being another hybrid in this world would have been quite disconcerting. Chu-Han shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Then why am I your brother?" Until this question was resolved, it would be difficult for Chu-Han to keep the little girl by his side, even though she possessed a talent that could only be described as terrifying. Because you are my brother, echoed the sorrowful and aggrieved cries of the little girl throughout the warship. Chapter 106. Navigator in the Great Sea Route. In the town of Mokcross Kingdom, little Robin slightly parted her lips, pointing in disbelief at the timid-looking girl beside Chu-Han. Even Rem, with her typically expressionless demeanor, displayed a hint of unusual emotion, clearly taken aback. Chu-Han, with an expressionless demeanor, pointed towards the little girl and remarked, "She is our navigator of the Dragon God pirate crew, Lalaklis." On the surface, Chu-Han appeared quite composed, as if discussing something utterly mundane. However, others were unable to maintain their tranquility, particularly two young girls. Lalaklis tugged at Chu-Han's sleeve with dissatisfaction and exclaimed, "It's my little sister." The petite girl was evidently displeased, likely because Chu-Han had failed to acknowledge her identity. Chu-Han's lips twitched slightly, yet he remained silent, as he himself was engulfed in confusion, still struggling to grasp the current situation. Aside from Lalakris, there was another petite figure who was far from calm, little Nico Robin. With a look of astonishment, young Robin pointed at Lalakris and exclaimed, "Her? A mere child is our navigator? On what grounds?" In uttering these words, little Robin seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that she too was merely a child. Chu-Han slightly furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice, "Do not act foolishly. I have stated that she is a navigator. Thus, she is indeed a navigator." As he uttered these words, Chu-Han deliberately cast a glance at little Robin, the implication unmistakable. Little Robin could only pout her lips, feeling quite aggrieved within. However, Chu-Han paid her no mind, and instead turned his attention to Remington. With a serene demeanor, Rem bowed slightly to Lalakris and addressed her, "Miss Navigator." Chu-Han furrowed his brows, remaining silent. This form of address indicated that Rem had not acknowledged Lalakris. However, this was understandable, for it was indeed difficult to accept that a mere child of no more than 10 years could be a navigator. Meanwhile, Rem swiftly assumed a combat stance, pointing at the boy behind Chu-Han and inquiring, "Young master, who is this person?" The youth who aroused Rem's vigilance was none other than the former CP9 member, Rob Lucci. In response to Rem's wariness, Lucci displayed no emotional reaction, coldly stating, "Rob Lucci." Chu-Han raised an eyebrow and added, "The new member of the Dragon God pirate crew, Rob Lucci." Rem remained vigilant, replying, "Young master, he is a member of the Navy." The Navy and pirates have always been at odds. The Navy upholds justice while opposing the pirates, who are often engaged in nefarious deeds. It is akin to the relationship between a police officer and a murderer, each possessing their own justifications, making it impossible for either to prevail in debate. Before Chu-Han could utter a word, Lu Ji interjected, "Aren't you also a product of the Navy's experiments?" No sooner had Lu Ji's words left his lips than a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the atmosphere, causing even Chu-Han to raise an eyebrow in response to its palpable presence. Lu Ji's countenance grew solemn, his right foot subtly shifting, poised to execute one of the 6 techniques known as shave. The source of this menacing aura was none other than Rem, whose right eye flickered with a faint pink luminescence, presenting an eerie spectacle. "You are invoking the linguistic spirit of the Emperor." A suffocating pressure descended from the heavens, accompanied by a resonant chant that reverberated throughout the cosmos, subtly interlaced with the roars of a dragon echoing in the ears of those present. "Have you all had your fill of chaos?" The cold, tranquil voice of Chu-Han emanated with an air of authority, his golden eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light, resembling a merciless deity. Under this overwhelming presence, the previously tense Rem and Lu Ji trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, their faces paling noticeably. Only little Robin and Lalakris remained unaffected. Lalakris had been sheltered behind Chu-Han, blissfully unaware of the terrifying beast that was Chu-Han. Meanwhile, little Robin gazed at Rem and Lu Ji with confusion, seemingly perplexed by their sudden pallor. After a prolonged silence, Chu-Han dissipated the Emperor's linguistic spirit, and the oppressive force that had subdued the two men gradually lifted. "We are pirates, not children playing house." With that, Chu-Han departed, taking Lalakris with him, disregarding the drenched Rem and Lu Ji. Little Robin, having felt no adverse effects, hurriedly followed suit. Rem and Lu Ji remained rooted in place, not out of reluctance to move, but because their legs had turned to jelly. In the Grand Line, behind Lux Island, as Chu-Han returned to the ship with a graceful moonwalk, Rem and Lu Ji arrived shortly thereafter. Upon Lalakris's arrival, Kuro displayed little reaction, treating her with the same demeanor he reserved for Chu-Han, solely because Lalakris referred to Chu-Han as brother. Chu-Han is the master of Klo, and Layla Kliss addresses Chu-Han as brother, which implies that Layla Kliss is also the master of Klo. Upon encountering Rob Lucci, Klo reacts with a hint of wariness and distrust, reminiscent of Rim's response. After all, Rob Lucci was previously a member of the Navy, while Klo is a pirate, notorious even among the Navy for being a particularly vicious one. Moreover, Klo is the most vehemently anti-Navy member of the Dragon God Pirates. As for Ram, she regards Rob Lucci with a sense of aversion and caution. However, she treats Layla Kliss with the same amiability as she does Rim, showing no disdain for her presence. Regrettably, it seems that Layla Kliss remains unresponsive, continuing to linger behind Chu-Han. Even Chu-Han is somewhat perplexed by this, as he too finds himself in the dark regarding Layla Kliss, sensing an unseen force orchestrating events. Allow me to introduce Layla Kliss, navigator of the Dragon God Pirates. You may simply call her Kliss. Chu-Han indicated towards the figure who remained hidden behind him. Klo slightly bent his body and said, "By G. Klo, butler of the Dragon God Pirates, Miss Kliss, it is a pleasure to meet you." Ram, maid and combatant of the Dragon God Pirates, added, "Miss Kliss, greetings." Ram's expression remained impassive, as if only showing traces of emotion when addressing Chu-Han, much like Remington Ram, maid and sharpshooter of the Dragon God Pirates, chimed in, "Miss Kliss, greetings." Rem's pallor suggested she was still under the influence of the Emperor of Word's overwhelming presence. Only little Robin appeared reluctant. Yet after catching a glance from Chu-Han, she begrudgingly declared, "Archaeologist of the Dragon God Pirates, Nico Robin, Chu-Han is mine." Following her proclamation, little Robin stuck out her tongue at Kliss, her gaze laden with danger. At that moment, a timid voice emerged beside Chu-Han, causing him to momentarily pause. "Layla Kliss, navigator of the Dragon God Pirates, greetings to you all." Chu-Han cast a surprised glance at Chris, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. After everyone introduced themselves, only Rob Lucci revealed a menacing smile, declaring himself as the one who intended to slay the Dragon Lord, Chu-Han. The moment Lucci's words fell, all eyes converged upon him. CLO merely narrowed his eyes slightly, his hands shifting ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Ram and Rem wore impassive expressions, turning to look at Chu-Han, as if silently inquiring whether they could eliminate Lucci. Little Robin and Chris were entirely indifferent to Lucci, each clinging to Chu-Han's sides, exchanging challenging glances. Lucci observed their reactions with a disdainful smirk before turning and retreating to his chamber. Only Chu-Han cast an intrigued look at Lucci before returning his gaze to Chris, seemingly attempting to unravel the mystery of why this young girl possessed such terrifying talent. Chapter 107. Listening to All Things, subscription requested, Rob Lucci. The one who intends to slay the Dragon Lord, Chu-Han. As Lucci's declaration echoed, the collective gaze of the group fixated upon him. CLO merely narrowed his eyes slightly, his hand shifting ever so slightly. Ram and Rim maintained their stoic demeanor, glancing toward Chu-Han, as if silently probing whether they could dispatch Lucci. Little Robin and Chris paid Lucci no mind, each ensnaring Chu-Han's attention, their eyes locked in a silent contest. Lucci took note of their expressions with a scornful smile, before turning away to return to his quarters. Only Chu-Han regarded Lucci with curiosity, then continued to observe Chris, seemingly intent on discerning the source of her formidable abilities. Chu-Han did not take in Chris for the sake of compassion. A king does not require love, only the act of charity and bestowal. The crux of the matter lies in the immense value Chris holds for Chu-Han. If his estimations are not flawed, the stagnation of his domineering aura may indeed find a breakthrough through Chris. Contemplating this, a glimmer of brilliance and fervor flickered in Chu-Han's eyes. Simultaneously, Chris appeared to sense something, turning her gaze toward Chu-Han, her eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. Her actions further affirmed Chu-Han's conjecture. He gently reached out and stroked Chris's head, instructing, "Chris, close your eyes and concentrate." The golden pupil shimmered, and the language of the wind spirit was unleashed, causing countless ethereal beings to dance joyously around Chris. Yet, she remained oblivious to this, merely complying with Chu-Han's words and focusing her attention. Meanwhile, Chu-Han subtly gestured for the others on the deck to discreetly withdraw. Chris's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if, upon closing her eyes, she had glimpsed something extraordinary. Suddenly, Chu-Han felt a peculiar sensation, a veil of ethereality, pallor, and void enveloped him. No, that was not quite accurate. It was sound, or perhaps form no. It was an intangible essence. An unusual feeling was being conveyed to Chu-Han through Chris, as if, in that fleeting moment, he had become omniscient and omnipotent. Could this be the perfected level of observation haki, the ability to perceive all things? A wave of astonishment surged within Chu Han. Chu Han felt as if the entire world resided within his heart, with every minute detail of events transpiring on various islands vividly etched in his mind. On a distant small island, far from Lux Island, conversations echoed about a significant incident that had occurred in the New World a month prior. Have you heard? The duel between Rear Admiral Corliss, the swordsmanship instructor from the Navy headquarters, and the renowned swordsman Dracul Mihawk. I heard that Mihawk emerged victorious. How impressive. Is the world's greatest swordsman about to be born? Not necessarily. Have you forgotten the legendary swordsman who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Mihawk? Similar scenes unfolded within Chu Han's thoughts, as if he had witnessed them firsthand, with remarkable clarity. After a considerable time, Chris suddenly swayed backward, and fortunately, Chu Han caught her. Otherwise, an intimate encounter with the deck would have been inevitable. The ship's crew was sparse, and due to Chu Han's recent orders, members including the most reluctant Robin had retreated to their quarters, thus oblivious to the rather ambiguous position in which Chu Han and Chris now found themselves. Chris had fainted, and while it remained uncertain what thoughts occupied her mind, Chu Han certainly did not share such concerns. Chu Han meticulously recalled the sensations he had just experienced, which mirrored the moment when Roger first harnessed the perfect observation haki, attuning himself to the resounding symphony of the world. The distinction lay solely in the method of experience. Roger's ability to hear all things allowed him to perceive the voices of the entire universe, while Chris's perfected observation haki imparted to Chu Han a sensation akin to listening to all things, as if the world itself were eager to reveal its whispers without him needing to exert any effort. Gazing thoughtfully at the tranquil young girl nestled in his embrace, Chu Han felt a bittersweet mixture of emotions. He had yearned countless times to attain this realm, only to face repeated failures. Even unleashing his bloodline powers had proven insufficient to reach the pinnacle of haki. Yet, fate possesses a curious nature. The perfect mastery of haki he had pursued for over 6 years manifested in the form of a mere 10-year-old girl. His suspicions had been subtly kindled when the scythe weasel spiraled out of control earlier. After all, there exists a commonality among those who achieve the perfect observation haki, the ability to resonate their voice with all living things. It seemed likely that it was Chris's cries that had inadvertently triggered the scythe weasel's chaotic state. Moreover, it appeared that Chris was blissfully unaware of the terrifying power she possessed. It seemed she was indeed born with such an extraordinary gift. A rare hint of a bitter smile appeared on Chu Han's face. It was astonishing. Although Roger had previously mentioned the possibility of individuals possessing an innate domineering aura, even he could not have anticipated that someone could be born with the complete mastery of observation haki. No wonder the world government issued an immediate order to apprehend Chris. It seemed she inadvertently revealed her exceptional abilities, indicating that she was not a citizen of the kingdom of Mokros. A flicker of unusual light glimmered in Chu Han's eyes. It stands to reason, after all, a person endowed with such terrifying talent could not possibly hail from a decayed and obscure nation. However, now, you belong to me. Chu Han gazed softly at Chris's face and gently pressed his lips against hers, signifying that she was his private possession. After this, he carried Chris back to the cabin, awaiting her awakening to introduce her to their new ship. The vessel appeared to be unnamed, and he pondered several resounding titles for it: the Grand Line, the Doldrums. A month had passed since Chu Han and his companions departed from Lux Island aboard the newly christened pirate ship, Emer. They encountered a chaotic melee between the Navy and pirates shortly after their departure, and after a fierce battle, they managed to escape the fray unscathed. Additionally, after Chris demonstrated her prophetic abilities, aiding the crew in evading numerous natural disasters, admiration and respect for her gradually flourished among them. However, aside from the ever-sarcastic Rob Lucci, who remained indifferent to the newfound reverence Chris garnered, the rest of the crew held her in high esteem. Chu Han observed Lucci's behavior with understanding. Such was his nature. Chris, possessing an innate mastery of observation haki, was a natural navigator, capable of predicting meteorological changes and evading calamities, akin to a divine boon. It was only natural for someone of her caliber to be esteemed. However, Chris was still quite young, and her ability to listen to all things could only be sustained for a single day. The next day required rest, lest she exhaust herself completely. Thus, the group's pace was inadvertently slowed. Let us take a moment to rest. We are in the doldrums, where tsunamis and waves cannot possibly occur, Chu Han remarked, fatigue evident in his eyes. After days of navigating natural disasters, they had also encountered unfortunate human calamities. Yet, for Chu Han and his companions, These minor adversaries were merely fodder for honing their skills. Chapter 108. Hawkeyes. Jurakarl Mythic. Let us take a moment to rest. We are in the doldrums, where tsunamis and waves cannot possibly occur. In Chu-Han's eyes, there lingered a trace of weariness. For the past few days had been an arduous struggle merely to evade natural disasters, compounded by the unfortunate encounter with human calamities. Yet, for Chu-Han and his companions, these minor adversaries were destined for but one fate, to serve as practice for their skills. As Chu-Han's words fell upon the air, the crew aboard the vessel displayed neither exuberance nor relief. Instead, their expressions remained grave and vigilant. After all, the trials they had faced in recent days, whether of nature's fury or the malice of mankind, had sought nothing less than their demise. Chu-Han chuckled softly, understanding their vigilance. Yet, under Chris's exceptional observation hockey, no creature could silently infiltrate their vicinity. Indeed, this was the case. During their previous encounters, Chris had sensed the impending danger in advance, alerting everyone, which allowed them to reach the windless zone unscathed. Beyond this tranquil area lay what appeared to be the Devil's Triangle. Chu-Han examined the map, noting that ahead of their current location was a red marker indicating a perilous zone. Based on the timeline, it seemed that Moria had yet to encounter Kaido in the New World. Chu-Han was not well versed in the original plot of One Piece, possessing only a vague understanding of the timeline of certain events, especially since the original story unfolded 2 decades later. While he had arrived in this gathering place of monsters 20 years prior, approximately 10 years after the death of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, both the New World and the Grand Line were in utter chaos. Indeed, it could be described as a maelstrom. Yet, this tumultuous period was precisely when kings were destined to rise. Chu-Han Yen gazed ambitiously at the sky, as if by merely extending his hand, he could seize the entirety of the world. Brother, Krista tugged at Chu-Han Yen's sleeve, a peculiar expression gracing her face. Ever since Krista boarded the ship, she had closely followed Chu-Han Yen, seldom leaving his side. In response, a certain envious little girl had repeatedly treated her beloved red tea and sweets as if they were akin to Krista. Chu-Han cast a puzzled glance at Chris, furrowing his brows as he inquired, "What is it, Chris?" Typically, Chris would gently tug at the hem of his garment to alert him of the approach of either naval forces or pirates. In the case of sea kings or natural disasters like tsunamis, she would cling to him resolutely, refusing to let go. However, Chris's current demeanor indicated the presence of someone approaching, yet this was a windless zone. Who, besides a sea king, would be foolish enough to venture into such an area? Ah, there is indeed a peculiar individual drawing near, adorned with a cross upon his back and navigating a ghostly coffin-like vessel. Chris subtly nodded, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of strangeness, for in her perception, the attire of this individual was undeniably bizarre. After a moment of contemplation, Chu-Han's expression darkened slightly as he began to suspect the identity of the visitor. After all, such an eccentric attire could belong to no one else but that particular individual. At that moment, Klo suddenly appeared behind Chu-Han, bowing and inquiring, "Young master, is there an issue?" Klo's strength had significantly increased over the past few months, and his mastery of shave had become even more enigmatic than that of Rob Lucci, a former member of CP9. Chu-Han shook his head and spoke solemnly, "I am going to meet an old friend. You may continue sailing forward, should any issues arise. Consult Chris. I shall return shortly." With that, Chu-Han disregarded Klo's reaction, gently ruffled Chris's hair, and retrieved from the room one of the 12 supreme blades, the demon sword, Muramasa. After all, he was about to meet a future unparalleled swordsman, and it was only fitting to wield a worthy blade. Eagle Eye, Jurakarl Mythic. I am quite curious about your swordsmanship. Do not disappoint me. Meanwhile, approximately 10,000 miles from Chu-Han's new ship, the Emer, a coffin-like vessel enveloped in green flames was gliding slowly. Despite its deliberate pace, it emanated a sense of an impending countdown to death. A man with short black hair and sharp yellow eyes, reminiscent of an eagle's gaze, sat quietly on a wooden boat, exuding an air of nobility. This man's most striking feature was not his peculiar aura or attire, but the infamous Black Blade, Knight, a renowned member of the 12 Supreme Swords. This duke-like figure was none other than the recently notorious Eagle Eye, Jurakarl Mythic. Just a month prior, he had dueled with Rear Admiral Corliss, the swordsmanship instructor at the Navy headquarters in the New World. Now, he found himself in the calm of the Grand Line, perhaps searching for someone. "Oh, it seems you are quite leisurely, Jurakarl Mythic." At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from above. The man radiated an intangible coldness, akin to a naturally formed block of ice. The newcomer was none other than Chu Han, approaching with a graceful stride from the emer. I am rather bored and could use some sleep. Eagle-Eye Mifuge slightly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of combativeness akin to that of an eagle. Ever since the incident at Rogue Town 6 years ago, whenever swordsmanship was mentioned, Eagle-Eye and Chu Han were invariably compared. While Eagle-Eye may have been indifferent to this, he held a keen interest in Chu Han's swordsmanship. Many had already hailed him as the future greatest swordsman in the world, yet until he had defeated Chu Han, no matter how skilled he became, he could never claim the title of the world's #1. Chu Han narrowed her eyes slightly and inquired with curiosity, "How did you know I would be here?" Chu Han and his companions originally had a predetermined route. However, the recent skirmishes and relentless pursuits disrupted their planned voyage. In a state of necessity, Chu Han was compelled to alter their original course, navigating through the treacherous Devil's Triangle towards the Shambadi Archipelago and subsequently into the New World. This route was known only to Chu Han and Chris, while even Kuro and others remained oblivious. Logically, it was improbable that Hawkeye could anticipate his appearance in the doldrums. Without much contemplation, Chu Han was swiftly confronted with the truth by Hawkeye. "I am aware that you will undoubtedly venture into the New World. To reach this New World, one must traverse the Sabaody Archipelago. Thus, I have scrutinized several routes leading to the Sabaody Archipelago and ultimately concluded that you will navigate through the treacherous Devil's Triangle to arrive at your destination." Hawkeye's demeanor was remarkably nonchalant, as if this revelation were as trivial as taking a midday nap. Chu Han, however, was not taken aback by this demeanor. After all, in the original narrative, Hawkeye had once effortlessly dispatched 50 pirate ships out of sheer boredom, illustrating that, to some extent, Hawkeye is an extraordinarily peculiar individual. With keen interest, Chu Han gazed at Hawkeye and, with a faint smile, inquired, "What brings you to seek me with such fervor?" In truth, Chu Han was already aware of Hawkeye's purpose, yet he yearned to hear it articulated directly. Upon hearing his words, Hawkeye slowly rose, his hand discreetly reaching behind him to grasp the renowned Black Blade, Knight, one of the most illustrious swords in the world. "Draw your sword." Chapter 109, The Pinnacle Duel. Draw your sword. In Chu Han's previous life, this phrase signified a direct admonition. However, within the context of this world-esque swordsman, it embodied a challenge. Regardless of the outcome, an assault would inevitably ensue. Is this a challenge directed at me? Is it for the title of the world's greatest swordsman? As he processed this, Chu Han's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of insight flickering within, as he responded with a serene smile. As he spoke, Chu Han too tightened his grip on the demonic blade Murakumo, for he faced the pinnacle of swordsmanship. And even he harbored doubts about his ability to surpass Hawkeye. "No, I am indifferent to titles. I merely wish to witness the extent of your swordsmanship." Hawkeye maintained his hold on the hilt of Knight, exerting a slight pressure, seemingly poised to draw his weapon at any moment. Chu Han nodded slightly and spoke in a deep voice. "So, here?" Eagle-Eye also nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, here." Whoosh. No sooner had Eagle-Eye's words left his lips than Chu Han vanished from the spot, his moonwalk activated at breathtaking speed, soaring through the air like a gust of wind. Eagle-Eye narrowed his hawk-like eyes, subtly loosening his grip on the Black Blade, Knight. Simultaneously, a sharp flash of blade light sliced through the air from an unknown direction, aimed at Eagle-Eye's back. "Let me witness what grants you the audacity to stand beside me." Observing this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Eagle-Eye's profound gaze. With a disdainful snort, he swung the black blade fiercely, a green blade light emerging, resembling a towering tree, as it thwarted the incoming strike. At this moment, Chu Han came to a halt, squinting slightly as a gleam of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Before him lay the famed Black Blade Knight, one of the 12 supreme great knives, living up to its illustrious reputation. At that instant, Eagle-Eye drew forth the black knife from his back, shaped like a cross, and grasped it firmly. The chaotic blade, adorned with intricate dark patterns, was none other than the renowned Black Knife Knight. Simultaneously, Chu Han took a deep breath, his right hand tightly clutching the demon blade Murakumo, which stood alongside Knight among the supreme great knives. It seemed that Murakumo sensed the warrior spirit within its master, trembling slightly in a display of its own exhilaration. "How intriguing. Eagle-Eye Mifuge, do not disappoint me." As soon as the words left his lips, a green slash surged forward, accompanied by an unparalleled gale that sliced through the air, hurtling towards Chu Han. "Ha!" smiled faintly, his right hand reversing, unleashing a streak of blue blade light that soared skyward, colliding fiercely with the green slash of Eagle Eye. A thunderous roar erupted, the invisible shockwave creating ripples across the nearby sea, while the sky echoed with thunder, seemingly exhilarated by the clash of these two titans. Simultaneously, at the moment of their strikes meeting, both and Eagle Eye sprang into action, their renowned blades clashing with a resonant clang. The sound resonated like the tolling of a bell, akin to the drumming of Thor as the ocean began to churn, the waters flowing backward. And arcs of lightning flickered amidst their blades' collision. In an instant, the two separated once more, and as propelled himself back toward Eagle Eye, the latter ascended from his coffin. Chaotic blades, cross. With a swift draw, he slashed. As the blue blade light ascended, an intangible yet palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped the sea. Resembling the arrival of a deity of death, treading upon a battlefield strewn with corpses. Meanwhile, the green blade light exuded an air of solemnity and power. Like a foreboding cathedral, embodying divine retribution, the two formidable blades collided once again, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as arcs of electricity danced around them. Almost instantaneously, they separated again, but before Eagle Eye could land back on his coffin, was already slicing through the air with Mirakumo. Draw, pterodactyl break. Accompanied by a chilling, icy voice, a fierce wind surged, causing the sea to spiral upwards, forming a waterspout that rushed toward Eagle Eye in midair. Observing this, Eagle Eye calmly turned. His dark blade positioned before him, and with a gentle sweep, he countered the incoming waterspout. Fortress of 10,000 wits. Boom. In that moment, the clash of what could be deemed the world's most powerful swordsmanship officially commenced. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance from the fierce duel between and Eagle Eye, a pirate ship adorned with a dragon-headed skull flag rocked precariously upon the turbulent waves. What is happening? Why has the sea suddenly turned like this? Little Robin shrieked, spilling her red tea onto the deck and staining her clothes. With a grimace, she leaned against the mast, gazing at the churning waters, which had boiled over completely, while the sky darkened ominously as if heralding the apocalypse. What on earth is occurring? Little Robin gasped, her mouth agape as she stared at the sky. The scene before her utterly terrifying, resembling the end of the world. Calm down. Everyone, return to the cabin. We must accelerate and flee this area. Klaus' face paled slightly, clearly startled, yet he quickly regained his composure. Ramram obediently returned to the cabin, but only Lucci, Little Robin, and Chris remained on deck. You too, Lucci, Miss Robin. Hurry back to the cabin. Chloe furrowed his brow, hesitant to issue commands to the two individuals before him. His aversion to Lucci was palpable, and the ambiguous relationship between Xiao Robin and Chu Han further complicated matters, rendering him reluctant to speak out. However, the situation was dire. The tempestuous weather threatened sudden storms, making it perilous to remain outside. Xiao Robin pouted, expressing her desire to wait for her brother, Chu Han's return. As she spoke, the fierce winds lashed against the waves, drenching her completely in an instant, transforming her into a soggy mess. Stop fooling around and hurry back to the cabin, Chloe exclaimed, exasperated by her preoccupation with such trivialities, oblivious to the gravity of the moment. Observing her drenched state, Xiao Robin reluctantly retreated to the cabin, fully aware that remaining wet would surely lead to illness. Chloe breathed a sigh of relief as she disappeared inside, recognizing that managing Xiao Robin was indeed the most challenging endeavor. Just as he intended to call Luigi back, he suddenly realized that Luigi, who had been standing on the deck, was now nowhere to be found. Turning around, he discovered Luigi had already returned to his quarters. Chloe paused, shaking his head in disbelief. It seemed there was not a single sane individual aboard this vessel. All were eccentric in their own right. Leaving him to ponder the master's thoughts on the matter. Chris, I will take the helm. Keep an eye on the currents and weather changes. Inform me immediately if anything arises. Chloe shouted to Chris, who stood at the bow of the ship, before hastily rushing into the cockpit. The current circumstances were dire, resembling a catastrophic upheaval. In the blink of an eye, only Chris remained outside, amidst the raging storm. Gazing toward the west, the site of the duel between Chu Han and Hawkeye. The tumultuous phenomena were mere remnants of their fierce clash. Thanks to her mastery of the observation hockey, Chris could witness the duel, serving as the sole witness to this remarkable confrontation. Chapter 110. The conclusion of the duel. Iato. Flash instant. Ghost forest. Chaotic blade. The two figures collided once more, unleashing a tempest of electric sparks. As the sea roiled and the sky was illuminated by streaks of lightning. In an instant, they separated again, simultaneously executing their slashing strikes. Iato slash. Vast phenomenon. Sever. Boom. The moment the two slashes met, a towering wave surged skyward, akin to a tsunami. Both figures were engulfed by the deluge, yet in the next heartbeat, the waters were cleaved apart. Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, the renowned swordsman, lived up to his legendary title. A man with black hair and an exposed torso gripped a shimmering wicked blade, his face gradually betraying signs of fatigue. Even with his body enhanced by dragon blood, he found the high-speed collisions taxing, his arm muscles beginning to tingle with fatigue. You are not lacking either, Dragon Lord Chu Han. Another man, adorned in the attire of Western nobility, gripped a black dagger with a cruciform hilt. Strangely, this individual possessed a pair of eyes akin to those of an eagle. However, at that moment, his eyes were trembling slightly, a testament to his fatigue. The muscles in his arms began to spasm from the relentless clashes. These two were, of course, Chu Han and Eagle Eye. The aftermath of their fierce battle had conjured an unprecedented tempest in this windless expanse, with thunderbolts incessantly striking the sky, tumultuous waves surging, and seawater flowing backward. This was the collision of the most formidable swordsmanship in existence. Eagle Eye gradually steadied his breath, fixing his gaze upon Chu Han, and spoke in a low tone. Shall we proceed with the final strike? His stamina was waning, and if they were to continue at such a breakneck pace, he might soon find himself unable to maintain his grip on the blade. Chu Han remained silent, merely nodding in assent to Hawkeye's suggestion. After all, his physical endurance had also been significantly taxed. Fortunately, this body had been fortified by dragon's blood, otherwise he would have succumbed long ago. Upon witnessing Chu Han's agreement, Hawkeye slowly closed his eyes, raising his right hand with the black blade pointed directly at Chu Han. This gesture signified that he would soon launch a direct frontal strike against him. Chu Han took a moment to steady his breath, gently maneuvering the hilt of the Muramasa, sheathing it with deliberate care, his grip firm upon the handle. The tumultuous clash that had raged before came to an abrupt halt, giving way to an eerie silence. Even the surface of the sea stilled in that fleeting instant. The only constant was the sky, growing ever darker. At that moment, Chu Han opened his eyes, his golden irises ablaze, activating his spirit language, Kamaitashi, as he unleashed the lunar step, seizing the fleeting opportunity to dart toward Hawkeye. Simultaneously, Hawkeye's eyes snapped open, his eagle-like gaze locking onto the swiftly moving Chu Han. He raised his black blade, poised to strike. Night descended upon them. Iato, the cut of the carp's mouth. In an instant, the harmonious sound of blades clashing resonated through the air. Eyes fixed, breath controlled. The cut of the carp's mouth. Draw slice. Blood surged. Sheath the blade. Gather strength. Lift. Descend. In a heartbeat, Chu Han and Hawkeye brushed past one another. The next moment, the enchanted blade, Muramasa, remained sheathed, while Chu Han held his stance, as if poised to strike. Hawkeye maintained his position, the black blade still descending, his gaze unwavering ahead. The exchange was so swift that neither Chu Han nor Hawkeye could clearly perceive it. Only Chris, utilizing her perfected observation haki from a distance, could discern the unfolding spectacle. In that fleeting moment, Chu Han had executed a flawless Iato cut, and with the superhuman hearing granted by Kamaitashi, his strike was impeccable in both timing and speed. Meanwhile, as Hawkeye's blade descended, the weight of the world seemed to press down upon him, an immense force akin to 100,000 elephants bearing down. Unmatched in both power and velocity, their confrontation was unparalleled, yet regrettably, only Chris bore witness to this extraordinary clash. Hawkeye slowly turned to face Chu Han, who remained in his poised stance, a faint smile gracing his lips. My journey here has not been in vain. You are truly formidable. With those words, a sigh of relief escaped him as a massive gash across his chest split open, blood spilling forth, cascading into the air. Although Hawkeye had successfully deflected the majority of that Iato strike, it had nonetheless grazed his flesh, an acknowledgement of the Muramasa's sharpness, which with a mere stroke could have claimed his life. For now, a mere laceration was a fortunate outcome. Hearing this, Chu Han calmly shook his head. You are no less impressive, truly worthy of the title Hawkeye. As he spoke, a gruesome, terrifying wound appeared on Chu Han's left shoulder. A deeper cut would have surely severed his arm. Hawkeye's previous strike had been akin to the collapse of the heavens, its weight almost suffocating. Had the Iato motion not been executed with such swiftness, he would likely have lost an arm on the spot. Observing Chu Han's condition, a flicker of battle spirit and fervor ignited in Hawkeye's expression. I shall return. I hope you do not perish before I defeat you. Having spoken, Hawkeye sheathed his black blade behind him and departed aboard his coffin ship. Before long, the vessel adorned with green flames vanished from sight. leaving only a turbulent sea in its wake. Hawkeye, you are mistaken. Chu Han did not exert his full strength. He and Hawkeye were engaged in a contest of swordsmanship, measuring the finesse of their techniques rather than the magnitude of their power. In this duel, aside from utilizing the spirit blade to seize the opportune moment for attack, he refrained from employing his other abilities such as the spirit monarch, flame, and his last resort of sacrificing his vitality. Chu Han calmly moved towards the Yemojayad ship, his steps as graceful as the moonlight. His injuries were severe, with one arm nearly severed. How could that be insignificant? Fortunately, due to the enhancement from dragon blood, his body could heal naturally as long as the wounds were not fatal. It merely required time. Nonetheless, Chu Han planned to return to the ship swiftly to tend to his injuries, for should an infection set in, the chaotic sword energy within could shatter his internal organs, leading to a fate far worse than death. Before long, Chu Han had exited the windless zone. Had it not been for his considerable exhaustion, he could have traversed it in mere moments. Chu Han furrowed his brow slightly. This was the designated meeting point for him and Klo. Yet there was no sign of the Dream Eater ship in sight, as if Klo and the others had vanished into thin air. Moreover, neither his observation haki nor his word spirit scythe yielded any discoveries. There was not a single vessel or sea creature around. Suddenly, Chu Han seemed to recall something, gazing intently at the ethereal black mist ahead. Could it be? Chu Han slightly narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within them. Moria under the moonlight, if it's not you, then I will make you aware of the consequences that befall those who dare to provoke me. Chapter 111. Moria under the moonlight, New World, Ratliff Island. Hey, boss, look here. A man, armed with a short pistol at his waist, glanced at a specific section of the newspaper and addressed the red-haired man nearby who was indulging in roasted meat. What is it? The man appeared to be in his 20s, his striking red hair partially obscured by a straw hat, giving him a somewhat peculiar, yet regal aura. The red-haired man took the newspaper and, upon reading it, his expression changed dramatically. Is this a serious injury to Hawkeye? Furrowing his brow, he continued. A grand swordsman like Hawkeye injured on the Grand Line, and by a sword wound no less, who could have done such a thing? I'm not certain, but it seems to have been inflicted during a direct confrontation. Such rapid and sharp cuts, to my knowledge, can only be achieved by the swiftest technique in swordsmanship, Iato. The man with the short pistol appeared quite astute, deducing the truth merely from a glance at Hawkeye's injuries. Iato. The red-haired man seemed to have a revelation, gazing towards the first half of the Grand Line, a rare smile gracing his face. Chu Han, is it you? New World. Wamofia Island. Hawkeye gravely injured, an unprecedented Iato strike. I truly wish to compare swords with this unnamed swordsman, a blind man, unable to see the newspaper, nonetheless knew its contents. Curiously, a stick-like object in his left hand emitted a faint aura of sharpness. New World, Tel Aviv Forest. Hawkeye Myhawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Can such an unprecedented strike kill me? Come, someone, kill me. A furious roar echoed through this forest, said to have never allowed anyone to leave alive, resonating like a beast growl. Upon Hawkeye's grievous return to the New World, the entire sea trembled. Although no one knew who had inflicted such injuries upon Hawkeye, he was already being hailed as the world's greatest swordsman. The New World was in an uproar, for not long ago, Hawkeye had been regarded as the most likely candidate to hold that title, yet in an instant, he returned gravely wounded from the first half of the Grand Line. How could this not astonish all? Meanwhile, the central figure of this storm, Chu Han, found himself lost in the Devil's Triangle. What on earth is this? My observation haki can only perceive darkness. Even the weasel cannot hear anything. A hint of fatigue gradually appeared on Chu Han's face. Having just endured a fierce battle and now lost in this place, coupled with his injuries, he would have collapsed long ago if not for the resilience bestowed by his dragon lineage. Huff, huff, if I don't find a place to rest soon, I fear I shall succumb. Chu Han gasped for breath, as the dense black mist not only hindered his observation and the efficacy of his spoken spirit, but also seemed to deplete the very oxygen in the air. For the past half hour, he had been holding his breath and exhaling with great effort. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on Murakumo, his senses heightened as he gazed intently ahead, where a vessel appeared to be lurking in the shadows. Chu Han was momentarily taken aback, as a scene from the original narrative suddenly surfaced in his mind. With an enigmatic expression, he gracefully ascended onto the vessel, his steps reminiscent of the moonlight. The surrounding area was engulfed in darkness due to the dense fog, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. However, this obscurity posed no challenge for Chu Han. His golden eyes shimmered. And in an instant, two beams of light materialized on the ship, akin to the radiance of twin suns. Could this be the ghost ship? Chu Han furrowed his brow slightly, surveying the area, which was littered with bones, an expanse of white remains, the duration of their demise unknown. In the blink of an eye, Chu Han had thoroughly examined the entire vessel. Although his observation hockey was somewhat impeded, investigating the ship proved to be a manageable task. Chu Han walked towards the rear of the ship, where he sensed the presence of a skeleton clad in formal attire. Before long, he arrived at the back of the ghost ship, which was considerably smaller than the legendary Going Merry. There were not many bones in the rear of the ghost ship. Only a singular skeleton dressed in an elegant outfit. The attire, a blend of blue and black, complemented by a black top hat, belonged to this very skeleton. Chu Han scrutinized the peculiar remains, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Anyone familiar with One Piece would undoubtedly be intrigued by the identity of this skeletal figure, as he was not only a renowned musician but also a relic of ancient piracy. This pirate existed 2 decades ago, even preceding the infamous Gold. Roger, which was quite fascinating. With a smile, Chu Han turned away, having no particular interest in the skeleton's former identity. He merely wished for a fleeting glance. After a brief respite aboard the ghost ship, Chu Han took to the air with astonishing speed, gliding forward. Meanwhile, deep within the Devil's Triangle, a sinister island drifted slowly. He. Are those individuals the members of the Dragon God pirate crew? A shadow towering over 6 meters loomed above, revealing a long neck. Below him lay the unconscious forms of Kuro and others, including Nico Robin, Lamriam, and even Chris, with only Rob Lucci absent from their midst. Yes, Captain. A voice echoed from an unseen source, as a shadow cast upon the ground suggested the presence of an invisible speaker. He. Is that little girl the sole survivor of O'Hara? The towering figure continued to chuckle, his tone tinged with curiosity. Indeed, Captain, this time. A voice emerged from another cloaked figure, its gender indistinguishable and faint. Before the towering shadow could respond, a man exuding a green aura spoke up. Captain, Spider reporting. Someone is approaching. At this, the 6-meter-tall figure ceased his laughter, falling into silence before descending from his throne. Someone approaches? Has he finally arrived, Dragon Lord? No one dared to answer, for the individual mentioned by the towering figure was terrifying, and none wished to utter his name. He, come forth. Let me. The great pirate Moonlight Moria witnessed the prowess of this washed-up pirate. After a brief silence, the imposing figure erupted into laughter, radiating an aura of authority. Following their captain's lead, the crew chanted fervently, "Conquer the Grand Line." Here, in the Devil's Triangle, lay the domain of the Moonlight Pirate crew, and that towering figure, standing at 2 meters, was none other than the captain of the Moonlight Pirate crew, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million, Moonlight Moria. Chapter 112.